I usually can stretch $5 to last a week. Yet overnight, I found myself owning $1 billion building, all because an app appeared on my phone that offered trillion-dollar red envelopes. Inside, it was either luxury cars or villas. All I had to do was frantically grab the red envelopes. The items I grabbed would materialize. They appeared right in front of me. At that moment, I had failed in my business and lost everything. Even eating became a problem. Seeing the trillion-dollar red envelope app suddenly appear on my phone, I initially wanted to uninstall it. But then I thought it wasn't easy for them, so I decided to check it out and show some support. I casually clicked it, and suddenly, golden flowers burst across the screen. Then, 9 red envelopes appeared, arranged in a grid. I randomly clicked the one in the center. With a ding, the red envelope immediately enlarged. Congratulations! You've won a McDonald's meal. Enjoy your click. I thought the contents of the red envelope were ridiculous and was about to toss my phone aside. Out of the corner of my eye, I glanced at the table and froze. On the previously empty table, a McDonald's meal had appeared. I rubbed my eyes hard, confirming it wasn't an illusion. I rushed over, grabbed the burger, felt its warmth, and took a big bite without hesitation. The feeling was incredible, like drinking sweet water in the desert. After a few bites, I suddenly realized that if a McDonald's meal could really appear, it meant this red envelope system wasn't a scam. After being tormented for so long, heaven finally compensated me. I hurriedly grabbed my phone and quickly clicked the remaining red envelopes, and a stream of messages appeared on the screen. Congratulations! You've won 1,688 yuan in cash. Congratulations! You've won a building in Yifeng City Garden, Block 8. Congratulations! You've won 188,888 yuan in cash and a hundredfold cashback card. Congratulations! You've won a Pagani Huayra Global Limited Edition sports car. Congratulations! You've won 1,666,666 yuan in cash. Enjoy your click. As the messages appeared, the notification sound kept ringing, and a heavy cardboard box appeared on the table, with a pure black leather-wrapped key on top. After all the messages were displayed, a 24-hour countdown appeared on the phone screen. Clearly, you can only claim once a day. I excitedly closed it, then opened a notification message from IceBank, revealing that my previously zero balance had soared to nearly 2 million. I couldn't help but gulp in disbelief, double-checking my account balance. I never even dreamed that one day I would have this much money. I approached the table, looking at the black leather car key, the embossed gold logo sending a thrill through me. As a qualified price, I knew what this logo represented. The Pagani Huayra is a symbol of luxury cars, and with its global limited edition title, it must be worth at least several million. I took a deep breath and, with trembling hands, opened the cardboard box. Inside were stacks of property certificates, the red characters gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. I opened one of them and read the information. Yifeng City Garden, Block 8, Room 101, 102 square meters, owned by Wang Jitia. I hurriedly pulled out a few more, all with my name on them, hugging the property certificates to my chest, internally shouting that I had struck it rich. Yifeng City Garden is located in the most prosperous business district of Binchang, known as the Supercore CBD, with an average price of over 30,000 per square meter. This building alone must be worth several hundred million at least. I stared intently at the property certificates on the table, realizing that selling these houses would be a one-time deal. It wouldn't be economically beneficial to maximize the profit from these houses. The best approach would be to rent them out. With my years of rental experience, this building could easily yield around 20 million annually. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but gasp. Even if I did nothing from now on, just collecting rent would make me a millionaire every year. I felt I couldn't waste any time here. I needed to rent out the houses quickly, and I already had someone suitable in mind. I grabbed the cardboard box and hurried out the door. I reached the street outside and saw a crowd gathered. I couldn't help but feel curious. I quickly squeezed into the crowd. I saw a few internet celebrities posing in front of a flashy sports car, clearly trying to show off on social media. I immediately walked over to the sports car, ready to ask the internet celebrities to move. To my surprise, they spoke first. "What's wrong with you?" Pushing forward with a broken box. "Do you even know what car is behind me? If there's even a scratch, you wouldn't be able to afford it even if you sold a kidney." One of the internet celebrities blocked me, scolding me as if the car belonged to her. I shrugged and replied, "This car is mine. How could I not know what it is? Are you unaware of the situation? Who told you to sit on my hood and take pictures? You're not just damaging my property, but you're also invading my privacy. If I report this to the police, you won't get away with it. I've been through a lot out here. I'm not someone to mess with." Xiaobai spoke convincingly, standing his ground. Wow, look at you. If someone didn't know better, they'd think this supercar really belonged to you. Your acting skills are wasted not being an actor. With such a big mouth, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? With that pathetic look, even if you worked your whole life, you couldn't even afford a wheel of this car. Another internet celebrity chimed in, completely mocking me. Others joined in the ridicule, and I thought to myself, so this is what people are saying about the expensive beef lately. These days, even the poorest can boast like this. Hearing their increasingly absurd comments, I felt my anger rising. I struggled to pull out my key from my pocket and pressed it. The sports car beeped, and then the hazard lights flashed. The internet celebrities were startled and jumped off the car. The mockers next to me were like ducks caught by the neck, all their words stuck in their throats, their faces turning red. I tossed the cardboard box into the passenger seat, turned, and sat in the driver's seat, not even glancing at the internet celebrities. The two internet celebrities put on flirtatious poses, trying to catch my attention. They said, "We didn't recognize you, young master. Please don't hold it against us. Let's add each other on WeChat and chat sometime." I snorted, I only like the natural look, not that silicone face. Stay away from my car, or you'll regret it. I said this while closing the door. With a slam on the accelerator, the sports car roared and shot off, spraying exhaust all over two women. I drove to a nearby agency and walked in holding a cardboard box. Everyone inside ignored me as if they didn't see me. I wasn't surprised by this situation. I had rented apartments from this agency a few times before. Because I only wanted the cheapest options, I couldn't offer any benefits to anyone. So aside from the beautiful manager, no one wanted to pay me any attention. While I was looking around, a voice came from behind me. "Your lease shouldn't be up yet. Why are you looking for a new place?" The voice was particularly pleasant. The speaker was an incredibly beautiful woman with delicate features and a tall figure. She was the stunning manager, Lan Menjiang. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also exceptionally capable in her job and had a kind heart, treating everyone equally. I smiled and said I wasn't there to rent a place. I had some properties I wanted her help renting out, if that was alright. Everyone around me showed expressions of surprise upon hearing this. A few people even checked the calendar to confirm it wasn't April Fool's Day. A chubby girl scoffed, "What are you joking about? You always rent the cheapest places, and now you have properties to rent out? You didn't take some expert's advice, did you? Planning to rent out your vacant properties to make extra cash and use your car for ride-sharing?" I clapped my hands and said, "I didn't expect you to have any brains. You're right, I did listen to some experts and plan to rent out my properties. Running ride-sharing with my car seems a bit challenging. It only seats 2 people. Everyone laughed heartily at my words, thinking I was just there for a joke, even though it wasn't funny at all. Don't tell me the box is full of property deeds. If you had that many properties, wouldn't that make me the richest person in the world? What is going on? A male agent teased me while opening the box, only to be stunned into silence by the property deeds inside. I pushed his chin up and mocked, "It's just a few dozen properties, no need to be so shocked, Mr. Rich Guy." As I spoke, I flipped the box over and dumped the property deeds and keys onto the table. Then I gestured for them to take a look themselves. Oh my, it's the deed for City Garden Building 8. This building is the crown jewel. It was rumored that a mysterious person bought the entire building when it first opened and left it vacant for several years. Just the cleaning fees for this building amount to hundreds of thousands each year. Many agencies are eyeing it. I've heard that too. These can't be fake deeds, can they? They look too real, and those keys seem genuine as well. Have you been kicked by a donkey? Who makes so many fake deeds? Besides, they all have numbers on them. Just check the property transaction system, and you'll know everything. All these deeds are real. Mr. Tai, you're missing a pendant for your leg, see if I fit. Just say the word, and I'll be your most loyal servant. Once the authenticity of the property deeds was confirmed, the atmosphere in the agency exploded. Except for Lan Menjiang. Everyone was extremely eager, almost wanting to kneel and lick my toes. I ignored those people and focused on the still-dazed Lan Menjiang. I waved my hand in front of her to bring her back to reality. "I want to delegate the full authority to rent this property to your agency. I'd like to know what you think, Manager Lan." Lan Menjiang finally came to her senses. Upon hearing my question, she quickly nodded in agreement. While having someone tidy up the property deeds, she insisted on taking me to the VIP room to discuss the contract details properly. Unexpectedly for everyone, I waved at Lan Menjiang and said something that deeply moved her. "No need to go through so much trouble. I believe you will make the most profit for me. This property is yours to handle, you decide how to rent it. Let's prepare the contract now." I casually said this, leaving Lan Menjiang dumbfounded yet deeply touched. This is a property worth billions. Lan Menjing deliberately leaned in and asked, "Are you saying you want to fully entrust this property to me? Aren't you afraid I might sell the property and run off with the money? You're the only person in Ice City I can trust, so I'm completely at ease entrusting the property to you. It's just a property, it's really not a big deal. The trust between us far surpasses the significance of a single building." I looked at Lan Menjing very seriously, my eyes full of sincerity as I said this. I truly didn't regard this property as anything important. After all, I didn't spend any money to acquire it. I received it as a bonus. If I lose it, what does it matter? I might even come out ahead. Unaware of my true feelings, Lan Menjing was deeply moved. She felt this trust was a heavy burden and that she must handle it well. She absolutely couldn't let me down. I chuckled and said, "Your words remind me to prepare a full power of attorney contract. From now on, you'll be my representative for all property matters." Lan Menjing nodded vigorously, saying, "Since you trust me so much, I won't let you down. I'll definitely work to maximize your profits." I waved my fingers. "Profit isn't that important, just don't settle. Otherwise, I'll be hurt." I was just joking anyway. However, after hearing this, Lan Menjing felt something shift within her. She was somewhat intrigued. The contract was prepared quickly. I casually glanced at it, then signed, confirming that what I said earlier was true. I smiled and said, "Now that the contract is ready, do you have time tonight? Let's go out for a meal to celebrate." Lan Menjing hesitated for a moment, then said, "I need to handle the rentals for this building these days. I'm free on Sunday, how about then?" I nodded in agreement, unable to handle the employees' enthusiasm, and left the agency feeling as if I had been defeated. The chubby girl looked at my back and, rubbing her stomach, sighed, "You really can't judge a person by appearances." I never expected this seemingly pathetic loser to be a hidden tycoon. He was hiding it too well. "You don't know anything. I knew a senior in college who was definitely a rich kid. I told you there's a kind of hidden family in this world that has lasted for thousands of years. The training for the family heirs is something you'd never even dream of." That male agent was chatting away so confidently. This conveniently gave me a reason to cover everything up. When everyone looked at Lan Menjing again, their gazes were filled with different meanings. If the beautiful manager seizes this opportunity, marrying into such a film family would be far more prestigious than marrying into a wealthy family. In front of such a family, what is a wealthy family worth? Unaware of their discussions, I stood on the street for a moment, deciding not to go get my car, but to check out a nearby mall instead. I looked down at my clothes. Not only were they the cheapest street market items, but I had also worn them for several years. My niece had already worn down to a pale color. When I was broke, I pinched pennies. Now that I have money, I can't neglect myself any longer. The agency is located near the business district, just a few steps away from the largest Ice City mall, a hub for various luxury brands. Standing at the mall entrance, I took a deep breath and reminded myself that I was now a wealthy person and could go inside to browse. Under the watchful gaze of the security guard at the entrance, I walked proudly into the mall. There weren't many customers in the mall, and the salesgirls looked quite bored. The women's clothing section was somewhat busier. The men's section was even worse, with many stores being nearly empty, and only a few had customers. Having only worn street market clothes before, I didn't know any men's brands, so I chose the busiest store. I strode in confidently. The staff at the big brand were different. They didn't disdain my worn clothes and greeted me with smiles. "Welcome to Zegna, the second largest men's brand in the world. May I ask if you're looking for custom or ready-to-wear?" I immediately asked, "What's the difference between custom and ready-to-wear?" Custom means tailored specifically for you, meeting all your requirements, even uniquely yours, but it takes some time. Ready-to-wear means these are off-the-rack clothes, produced in batches. Our ready-to-wear is divided into 4 levels: 3rd tier, 2nd tier, 1st tier, and ultra 1st tier. Each level has a different quantity available. For ultra 1st tier, there are no more than 9 pieces globally. If you happen to run into someone wearing an ultra 1st tier piece, you might get a chance to meet them. Without a second thought, I expressed my desire to see the ultra 1st tier items. The salesgirl immediately led me to that section, which was completely empty. Other shoppers noticed someone entering the ultra 1st tier area and immediately shifted their attention there. When they saw me in my street market clothes, they all scoffed at me and then turned their eyes back to focus on their selections. I was surprised to see a rotund middle-aged man in the 2nd tier area with a flashy influencer look. He was hesitating about whether to make a purchase. Upon seeing me, the two immediately showed looks of disdain, loudly complaining about my taste. They dared to call themselves the second largest men's brand in the world. They lead anyone and everyone into the ultra 1st tier area. Just look at him, wearing street market clothes and can't even afford a button. Honey, that's too generous. With his poor appearance, He can't even compare to a single thread, let alone a button. It's truly disgusting. The people nearby, upon hearing them, all showed expressions of disgust and then looked at me with contempt. As the owner of $1 trillion bonus, I couldn't let myself be ridiculed. I would teach them a lesson and reward them with a special surprise. I originally didn't want to pay attention to the two, but even the bystanders couldn't stand it. Everyone is here to buy clothes. How can you tell who is more noble? Has no one taught you not to judge a person by their appearance? He looked indifferently at the greasy middle-aged man, speaking very casually. The influencer pouted and said, "Look at you, with that demeanor, you're just the lowest of the low, not even worthy of carrying my husband's shoes, and you dare to talk to us about nobility. My husband could drop a little something from his fingers, and it would be enough for you to earn in a lifetime. Look at your street vendor clothes and this appearance, where's the beauty in that?" The middle-aged man patted his beer belly in agreement. "What my dear said is absolutely right. Someone like this is just a piece of trash in my eyes. Letting him go would only pollute the environment. These young people nowadays are all so ambitious without self-awareness, daring to come anywhere, not even afraid of getting their clothes dirty, and then they can't afford to pay for it. You can tell at a glance that this kind of person is living off their parents, pretending to be someone outside, but who knows what they're like at home. Giving birth to such a thing is truly a sin." The people around joined in, disparaging Wang Chen to the point of being a complete negative example. The greasy middle-aged man squinted and mocked, "Everyone's eyes are sharp, why don't you roll out of here? Otherwise, I'll have security throw you out." The waiter, seeing the situation, stepped forward to mediate. "We're all here to shop, aiming for a good mood. Why make it so unpleasant? Let's all take a step back." The influencer jumped up and shouted, "What are you talking about? We're here to shop. What is this poor loser doing here? Who can say for sure? If you don't kick him out, it will ruin our shopping mood, and we won't buy anything here. Just look at this poor loser, how much benefit can he bring you? How do you know I can't afford things here? Dare you let your greasy husband shop with me? Whatever I spend, he can spend too." Wang Chen tilted his chin, looking disdainfully at the greasy middle-aged man, his eyes full of provocation. The greasy middle-aged man felt belittled, and his anger flared up, jumping up and shouting, "You ungrateful poor loser, how dare you shout at me? Do you know I run a store and can earn several million a year? Your whole family couldn't earn that much even if you sold your kidneys, so why should I be afraid of you?" Wang Chen glanced around and said, "Everyone heard that," he said today, "whoever shops with me, whatever I spend, he spends too, make him my witness. Wrap up all 9 pieces of the top-tier clothes for me, just right for a week, 1 for each day, and 2 as backups. How much is that?" His words were so domineering that everyone around was stunned, and it took the waiter half a minute to regain composure. The waiter tried to ask, "Sir, are you saying to wrap up all the top-tier clothes? That would be a total of 1.8 million. Would you like to reconsider?" Upon hearing that price, Wang Chen found that the money in his card was just enough, casually took out the card, and handed it to the waiter to swipe. Everyone saw the card in the waiter's hand, their eyes widening, especially the greasy middle-aged man and the influencer, their eyes nearly popping out. Another waiter hurriedly brought over the POS machine. Just as they were about to swipe the card, Wang Chen suddenly remembered the hundredfold spending card he had received earlier and quickly called out to wait. The greasy middle-aged man, hearing this, immediately felt his heart drop. He mocked loudly, "You really know how to put on a show, making it seem real, but when it comes to the real deal, you back down. What are you pretending to be a big shot for? Why don't you pay? I don't know what's wrong with today's young people, each one is like a drama queen, dreaming all day long, always thinking about falling pies from the sky. Who can argue with that? All day long not thinking about working in a factory, always thinking they're a rich second generation, not even looking in the mirror to see their own worth. Do they really think they have the fate of a rich second generation?" The people around them switched to a mode of collective mockery, trying to showcase their sense of superiority. Wang Chen ignored them, took out his phone, opened the hundredfold consumption card, and after confirming everything was correct, waved to the waitress, signaling her to swipe the card. As everyone saw Wang Chen continue to swipe his card, they were all momentarily stunned. After all, with their spending power, they could afford to shop here but couldn't buy ultra-premium clothing. With a beep, the receipt emerged from the boss machine, indicating that the card had been successfully swiped, leaving everyone in shock. The 2 waitresses were the first to react, quickly taking down the clothes and carefully packing them into bags. Their annual salary was less than the price of a single piece of clothing. This commission was more than their 2 months' salary, and the key was that in front of them stood a true tycoon. If something indescribable were to happen, they would never have to worry again. Spending 1.8 million, the hundredfold consumption card is activated, cashback of 180 million, and you receive 18 consumption red envelopes, which can be withdrawn at any time. A notification sound rang in Wang Chen's ear, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted as his gaze drifted toward the greasy middle-aged man. He said lightly, "Just 1.8 million, for a big boss like you, it must be nothing. If there are no ultra-premium items left, buying first-tier ones is also good." The greasy middle-aged man's face turned extremely ugly. He had just been bragging, and his total annual earnings were only a little over 2 million. How could he afford so many clothes? He raised his voice. "Just because you have money, you think you're amazing and can bully others? There's no reason for forced sales." Wang Chen snorted through his nose. "You hit the nail on the head. Having money is indeed impressive. Weren't you just like that? I dislike it most when others are untrustworthy. With big data so developed, finding you is just a matter of 1.8 million. Are you thinking of playing with me in the future?" His words were casual, but to the greasy middle-aged man, they sounded like an explosion, sending chills down his spine. The greasy middle-aged man knew very well that someone who casually spends a couple of million on clothes was definitely not someone he could provoke. Dealing with him would be a matter of minutes. His legs went weak, and he knelt before Wang Chen, repeatedly pleading, "It's my fault for not recognizing a great person. I offended this young master. Please let me go. Treat me like nothing." Wang Chen glanced sideways and said, "What did you just say? Treating you like nothing would pollute the environment. I'm an environmentally conscious person. How could I do that? If you don't have money, you and that person decide you can go kneel in the square and knock your heads, 10,000 for each knock, and if you do it 18 times, we can forget about this matter." The influencer immediately jumped up, clearly unwilling to do so, but before she could speak, the greasy middle-aged man made a shocking move. He suddenly jumped up and slapped the influencer hard across the face, knocking her chin askew. "You wasteful thing, the young master gives us an opportunity, we must be grateful and do everything as the young master says." The influencer screamed, "You shameless dog, if it weren't for your little bit of money, I wouldn't even serve you. With your little worm, what are you flaunting in front of me? Go die." As she spoke, she lunged at the greasy middle-aged man, and they began to fight, spilling out of the store and drawing a crowd. The bored waitstaff in the store immediately started recording videos to upload to Douyin, too lazy to even add a mosaic, making them famous. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The special red envelope has been issued and can be opened at any time. Upon hearing the notification, Wang Chen knew the task was complete and decided to ignore the two nuisances and go shopping in other stores. The waiters knew that Wang Chen was a wealthy man, and they all rushed forward crazily, hoping to seize an opportunity to soar to greatness. Wang Chen felt overwhelmed and bought some expensive items, having them sent to his car, escaping like he had just lost a battle. He drove to the seaside, opened the car roof to let the sea breeze in, and felt an immense sense of comfort, unable to help but shout a few times. Wang Chen opened the app and saw a string of red envelopes on the screen, one of which had a flame pattern, indicating it was a special red envelope. He decided to open a regular red envelope first to test his luck, hoping for good fortune before trying the special one. "Congratulations, you have received 3.6 yuan in cash. Enjoy your click." "Congratulations, you have received 188 yuan in cash. Enjoy your click." "Congratulations, you have received a 10x cash increase card, valid for 1 hour. Enjoy your click." "Congratulations, you have received 18.2 yuan in cash. Enjoy your click." "Congratulations, you have received Villa No. 1 in the Starfish area. Enjoy your click." All the red envelopes were opened, and he received over 180,000 yuan in cash, a time-limited 10x cash increase card, and a villa, which was quite lucky. Wang Chen decided to use the 10x cash increase card first to avoid forgetting later, which would be a huge loss. 10x cash increase card used successfully. Your funds have increased tenfold, total funds, 1.8 billion. Please check. Wang Chen heard the notification and coughed from the excitement. 1.8 billion in assets, something he had never even dared to dream of before. Indeed, fortune falling from the sky was the way to go. He took a deep breath and focused on the special red envelope, feeling that today's luck was good and he should be able to get something great. "Congratulations, you have received a System Deep Binding card. Enjoy your click." Wang Chen's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't expect the special red envelope to give him a card, unsure of its purpose but decided to try it out. System Deep Binding card used successfully. The system has moved from the phone to the host's consciousness, and information transfer has begun. As the notification sounded, Wang Chen felt a current flowing from the phone into his arm, traveling up to his brain. His head felt heavy, and then he found a lot of information added inside. Following the information, a virtual interface appeared before him, identical to the previous app interface on his phone. He picked up his phone to check, and the app was gone, leaving just an ordinary old device that no one would pick up if thrown on the street. A smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. The system was so user-friendly, this arrangement relieved his worries, and he no longer had to fear losing the red envelope system. He opened the compartment and found a property certificate and a key card inside. The property certificate indicated Villa No. 1 in the Starfish area, with his name listed as the owner. The Starfish Villa area was the most luxurious villa district in the coastal city, with each villa marked at an astronomical price, and Villa No. 1 was the most expensive of all, costing over $1 billion. Because of this, Villa No. 1 had been vacant for many years, and many believed it would never sell. Suddenly, the property manager, Yutayu, received a call from above, saying that Villa No. 1 had been sold, and the owner could arrive at any time, so he needed to prepare for their arrival. Yutayu hung up the phone and rushed out of the office, shouting to his subordinates, Villa No. 1 has been sold, and the owner could come at any time. Everyone, be alert. Absolutely no mistakes are allowed. If anyone dares to upset the owner, I will make sure they never have a good day for the rest of their lives. The property staff were startled by his words, and chaos ensued as they frantically made calls everywhere, ensuring that no problems would arise. Anyone who could afford Villa No. 1 in the Starfish area was undoubtedly an extraordinary individual, and they had to be received with the highest level of courtesy, with no room for error. Such people can be ruined by a single word, and in front of truly top-tier individuals, they automatically consider themselves as insignificant as ants. Wang Chen was unaware of the shock he had brought to the property management. He casually drove his car to the entrance of the villa area and swiped his card to enter. The security guard looked at the supercar and said to another person, "Look at that car, isn't it heading towards the core area? Could it be the owner of Villa No. 1? The other person scoffed, "I just took a glance, the driver is a young man. How could someone so young afford Villa No. 1? It's probably a second-generation kid going to another villa. Let's not meddle, after all, he has a card. If something happens, it has nothing to do with us. We don't want to make things uncomfortable. If Lee Poppy finds a weakness, our wages will be docked again. I heard he got himself a little girl, who knows how he might come after us." While these two security guards were talking, Wang Chen had already arrived in front of Villa No. 1, drove into the garage, and entered the villa through the internal passage. The villa was extremely luxurious, with a very high level of automation. When Wang Chen became the owner, he had already registered his iris and palm print. After being confirmed by the villa's scanning system, all the smart features were activated, leaving Wang Chen feeling refreshed, as if he had wasted his life until now. He tossed his clothes onto the sofa and thought for a moment, deciding to go out for a stroll since he would be living here in the future and needed to familiarize himself with the environment. He swaggered outside, where the greenery was excellent, and the air was particularly fresh, resembling a park. Wang Chen wandered around the villa area like a headless fly, cursing the extravagant wealthy while being filled with anticipation for the days to come. Just then, a commotion caught his attention, piquing his interest. He had never seen rich people fight and wanted to broaden his horizons. Following the noise, he was stunned by the scene before him. He saw a girl sitting on the ground, her hair disheveled, tears streaming down her face, and marks of being hit on her cheeks. Opposite her was a fierce-looking man in a security uniform, shouting loudly, "You really have some nerve to cause trouble on my turf. I see you don't want to live anymore. Do you believe I can beat you to death? I've already contacted the owner. He said to give you the money, 800 each. Why are you only giving us 300? This is our hard-earned money." The girl glared at the man, questioning him loudly. The man sneered, "Stop wasting my time. I let you come here to clean because I pity you. You should be giving me a kickback. You poor folks can't afford college, yet you want to work your way through school? That's nonsense. You just want to make money to go out and entertain." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen understood that the girl was like him back in school, working to earn tuition. This security guard had brought them here to work and was deducting their pay. It was utterly outrageous. Wang Chen stepped forward and shouted, "Who gave you the right to do this? Everyone has it tough. How can you take away their hard-earned money without feeling any pain in your heart?" The security guard sized up Wang Chen, seeing him dressed in cheap clothes, and immediately showed a disdainful expression. "I am the security team leader, Li Jiayang. Where did you pop up from, daring to meddle in my business? I think you need a lesson." Wang Chen snorted, "I don't care who you are, as the owner here, I absolutely do not allow such things to happen." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Li Jiayang. "You should take a look in the mirror and see your own worth. With your appearance, you dare to claim to be an owner here? I've seen photos of every owner here, they all look dignified. Just look at you, you aren't even worthy of carrying their shoes. You and that cheap woman are both just asking to be dealt with. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know how many eyes the king of horses has." As he spoke, he picked up the intercom and called a few lackeys from the security team to come over with weapons. Wang Chen coldly smiled and took out his phone to dial the property manager's number listed on the housing certificate. Yu Taiyu was anxiously waiting. When he heard the phone ring, he quickly picked it up, seeing it was the number he had been waiting for, and hurriedly pressed the answer button. Mr. Wang, hello, I am the property manager Yu Taiyu. I don't know where you are, but I will come to pick you up right away. You don't need to pretend to be a good person in front of me. The captain of your security team is threatening my personal safety. If I don't see you within 10 minutes, you will bear all the consequences. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Yu Taiyu felt his legs go weak, almost scared to the point of wetting himself. He wanted to call Li Jiayang but found his hands weren't cooperating, so he hurriedly called a salesperson for help. Li Jiayang looked at Wang Chen with disdain and said, "Don't play this game in front of me. You're quite good at pretending. Who are you calling? It wouldn't be our property manager, would it?" Wang Chen twirled his phone and replied, "Who I'm calling isn't important. What matters is whether someone will deal with you. I want to see if you really can cover the sky with one hand. You say I'm fat, and you're out of breath. You're really into this act, huh? Why don't you say you're the owner of Villa No. 1, the most mysterious rich man?" As the captain of the security team, Li Jiayang naturally knew from the notification that Villa No. 1 had been sold, and he was envious, thinking about how to get close to the new owner. Just as Wang Chen was about to speak, Li Jiayang's phone rang. He saw it was Yu Taiyu calling and quickly pressed the answer button, only to hear Yu Taiyu's roar on the other end. "You damn bastard, you really have some guts to threaten Mr. Wang. You must be tired of living. If you dare to touch a hair on Mr. Wang, I will definitely skin you alive. Where are you? Tell me clearly right now." Hearing this, Li Jiayan was nearly scared out of his wits. He didn't expect that the person in front of him was indeed the owner of Villa No. 1. He had really gotten himself into big trouble. He knew very well that someone who could spend over $1 billion to buy a villa was an absolute giant. Wanting to kill him would be as easy as blowing away a breath. "You bastard, did you hear what I said? Quickly tell me where you are. If you touch a finger of Mr. Wang, I will make you suffer in a way you can't imagine." Li Jiayang finally regained his composure and hurriedly replied that he was in front of Villa No. 23 and hadn't done anything. While he was at a loss, Wang Chen went over to help the girl up, noticing she was very beautiful but had a determined look in her eyes. Wang Chen said to the girl, "I heard your conversation. I will definitely seek justice for you, so don't worry." Just as the girl was about to respond, a few security guards called by Li Jiayan came over, brandishing rubber sticks and looking fierce. "Which blind bastard dares to offend our captain? Don't you know that in the Haixing Villa area, our captain is like the sky? If you provoke him, your legs will be broken." These guys shouted menacingly, clearly accustomed to such situations. Hearing his subordinates, Li Jiayan was almost scared to death. He kicked the leader of the group, sending him sprawling. "You bastards, shut up! What are you shouting about? Get the hell out of here if you want to die." The few security guards were completely confused, not knowing what was going on. They were used to teaching lessons to the poor, but today it was different. Li Jiayang directly knelt in front of Wang Chen, repeatedly pleading, "I didn't recognize Mr. Wang, I was just talking nonsense earlier. Mr. Wang, please show mercy and spare me this time." Wang Chen snorted coldly, "When you deducted money from this girl, did you ever think about sparing her? Do you know how hard it is for these students? I have never tolerated any nonsense. Since you dared to do this, you must pay the price for your actions. If you have the guts, come at me and see if you can bear the consequences." He had been through the grind of society for a few years and knew how things should be done. In this day and age, being a good person or pretending to be a saint often ended in a miserable fate. While they were talking, Yu Taiyu rushed over with his team, all panting heavily, especially the female property staff, who managed to run so fast in high heels, truly impressive. Upon seeing Li Jiayang kneeling before Wang Jitie, Yu Taiyu immediately recognized who was in charge and hurried over to apologize. "It's my mismanagement that put Mr. Wang in danger. I will handle this matter seriously and give Mr. Wang an explanation." Wang Chen glanced sideways, and the words he spoke nearly scared Yu Taiyu to death. "I really don't know how you became the property manager. I seriously doubt your competence now. It seems I need to report this to your superiors and reconsider the choice of property manager." Wang Chen dropped a heavy accusation right away, nearly scaring Yu Taiyu out of his wits. If he lost his position as property manager, it would be the end for him. Yu Taiyu lowered his voice, "Everything is my fault. I did not manage my subordinates well. Mr. Wang, please give me a chance to correct this." Wang Chen interrupted him, "It seems you still don't understand what happened. Do you think it's just my personal safety that was threatened? If it were that simple, ask your security captain what he has done using this position. How many times has this happened? Do you know that if this gets out, it will bring us great shame? Can you bear the consequences of that? Yu was left dizzy by Wang Chen's rapid-fire questions, not knowing how to respond, and could only focus his gaze on Li Jiayang. You damn bastard, what exactly did you do? If you dare to hide anything, just wait and see how I deal with you. Li Jiayang stammered out the truth, and Yu felt a buzzing in his head, as if his brain was aching. Yu finally understood why Wang Chen was so angry. If this matter got out, it would indeed bring him disgrace. At this level of society, reputation was everything. Any potentially embarrassing incident was absolutely not allowed to happen. Yu, with his emotional intelligence, bowed to the girl and said, "The occurrence of such an incident is entirely our property company's fault. We sincerely apologize for the trouble caused to the young lady. We will immediately have finance compensate her for the deducted salary and provide additional compensation." As he spoke, he nodded to a female property staff member, who immediately stepped forward to take the girl away to handle the subsequent matters. Yu sincerely apologized to Wang Chen. "I have no words to say about what happened today, it is all my negligence. Please give me another chance, Mr. Wang. I assure you it won't happen again." Wang Chen rubbed his nose and said, "Your emergency responsibility is quite good. Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance. In the name of your property company, sue him and those security guards. I have always believed that when a person makes a mistake, they must pay the price for it. I trust you won't let me down. Remember, there is only one chance." Yu quickly nodded in agreement. "Mr. Wang, please rest assured. I will handle this matter well and make sure these bastards pay for their actions." He felt as if he had walked through the gates of hell, his heart nearly bursting from fear. That damn bastard Li Jiayang almost ruined him. He had to make sure this bastard paid an unbearable price. Li Jiayang was completely terrified, just about to beg for mercy when the security guards who rushed over from behind pressed him to the ground. His nickname was Li Bapi, always looking to gain benefits from other security guards, and now that he had this opportunity, those people would never let him off easy. Wang Chen was in charge of this matter because his younger sister was also working part-time to support her studies, so he empathized with her situation. Regardless of how unreasonable it was, he naturally wouldn't inquire further about the remaining matters, sending Yu away and swaying back to Villa No. 1. Villa No. 1 was the core of the entire villa area, surrounded by 4 other villas, namely Villas No. 2 to 5, which were also quite expensive. Those who could live in these villas were prominent figures in Binhai City, and each villa owner specialized in different areas. The owner of Villa No. 2 was named Wang Yingjie, known as the first young master of Binhai City, because he was the young master of the Dewan Group. The Dewan Group originated in Binhai City and now has its headquarters in Modu, ranking among the top 10 in all of Huagua, with formidable strength. Wang Yingjie was different from other rich young masters. He had some legitimate business dealings and was kept at home by his father, Wang Xiaodong, to guard the family. From the butler Lu Juanhan, he learned that Villa No. 1 had been sold, and the owner was a young man a few years younger than him, which immediately piqued his interest. He rubbed his nose and asked, "Uncle Lu, have you checked into the background of the owner of Villa No. 1? Lu Juanhang shook his head and said, "As soon as I heard about this, I immediately used my connections to investigate, and the results surprised me greatly. The owner of Villa No. 1, Wang Chen, has a very simple background. His parents are workers from a small town in the mountains, currently laid off and running a grocery store for a living. He also has a younger sister named Wang Shuanghua, who is studying at Binhai University and just entered her internship period this year. Last week, she submitted her resume to our group. I've already had the HR department notify Wang Shuanghua to officially let her intern in the finance department, so it won't attract attention, and it will be easier to handle in the future." Wang Yingjie nodded and said, "Uncle Lu, you've arranged this very well. You must take good care of Wang Shuanghua. There absolutely cannot be any problems in our company." Wang Chen being able to acquire Villa No. 1 means his background is definitely not that simple, which means what you found out is what others want me to see. Just based on his ability to achieve this, his influence is much greater than we imagine. We should find a suitable opportunity to meet him and become friends. Lu Juanheng assured him that everything would be arranged properly and that there would be no mistakes. Wang Chen returned to the villa, lay on the comfortable big bed, and thought about what had happened today, feeling extremely happy. He felt that now that he had money, he should improve his family's living conditions, but given his parents' personalities, just giving them money outright would scare them. He had to slowly hint at it. His younger sister had been working part-time while studying for years, striving to earn scholarships and enduring a lot of hardship. It was time to improve her life. Thinking of this, Wang Chen immediately dialed his sister's phone, calling 3 times before it finally connected. Why did it take so long? Are you working again? You're about to graduate, don't work so hard. Wang Shuanghua smiled with joy upon hearing her brother's voice. Although their family conditions were poor, her brother treated her especially well. He always saved some money from his not-so-high salary to buy her good food and new clothes when he visited. Even though the clothes were just from street vendors, for a family like theirs, having new clothes was already very good, and it made her feel particularly satisfied. It's precisely because I'm about to graduate that I need to work more, otherwise, where will I live? The rent is ridiculously high now, and you don't even know the market. Wang Chen felt a pang in his nose upon hearing his sister's words. Having such an understanding sister was truly a blessing. You shouldn't always be so understanding. Being so understanding makes your brother's heart ache. Look at those girls who grew up with you, none of them are like you. Now that your brother has money, you won't need to go out and work odd jobs anymore. You don't have to worry about the house. I'll take care of everything for you. Wang Chen tried to calm himself, adjusting his tone to be steady. As a billionaire, supporting his sister was not a problem. Wang Shuanghua smiled in response. I knew my brother was working hard and would definitely get promoted and get a raise. As your sister, I also need to work harder. Besides, Mom said the whole family should help you save up for a wife. Nowadays, you can't marry a girl from the city without hundreds of thousands. I want a sister-in-law from the city too. In Wang Chen's mind, he could picture his sister's mischievous expression. She always knew how to find joy even in hardship. I'm not working anymore, so I can't explain everything to you. I'll transfer you some pocket money first. I'm coming back from the odd job place, so let's forget about today's pay. He said this because he had heard shouting on the phone, clearly indicating that his sister was on the line, which had upset the foreman. As someone who had struggled at the bottom, Wang Chen understood the nature of those foremen. They were all just dogs for their superiors, only knowing how to bully the temporary workers below them. He guessed correctly, it was indeed the foreman from Wang Shuanghua's workplace. Seeing her on the phone, he immediately started yelling. I called you to work, not to chat. You've been on the phone for 2 minutes, you won't get paid for this hour. If you don't want to work, get lost. Wang Shuanghua looked at the fierce foreman and immediately glared back, having taken enough abuse to know how to respond. Just as she was about to argue, a text notification chimed. She glanced at it and was instantly stunned. The message showed a deposit of 1 followed by a string of zeros in her bank account. Wang Shuanghua ignored the foreman and quickly picked up her phone to count. It turned out to be a full 1 million. She never dreamed she could have so much money. She immediately called Wang Chen. Brother, what did you do? Why did you transfer me so much? Please don't do anything foolish. Mom and Dad are counting on you to carry on the family line. What are you talking about? Some things can't be explained in just a few words. In any case, this money is legitimate, so feel free to spend it. Didn't I tell you? Now that I have money, even if you do nothing for the rest of your life and spend 10,000 a day, I can still support you. Why is that crazy dog still barking? Show some spirit and make that crazy dog shut up. Do you need me to help you, or can you handle it yourself? From now on, you'll be a princess. Wang Chen's words were extremely domineering. After all, money gives people courage. There are no cowards in this world, those who are cowardly are simply incapable. Wang Shuanghua was inspired by Wang Chen's confidence. Her courage surged as she stared down the foreman, startling the old hag. She quickly closed the phone screen to avoid being seen. In this day and age, one should not flaunt their wealth. What if a wealthy girl got schemed against? Wang Shuanghua raised her head and said, You're just a foreman, why are you acting like a boss? My brother has money now, and I won't be short of it either. I won't take your nonsense. I don't want this hour's pay. The first 3 hours total 240 yuan, so hurry up and pay me. If you dare not to, just wait and see how I deal with you. The foreman, a petty person who always bullied the weak, immediately wilted when faced with Wang Shuanghua's assertiveness, obediently paying her and letting her leave. The place where Wang Shuanghua worked was a 20-minute walk from the bus station, but now that she had money, she was willing to take a taxi for the first time. She quietly checked the text again, still feeling bewildered. She knew her brother would never deceive her. This money must be clean. Wang Shuanghua did not let the car stop at the school gate. After all, she was still receiving a subsistence allowance. If others saw her, who knows what they would say. She walked to the front of the school and heard someone calling her. Looking in the direction of the voice, it was her good friend Hu Qinxue, with whom she worked part-time. Hu Qinxue was one of the 3 school beauties, and the most unpretentious one, definitely a natural beauty without makeup, unlike the other 2 who wore thick foundation. Wang Shuanghua noticed that Hu Qinshua's face looked a bit swollen and quickly asked, "What happened to your face? Aren't you supposed to be picking up your wages today? Those people wouldn't be trying to cheat us out of our money, would they? In such a big villa area, how could they possibly refuse to pay us? That's just outrageous. We must hold them accountable. Don't worry, my brother sent me some money, and I can cover the others' wages for now. We can't let everyone go hungry." Hu Qinshu rolled her eyes helplessly and said, "Can you please stop talking like a machine gun, blabbering on and on? The money has been returned, but today's situation is still uncertain." She recounted what happened at the Haixing villa, and when she mentioned the young man who helped her eyes flickered, clearly a bit moved. After finishing her story, Hu Qinshu looked Wang Shuanghua up and down and said, "You know, the guy who helped me really does resemble you a bit. If I didn't know he was from a wealthy family, I would think you two were related. Does this count as a couple's resemblance? We should find a chance to introduce you." Wang Shuanghua pouted and said, "I think it's you who's getting a crush. What's so great about a wealthy young master? My brother has money too. I've wanted to introduce you to my brother for a long time, but I was always too shy to bring it up. Now that I have the chance, it's settled." Just as she finished speaking, her phone rang. It was a landline number, and she immediately pressed the answer button. "Is this Miss Wang Shuanghua? This is the Human Resources Department of the Dewan Group's Binhai branch. You have been accepted as an intern in our finance department. Please come in tomorrow to report. If you have any issues, the time can be adjusted." No problem. I'll be there first thing tomorrow. By the way, could you check if my friend Hu Qinshu, who applied with me, has been accepted?" Wang Shuanghua replied excitedly, not forgetting to ask about her good friend. The person on the other end was clearly taken aback and immediately asked her to hold on while they checked the admission information. In reality, they were calling Lu Juanhong to ask how to handle it. Lu Juanhong quickly confirmed that both had been accepted and told the HR person that Wang Shuanghua was not an ordinary candidate. Everything related to her must be satisfactory, and she must not find out. The HR person immediately understood, knowing which young lady this was, influenced by novels, stepping out to be self-reliant and enjoy a good life. Since the young lady loved to have fun, they had to ensure she had a good time. If she was happy, everyone would have a good life. Just as Wang Shuanghua was in high spirits, Wang Chen also received a phone call. After transferring money to his sister, he was about to take a break when his phone rang again, this time from a very unfamiliar number. "Mr. Wang, hello, I am Lian Fei, the president of Bingshang Bank. I apologize for the intrusion, please forgive me." The other party introduced himself first, adopting a very low profile and speaking with great respect. Wang Chen frowned slightly and said, "So it's President Li. I wonder what you need from me." Lian Fei immediately responded, "You deposited 1.8 billion in our bank today, and first of all, thank you for your trust in us. To better serve you, we would like to invite you to become our highest-end VIP guest, providing you with the most attentive service. I wonder if you have time tomorrow. I would like to invite you to the bank to discuss some service-related matters." Wang Chen hesitated for a moment and said, "Since President Li has said so, I'll drop by tomorrow morning. You just wait for me. Then I will await your esteemed presence, Mr. Wang." "I won't disturb you any further," Lian Fei replied with a smile. Without excessive flattery or pretense, everything was clean and efficient, appearing more professional. Soon it was the next morning. As soon as Wang Chen opened his eyes, a virtual interface jumped out in front of him, and the 9-square grid of red envelopes reappeared. Wang Chen jolted awake and immediately chose to click on the red envelopes. All of them opened at once. "Congratulations, you have received 1,865 yuan. Enjoy your clicks. Congratulations, you have received a Black Rock Reef Clubhouse. Enjoy your clicks. Congratulations, you have received a Charm Increase card. Enjoy your clicks." This time he received tens of thousands of yuan in cash, a Charm Increase card, and a Black Rock Reef Clubhouse. The Charm Increase card appeared in the card section of the virtual interface, while a brown paper bag appeared on the bedside table. Wang Chen first used the Charm Increase card. The card transformed into a stream of light and flew into his forehead, but then there was no reaction at all. He snapped his fingers, and a mirror fell from the ceiling, perfectly suspended in front of him. He looked at himself seriously but didn't feel particularly handsome. Suddenly, Wang Chen felt a heaviness in his mind, and some information about the Charm Increase card appeared in his head. The Charm Increase card was a very unique existence, usually not visible and requiring a certain probability to trigger. Once successfully triggered, it would instantly increase Wang Chen's charm, primarily aimed at the opposite sex, with the strongest effect being love at first sight, followed by mutual affection, and the weakest being a favorable impression. Wang Chen heard the content of the information and indeed, the system's products were all magical existences, this thing was like cheating, except it couldn't be controlled. He picked up the brown paper bag, which contained several pages of documents, with a string of numbers and a name at the end, identifying the current person in charge of the Black Rock Reef Clubhouse. Wang Chen glanced at the old, worn-out computer and decided to buy a phone first, then head to Binhang Bank. After all, he was a major client and wasn't worried about wasting time. He could just make Lian Fei wait. Lian Fei was the president of the Industrial and Commercial Bank and was definitely a prominent figure in Bin City, with a status high enough that many sought his assistance. However, Wang Chen was different from others. He held 1.8 billion in cash. Such a massive cash flow would make even the presidents of the 4 major banks cautious in front of him. Binhang Bank was different from the 4 major banks. It was a city-level commercial bank, one rank lower in the overall hierarchy. As for Lian Fei, Wang Chen knew that withdrawing this amount of money would make everyone at Binhang Bank cry. Moreover, this hole could not be filled in the short term, not to mention the enterprises in Bin City. Even if the entire Huagua was considered, there were very few who could produce this cash flow. As Wang Chen thought, he wandered around outside for a while and then wobbled into Binhang Bank, entering the president's office. What he saw was a smiling Lian Fei, whose face showed no dissatisfaction, as if Wang Chen had arrived right on time. Mr. Wang, so young yet with such substantial wealth, truly impressive and admirable. Lian Fei made a gesture of invitation, giving a moderately sized compliment that made Wang Chen feel quite pleased. Wang Chen smiled in response. President Li is too kind. I'm just lucky, it's really nothing much. He spoke the truth, but in Lian Fei's ears, it sounded like blatant Versailles, and he silently criticized him for not being humble. Lian Fei pressed a button on the desk, and a young woman in a Binhang Bank uniform entered, holding a folder. Wang Chen glanced at the woman out of the corner of his eye. She was tall, not the currently popular skinny type, but rather plump and perfectly proportioned. Mr. Wang, I am your personal financial manager, Yuan Bingyue, here to serve you exclusively. Whatever your needs may be, you can reach out to me directly. My phone is on 24 hours a day, ensuring I am always available. Behind me is the entire financial department, and I promise I won't let you down. Yuan Bingyue's voice was very pleasant, like jade beads falling onto a jade plate. If one were to listen with their eyes closed, it would feel particularly soothing. Wang Chen carefully observed Yuan Bingyue. She exuded a pure, capable aura, her appearance very elegant yet subtly delicate, with her features perfectly arranged. At first glance, she seemed like an ice queen, but upon closer inspection, one could detect a hint of allure, highly tempting to men, a standard seductress. Wang Chen withdrew his gaze, internally exclaiming in disbelief. It was already so competitive, and now they were even using beauty as a tactic. It was simply too enticing. Miss Yuan, there's no need to be so formal. Let's just sit and talk. Also, you don't need to address me with respect, just call me directly. I'm not used to being addressed as you. Wang Chen tried to appear approachable, feeling a bit dizzy with such a beauty in front of him. Yuan Bingyue confidently sat across from Wang Chen, her uniform from Binhang Bank consisting of a knee-length fitted skirt. After sitting down, she naturally crossed her legs, her fair calves resting together, her skin seemingly glowing, dazzling Wang Chen's eyes. Wang Chen, searching for conversation, said, "Your bank's service is indeed impressive. Is it true that everyone has a dedicated financial manager?" Lian Fei immediately replied, "Of course not. According to our bank's regulations, only those with deposits exceeding 10 million can access private banking services. For amounts over 100 million, one can receive senior private services, and for clients like Mr. Wang, with amounts exceeding 1 billion, only the top-tier private services are available. Bingyue is our bank's top financial manager, serving only elite clients like Mr. Wang, and this service is exclusive, so you can rest assured about that." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Bingyue was about to introduce financial projects, but Wang Chen waved his finger, and the next words left both of them stunned. "You don't need to introduce these things. This amount of money is just pocket change to me. Just ensure I have funds available when I spend, and you can manage the rest of the projects on your own." Wang Chen spoke very casually, while Lian Fei and Yuan Bingyue were both internally shocked, exclaiming in their minds. Yuan Bingyue cautiously asked, "I wonder, Mr. Wang, what your spending standards are, so I can have an idea and understand the cash flow cycle." Wang Chen stroked his chin and replied, "I spend very freely. For instance, yesterday I bought 9 outfits for over 1.8 million and transferred 1 million to my sister. As for how I will spend in the future, I'm not quite sure yet. Besides my account at Binhang Bank, I also have some accounts abroad. Large transactions are completed through those accounts, so I think having 100 million in your account should be about right. However, you can rest assured, I will deposit the earnings from my newly acquired properties into your bank account, and the money will definitely increase. After all, I am a Huagua person, and being from the Northeast, it is my duty to contribute some funds to support the development of my hometown. He had at least studied economics, possessing the basic knowledge and intellect to know how to conceal the source of his wealth. Lian Fei's eyes shifted as he recalled some information he had heard from true big shots at the Wealth Summit. He immediately concluded that Wang Chen came from one of those hidden families. Despite Wang Chen's charming words, he was essentially converting his family's wealth into his own. Those who come from truly large families usually do this, as a way to leave themselves a backdoor. In case problems arise in the future, they can make a comeback or comfortably live out the rest of their lives. The wealth that these descendants transfer out of the family is a drop in the bucket for the family, so the family turns a blind eye, pretending not to see. The larger the family, the more assets are transferred out, thus forming new families, creating a chain of interests that further solidifies the main family. As for why they choose Binhang Bank as the institution to handle their financial returns, it's because the target is low profile and not easily noticeable. As for whether Binhang Bank intends to take advantage of him, they truly underestimate the power of such families. When they take action, it's absolutely earth-shattering, and no one can withstand their wrath. Wang Chen was unaware that his few words had led Lian Fei to think so much, resulting in a loyal guardian of his wealth. Yuan Bingyue did not have such broad insights and thought of other aspects. She asked, I wonder, Mr. Wang, what industries you plan to expand into in the future? Besides managing cash for you, will the industries need management? Wang Chen smiled and replied, my current property is building 8 of Yifeng City Garden. The entire building belongs to me and is now fully entrusted to Lan Mengting for management. In the future, all properties I acquire in real estate will be handed over to Lan Mengting, but the income from these properties will be deposited into my account and still managed by you. As Yuan Bingyue smiled and agreed, she noted the name Lan Mengting in her heart. The fact that she could specifically manage real estate matters surely meant she had Wang Chen's trust. After chatting for a while longer, Lian Fei smiled and said, it's almost lunchtime. I wonder if Mr. Wang would honor us by having a meal together. Wang Chen laughed heartily. There's no need for such formality, Director Li. As we do more business together in the future, wouldn't that be too distant? Yuan Bingyue immediately suggested, the dishes at Haishi Reef Club are quite delicious, and the environment is very nice. Why don't we go there? Wang Chen didn't expect Yuan Bingyue to mention Haishi Reef Club, and it was just the right opportunity to check it out. He nodded and said, since it's manager Yuan's recommendation, it must be just right. Let's go there. The few of them went downstairs, and when Yuan Bingyue saw the Pagani Huayra, her eyes instantly lit up, and she unconsciously licked her lips. Wang Chen happened to see this scene and felt that Yuan Bingyue's action of licking her lips was incredibly tempting, stirring something within him. He smiled and asked, what do you think of my car, Manager Yuan? I don't know much about cars. As long as it has 4 wheels and can run, that's fine. But the car must look good, and this one is beautiful. Yuan Bingyue's response was completely unexpected, and Wang Chen felt as if he had been struck. Indeed, women are all about looks, and beauty is everything. Wang Chen slightly apologized, I'm really sorry, this car only has 2 seats, so Director Li should drive himself. Lian Fei was quite perceptive, slapping his forehead in feigning annoyance. Oh dear, look at my brain. I have to go to the city hall shortly, so I can't accompany Mr. Wang for lunch. Let Manager Yuan represent me and go with Mr. Wang. Next time, I'll definitely have a good drink with you. Wang Chen showed regret. I didn't expect such bad luck. Since Director Li has important matters to attend to, I won't insist. I'll treat you next time. Although Yuan Bingyue was a senior financial manager at Binhang Bank and earned a decent income each month, she was still at a middle-class level, with significant differences in many aspects. Sitting in the car, she felt particularly comfortable. Her own vehicle, compared to this one, was simply a utility vehicle. Yuan Bingyue glanced at Wang Chen out of the corner of her eye, feeling that he didn't look handsome at first glance, but the more she looked, the more attractive he became, the more intriguing he seemed. Trigger Charm Increase Card, Trigger Level Affinity. Suddenly, a message flashed in Wang Chen's mind, and a hint of surprise crossed his eyes. There were only the 2 of them in the car, and it was easy to guess who the affinity was for. After all, he had been navigating society for a few years and understood many things. He just used to be a poor guy who didn't even dare to think about it. The saying that men become bad when they have money is because, with money, they dare to do certain things. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called becoming bad, it would be called asking for trouble. Admiring beauty is a man's instinct. Every man has a big pig's hoof in his bones, and often it just depends on whether there is an opportunity to express that nature. Even those who can remain faithful in relationships will still show some reaction when faced with beautiful women. It's just that the final outcome may differ. Wang Chen carefully examined Yuan Bingyue again. She was definitely a top beauty. The thought of such a beauty developing feelings for him was exhilarating. He deliberately initiated a conversation, chatting casually with Yuan bingu, as affinity needs to be nurtured continuously to blossom and bear fruit. By the time they reached the entrance of the Black Rock Reef Club, they were already calling each other by name, taking a solid step forward. Wang Chen and Yuan bingu walked into the Black Rock Reef Club. From the outside, it looked ordinary, but inside it was a different world, extravagantly decorated. The receptionist stood beside them, displaying a professional smile and said, "Welcome to the Black Rock Reef Club. Here, you will enjoy the highest level of service. We have several tiers of private rooms. May I ask what level you two would like?" Each tier has a different theme and style. Upon seeing Yuan bingu in her industrial and commercial bank uniform and being a top beauty, the receptionist immediately understood the situation. Many things were just like that. Those who could approach such a top beauty were definitely not short on money, a guaranteed big fish, and this opportunity must not be missed. The private room had to be top-notch. To the receptionist's surprise, Wang Chen did not choose a private room but pointed to the scattered seating in the hall. "There are only two of us, there's no need to waste a private room. Just arrange a seat for us here." The receptionist thought she must have misheard and confirmed again seriously before leading them to a scattered seat. Wang Chen watched the receptionist turn and leave, smiling as he said, "She didn't earn the private room fee, so she's not happy inside, but she didn't show it too obviously. I'd give her a 3 out of 10. Yuan bingu looked at Wang Chen in confusion, not understanding what he meant, but she didn't ask. Some things didn't need clarification. A waiter came to their table, smiling as he placed the menu in front of Yuan bingu, clearly indicating that she should order. Yuan bingu was a bit puzzled and casually ordered a few reasonably priced dishes before pushing the menu to Wang Chen. Wang Chen waved his hand, saying, "Just these few dishes will do. After all, you're treating, so we shouldn't be too extravagant." The waiter took the menu and left, and Wang Chen remarked that the waiter's discernment was lacking, unable to distinguish between big and small orders, so he could only give her a 2 out of 10. Yuan bingu couldn't help but ask, could it be that Ji-Tai wants to open a club too, so he's looking to see what needs improvement? Wang Chen shook his finger and said, "Opening one myself would be too exhausting. I will never open a company or do business myself. You'll understand later." Upon hearing this, Yuan bingu was even more curious, but she couldn't say anything more, only pouting her lips, which was even more tempting. A few dishes were quickly served. The chef's skills here were indeed impressive. Even though the dishes were ordinary, they were made with great color, aroma, and flavor. The two chatted happily while eating, when a few young people walked in from outside, and the leader looked like trouble. Yuan bingu saw the young man leading the group and couldn't help but show a look of disgust, clearly recognizing him. Wang Chen immediately asked, "Why does bingu look like that? Who is he?" "His name is Lu Qizhi, the heir of Mingyang Logistics." Mingyang Logistics is a large logistics company that has been doing business with our bank for a long time. When I first became a financial advisor, I dealt with their boss, Lu Gai, and got to know Lu Qizhi. Both father and son are not good people. They spend all day trying to take advantage of us financial advisors. One of my sisters was deceived by them. It was clearly their fault, but Lu Gai's wife, Ni Baozhu, came to our bank to cause a scene. You have no idea how shameless that woman is. She even showed everyone a video. In the end, that sister couldn't take it anymore and quit to go back home. The father and son even tried to target me, but after I scolded them, they finally backed off. Later, they replaced me with a male advisor. It was a hassle anyway. Yuan bingu briefly recounted the situation, her tone filled with regret. It's not easy to do anything these days, and being a beautiful woman is even harder. At that moment, Lu Qizhi also spotted Yuan bingu and immediately swaggered over with a few lackeys, looking incredibly arrogant. "Isn't this the beautiful advisor? Why aren't you at the bank? Out here to keep us company? I thought you were so high and mighty, but you're just like this. But your taste is terrible. You found such a useless guy who can't even get into a private room, just sitting here eating this junk. Today, I'll give you a chance to eat something good inside, and afterward, let us brothers have some fun. You won't miss out on the benefits later." He started with vulgar words, and the other patrons at the scattered tables showed their displeasure. However, thinking about his ability to enter the private room, they dared not say anything and could only lower their heads. Wang Chen, seizing the moment before Yuan bingu could explode, coldly looked at Lu Qizhi and said, "You look like a person with no upbringing, barking like a mad dog. You think being able to eat in a private room is something impressive? Such a shallow understanding really makes one worry about your intelligence." One of the lackeys jumped up and shouted, "What do you think you are? How dare you talk to Lu Shao like that? Being able to eat in a private room is certainly impressive. If you have the ability, go eat there too." Wang Chen snorted from his nose, "Whether it's a private room or a scattered seat, it's about the mood. Whether a meal is enjoyable doesn't depend on where you eat, but on who you eat with. Since you think being able to eat in a private room is impressive, then don't you think it's even more impressive that you can't? You are not welcome here, you can leave now. What do you think you are? The owner of the Haishi Reef Club? Not welcome? I can eat here once, enough for you to eat 10 times. Where are the security guards? Hurry and get over here, this guy is ruining my mood. Throw him out of here and see who is not welcome. A woman in a cheapao led a few security guards over, clearly having received a report to handle the situation. The woman smiled and said, "Why is Lu Xiao so angry? The private room is already prepared for you, everything is as usual. With Lu Xiao's status, why bother getting angry with someone sitting at a scattered table? If this gets out, won't it be embarrassing for you? What do you mean by that? Once you enter this door, everyone is a guest here. Who allowed you to rank people? You didn't even ask about the situation and came in saying such things, clearly biased towards him. This is your way of treating guests." Wang Chen coldly looked at the woman. Someone who could come out to resolve issues should at least be a mid-level manager of the club. Her way of handling things was truly disappointing. This woman was the head manager of the club and also the mistress of the club's person in charge, Shui Xiaowei, and had always been very arrogant, rarely considering others. She immediately straightened her face and shouted, "Guests are indeed ranked differently. Now I tell you, our club does not welcome you. Leave here immediately, or I will have security throw you out." Lu Qixi fanned the flames from the side. "Did you hear that? You are the unwelcome one, so hurry up and get lost. A real man doesn't suffer immediate losses. Why don't we leave first and find a chance to regain our dignity later? After all, we have plenty of time." Yuan Bingu looked at the fierce security guard and felt a bit scared, persuading Wang Chen to leave first. Wang Chen smiled slightly and said, "I forgot to mention this place when I talked about my assets before. This place is mine now, and in my territory, how can others act recklessly?" Lu Qixi laughed exaggeratedly. "You really have a big mouth, aren't you afraid of the wind blowing your tongue? How dare you say that Black Rock Reef Club is yours? You should take a look in the mirror and reflect on your own character. With your appearance, you think you can have such a big club? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey?" The woman beside him chimed in, "You might scare others, but it won't work on me. Our club's owner is a big shot in the capital. In front of him, you don't count for anything." Wang Chen was too lazy to argue with them and directly dialed Shui Xiaowei's number, which connected immediately. "Boss, you finally called me. The old gentleman notified me early this morning to give the club to you and told me to wait for your call. I don't know where you are, but I'll come over to meet you right now and report on the club's situation. I will definitely make you satisfied." Shui Xiaowei's attitude was extremely low, almost to the point of being humble. Anyone who could receive a club from the old gentleman was undoubtedly an extraordinary person. It would be as easy as blowing air to deal with him. Wang Chen snorted from his nose, "You really talk better than you sing. I'm currently in the club's lobby, surrounded by an arrogant woman and security. Your management of the club has truly opened my eyes. How about I give the club to you so you can play to your heart's content? Come to the lobby to see me right away." After saying that, he threw the phone on the table. Hearing the busy tone, Shui Xiaowei was so scared that he nearly broke down, rushing out of the office while shouting. Other management personnel, seeing Shui Xiaowei like this, were puzzled and hurriedly followed him. Such a commotion naturally attracted the attention of those in the private room. Wang Yingjia happened to be dining in the top private room and curiously followed to the lobby. Upon seeing Wang Chen sitting in the scattered seats, he was momentarily stunned, then looked around and immediately understood what was happening. He quietly instructed his follower to be a bit more clever, as there was a real big shot here, and it was a good opportunity to make connections. The woman heard the shouting and turned to look in the direction of the sound. Seeing Shui Xiaowei and the management personnel approaching quickly, her heart sank with a very bad premonition. Lu Qixi, being oblivious, thought Shui Xiaowei was coming for him and became even more smug, his tail almost wagging to the sky. "Look at you pretending here. Now that Boss Shui is here, he's a well-known figure in Binchang. Soon he will break your legs and throw you out." After saying that, he walked towards Shui Xiaowei. "For such a small matter, there's no need for Boss Shui to come personally. Just call a few security guards to handle them. I'll tell my dad to come to Boss Shui's place more often in the future, and will definitely not disappoint Boss Shui." Before Lu Qixi could finish his sentence, Shui Xiaowei slapped him hard across the face, causing half of his face to swell immediately. Shui Xiaowei then kicked Lu Qixi in the stomach, sending him sprawling on the ground, groaning. Wang Chen coldly watched Shui Xiaowei, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. This contemptuous expression not only failed to make Shui Xiaoqing angry, but instead made him feel it was only natural. A true young master should be like this. "I have met the boss, everything is my fault for not educating my subordinates properly. Please Please punish me, boss, I have no complaints. Xue Xiaowei bowed to Wang Chen and respectfully said this, startling everyone except Wang Yingjie. I have always been a person who speaks reason. Now let me explain the reasoning to you. Bingyue and I came here not wanting to eat in a private room, so we chose to sit separately to enjoy the scenery. Today, Bingyue is treating me to a meal, and I didn't want her to spend too much, so I ordered a few dishes that are good value for money. You tell me if this is acceptable, if there is any mistake. Wang Chen looked at Xue Xiaowei indifferently, not getting angry, but instead asked this question. Cold sweat broke out on Xue Xiaowei's forehead. When the old man used to get angry, he would also present facts and reason with others. After the reasoning was done, that person would be in big trouble. According to the old man's saying, if one could not hold the reasoning, they would have to pay the price. Xue Xiaowei nodded and bowed. Since the venue is set up separate seating and these dishes are on the menu, what the boss said is completely reasonable. Since you acknowledge this, it means that those sitting separately are also guests of the venue. When guests are dining, if someone comes to disturb them and provokes them, and during the entire provocation process, no one intervenes, then suddenly a woman in charge appears, bringing security to back up the provocateur. This woman even publicly claims that the guests of the venue are divided into ranks, and that the guests in private rooms are nobler than those sitting separately, even wanting to throw the separate guests out. You tell me what kind of business philosophy this is. You run the venue like this and still dare to say you want to satisfy me. Do you think you are too clever, or do you think I am too foolish? By the end of his statement, Wang Chen's voice became extremely stern, causing Xue Xiaowei to tremble, while the woman collapsed to the ground, completely wetting herself. Xue Xiaowei repeatedly pleaded, "It's all my fault for not educating these employees properly. Please give me another chance, boss, I will never let this happen again." Wang Chen had just established his authority, and now it was time to show leniency. After all, the venue still needed Xue Xiaowei to manage it, to become a golden goose. No one is perfect. Who can be without mistakes? The Blackstone Reef venue is doing so well, manager Xue has made significant contributions. He must be too busy, which is why he has been lax in managing his employees. Let's forgive him this time. Yuan Bingyue, with her keen ability to read the room, spoke up at the right moment, providing Wang Chen with a way out. Wang Chen took the opportunity. What Bingyue said makes sense. For your sake, I won't hold this against manager Xue this time. Throw this Lu out for me. From now on, anyone from Mingyang Logistics will not be received by the venue. Fire these security guards, and this woman as well, I don't want to see her again. Do you understand what I mean? Xue Xiaowei nodded in agreement. After all, it was just a woman. As long as he could keep his current position, what kind of woman couldn't he find? Wang Yingjie saw that the matter was settled and felt it was the right moment, so he immediately stepped forward. I really didn't expect young Master Wang to be the owner of the venue. I believe that under young Master Wang's guidance, the venue will definitely thrive, and such problems will not occur again. Mingyang Logistics is so audacious, truly thinking that a logistics company can act with impunity, doing whatever they want. I will notify the group's procurement department to terminate all cooperation with Mingyang Logistics, and also inform our partners that anyone using Mingyang Logistics will have their cooperation qualifications re-evaluated. Wang Yingjie walked out with a few subordinates, while flattering Wang Chen, directly presenting a gift, clearly intending to trample Mingyang Logistics underfoot. Wang Chen smiled and thanked him, then asked in confusion, I don't know who you are, but from now on, we will be good friends. Wang Shiji laughed heartily and said, we are not just good friends, we are also good neighbors. I am the owner of Villa No. 2, and you are the owner of Villa No. 1, so we are definitely close neighbors. As the old saying goes, distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. As neighbors, we should naturally help each other, and in the future, we will be like one family. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Wang Yingjie, the general manager of the Binhai branch of Dewan Group. You can't write the character Wang twice in one stroke, so we are indeed from the same family. His words were very layered, first clarifying his position, indicating that the difference between Villa No. 2 and Villa No. 1 was not that significant. Then he emphasized their neighborly relationship, followed by stating his identity, and finally, by mentioning a surname, he drew the relationship even closer. Compared to Wang Yingjie's eloquence, what shocked everyone more was Wang Chen's identity as the owner of Villa No. 1. Moreover, considering he was also the owner of the Blackstone Reef Club, the combination of these two identities made his background truly terrifying upon reflection. Lu Qizhi, just before being dragged out, happened to hear this conversation and was so scared that he felt his courage shatter, regretting it deeply. As for his few lackeys, they had long shrunk to the back, fearing being recognized. There was no need for Wang Chen and Wang Yingjie to act, even those little brothers around Wang Yingjie could easily bankrupt them in minutes if any one of them wanted to deal with them. There is a saying that birds of a feather flock together. Those who can be little brothers to real big shots are also giants in other places. Xue Xiaowei opened the club's top-tier private room, which had only been used by the old gentleman before, and now naturally belonged to Wang Chen. Yuan Bingyue was a very perceptive person and felt that since she had just met Wang Chen, she should maintain her dignity. Shi Tai, have a good chat with the young masters. I have some matters at the bank, so I'll head back first. Wang Chen nodded and said to Xue Xiaowei, Bingyue is specifically handling my financial returns. In the future, just inform her about the club's income and the usage of funds. You drive Bingyue back to Binhai Commercial Bank. Also, like me, Bingyue has the right to use this private room. Do you understand? Xue Xiaowei immediately nodded in agreement, and Wang Yingjie's eyes lit up, though their focuses were different. Xue Xiaowei was thinking about how to build a good relationship with Yuan Bingyue. After all, she was his superior and had the kind of relationship that could influence the boss. Wang Yingjie was focused on the fact that Yuan Bingyue was specifically managing funds, which here referred to cash, meaning Wang Chen had an extremely large cash flow in other industries. These 2 points were crucial, especially the large cash flow, which meant that when necessary, he could inject capital into any enterprise to ensure its development. Directly injecting 100 million in cash could be equivalent to 1 billion in terms of utility. This kind of direct impact was extremely significant for boosting investor confidence. The key was that the other party had such a large cash flow, and one could only imagine the assets at home. It was essential to build a good relationship with him, as it would undoubtedly bring great benefits. While everyone was drinking and chatting, Wang Chen received a text from his sister, saying she had already started her internship at Dewan Group. Wang Chen immediately replied, encouraging his sister to work hard, and casually asked if she had a place to stay so he could make arrangements. His sister said she could stay in the dormitory for now, and it would be fine to find a place after the internship period, to avoid losing out if she didn't pass. Wang Chen casually responded a few times, put down his phone, and looked at Wang Yingjie, saying, I just received a message from my sister, she's going to intern at your company. There's no need for special treatment, everything can be the same as for others. He was very clear in his heart that with Wang Yingjie's connections, once he knew he was the owner of Villano 1, he would definitely have investigated his background thoroughly. His sister's ability to enter the Dewan Group must have benefited from Wang Yingjie, otherwise, with so many applicants, how could it have fallen to his sister? Wang Chen was not a naive newcomer to society, he knew how many tricks were involved in such recruitment. There was no fairness in this world. Wang Yingjie immediately expressed that there would definitely be no problem, as it has always been said that a tiger father has no dog sons, and a tiger brother certainly has no dog sister. Everyone was chatting happily when Wang Yingjie suddenly received a phone call, stood up to talk outside, and returned with a smile. I have a cousin's daughter who has opened a company in our Binhai city and wants me to go over to discuss some matters. Tai Xiao, are you interested in meeting her? Wang Chen smiled and replied, if Jie Xiao thinks it's a good idea, then I have no problem at all. With the 2 main characters making a decision, the rest naturally dispersed. These people wanted to inform their families about this matter as soon as possible, letting them know that a true dragon had emerged in Binhai City, hoping to reap some benefits. Wang Yingjie's eyes lit up when he saw the Pagani Wind Sun and said, I heard someone say yesterday that there's a Wind Sun in Binhai City. I was wondering who had such great means to acquire this car. I wanted to buy this car back then, but my identity wasn't enough, and even offering more money didn't work. Thinking about it really makes me frustrated. Wang Chen casually smiled and said, I think it's not that difficult, it's just a matter of placing an order. Upon hearing this, Wang Yingjie internally mocked Wang Chen for not being a proper son, jokingly teasing him a couple of times before they each got into their cars and set off. They arrived at the Feiyue building, a new technology building where all the tech companies in Binhai City had settled. Wang Yingjie smiled and said, my cousin's name is Sikom Ruyan, not only does she have a nice name, but she's also a great beauty. It's just a pity that she's a strong woman, not my type. Wang Chen chuckled and replied, what type is not a type? It all depends on whether you want to eat it or not. As long as you want to eat, there's no dish you can't taste. The 2 found common ground in this regard and quickly arrived at their target floor. Under Wang Yingjie's lead, they directly entered the office, where a stunning young woman left Wang Chen in awe. He saw a young girl in an OL suit, frowning as she leaned back in a large executive chair. Her beauty was enough to astonish anyone, her willow leaf eyebrows, red lips, and white teeth, with 3-dimensional features that exuded a sense of heroism without any hint of aggression. Her skin was as smooth as congealed fat, with light makeup on her face, and her temperament was particularly elegant, resembling a fairy depicted in a book. One could hardly imagine a celestial being descending to Earth could be any more exquisite. The girl heard the footsteps and slowly opened her eyes, which were particularly bright, but there was a hint of sorrow in her gaze that made one's heart ache. Yuan Bingu was already a top beauty, but compared to this girl, she still seemed slightly lacking. It was a kind of inadequacy that was hard to articulate, just a feeling that something was missing. Wang Yingjie smiled and introduced, "This is Miss Sikong Ruyan, the future richest woman in Huagua. This is my neighbor, Wang Chen, the owner of Villano, one in Haixing. We had dinner together at the Haishi Reef Club before receiving your call, so I brought him over. Since we are all young people, it's good to get to know each other." Sikong Ruyan elegantly nodded and said, "I've met Tai Xiao. Since you are Jia Ji's good friend, you are naturally my friend as well. Please make yourself at home." Wang Chen smiled in response, "Miss Sikong, you are too polite. It's my honor to become friends with you. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. There's no need to be courteous with me." Sikong Ruyan exchanged a few pleasantries before getting to the point. "Jiga knows that I came to Binhai this time because I'm interested in the environment here and hope to acquire a few electronics factories, then merge these electronics factories to form a semiconductor group, and take advantage of favorable policies to build a massive chip manufacturing empire." Her words were actually directed at Wang Chen, being brought here by Wang Yingjie and being the owner of Villano, one of the Sea Star. His identity and background were certainly not simple. Perhaps he could help with certain matters, so it was beneficial for him to know the situation. After all, Wang Chen had studied economics and had at least some basic understanding, and during the time he was exploited by his superiors, he had come into contact with a lot of information. He stroked his chin and said, "Miss Ru Yan indeed has great ambitions, and you have seized your opportunities well, but have you considered the substantive issues? That is, how will you produce the chips? China is significantly lacking in this area. We simply do not have advanced lithography machines and cannot manufacture high-precision chips." Sikong Ruyan immediately replied, "Tiesha's concerns are valid. I am already negotiating with foreign parties to purchase a slightly inferior lithography machine, which will allow us to produce mid to low-end chips. These chips can be used in electric vehicles and other fields, and the profits from these areas can ensure our profitability. With money, we can conduct research and development. As far as I know, our country has already made certain achievements in carbon-based chips. If we focus on this area, we could create miracles. Even if we do not achieve results in this area, following the previous business model, we can still obtain substantial profits. It will definitely not disappoint." After she finished speaking, she noticed that Wang Chen had fallen into deep thought, seemingly not listening to her, and a flash of anger crossed her eyes. In reality, it was not like that. While Sikong Ruyan was speaking, a system prompt suddenly rang in Wang Chen's ears. "System detected a defect, automatically performing patch upgrade. Upgrade time is 1 minute. System upgrade complete. Added random red envelope distribution mechanism. Red envelope grade, quantity, and distribution time are all random. Please be attentive to receive at any time." Wang Chen did not expect that after the system upgrade, a random red envelope distribution had been added. It made sense. With 9 red envelopes distributed each day, it would take ages to distribute 1 trillion red envelopes. Just as he was thinking about this, the red envelope interface suddenly popped up, 3 red envelopes flashing continuously, and he immediately chose to open them. "Congratulations, you have received 1,563 yuan in cash. Enjoy your click. Congratulations, you have obtained the Binda Electronics Factory. Enjoy your click. Congratulations, you have received a box of Xianmai chewing gum. Enjoy your click." The information about the Binda Electronics Factory appeared in Wang Chen's mind. This factory was the largest electronics factory in Binhai City, and its operating conditions had not been good in recent years, so the owner chose to sell it outright. After digesting all the information, he noticed that there was no more sound around him, and he quickly looked up to see Sikong Ruyan's eyes blazing with anger. Wang Chen smiled and said, "Miss Ruyan, please don't be angry. I listened to your words and found them very reasonable, so I was thinking about some issues. Coincidentally, just a couple of days ago, I was idle and thought I should have some industry, so I casually bought the Binda Electronics Factory. After buying it, I was troubled. Managing a factory is really a tall order for me, and I was just pondering where to find a professional manager. Since Miss Ruyan is so ambitious, why don't we cooperate? I can invest in the Binda Electronics Factory and establish a joint group company with you. You can be the executive president of the company, and all company matters will be handled by you. As for how much equity I hold, you can decide." He said this very casually, but Wang Yingjie and Sikong Ruyan were left dumbfounded. They had never seen someone like this in their lives, utterly astonished. Sikong Ruyan swallowed hard and said, I asked Diego to come today to discuss the purchase of the electronics factory with him and see if he has any connections. Previously, I considered buying Binda Electronics, but the other party quoted 300 million and refused to accept loans, insisting on full payment within a short period, which made me hesitate. The remaining electronic factories also had prices around 100 million, and after purchasing the factory, we would still need to buy equipment and go through a series of debugging, all of which required money, leaving me quite strapped. That's why I thought of playing the friendship card, but unexpectedly, Brother Jia brought me a surprise, while Tai Xiao gave me a scare, leaving me a bit flustered. Wang Chen chuckled and said, "It's just an electronic factory, what's the big deal? I'm just afraid Ru Yan won't like it, otherwise, I'd give it to you. From now on, don't call me Tai Xiao, that feels too distant. Just call me Ji Tai, that sounds more like friends. Ru Yan wouldn't not consider me a friend, right? If it were someone else pushing their luck like this, Si Kong Ru Yan would have slapped them long ago." However, hearing Wang Chen say this, she felt a bit annoyed but also sensed something different. A man's charm is determined by many factors, and among these, being handsome is actually the least important. Si Kong Ru Yan smiled and called out Ji Tai, and they continued to chat happily. Wang Yingjie, sensing the mood, quickly left to avoid being a third wheel and went back to the company to see that little ant. On the way, Wang Yingjie informed Lu Juanhong to cancel all afternoon arrangements and also set up an opportunity for him to meet Wang Shuanghua. Like father, like son, a mouse's son can dig a hole. These true heirs of wealthy families are quite sharp, after all, genetic traits are there, and they can't be that foolish. The brainless behavior of those rich kids usually means they don't take the other party seriously, who would bother with ants. Just step on them and be done. When they truly need to think, at the very least, they must have 8 eyes open, their minds spinning like a supercomputer, considering all aspects thoroughly. Lu Juanhong informed the finance department manager, Su Yihua, to keep track of the timing and send Wang Shuanghua out to deliver documents, even planning the route. Su Yihua, having reached this position, certainly didn't get there by chance. Remembering how the HR department had used Wang Shuanghua and Hu Qinxue to replace 2 connections, it became clear what was happening. He checked the time and approached Wang Shuanghua with the friendliest smile. "Little Wang, you've been working for a while and must be tired. Please take this document to the marketing department, there's no need to rush. Just come back before the end of the day." Including Wang Shuanghua, everyone was dumbfounded. There were still 3 hours until the end of the workday, clearly indicating she was being given time to slack off. Wang Shuanghua replied earnestly, "Manager, don't worry, I'll go and come back quickly. When I worked before, I was quite fast on my feet." Saying this, she picked up the document and left like a gust of wind. Su Yihua watched her back and thought this was the essence of a strong woman. She was indeed impressive. He then turned his attention to Hu Qinxue, also smiling broadly, saying, "You two just started your internship and are still unfamiliar with many things. Don't rush, take your time. If you encounter anything you don't understand in the future, feel free to come and ask me. I love teaching newcomers." Hu Qinxue hurriedly exchanged a few polite words while wondering what the manager was up to. Could it be that he was interested in their looks? That shouldn't be the case. Just as she was lost in thought, Wang Shuanghua unexpectedly bumped into the prepared Wang Yingjie. Wang Yingjie was definitely a master in this regard. The angle of the collision was just right, and then he moved like lightning, wrapping his arm around Wang Shuanghua's waist. The state they were in now was absolutely like a scene from an idol drama, the perfect encounter between a domineering CEO and a Cinderella. It is indeed strange that Wang Yingjie, who has seen countless women, was genuinely attracted to the pure Wang Shuanghua in this familiar setting. As for Wang Shuanghua, this little white flower, she had never even watched many romance dramas, let alone been in a relationship. When she encountered such a sunny and domineering CEO, she was completely at a loss. Wang Yingjie, being very gentlemanly, straightened Wang Shuanghua up and said apologetically, "I'm really sorry, I was thinking about some things and didn't see you. Which department are you from?" Wang Shuanghua immediately lowered her head and said, "I'm a new intern in the finance department, I'm really sorry, please forgive me." Wang Yingjie smiled and responded a couple of times, not wanting to linger too much. After all, it was just a chance encounter, and he couldn't overdo it. Wang Shuanghua watched Wang Yingjie's back, her face as red as an apple, and it took her a while to regain her composure before heading to the marketing department. At the same time, Wang Chen was chatting happily with Sikong Ruyan, but unfortunately, his luck wasn't great, and he didn't trigger the charm increase card. He checked the time and smiled, saying, "Ruyan must have some things to attend to, so I won't disturb you. Let's go to Binda Electronics together tomorrow morning. I'll come to pick you up. I don't know where you live." Sikong Ruyan smiled and said, "I live at Villano. For Phoenix Mountain, you can just come to the company to pick me up." Wang Chen agreed with a smile, showing no signs of reluctance, and left gracefully, earning quite a few impression points. He initially thought about picking up his sister after work, but remembering that she mentioned having a good friend, and since his car could only fit one person, he dismissed the idea. Wang Chen felt it was still early to go back, so he decided to drive around aimlessly. He soon arrived at Binhai Road, and not long after, he was stopped by someone. A person in a yellow vest, smiling broadly, said, "I'm really sorry, our film crew is shooting here, and we've temporarily closed the road. Could you please take another route?" Upon hearing that they were filming, Wang Chen became interested. He had also done some extra work as a temporary actor while in school. However, back then, the crew members were not this polite. They shouted and acted as if they were the kings of the world. As for the stars, they were even more arrogant, often surrounded by 7 or 8 bodyguards, each one looking like a fierce dog. Wang Chen smiled and said, "Since I'm just idling around, how about I watch?" The person in the yellow vest glanced at his sports car and immediately said it was no problem, then went to inform the director that a wealthy young man was watching the shoot. The director said it was unnecessary to pay attention to him. Everyone should just continue filming, but they must drive away the onlookers to avoid affecting the shoot. Just as Wang Chen was enjoying the view, he suddenly heard the sound of high heels clicking on the ground. He turned to look in the direction of the sound and saw a particularly beautiful girl. This girl gave off a very quiet vibe, with shiny black long hair that somewhat obscured her doll-like face, and a pair of beautiful eyes that resembled a clear spring. The girl smiled and said, "My name is Shangguan Yanxue, and I'm an actress in the crew. I have a scene coming up where I need to drive a sports car down from the mountain, but the rented sports car hasn't arrived. I wonder if you could help me out." Wang Chen smiled slightly and said, "I thought it was something serious, but it's just a small favor. Of course, it's no problem. Besides, beautiful cars and beautiful women complement each other." Back in college, he had foolishly tried to pursue the class flower, knowing she liked literature, and he squeezed out some time to read many romantic literary works. It turned out that compared to literature, the class flower preferred money, spending her days mingling with several rich second-generation heirs, and she had been to the hospital several times to terminate pregnancies. Along with those little lives, Wang Chen's naive crush was also extinguished, but he remembered all those romantic literary works. Trigger charm increase card, initiate level of affection. Wang Chen heard the prompt sound and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, followed by a moment of realization. It was just how things were with actresses. Seeing a wealthy young heir, it was completely understandable for her to develop a fondness. He casually opened the passenger door, making an elegant gesture for Shangguan Yanxue to get in. She sat down with her legs crossed, appearing quite reserved. Wang Chen drove the car to the designated spot and then slowly got out. The male lead, Sun Xingying, stood up immediately upon seeing the car emblem. "Where did the props team get this car? This is a Pagani Huayra, and it's a global limited edition. There are only a few of them. It's incredible." Sun Xingying was not only a seasoned actor but also an amateur racer, with a passion for supercars, and he knew them inside out. His assistant quickly replied, "This car wasn't rented by the props team, it's the ride of a young master who came to watch." The female lead, Li Yuan, sitting next to Sun Xingying, immediately brightened at this statement. Anyone who could get their hands on a limited edition supercar was definitely not an ordinary person. Such cars couldn't just be bought with money, they required a very high status. Not everyone who drove supercars was from a wealthy family, but those who drove limited edition supercars were certainly from the upper echelons of wealth. As a popular movie star, Li Yuan had always dreamed of marrying into a wealthy family, but unfortunately, the previous few second-generation heirs had only played around with her and had no intention of marrying her. She had always been unwilling to accept this, believing that with her looks, she could definitely climb up to a wealthy heir, and she couldn't let any opportunity slip by. The scene was actually very simple: just drive the car to the designated spot, then have Shangguan Yanxue get out, and the car would drive away. However, Li Yuan had other ideas and immediately approached the director to request an extended scene. She wanted to sit in the luxury car and also have a part where the car swayed. The director, being a seasoned fox, naturally understood Li Yuan's intentions. He thought she looked quite good and decided to send her to the wealthy young master. The young master would surely not refuse. Perhaps he could even build a connection and find an investor for the next film. Why not? Wang Chen unexpectedly discovered that after helping with this task, he could pass through the blocked road and continue forward. However, just as Shangguan Yanxue got out of the car, she asked him to wait a moment while she got him a small souvenir to express her gratitude. Wang Chen would never admit that he was waiting because Shangguan Yanxue was beautiful, he simply wanted a small souvenir. Shangguan Yanxue quickly returned, holding a small keychain, one side featuring the name of the production team and the other her still from the film. She smiled gently and said, I have a supporting role in this film, so I have a small souvenir to thank my fans. I hope you won't think it's too little. Wang Chen took the keychain, spun it around on his finger, and said, a girl as quiet and elegant as you is quite rare. I believe as long as you can maintain this, you will definitely become a breath of fresh air in this industry. Even if you don't become a huge star, you will surely gain everyone's recognition. Thank you for your kind words, young master. I hope so too. My whole family is involved in traditional opera, and I have been trained in this since I was young. The first time I stepped on stage, I fell in love with that feeling. Unfortunately, fewer and fewer people are watching opera, and the audience is often empty. I don't want to sing to the air like my predecessors, so I applied to a film academy, hoping to become a good actress and bring great works to everyone. Shangguan Yanxue exuded an air of elegance, having come from a family of opera performers and receiving training from a young age, which naturally set her apart in terms of temperament. The two were happily chatting when the director approached with Li Yuan, who was exaggeratedly twisting her waist as if trying to break her hips. Thank you so much, young master, for your strong support, otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to shoot that scene just now. May I ask your surname? The director spoke quite politely, completely devoid of the arrogance often displayed in front of actors. Investors were like fathers. If they could provide funding, one could even kneel and bow. Wang Chen waved his hand and said, you don't need to be so polite, it's just a matter of stepping on the gas, nothing serious. Seeing that Wang Chen was easy to talk to, the director immediately felt he was a true young master. Only those from genuine wealthy families would consistently hold themselves to such etiquette. Speaking of which, I have a small request. We have a scene coming up where our female lead, Li Yuan, gets into that sports car we just saw. To provoke the male lead, she decides to have an intense encounter with a wealthy young man driving the sports car, so she wants to borrow your car, and we'd like you to make a cameo as well. As soon as the director finished speaking, Li Yuan immediately leaned in, flashing a charming smile and throwing flirtatious glances, even playfully lifting her skirt to reveal a hint of her legs. Rest assured, young master, I'm a professional in this area and will definitely perform well. If you're worried about not acting well, we can rehearse a few times first, and we can shoot when you feel ready. Li Yuan's words were already quite explicit, almost suggesting that Wang Chen could turn the act into reality. Wang Chen frowned and said, please have some self-respect. Regardless of whether you are a star or an actress, at the very least, you are a woman and should have a woman's dignity. And you, director, should know what is appropriate and what is not. Your current behavior is very disappointing to me. I really don't understand your criteria for casting. Someone as good as Miss Shangguan can only be a supporting role, while those who lack self-respect can become the leads. No matter what rules you have, don't put them on display. It makes me feel disgusted, and I really don't want to see you. After saying this, he exchanged a word with Shangguan Yanxue, got into the car, and drove off, leaving the director and Li Yuan in a cloud of exhaust. Watching from the side, Sun Qingying shook her head and said, I really don't know what the director is thinking. That person can drive a globally limited edition sports car. Their status is absolutely solid. If they want women, they could line them up from Binhai Road to Haixing Square, and to think they would look at someone like this is simply a huge joke. If they were to choose, it would be a pure girl like Shangguan Yanxue, but after a few years in this environment, Yanxue would just become someone they disdain. Sun Qingying was a veteran in the industry, a true old-timer, so she spoke boldly without fear of being blacklisted or ostracized. Shangguan Yanxue didn't dare to act like that. She could only stand quietly with her head down, recalling the scene in the car earlier, a slight smile unconsciously appearing at the corners of her mouth. Li Yuan happened to catch this expression and was infuriated, deciding to go back and think carefully about how to deal with Shangguan Yanxue, to make her understand the reality of the situation. Wang Chen was still unaware that his words would bring disaster to Shangguan Yanxue, while also bringing good fortune to himself. He returned home gracefully, pressed a few buttons on the main control screen, and the kitchen's automatic cooking equipment quickly prepared several small dishes, which tasted quite good. Wang Chen took a deep breath and called his mother, telling her he had resigned and was going into business with a few friends, promising that he would earn money in a while. His mother was silent for a moment before telling him to do what he wanted. If it didn't work out, he could always return home, and the family could live off the old house, which would at least provide enough to eat. Wang Chen's voice choked a bit as he comforted his mother for a few moments when a call came in. Seeing the incoming call, he took the opportunity to hang up, knowing that if he continued talking, he would end up making his mother cry. The caller was his good brother Ian Renfom, who had once slept in the upper bunk. They could be considered brothers in hardship, the two poorest in the entire class. Their bond was deep, a friendship forged through hard work, much stronger than mere school camaraderie, which had long since soured. What has TZ been up to lately? Has his salary gone up? If things are really not going well, he might as well quit. What's the point of doing something that doesn't even pay for a meal? In Runphone always started with this line, as if he were doing exceptionally well, but in reality, he was just another corporate slave, sleeping later than a dog and waking up earlier than a rooster. Wang Chen chuckled and said, "You hit the nail on the head. I really am quitting. I remember you said last time that you wanted to open a couple's shop. How much are you still short? You don't need to be polite with me. I'll send you 100,000. I'm not joking, I have money now, and you don't need to worry about where it came from, it's definitely clean. We don't need to write any IOUs between us. If I don't trust you, it's not just about your face, it's also about my godson. Enough of this chit-chat, you called me for a reason. A class reunion? How could they think to invite us? After graduation, I deleted all their contacts, and you're the only one I kept. Alright, I get it. I'll definitely go tomorrow night. Hurry up and give me your account number, stop with the nonsense." He casually tossed the phone aside. Now that he was doing well, he couldn't forget his buddies. He had planned to reach out to him in a few days, but today was just right. In Runphone was luckier than him. He met a factory girl named Wu Xiuying while working. Her name and looks were quite ordinary, but she was a nice person. When they lived close by, Wang Chen often went to their house for meals, but after they had a son, life became tighter, and he stopped visiting. In Runphone quickly sent over his account number, jokingly teasing that if Wang Chen really sent 100,000, then his son would be his real son. Wang Chen casually transferred 500,000, and In Runfeng's phone rang almost immediately, his voice urgent as he asked, "What on earth have you done? How do you have so much money? Is something big going on? Whatever it is, I'll bear it with you. You're just overthinking. Didn't I already tell you? My buddy is doing well now. Even if you didn't reach out today, I would have contacted you in a couple of days. Just use the money freely and manage your shop well. Once you get the hang of it, I'll help you open a big restaurant. We were poor when we were in school, always laughed at by others. When our sons are around, it can't be like that anymore. Let's drink and chat tomorrow." Wang Chen knew In Runphone would call, so he said a couple of reassuring words, telling him to relax and use the money as he saw fit. He swayed his way to the rooftop, which had a huge glass curtain wall and a high-powered astronomical telescope to gaze at the beautiful night sky. Lying on a luxurious hammock, listening to soft music and watching the stars, Wang Chen couldn't help but sigh. People always say that poverty limits a person's imagination, but they never mention that wealth can also limit a person's imagination of poverty. That's why there are so many ignorant intellectuals who propose seemingly foolish suggestions, because in their minds, if you can't afford food, why not just eat meat? Wang Chen was jolted awake by a notification sound, and a red envelope interface appeared before him. Without hesitation, he chose to open it. You have received 523 yuan in cash. Enjoy your click. You have received a Vacheron Constantine and a Caritas watch. Enjoy your click. A large flat in the city center garden. Enjoy your click. This time, he received over 100,000 in cash, along with a nice watch and a large apartment. Wang Chen sorted through the information in his mind and, upon seeing the price of the watch, sat up in shock. He had never even dreamed that a watch could be worth over 30 million, enough to buy 2 Pagani Huayras. No wonder people say that luxury watches are a man's indulgence. Every successful man should have a good watch. As for that large flat worth over 3 million, in front of this watch, it didn't even count as a younger brother, it was hardly worth mentioning. Wang Chen glanced around and saw a red booklet with a rectangular box on top of it. He casually opened the box, revealing a pure white dial with a diameter of 50 millimeters, gold inlaid with jade hands, and numbers formed from pure natural oval diamond particles. The case and the strap were made of pure gold, and the watch face, polished from crystal, reflected a rainbow of colors in the morning light. However, when looking at the dial, there was not a hint of dazzling light. One had to admit that the craftsmanship had reached an extraordinary level. According to the manual, every Vacheron Constantine and Caritas watch was equipped with a built-in microsatellite tracker, making the possibility of loss absolutely non-existent. Wang Chen casually set the watch aside and picked up the red booklet, which was the property certificate for a flat, located precisely near the Dewan Group according to the marked geographical position. He revealed a knowing smile. The system was truly efficient, arranging everything perfectly, just right for this apartment to serve as a dormitory for his younger sister. Wang Chen tapped his temple, feeling that the Pagani Huayra was fine for showing off, but when it came to actually transporting people, it ultimately fell short. The randomness of opening a red envelope was too great. He didn't know when he could get a suitable new car, so it seemed he would have to buy one, as money was not an issue. Wang Chen made up his mind and lingered in bed for a while longer. Indeed, wealth was the root of decadence. If it were in the past, he would have already gotten up and been busy. He changed into formal attire and drove to the bottom of the technology building, having already contacted Sikong Ruyan on the way, who was waiting for him at the entrance. Sikong Ruyan was like a beautiful landscape, captivating the passers-by, while a few wealthy young men in the building, who considered themselves capable, pondered how to showcase themselves. Then they saw a Pagani Huayra parked in front of Sikong Ruyan, who without any hesitation, elegantly got in. These wealthy young men immediately deflated. They knew very well that someone who could drive such a supercar was not someone they could provoke. Sikong Ruyan smiled and said, "I've wanted to buy a supercar for a long time, but the conditions have never allowed it, so I could only use a BMW for now." Wang Chen smiled slightly and said, "I heard from young Master Jia that you came from the Magic City and that your family is well connected with theirs. Even if you can't get a limited edition sports car, buying a regular supercar shouldn't be a big problem. Is there some hidden reason behind it?" Sikong Ruyan hesitated for a moment and slowly revealed her situation. After a brief pause, she decided to speak the truth. It was better to clarify some things in advance than to face awkwardness later. "Actually, I take my mother's surname. My father is the head of one of the 3 major families in the Magic City, Du Tingxian of the Du family. You must have guessed it, I am my father's illegitimate daughter. My father's wife passed away, and they were deeply in love, which left him heartbroken. My mother happened to be my father's secretary and naturally became a source of comfort. There were at least a box of such comforters at that time, and my mother was the most outstanding among them, winning my father's favor, resulting in me being born. My mother initially thought she could give birth to a son to solidify her position in my father's heart, perhaps even becoming his second wife, the noble Mrs. Du. But her pregnancy was disappointing, and she gave birth to a girl like me, shattering Mrs. Du's beautiful dreams. She could only remain Secretary Sikong for the rest of her life." She paused here, and Wang Chen immediately guessed that her childhood must not have been happy. With a mother who felt unfulfilled, how could she possibly be happy? "My father is somewhat loyal. Although he couldn't give my mother a proper title, he has always taken good care of us, allowing my mother to transition from a secretary to a manager. My parents can't be said to like me, but they aren't exactly bad either. When I was younger, they would take me to the amusement park, but it was the kind where they rented out the whole place. Since I started college, my dad has been pushing me to go on blind dates. In his eyes, a girl like me exists solely for marriage alliances. I refuse to accept this and have been working hard, hoping to achieve something and earn my father's approval, but unfortunately, I haven't succeeded. My dad wants me to marry the young master of the Jang family, who is a typical spoiled rich kid and doesn't have a proper job. He has at least a few boxes of illicit drugs outside. My older brother, not wanting to see me pushed into a fire pit, argued with my dad and eventually secured a chance for me to make a bet. I came to Northeast China to set up a factory, aiming to achieve results within 3 years, so I can take control of my own destiny." Sikong Ruyan bit her lip, her beautiful eyes misty with tears, a mix of stubbornness and softness that made one feel heartache. Wang Chen looked at Sikong Ruyan sincerely and said earnestly, "A girl like you shouldn't live in a hard shell. In the end, you'll only hurt yourself. If you're willing, let me protect you. No matter who it is, they shouldn't make you do things you don't love. Anyone who dares to force you will pay an unbearable price. Don't talk to me about the 3 great families of the Magic City. No matter how powerful they are, I don't care. I'm different from others. No one can intimidate me." He wasn't boasting. The trillion-dollar red envelope system was his confidence. No matter how formidable the 3 great families of the Magic City are, can they outdo the system, Dad? As someone with a system, standing at the peak of life and stepping on everyone else is the bare minimum. If he can't do that, he might as well die in despair. Triggering the charm enhancement card, triggering the level of mutual affection. Every girl who falls in love deserves to be cherished, and you mustn't let her down. The prompt sounded like celestial music in Wang Chen's ears. At this level, many things could basically be settled. As for the speed of development that followed, it depended on the girl's personality. After all, some are bold, while others are reserved, and it can't be generalized. Sikong Ruyan stared blankly at Wang Chen, feeling his infinite charm, especially the sincerity in his eyes, which made her feel at ease. She no longer resembled a strong woman. Her pretty face turned crimson, and she unconsciously lowered her head, replying in a voice as soft as a whisper. "I'm not anyone to you, why should you protect me? Besides, it shouldn't be so direct, we need to develop slowly." Wang Chen barely caught this sentence, his heart filled with joy, and he forced himself to maintain his composure, appearing unfazed. "Who I am to you isn't important. What matters is that I've decided to protect you, and that's enough. We have plenty of time." After all, he had studied romantic literature and knew what kind of approach to use with which type of girl. A strong woman like Sikong Ruyan craved to be conquered by someone stronger, wanting to be a devoted admirer, but in the end, she would have nothing. Wang Chen's domineering demeanor was absolutely appropriate. Although Sikong Ruyan pretended to be unhappy, she actually found it quite pleasing. They arrived at Binda Electronics, where the factory director, Pan Xianzhong, who had received advance notice, was already waiting for them at the entrance with the management team. Upon seeing a luxury car suddenly stop in front of him, Pan Xianzhong immediately knew the main person had arrived and hurriedly stepped forward, putting on a respectful demeanor. He smiled broadly and said, "Welcome, boss. I didn't expect the boss to be so young, truly impressive. And the lady is stunningly beautiful, a perfect match for the boss." Wang Chen was very satisfied with Pan Xianzhong's words, and Sikong Ruyan blushed slightly but didn't argue, accepting it as a fact. Wang Chen smiled and said, "Director Pan doesn't need to be so polite. In the future, the factory's matters will still rely on your hard work." Upon hearing this, Pan Xianzhong felt a weight lift from his heart and hurriedly nodded and bowed to express his loyalty, then welcomed them into the conference room. Wang Chen glanced at everyone and said, "I'm here this year to inform you that I've decided to merge the electronics factory into my girlfriend Sikong Ruyan's technology group. I won't be involved in any management, everything will be handled by Sikong Ruyan. Don't think that just because she's a woman, you can act recklessly. Any consequences that arise will be borne by you. Just so you know, Shui Xiaowei is my subordinate. If you don't know what he's capable of, you can inquire." He had heard from Wang Yingjie that Shui Xiaowei was well connected and many people respected him, which is why he brought it up. Pan Xianzhong immediately stated, "Boss, you can rest assured. From now on, we will definitely follow Madam's orders. If anyone dares to disobey, there's no need for the boss to take action, I'll take care of them myself." He had heard from the previous boss that Wang Chen paid all the money in one go, and his strength was absolutely unfathomable, something that even the well-known large enterprises in the country couldn't achieve. From the current situation, it seemed that Wang Chen was doing this to please his girlfriend, to win a smile from her, and such lavish spending was beyond what they could provoke. Wang Chen smiled and nodded, casually saying, "Next, Sikong Ruyan will explain what needs to be done. I won't meddle. Just remember, I'm here." As he spoke, he did something that moved Sikong Ruyan immensely. Wang Chen placed the sports car keys in Sikong Ruyan's hand, then leaned close to her ear and whispered in a voice only they could hear, "From now on, with me by your side, I will never let you suffer again. Whatever you like, I will get for you. You are the unique treasure in my heart, an irreplaceable existence. I have enough time and patience to wait for you." His breath brushed against Sikong Ruyan's earlobe, sending tingles through her, as if a little deer was thumping wildly in her heart. Sikong Ruyan gently nodded. Often, silence speaks louder than words, and everything was understood without saying. Wang Chen called a ride-hailing car and went to the largest car dealership street in Binhai City, where each forest shop was more luxurious than the last. He had the car stop at the street corner and walked in casually, dressed in formal attire, with a high-end brand that didn't display a logo, looking like an insurance salesman. Wang Chen entered a forest shop, but the people inside completely ignored him, treating him as if he were invisible. He couldn't help but frown and turn to leave, hearing the salespeople's mocking voices as he exited. Wang Chen walked into several more shops, and the situation was basically the same, filling him with confusion about where these people's sense of superiority came from. He decided to try one more shop. If no one acknowledged him again, he would go back and wait for the red envelope, not believing he couldn't get a response. Wang Chen entered a Rolls-Royce 4S shop, and the situation was similar to before, but the people here were even worse, actually pointing and whispering about him. Just as he was about to leave, a voice called out from behind, "Excuse me, sir, are you looking to buy a car?" Wang Chen stopped in his tracks and turned to see a girl standing there, her face full of youthful vitality and collagen. The girl had big eyes, and when she smiled, it was like a crescent moon, making her look particularly pleasant. Yang Mengting saw Wang Chen's expression and asked again, "Excuse me, sir, are you looking to buy a car?" Wang Chen replied indifferently, "If I'm not buying a car here, am I supposed to be buying vegetables?" Upon hearing this, Yang Mengting immediately brightened and said, "I don't know your surname, sir. What kind of car are you looking to buy?" "I am the intern sales assistant here, Yang Mengting, and I am sincerely at your service. I hope my service can make you feel at home, sir." Wang Chen smiled and said, "So you're an intern. No wonder no one else attended to me, only you came over to talk. Aren't you afraid I can't afford it and will waste your time?" Yang Mengting immediately replied, "Not being able to afford it doesn't mean I can't look. I can't afford those high-end cosmetics or expensive designer clothes either. But I'm willing to look through the display window, set a goal for myself, and work hard for that goal. Who knows, one day my efforts might pay off." She spoke very sincerely, and it felt full of vitality, like a little sun, warming the heart. "Yang Mengting, how have I taught you before? Cars like these in our store are not something everyone can afford. Don't waste time on unrelated people, it makes us seem lacking in taste. Just as Wang Chen was about to speak, a sharp and sarcastic voice came from the side, belonging to a haughty woman. Yang Mengting clearly didn't dare to provoke this woman and cautiously smiled, saying, "Anyway, I don't have any customers, so I'm just getting familiar with the business. I'll try not to let others see." Wang Chen interrupted Yang Mengting, "I'm here to buy a car, it's not something to be ashamed of. How much is that SUV in the middle?" Yang Mengting looked at the car and said, "This is the top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce Cullinan. It has a particularly grand appearance, and the interior is very luxurious, especially the power." Wang Chen waved his finger, "No need to introduce so much, just this one will do. Go swipe the card and handle the paperwork." As he spoke, he casually took out a card from his pocket and handed it to Yang Mengting. Yang Mengting said in disbelief, "Aren't you going to ask about the price of this car? This is too casual. The on-the-road price is 6.3 million, plus taxes and fees, it should be over 7 million. Wang Chen interrupted her again, "This amount can still be swiped on this card. Please handle the paperwork for me now. I need the car for business later." His voice was not low, and the sales assistants in the store heard him clearly, each one unable to believe their ears. The woman from earlier reacted the fastest, snatching Wang Chen's bank card and introducing herself with a flattering smile. "I am the store's top sales associate, Bao Wingmei, very familiar with the business process. A big client like you should be attended to by me. Now let me take you to see the car." Yang Mengting widened her eyes, unwilling to give up. "This is my first deal, how can you steal it from me? What nonsense are you talking? An intern like you has no right to attend to such a big client. Hurry to the side and don't waste my time. Do you still want to be promoted?" Bao Wingmei looked down on Yang Mengting, loudly scolding her. Yang Mengting didn't dare to respond and could only lower her head helplessly and step aside. Just as Yang Mengting took a step away, she felt a warmth in her hand, as a large hand grabbed her. The owner of that hand was, of course, Wang Chen. Wang Chen, with an indifferent expression, said, "You haven't finished handling my business yet. Where are you going?" Yang Mengting's eyes widened in disbelief, staring blankly at Wang Chen. Seeing her dazed and cute expression, Wang Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. Such an adorable girl was really hard to find. He casually took back his bank card and politely said to Bao Wingmei, "Please, get out of my way and don't ruin my mood for buying a car." Bao Wingmei's expression changed, and then she reluctantly said, "I was wrong just now, it's my fault for making you unhappy, sir. We can go out for a test drive, I am confident I can make you happy." Her words were already very explicit. As long as she was given this business deal, she guaranteed that Wang Chen would be satisfied with the test drive. As for what he would be driving, that was naturally self-evident. Wang Chen snorted through his nose, "I'll say it one last time, disappear from my sight immediately. Just seeing you makes me feel sick. Get lost." His final "get lost" was delivered with great force, and Bao Wingmei's face turned pale as she took several steps back. The heels of her high-heeled shoes were too high, and she stumbled, sitting directly on the ground. Yang Mengting felt a bit sorry for her, but Wang Chen directly pulled her along, striding forward and passing by Bao Wingmei without even glancing at her. The commotion in the showroom naturally attracted the attention of those above, and soon a chubby man came to the side of the car. "Welcome, esteemed guest. I am Zoe Gue, the manager of this 4S store. It is truly an honor for us to have you here." Zoe Gue stood by the car, bowing and nodding. As a manager who had risen from the bottom, his insight was not something those salespeople could compare to. He immediately noticed the watch on Wang Chen's wrist, which was definitely expensive, worth at least a few million. Such a customer brought benefits to the store that went beyond just buying a car. It included a series of follow-up services. Essentially, having one such customer could sustain an entire branch, as the maintenance of luxury cars also incurred astronomical costs. Moreover, like attracts like, those who could enter the circle of such wealthy clients were certainly not lacking in wealth themselves. Just having one come to the store was a huge business opportunity. Encountering such a deal once every 3 to 5 years would be immensely profitable. Wang Chen said expressionlessly, "I feel exactly the opposite of what you said. The people here do not welcome me. When I first walked in, many people were pointing and whispering about me. If it weren't for Yang Mengting receiving me, I would have already left. The key point is that when Yang Mengting was attending to me, your so-called gold medal salesperson scolded her for wasting time. To be honest, I'm really curious why your salespeople's time is so precious. Do they earn more than I do every minute?" Zoe Gue was sweating profusely, constantly nodding and bowing, repeatedly apologizing, "It's all my fault, I haven't educated these employees properly. I will definitely manage them strictly in the future, and such situations will not occur again. Please bear with us, sir." Wang Chen snorted again, "For Yang Mengting's sake, I won't hold it against you today, but that gold medal salesperson surnamed Bao really irritates me. I don't want to see her here again. You understand what I mean, having someone like her working alongside Yang Mingting can easily lead to bad influences. As he said this, the image of Yang Mingting's big eyes floated in his mind, and he felt that such a silly and cute girl should not be tainted. Zoe Gui showed an understanding expression and said, "Rest assured, sir, we will not disappoint you. Your needs are our highest standard." Wang Chen smiled with satisfaction, which deepened Zoe Gui's misunderstanding. He looked at Yang Mingting, who was walking over with a form, and a different meaning appeared on his face. Yang Mingting looked at Zoe Gui in surprise and said, "Manager, why are you here?" "I was just about to fill out the form for this gentleman. Look at my brain, I haven't even asked for the gentleman's surname, and I can't fill it out." She stuck out her tongue in embarrassment, giving off an even more silly and cute vibe. Coupled with her big eyes, she looked like a character from an anime, incredibly adorable. Wang Chen smiled slightly, told her his name, and then said, "You don't need to rush, take your time with everything. After all, I have time." Yang Mingting nodded with a smile, and Zoe Gui, seeing this scene, became even more convinced of his thoughts. "Xiao Yang, you performed very well. From now on, you are officially promoted. Make sure to take good care of Mr. Wang and meet all his requests. From now on, you will be Mr. Wang's exclusive receptionist and won't need to attend to other guests. You will serve Mr. Wang anytime, anywhere. As long as you take care of Mr. Wang, promotions and raises will come your way, and your future will be bright. Do you understand?" Yang Mingting nodded, looking a bit confused, indicating that she would definitely make Wang Chen satisfied and would not disappoint the manager. Zoe Gui smiled and encouraged her with a few words before leaving, knowing that the less he knew about the relationship between the client and the exclusive receptionist, the better. Yang Mingting laid the writing board on the passenger seat, bending slightly to fill it out, occasionally looking up to ask a question. Because the SUV had a high chassis, Wang Chen, sitting in the driver's seat, could see through Yang Mingting's slightly open collar while answering. Wang Chen's face turned slightly red, and after stealing a few more glances, he gently patted the seat. "Writing like this is too tiring. Just right here, the dashboard is big enough to hold it." Hearing that Wang Chen was concerned about her getting tired and wanted her to write in the car, Yang Mingting felt a sweetness in her heart, thinking he was very considerate. She obediently nodded and awkwardly sat in the passenger seat, unconsciously glancing to the side, and suddenly froze. Yang Mingting quickly reacted, looking down at her collar, her face turning as red as an apple, followed by a flurry of awkwardness. She was unsure if her earlier appearance would lead Wang Chen to misunderstand her, thinking she was like Bao Yingmei. Yang Mingting didn't know what she was thinking, timidly pouting to apologize and explain. "I didn't mean to do that just now, I really had no other thoughts. Please don't misunderstand, I'm not like those other people." Wang Jijie initially felt embarrassed for being caught in the act, but he didn't expect this girl to apologize first, nearly laughing out loud. He smiled and said, "It's the first time I've met such a silly and cute girl like you. You're such a scatterbrain, thinking about nonsense. Hurry up and fill out the form." Yang Mingting stuck out her tongue and quickly filled out the form, suddenly stopping to pat her head. "I really should throw this brain away. I actually forgot to ask Mr. Wang about the license plates. Our store has some premium license plates. Mr. Wang can consider them." Seeing Yang Mingting's expression, Wang Chen finally couldn't help but laugh. This girl was just too funny. "Don't keep patting your head, if you keep doing that, you'll make yourself silly. Anyway, from now on, you are my exclusive receptionist. Whether you have a brain or not doesn't matter at all, just do whatever comes to mind. From now on, don't call me Mr. Wang, I'm older than you. Just call me Taiga, and show me the license plates." Yang Mingting felt incredibly lucky. Her first business deal was with such a good client, and being his exclusive attendant would surely make her life easier. She pulled out the license plates from the tablet and said, "Here are 3 license plates that are the best, binbi 11111, binbi 66666, and binbi 88888, with prices of 1.8 million, 2.4 million, and 2.6 million respectively." Wang Chen chuckled and said, "I don't want to be a bachelor, making a fortune isn't interesting. Just pick those 6. Yang Mingting entered the selected license plates into the system, and everything was completed. It would take 40 minutes, so she simply sat there chatting. She felt the luxurious interior of the car and, out of the corner of her eye, looked at Wang Chen, suddenly thinking he was a bit more handsome than others, definitely her ideal type. Triggering Charm Enhancement Card, triggering Level 1 Infatuation. The difficulty of triggering this level is extremely high, be sure to cherish it. Wang Chen was startled by the prompt and turned his gaze back to Yang Mingting, his eyes holding a hint of something different. Yang Mengting felt Wang Chen's gaze, like a frightened little rabbit, and hurriedly lowered her head. She secretly glanced at Wang Chen, and the more she looked, the more she liked him, but there was also a sense of disappointment, thinking that someone like him could never be interested in her. Wang Chen smiled slightly and said, "You are my exclusive receptionist. Shouldn't we exchange WeChat and phone numbers so I can reach you anytime?" Yang Mengting quickly nodded in agreement, took out an outdated phone, and they exchanged contact information. Wang Chen asked in surprise, "Why are you using such an old-fashioned phone? It's almost as old as mine." Yang Mengting hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother Tai doesn't know, I'm from the countryside. My family was poor when I was young, and my mother ran off with a carpenter from the village. My dad worked at a factory in town, earning very little. I didn't do well in school, and after finishing high school, I stopped studying. I used to work at a factory with an aunt from my village, but I didn't earn much. Later, I heard people say selling cars was profitable, so I came here. I'm not very smart and can't do anything well. If I hadn't run into Brother Tai today, I would have had to pack up and leave by the end of the month. You really are my lucky star." Wang Chen looked at Yang Mengting in surprise, not expecting this naive girl had already been through some hardships in society. As they were chatting happily, Zoe Gue came over with all the documents, his attitude almost scraping the ground. Wang Chen casually put the documents in his hand and smiled. "You can share this commission with Mengting. You'll have to take care of her more in the future. He arranged this very well. To make the horse run, you must let it eat grass. It was just a small amount of money, nothing serious." Zoe Gue didn't hold back. The thoughts of these wealthy heirs are hard to guess. What they offer must be taken, and what they don't offer shouldn't be expected. Wang Chen arrived at the city garden. The security at the entrance of such a high-end community usually doesn't stop luxury cars. Who knows what kind of people are inside, and what if something happens? Anyway, there's another security system inside that can ensure the safety of each household, otherwise, the property fees of over 100,000 would be wasted. Wang Chen used his access card to open the door and first saw a hall. On both sides of the hall were spiral staircases leading up to 2 large bedrooms. Each bedroom was at least over 50 square meters, with bathrooms and showers fully equipped. Adding a kitchen would make it a small apartment, so one could stay up there without coming down. The entire downstairs was a living room, with only the kitchen and bathroom in 2 corners. The kitchen was very luxurious, while the bathroom was particularly small, definitely for emergency use. Wang Chen was very satisfied with this place. Seeing that his sister would finish work soon, he decided to walk over, which took exactly 15 minutes to reach the entrance of Dewan Group. He had already called his sister on the way, and Wang Shuanghua was extremely happy to know her brother was coming. Wang Shuanghua grabbed Hu Qinshua's hand and said, "My brother just called me and said he has a surprise for me, and he's going to introduce you to each other." Hu Qinshua hesitated and said, "If your brother is giving you a gift, it wouldn't be good for me to be there. How about we change the day?" Wang Shuanghua pouted and said, "There's no better day than today, it's just perfect, so it's settled. Hurry up and get ready." The 2 interns were definitely the privileged class of the finance department, and Suihua took special care of them, making Hu Qinshua suspicious and worried that the manager had ulterior motives. Unable to resist Wang Shuanghua, Hu Qinshua could only nod in agreement. They quickly arrived at the entrance and unexpectedly saw a somewhat familiar figure. Hu Qinshua frowned slightly, searching her mind, and finally remembered that this figure was the man who helped him in the villa area. Just as she was about to tell Wang Shuanghua, she didn't expect the girl to call out brother, and the man immediately turned around. It was indeed him. Wang Chen was taken aback when he saw the girl next to his sister, and he couldn't help but wonder how she ended up with his sister. Wang Shuanghua pulled Hu Qinshua and ran to Wang Chen's side, just about to introduce them, when they both exclaimed at the same time, "What are you doing here?" Wang Shuanghua asked in confusion, "What play are you 2 putting on?" "I wanted to introduce you, but it seems unnecessary now," Hu Qinshua hurriedly said. "The person who stood up for me last time at the Haixing Villa area is him. I told you 2 looked alike, but I didn't expect you to be family." Wang Shuanghua, having the previous 1 million as a foundation, didn't show much surprise. Instead, she smiled and clapped her hands. "It seems you and my brother really have a connection. Now, let me formally introduce you. This is my brother, the promising young man Wang Chen, and this is my good sister Hu Qinshua. I've told my brother before that Qinshua often works with me and takes good care of me, and she's a great beauty, right?" Wang Chen smiled slightly and said, "You mischievous girl, I was worried you wouldn't take care of yourself. But now that she's here, I can rest easy. It seems the gifts I prepared for you are just right. Now let's go receive them, but don't act too surprised." In his words, he cleverly turned the gift meant for his sister into one for both of them, a true master of shifting concepts. Wang Chen took them to the city garden, where property staff were already waiting with 2 access cards for Zin's hitching. The access cards here required identity verification, and the 2 girls were completely bewildered during the process, not knowing what was happening. It wasn't until they walked into the spacious apartment that they finally grasped the situation, staring at the luxurious home in disbelief. Wang Chen smiled and said, "This is the gift I prepared for you. You'll live here from now on, so you won't have to run around anymore. Don't mention internships to me. If you two can't get through the internship, the HR department of Dewan Group must be blind, and it will close down sooner or later." Wang Shuanghua and Hu Qinxue were sharp and immediately thought that their entry into Dewan Group must be Wang Chen's doing. He probably wanted to spare them any damage to their self-esteem, which is why he let them start as interns. The idea that they couldn't be promoted was simply a joke. Wang Chen had only been wealthy for 2 days, yet he already exuded the arrogance of the rich, not giving Hu Qinxue a chance to refute him, firmly deciding that she would live here. Wang Shuanghua smiled supportively beside them, and Hu Qinxue quickly got drawn in, which was also related to Wang Chen's status. They were happily chatting when Yin Runfeng's call came in, reminding Wang Chen not to forget the class reunion that evening and that it would be best to bring a girlfriend along. Wang Chen was puzzled by this statement but nodded in agreement. As for where to find a girlfriend, wasn't there one right in front of him? Hu Qinxue noticed the gaze of the Wang siblings fixed on her and immediately guessed their thoughts, revealing a shy expression. "I've never had a boyfriend, so I don't know how to be a girlfriend. Besides, I've never attended any gatherings. What if I don't perform well?" Wang Chen smiled slightly and said, "It's just a class reunion, nothing serious. Just think of it as going out to eat and drink with friends. As for how to be a girlfriend, you'll know once you've done it a couple of times, unless you think I'm not good enough for you." His words were very clever, perfectly blurring the lines. As long as Hu Qinxue agreed, she wouldn't be a fake girlfriend anymore. Wang Shuanghua looked at her brother in surprise, realizing she had never noticed this side of him before. It seemed men were all self-taught in this regard. She couldn't help but think of the chance encounter with Wang Yingjie, who was also an elegant scion of a noble family, fitting all the criteria of a male lead in a novel. She just didn't know who the Cinderella would be. Wang Shuanghua, at the naive age of high school, had read a few romance novels and was particularly fond of the Cinderella stories, fantasizing that she was one. Unfortunately, she always had the conditions of a Cinderella but never the fate. Now, she had lost even those conditions and was qualified to be a vicious rich girl instead. While Wang Shuanghua was lost in thought, she heard her brother cough and immediately snapped back to reality, helping him to charm Hu Qinxue. She had always wanted Hu Qinxue to be her sister-in-law but felt their family's conditions were not good enough to bring it up. Now that her brother had the means, she naturally wanted to follow her heart. "My brother is right, everything has a first time. Look at how outstanding I am, so you know my brother must be great too. This is settled." Hu Qinxue nodded helplessly, then pouted and said, "But my best outfit is this company suit. I really can't show off the rest of my clothes. What if I embarrass your brother?" "What do you mean my brother? You two are now a couple. You should call him Jitia, or just Tai Tai. Hurry up and call him so we can hear it." Wang Shuanghua teased with a grin, firmly nailing down this matter, determined to completely ensnare Hu Qinxue. Hu Qinxue glanced at Wang Chen out of the corner of her eye, blushing as she called out Jitia. With that utterance, it was basically set in stone. Wang Chen gave his sister an appreciative look. Indeed, siblings make the best team, and he hadn't spoiled this girl for nothing. There's still plenty of time before the gathering. Why not go buy a new outfit? You and Xuanhua have similar body types, so you can use her as a clothes rack. Buy 2 sets of everything, and when you go out, you'll both wear the same thing, making it obvious your family, 2 stunning beauties for sure. After saying this, he found it a bit strange. When did he become so smooth-tongued? Was it because he had money in his pocket? This thought flashed by and was quickly dismissed as he smiled at the blushing Hu Qinxue, finding her increasingly adorable. Good deeds do bring good rewards. Having done a good deed back then, he was now reaping the benefits. It seemed he should do a good deed every day to repay the heaven's grace. Hu Qinxue sat in the passenger seat, looking at the luxurious interior. Although she didn't know much about cars, she could tell this one was expensive. She glanced outside and asked in confusion, "The news always says that drivers on the road have bad tempers and that road rage happens all the time. Why is it that the drivers we see are so courteous, making the roads so smooth? It seems the news can't be trusted." Wang Chen replied with a smile, "It's not that the news isn't trustworthy, it's just that the people involved are different. Do you know how much it costs to repaint this car if it gets scratched? At the very least, it starts at over 100,000. Many of the cars outside are in that price range. Who would dare to cut me off and risk losing their own car?" Hu Qinxue was left speechless, taking a while to recover before she looked around the interior again and weakly asked how much this car cost. Wang Chen casually responded, after all the paperwork, it's about 7 million. Hu Qingxue nearly choked on her own saliva, her eyes filled with disbelief. She had never even dreamed of sitting in a car worth millions. Wang Chen smiled and said, when you and the little sister have some time off, I'll take you both to buy 2 cars for commuting. Hu Qingxue wanted to refuse but, for some reason, thinking of them as a couple, she nodded in agreement. They arrived at the so-called most fashionable Mailu Mall, known as a shopping paradise for women, with every imaginable women's clothing brand available. Hu Qingxue timidly said, I've handed out flyers here before, all the clothes inside are designer brands, and every piece is so expensive. Why don't we go to another mall? Wang Chen smiled and replied, that's exactly what we want, designer brands. You and the little sister are now part of the Yuan group, no longer just students at school, many things are already different. When in school, being poor didn't matter much, as long as you were willing to work hard and study, you would earn the teacher's favor and the respect of your classmates. At most, you might be mocked a bit by those rich kids for working part-time to support your studies. But once you enter society, everything changes. If you only bury your head in hard work, others will just see you as a fool, playing with you for fun. The larger the organization, the more varied the people you encounter. These individuals love to bully the weak and seek a sense of superiority. If you dress too plainly, people will think you're easy to push around, especially if you're a girl, which will attract the attention of those with ill intentions. However, if you wear designer brands, it's different. People will perceive you as having a strong background, and they'll think twice before messing with you. I've also been at the bottom before. I'm definitely someone who has been through it. Trust me, with me as your support, how could anyone bully you? Hu Qingxue couldn't help but think of Suiwa, feeling that Wang Chen was right. She obediently nodded, indicating she would listen to him. The two casually entered the store, surrounded by a dazzling array of brands. Hu Qingxue had once handed out flyers for Prada, a brand on par with Chanel, and thought the clothes on the flyer were beautiful, which was why she thought of this place first. Wang Chen suddenly felt a bit urgent and asked Hu Qingxue to pick out clothes first while he went to find her later. Hu Qingxue smiled and nodded in agreement, walking towards the Prada store, while Wang Chen glanced at the location and quickly headed to the restroom. Just as Wang Chen was about to look for Hu Qingxue, a virtual interface suddenly popped up, displaying a received red envelope. Congratulations on acquiring ownership of the McDonald's Mall. Enjoy your click. A hint of surprise flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. He hadn't expected that coming to buy clothes would lead to acquiring a mall. Just as the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, something went wrong on Hu Qingxue's side. Prada, as a renowned international brand, had a store decorated in a lavish manner, with expensive clothes displayed on exquisite racks. They didn't use plastic mannequins but showcased the garment's elegance through the arrangement of the racks. Each piece of high-end women's clothing was crafted by top designers, resembling works of art that attracted attention. There weren't many customers in the store, all dressed in designer brands, carrying luxury handbags, accompanied by attentive salespeople. When Hu Qingxue left, she had changed out of her Yuan Group work uniform into casual wear she carried with her, which was clearly low-end merchandise, totaling no more than 200 yuan. Although her looks were decent, such attire naturally wouldn't attract the salespeople's attention. No one paid her any mind. Hu Qingxue glanced at the salespeople fawning over others and then at her own solitary reflection in the mirror, realizing that Wang Chen's earlier words were spot on. In today's society, everything is judged by appearances. Dressing well earns you respect, while dressing poorly only invites disdain. Hu Qingxue spotted a clean, plain dress and wanted to take a closer look, but as soon as she reached out, she heard a loud shout. What do you think you're doing? Who told you to touch the clothes? If you get them dirty, can you afford to pay for them? Hu Qingxue was startled and quickly withdrew her hand, looking towards the source of the voice, which belonged to an aggressive young woman. This young woman had big waves in her hair, her lips painted in a garish manner, and she held her head high, her eyes filled with disdain. This dress is priced at 48,000. Are you sure you want to buy it? If you're not buying, don't touch it. If you dirty the clothes, we'll have to pay a high price to clean them, and your monthly salary wouldn't even cover it. The young woman's tone was filled with a sense of oppression that made Hu Qingxue very uncomfortable. Over the years, Hu Qingxue had encountered many customers while working part-time, and she knew that at this moment, she could not back down, otherwise, who knew what might happen? How can you speak like that? Who says you can't look if you don't buy? Those people are also picking and choosing. Do you think they will all buy? You really have a lot of nerve to say such things. What qualifications do you have to compare yourself to these esteemed guests? If you're not buying clothes, just leave. Our high-end store is not for someone like you to enter. The young woman glanced at her Prada work uniform and then at Hu Qingxue's street vendor outfit, a sense of superiority swelling within her. Hu Qinshua's expression turned extremely ugly. She bit her lip, feeling unable to speak. After all, a piece of clothing costing over 40,000 was indeed too expensive. At that moment, a deep voice rang out at the door. Is this how you treat your customers? Call your store manager out here. Wang Chen strode in from outside, having heard the saleswoman's words clearly, and his anger flared up instantly. His loud voice startled those around them, not just in this store but also in the nearby shops. The store manager, a middle-aged woman, was also alerted and quickly approached Wang Chen. She scanned him with her eyes. Although she didn't recognize his clothes, she recognized the watch on his wrist and gasped. A person who could wear a watch worth millions certainly could not be offended casually. They had to handle this well. The manager cautiously said, I'm not sure what style of women's clothing this gentleman is looking to buy, but we will provide the highest quality service. Shut up. My girlfriend came to your store to buy clothes, and this is how your sales staff treated her? Wang Chen angrily interrupted the manager, his gaze piercing as he questioned her. The young woman hurriedly said to the manager, Second aunt, you have to help me. I didn't expect that a woman dressed so poorly would have such a rich boyfriend. Isn't this just playing with people? Shut your mouth. I told you before not to be so blind, but you wouldn't listen. Now you've caused such a big mess. It's truly despicable. The manager shot a fierce glare at the young woman and then looked at Hu Qinshu, feeling that although the latter was beautiful, her cheap outfit indeed made her easy to misunderstand. Wang Chen listened to their conversation and figured out their relationship. No wonder the young woman dared to be so arrogant. She had someone backing her. Perhaps he had no way to deal with them before, but now it was no longer a problem. If he wasn't satisfied today, this store might as well close down. The manager, gritting her teeth, forced a smile and said, I think this is a misunderstanding. Our Prada, as a world-renowned women's clothing brand, has always adhered to the principle of providing the highest quality service. Wang Chen snorted through his nose, don't play dumb. Just now, my girlfriend was here and was discriminated against by your staff. Is this what you call the highest quality service? If I don't get a satisfactory explanation today, this matter will definitely not be over. You better think carefully about what to say. Those nearby overheard this and began to whisper among themselves, inquiring about what had happened. This young man's girlfriend came here to buy clothes, but the staff looked down on her and even tried to chase her away. These staff members nowadays just know how to bully the weak, thinking that selling goods in such a place and interacting with a few upper-class people makes them important. Who can argue with that? Look at those real big shots, none of them act like this. What are these staff members worth? The manager, hearing the discussions around her, turned pale but dared not explode. She could only glare at the young woman. A young woman hurriedly whispered, Second aunt, you must help me. I just met a boyfriend a couple of days ago, and now that he knows I work at Prada, he treats me like a goddess. With my level, where else can I earn such a salary? For my father's sake, I can't be kicked out. The store manager angrily replied, You're just causing me trouble. I'll handle everything and definitely sort it out for you. Now step aside. She changed her expression to a smile, bowed, and said, I believe this must be a misunderstanding. This young lady must have misinterpreted our staff's intentions. I sincerely apologize, sir. All purchases made here today will be at a 30% discount as a gesture of our apology. Given the premium of the Prada brand, even a 50% discount would still yield a high profit. Resolving issues this way was a common tactic for them. Upon hearing the discount, Hu Qinshu couldn't help but feel tempted. Thinking about the price of that dress earlier, she would save over 10,000 yuan. Just as she was about to speak, Wang Chen interjected with a snort, Do you think I'm someone who lacks money? You think you can just brush me off that easily? The store manager's expression changed upon hearing this, realizing the situation was getting complicated. Having worked at the mall for over a decade, she had seen all kinds of people and knew she couldn't just bow and scrape. Sometimes, she had to be a bit tough. I've already expressed my utmost sincerity. I don't know what else you want, sir. Everything is just your word. Who can vouch for you? Wang Chen looked at the store manager, who was playing the face-changing game, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He clapped his hands, pulled Hu Qinshu along, and turned to walk into the Chanel store across the way. The store manager, seeing Wang Chen leave, revealed a smug smile. Challenging her was quite naive. Just moments ago, the commotion outside was intense, and the Chanel store manager came out to see the spectacle, quickly smiling as she approached, knowing she was dealing with someone who wasn't short on cash. Wang Chen wasted no time, saying indifferently, Don't ask me about prices. Just put together a few suitable outfits for her. I have a gathering soon. Do you understand what I mean? The store manager quickly nodded in agreement, calling over the sales associates to pull Hu Qinshu into the fitting room, sending in various high-end styles like a conveyor belt. Wang Chen sat on the sofa inside, casually picking up the phone and dialing the number provided in the message. "You are Guan Qingtao, and I am Wang Chun. I'm currently at the Chanel store on the 3rd floor of the Mailu Mall, right across from Prada. Don't tell me you've already clocked out. If I don't see you in 20 minutes, you won't need to come to work tomorrow. You have 19 minutes left, hurry up and run." While the sales associates were busy with Hu Qingxue, the store manager was naturally attending to Wang Chen, and upon hearing her words, her hand trembled slightly. Wang Chen glanced at the store manager and said, "I hope you stay here honestly for the time being. Do you understand what I mean?" The store manager quickly nodded in agreement, secretly reveling in the misfortune of the Prada store manager, thinking there would be a good show to watch. In the fitting room, Hu Qingxue looked at the luxurious clothes, completely dazed, swallowing hard without regard for her image. In the eyes of those sales associates, Hu Qingxue was like Cinderella in a fairy tale, about to soar and transform into a phoenix. This reaction was normal. If it were them, they wouldn't fare much better. Being Cinderella really tested one's mental fortitude. Hu Qingxue had a strong foundation, and after their makeover, she underwent a dramatic transformation, truly a Cinderella turning into a princess. Wang Chen, seeing Hu Qingxue being brought out by the sales associates, couldn't help but stare. Indeed, there were no ugly women in this world, it all depended on how one dressed. Hu Qingxue wore a beige-collared shirt that looked very ordinary, but the floral pattern embroidered with gold thread made it extraordinary. The lower half was paired with an ultra-short skirt, the hem about 4 to 5 centimeters above the knee, showcasing her long, beautiful legs to perfection. Her legs were tightly together, seemingly corroborating something, and looking down along her lovely legs, a pair of delicate feet rested in crystal high heels. The shoe design featured leather straps, each adorned with 9 small diamonds that sparkled under the lights, making her feet even more alluring. Wang Chen swallowed hard and said, "Wrap this outfit up, and bring me 2 more in a similar style, the rest must be conservative. I can't let others see my things." The store manager understood immediately and hurriedly instructed the staff to arrange it, placing the packaged clothes right at the store entrance, clearly a jab at the Prada across the street. The Prada store manager, witnessing this scene, felt her eyes redden. Just what was displayed there was worth at least 500,000, a hefty sum flying away just like that. While she was grinding her teeth, she saw the manager of the Milo Mall, Guan Qingtao, rushing over with several executives, panting heavily. She had a bad premonition, but thinking of her relationship with these executives, she figured she could handle whatever came up. As she pondered, Guan Qingtao entered Chanel, and upon seeing Wang Chen sitting on the sofa, he immediately recognized him as the main person. Just as Guan Qingtao was about to speak, Wang Chen waved his finger and said, "You were 2 minutes late, which really annoys me. However, I have something even more annoying today. If you can make me feel better, I won't hold those 2 minutes against you. Follow me." With that, Wang Chen stood up and swaggered over to the Prada entrance, where the onlookers had not yet dispersed, instantly realizing that a good show was about to unfold. The Prada store manager thought Wang Chen was there to complain about them and decided to play the villain first. "I'm really sorry to trouble Manager Guan, this matter is just a misunderstanding, and we have already apologized and compensated. But this gentleman is being unreasonable, clearly with ulterior motives, so..." "Shut up! Do you know who this is? This is Mr. Wang Chen, the new owner of my Mall. The entire mall belongs to him. What could he possibly want from you?" Guan Qingtao shouted in exasperation, nearly slapping her. No wonder the new owner was so angry. It turned out he had been offended by someone from his own mall. If he were in this situation, he would definitely be furious and would not let it go easily. The Prada store manager nearly lost her mind upon hearing this. She never expected this person to be so formidable. The people around were dumbfounded. Many of them were from high society and understood very well that taking over Mailu Mall required not only sufficient financial resources but also a strong background. Mailu Mall was not an ordinary place, it had a very special nature, and without a background, just having money was absolutely not enough to take it over. This was also why Guan Qingtao was particularly fearful. With the background Wang Chen displayed, a mere breath could ensure he spent the rest of his life in hardship. Wang Chen cleared his throat. "You need to arrange immediately to terminate the cooperation with Prada. I don't want to see a store that bullies people in my mall tomorrow. By the way, send a notice to the other stores, so they can properly educate their managers and staff. If they can't teach, I can help them." Guan Qingtao immediately nodded in agreement. "Boss, rest assured, I will handle this matter well. I know many friends in the business circle and will definitely inform them. Stores that damage reputation should not appear in any mall." Wang Chen was clearly very satisfied with Guan Qingtao's quick understanding and nodded at him, a sign of commendation that left him pleasantly surprised. Wang Chen looked at the stunned store manager and said gracefully, "I'm really sorry, but I don't need evidence. My words are evidence. If you don't believe me, just ask them and see who they trust. Upon hearing this, the store manager seemed to awaken from a dream and immediately knelt at his feet. Everything is my fault. I failed to recognize Mr. Wang and his wife and offended them. I beg Mr. Wang to be magnanimous and spare me this time. My family is in dire straits. My in-laws are both paralyzed in bed, my father has Parkinson's, my mother has dementia, and I have a son in middle school who was born with polio. My husband couldn't bear the situation at home and ran off with a little vixen. Now, we are all relying on me. If the store closes, my whole family will perish. The store manager desperately tried to elicit sympathy, but instead of compassion, the crowd burst into laughter. If I were you, I wouldn't be begging Mr. Wang here, but rather reflecting on myself and the sins I've committed to deserve such retribution. That's absolutely right. Just look at her earlier demeanor. She doesn't seem like a good person. If she comes from such a family and abandoned it, I would believe it. Hearing the others chatter, the store manager realized she had gone too far, but finding it hard to back down, she could only grit her teeth and hold on, hoping to save the store first. The Mailu Mall is the top mall in the entire Northeast, where countless brands strive to get a foothold. If they were expelled from here, the economic loss would be immeasurable, and the impact on the Prada brand would also be difficult to estimate. This matter would definitely be investigated, and as the instigator, the store manager would have to bear all the responsibility, the cost of which would be unbearable. The store manager hurriedly shouted, "We have a contract. If you do this, you must pay us a hefty penalty for breach of contract. It would be a loss for you." Guan Qingtao thought about it and quickly lowered his voice. According to the contract, terminating the agreement early requires a penalty of 5 million. Should we? Wang Chen interrupted Guan Qingtao. Don't mention 5 million, even if it were 50 million, I would still pay it. A trashy store like this is absolutely not allowed in my mall. My mall not only has the highest quality products but also the best service. Every person who comes to my mall, regardless of whether they have money, is a distinguished guest. Discriminating against customers is absolutely not allowed in my mall. To put it bluntly, even if I were to raise a dog in my mall, it should wag its tail at the customers, not look down on them. Anyone who dares to do something like Prada in my mall will serve as a warning to you all. Do you all understand? The Chanel store manager immediately replied loudly, "Mr. Wang's words are simply golden advice. From now on, they will be our motto at the Chanel store, ensuring that all customers feel at home." Other store managers quickly followed suit, flattering him and promptly relaying the news to their peers. With a store opening up in my mall, it was definitely a good opportunity. It was just a matter of who could seize it. Wang Chen patted Guan Qingtao on the shoulder and whispered in his ear, "I didn't mention the most important point earlier. Do you know who has the real power? Today, they offended me, and coincidentally, I bought them all. I can't vent my anger on my own property, I can only express a little frustration. If my mall weren't mine, it wouldn't just be them who would be unlucky, the entire management of your mall would also be in trouble. Don't think that your hard work means anything. In the face of absolute interests and power, when necessary, even a biological father can be sacrificed. Do you understand my words?" He finished speaking and walked into the Chanel store, where a stunning beauty was waiting for him. That was the main course, while everything else could only be considered an interlude. Guan Qingtai's shirt was soaked with sweat on his back, and Wang Chen's words were chilling upon reflection, making him feel increasingly uneasy. Wang Chen's remarks did not represent personal opinions but rather the thoughts of their social class, there was no doubt about it. As Guan Qingtai thought about his earlier actions, he wished he could slap himself for how poorly he had performed. He glared fiercely at the Prada store manager and gritted his teeth, saying, "Get out of here tonight, and you are absolutely not allowed to show your face here again tomorrow. I will contact the Prada headquarters in China and demand an explanation for this matter. You, with your dog-like disdain for others, just wait for your comeuppance." The Prada store manager, upon hearing these words, looked as if he had lost his soul, sitting dazed on the ground, unable to recover. Wang Chen walked out of Chanel with Hu Qinxue, who looked at the Prada store manager's expression and felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Congratulations on triggering the charm increase card. The level triggered is the highest level of love at first sight. The other party is already your type, so there's no need to rush. Nurturing the relationship a bit more is quite good. Wang Chen found the red envelope system to be quite cheeky, but he liked this teasing. He reached out and took Hu Qinshua's delicate hand. The smooth feeling was delightful. For the conservative style of clothing, there were 2 sets of each kind, one of which was for his younger sister. As for her wearing revealing clothes, as a good older brother, how could he allow that? They arrived at the agreed-upon restaurant, where Yin Runfeng was already waiting for them at the entrance. Wu Xiuying did not come along, probably staying home to take care of the child. Wang Chen chuckled and said, Why didn't you bring my godson? You wouldn't have any bad intentions, trying to keep my godson to hold your family back, would you? Ian Runfong squinted and replied, now you're also one of the upper crust, yet you still talk such nonsense, not afraid of your sister-in-law laughing at you. You, kid, are quite fortunate to find such a beautiful girl as your sister-in-law. You must cherish her well. If you treat her poorly, just wait and see how I deal with you. Hu Qingxue blushed at being called sister-in-law by Ian Runfong, feeling particularly sweet inside, thinking that the title sounded really nice. They entered the large private room upstairs, where many people were already gathered, and in the center was a young man in a suit. This young man was Zhao Mingxian, the former class monitor, a particularly sycophantic guy who treated those rich second-generation kids like his own fathers. Speaking of which, there was quite a bit of animosity between Wang Chen and Zhao Mingxian, mainly due to the hardship subsidies during school, which Zhao Mingxian had given to those second-generation kids. Wang Chen reported this to the school, but Zhao Mingxian faced no consequences, while Wang Chen ended up with a major demerit for simply telling the truth. Wang Chen was no pushover either. He directly exposed the matter to a labor newspaper, which was not afraid of making a big deal out of it. In the end, his major demerit was revoked, and he got his money back, but none of those poor guys who received the money remembered his kindness. They all went to fawn over those second-generation kids. It was after that incident that Wang Chen completely saw through the coldness of the world. When Zhao Mingxian saw Wang Chen enter with a beautiful woman by his side, he immediately felt disgusted, as if he had swallowed a fly, and decided to give him a hard time. Wang Chen scanned the surroundings and spotted a few empty seats in the corner, which seemed quiet enough, so he pulled Hu Qingxue over to sit down. Before his bottom even touched the chair, Zhao Mingxian spoke up first. The University of Society is indeed different. It can make people self-aware, knowing what kind of person they are and where they should be positioned. Anyone with eyes could see that Zhao Mingxian's words were directed at Wang Chen, and thinking back to his poor and shabby appearance in school, it was clear who he should support. The class leader is absolutely right. A loser only realizes what they are when they face the harsh realities of society. They really think that during university, everyone would cater to their nonsense. Who says otherwise? In college, they lack self-awareness, always trying to show off to the class leader, yet they don't even take a moment to reflect on their own character. Wang Chen ignored their words. They were now from two different worlds. In his eyes, these people were even less than ants. Zhao Mingxian noticed Wang Chen's silence and signaled to a chubby guy, who understood and chuckled as he spoke. Wang Chen was famous for being a workaholic back in college. Now that he's in society, he must have even more opportunities to shine. Where are you making money now? How much can you earn in a month? Wang Chen smiled indifferently and replied, I used to earn a few thousand a month, but now I'm not working anymore. I'm quite content just taking it easy. The chubby guy exaggeratedly feigned surprise, mocking, you're not telling me you've chosen to live off your parents, are you? Do you think it was easy for your mom and dad to raise you? A person needs to have some skills. Look at our class leader, he's a corporate executive making hundreds of thousands a year. And look at his outfit. Oh, your clothes are quite nice too. Where did you get this counterfeit? It looks just like the real deal. I never wear fakes. Wang Chen lightly coughed and said, back in school, your pig eyes were already failing you. I didn't expect your vision to be worse now. Who told you this is a counterfeit? I bought this at a street stall. How could it compare to a fake? Aren't we supposed to be having a gathering today? Why is there not a single dish? You all must be turtles, able to drink the wind. His words were sharp and unreserved, causing the atmosphere at the table to freeze. Zhao Mingxian tapped the table and said sideways, in a bit, our class beauty Yan Yuo will be coming with her husband. Her husband is my boss, a definite success story. Everyone is waiting for him. Do you think everyone is as clueless as you, acting like starving ghosts, demanding food as soon as they arrive? Why don't you go beg for it? What do you mean by that? If I had known you all were like this, we wouldn't have come to the reunion. As if anyone would want to be friends with you. If TZ were to beg, you wouldn't even be as good as a beggar. He just transferred me 500,000 yesterday to help me open a store. Who among you can come up with 500,000? Ian Runfong shouted angrily, feeling it was all his fault. If he hadn't insisted on bringing Wang Chen wouldn't even bother with these small-minded people. Who's blowing hot air here? It's just 500,000, and you treat it like a fortune. Which big shot is so impressive? Let me hear it. An extremely arrogant voice came from the entrance, and Yan Yuhua, dressed flamboyantly and carrying an LV bag, walked in with a greasy middle-aged man. Zhao Mingjian saw the middle-aged man and immediately stood up, his face lighting up with a flattering smile. Mr. Wu, you finally arrived. We've been waiting eagerly. If you hadn't come today, this gathering would have no soul. The middle-aged man was Yan Yuo's husband, Wu Junhua, who owned a company with assets of around 18 million. Wu Junhua waved his hand and said, "Xiao Zhao, you're still so good with words. Next time there's work, I'll give it to your company so you can earn a little extra. Speaking of which, you bottom-tier folks have it tough. You work so hard just to make a few bucks. Today's meal is on me, I can't let you suffer even more." As he spoke, he glanced around and was immediately captivated by Hu Qinxue, feeling that his wife was nothing compared to her. After sitting down, Wu Junhua patted the empty seat beside him and said to Hu Qinxue, "Why are you sitting so far away? Come sit here." Hu Qinxue completely ignored him, and the atmosphere became extremely awkward. Yan Yuhua immediately jumped in. "Where did you pop up from? Didn't you hear my husband talking to you? I don't think you're one of my classmates." Zhao Mingxian quickly took over the conversation. "This woman was brought by Wang Chen. Who knows where she was dug up from? If you ask me, she's just a factory girl here to mooch off us. I didn't want to bother with them before, considering we were classmates, but I didn't expect them to be so ungrateful as to offend General Manager Wu. They will definitely regret it." Wu Junhua pretended to be magnanimous, waving his hand and saying, "Since we're all classmates, let's not hold it against them. It's not like we're short a pair of chopsticks. Nowadays, women need to be sharp-eyed when looking for men. Just because someone is young doesn't mean they won't be deceived. Love isn't just sweet words, it also needs a material foundation. Look at my watch, a genuine Swiss gold Rolex, worth over 700,000. That's enough for those poor souls to earn in a lifetime. One must have self-awareness." While he spoke, he looked at Wang Chen with disdain, the meaning clear. The previous fat guy, seeing that Wang Chen also had a watch, deliberately asked, "That watch of yours looks good too. What brand is it? It wouldn't be an old Huahai, would it?" The others burst into laughter, and although they didn't speak, their nakedly mocking gazes were fully directed at Wang Chen. Wang Chen sighed and said, "I always thought one should be low-key. I didn't want to bother with you, but you took it too far, not knowing your place. My watch is a Vacheron Constantin Callista, priced at only 30 million. It's really not a great watch, I just wear it for fun. I didn't expect you to still be as boastful as you were in school. You can wear a 30 million watch? You'd probably cough up blood over a 3,001. With your looks, who gave you the courage to have a crush on me back then? Compared to my husband, you're not even worth a hair on his leg." Yan Yuhua scoffed, believing that someone like Wang Chen, a poor wretch, could never turn his life around and was destined to be trampled underfoot by them. Just then, as if by coincidence, the door to the private room opened, and two young masters walked in. Wu Junhua saw them and immediately transformed into a sycophant, but the outcome was unexpected. Upon seeing these two young masters, Wu Junhua's demeanor changed instantly from arrogant to that of a new lapdog. "I didn't expect to see young Master Jang here. If I had known you were here, I would have come over to toast you earlier. No need for you to come to me." He bowed and scraped to the young man on the left, whose family group was his bread and butter, and he had to treat him like a father. The young man didn't even glance at him, quickly walking over to Wang Chen, bowing respectfully, and calling him young Master Tai. "I knew I saw young Master Tai just now, only he has such grace. I apologize for the intrusion, please forgive me, young Master Tai." Wang Chen looked at the young man, tapped his temple, and said, "I remember now, you were with Wang Yingjia when we had dinner that day. Your name is Zhang Yunlong, right?" Zhang Yunlong nodded and bowed. "Young Master Tai has a great memory, I'm Xiao Zhang. This is my friend Lu Junliang, his family is in the building materials business. Please take care of us in the future, young Master Tai." Lu Junliang also appeared very subservient, saying, "I heard Brother Zhang mention young Master Tai before, and I've admired you greatly. Finally meeting you, you are now my idol." Wang Chen nodded and said, "Since you're Yunlong's friend, you're my friend too. If you need anything, just let me know." He appeared completely casual, as if the two young masters before him were merely two little brothers. Wang Chen patted Yin Renfeng's shoulder and said, "This is my best brother. In a few days, he's opening a small shop, so make sure to come by and support him when you have time." Zhang Yunlong and Lu Junliang stared seriously at Yin Renfeng, memorizing his face. Since he was Wang Chen's brother, he would be like a close family member in the future. Zhang Yunlong glanced around and frowned slightly, asking, "How could Tai Xiao be sitting in this position? Are you and Wu Junhua?" Hu Qinxue linked her arm with Wang Chen's and said, "You mean General Manager Wu? A person as capable as him wouldn't have anything to do with us. He just asked me to leave GTA to accompany him. And that executive over there said I'm just a small factory girl, and GTA is just a beggar. Being able to sit in this position is already a blessing from our ancestors." She often worked outside and had seen all kinds of people, knowing when to say what. With Wang Chen's status, it wasn't wise to haggle with these people. But she was different. Even the sages said that only women and petty people are hard to raise, so whatever women do is justified. Wu Junhua and Zhao Mingxian nearly wet their pants upon hearing Hu Qinshua's words, their legs going weak as they dropped to the ground. Wu Junhua pleaded repeatedly, I was blind and didn't recognize Tai Xiao, spouting a bunch of nonsense. I beg you, Tai Xiao, to spare me this time. Zhao Mingxian chimed in from the side, I was the one with poor judgment, I'm the beggar here. For the sake of our past as classmates, please let me go. Wang Chen ignored the two of them and looked at the fat guy, saying, now do you believe that this outfit of mine isn't fake? I either wear the real deal or street vendor stuff, I would never wear a fake. After saying that, he swaggered out with Hu Qinshu, stopping in front of Wu Junhua. I just told you, you have to be low-key. What's a few 100,000 Swiss gold watches? This watch of mine is just for telling the time. After Wang Chen and the others left, Zhang Yunlong glared at Wu Junhua and said, your blind eyes are truly a waste. How dare you offend Tai Xiao? I'll go back and tell my family that someone like you, so arrogant, is not fit to be a partner. Who knows, one day you might suffer the consequences and be wiped out by someone. Don't think about pleading, Tai Xiao is someone even Wang Yingjia has to curry favor with. Telling you all this is just to make you aware of how you might meet your end. Lu Junliang turned his gaze to Zhao Mingxian, smiling coldly, what a coincidence, I'm an old acquaintance of your company's president. I will definitely tell him about this, so he knows how capable his executives are. Cherish your last meal, you probably won't be able to afford it in the future. Wu Junhua and Zhao Mingxian wanted to plead for mercy but didn't know how to express it, collapsing on the ground, realizing their lives were over. Yan Yuhua, however, was thinking about how to improve her situation, wondering if she could become Wang Chen's lover. She regretted not seeing that he was a second-generation rich kid, otherwise, wouldn't she be marrying into a wealthy family now? Wang Chen was unaware of the situation inside and wouldn't have cared even if he did. He originally wanted to take Yin Runfeng back, but the kid refused, saying he didn't want to be a third wheel. Wang Chen didn't insist and casually transferred him 300,000, telling him to buy a car tomorrow for convenience, mainly to pick up his godson from kindergarten. Yin Runfeng didn't hold back at all, casually thanking him before hailing a taxi and leaving. Hu Qinshu said in the car, it's clear that you two have a genuine friendship. He feels entitled to use your money, and when you need him, he will definitely give his all for you. Wang Chen nodded and said, you're right. We are true brothers. Even if we don't contact each other for decades, when needed, we will still do our utmost to help. So when he spends my money, he won't be polite at all. When the day comes that I truly need help, he can use that life to assist me. I always feel that in this lifetime, one must have a good brother who can share life and death, and a confidant lover who understands and loves each other. When he said the last sentence, he looked deeply at Hu Qinshu, whose pretty face turned crimson, slowly closing her eyes. Wang Chen did not take the final step, even though the other party was more than willing. It couldn't be done in the car, there had to be a sense of ceremony. Hu Qinshu felt Wang Chen's affection, and her heart was completely lost. As long as she could be with this man, she would pay any price. Wang Chen sent Hu Qinshu home and saw his little sister sprawled on the sofa without any grace. He casually threw a blanket over her and ignored it. He returned to the villa, looked up at the starry sky again, images flashing through his mind, and couldn't help but smile slightly as he slowly drifted into sleep. Morning came quickly, and it was time to open red envelopes again. He chose to open them without hesitation. Congratulations, you have received 456 yuan. Enjoy your click. Congratulations, you have received 28% equity in Tianqing Entertainment Group. Enjoy your click. Wang Chen was indifferent to the cash he received, but he found the equity in the entertainment company quite interesting. Was it suggesting he enter the entertainment industry? As soon as he thought of entering the entertainment industry, the image of Shangguan Yanxue appeared in his mind. In terms of temperament, she was absolutely top-notch. Among the people he knew, only Sikong Ruyan could compare with Shangguan Yanxue, though they were not of the same style, both were captivating. Wang Chen casually picked up the equity agreement next to him, glanced at it, then coughed. A small passage appeared on the table beside him. He stuffed the agreement into the passage, which automatically stored it in the basement safe, a special safe that no one could open except him. Wang Chen glanced at the morning light outside and decided to go downstairs for a nap. Just as he was dozing off, the phone rang suddenly. He pressed the answer button, and a strange voice came from the Bluetooth speaker in the bedroom. Sorry to disturb you, young master. My name is Sun Qingying, and I'm from the same crew as Shangguan Yanxue. She has been bullied. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen immediately woke up and interrupted her without hesitation. Where are you now? What exactly happened? Quickly tell me clearly, I will go to the address you mentioned right now. After a few exchanges, he sat up aggressively from the bed, not expecting that at this moment, the system distributed a dozen random red envelopes. Congratulations, you have received 328 yuan. Enjoy your click. Congratulations, you have received a bottle of special cooling oil. Enjoy your click. Congratulations, you have received a Lamborghini Huracan. Enjoy your click. While getting dressed, Wang Chen opened the red envelopes. In addition to several thousand yuan in cash, he also received a bottle of cooling oil and a Lamborghini Huracan. Although the Lamborghini Huracan was not a limited edition, its global quantity was still limited, and its value was no less than that of a Pagani Huayra. Wang Chen silently praised, the system really delivered. In a place like a film crew, a supercar was definitely more eye-catching and impressive. He instructed the smart ball, and the keychain he had previously stored was transmitted to the table beside him, which he casually attached to the car keys. Sun Qingying stretched her neck, constantly looking into the distance when a Lamborghini Huracan suddenly stopped in front of her. Wang Chen lowered the car window and said, I remember seeing you in the crew last time. It seems you said you were the male lead, and you look very familiar. He really wasn't trying to be pretentious, it was just that from a young age, he had either been studying or working, and he had hardly watched any television. Sun Qingying's face showed surprise. He was still looking for that Pagani Huayra from that day, but unexpectedly, the person had already switched to a Lamborghini Huracan. There were quite a few wealthy young men driving supercars, but not many owned two top-tier supercars, which proved that the person in front of him was much more impressive than he had imagined. Sun Qingying hurriedly said, It's my honor that you remember me, young master. I couldn't just stand by this time, so I took the liberty of calling you. Those people are really bullying Shangguan Yanxue. If you go take a look, you'll see how they can be so cruel. Shangguan Yanxue is a very strong-willed girl. She doesn't want others to know about her grievances and just cries alone in a corner. Wang Chen's expression darkened as he said, Thank you for telling me this. Now take me to find her. Sun Qingying quickly nodded in agreement and led Wang Chen into the filming location. Soon, in a dilapidated makeup room, they found Shangguan Yanxue huddled in a chair. Upon hearing footsteps, she glanced in that direction, and when she saw Wang Chen, her face immediately showed panic. Wang Chen quickly stepped forward, towering over her and giving her an overwhelming sense of pressure. Sun Qingying wisely exited the makeup room, standing guard at the door to prevent anyone from disturbing the couple inside. Wang Chen casually pinched Shangguan Yanxue's chin, forcing her to face him directly, and he saw that one side of her face was swollen. Shangguan Yanxue, in a fluster, said, Why are you here? Don't look at me like that. My face doesn't look good. At that moment, she was concerned about her appearance rather than whether Wang Chen's actions were an offense to her. This was determined by their social status. If Wang Chen were still the same as before, he would probably have received a slap in return. Wang Chen took out some cooling oil from his pocket, skillfully rubbed it in his palm, and then placed his hand on Shangguan Yanxue's face, gently massaging it. Shangguan Yanxue felt her face was icy cold, yet she also sensed the warmth of Wang Chen's palm. The pain in her face faded away in the alternating sensations of cold and heat. She looked at Wang Chen, who wore a gentle expression, and her eyes were filled with enchantment, feeling that at that moment, she was the happiest woman in the world, and all her suffering was worth it. Congratulations on triggering the Charm Increase card. The trigger level is the highest level of love at first sight. The other party is willing to give you everything you can pick at will, so be sure to cherish it. Upon hearing the prompt, Wang Chen's lips curled slightly. Indeed, after meeting the girl's standards, romance and tenderness were the best weapons to win her over. He slowly moved his hand down, gently resting it on Shangguan Yanxue's delicate neck. The heat of his palm against her fair skin made Shangguan Yanxue shiver, and she slowly closed her eyes. Without hesitation, Wang Chen covered her lips with his, and then there was a flurry of chaos, yet he still hadn't taken the final step. Shangguan Yanxue sat in Wang Chen's embrace, her delicate arms wrapped around his neck, her body softly leaning against his chest. Wang Chen deliberately put on a stern face and said, You went through such a big incident, why didn't you call me? Why did you have to have Sun Qingying notify me before I found out? Shangguan Yanxue weakly replied, I thought it was just filming and getting hit. I've been hit before, so it wasn't a big deal. Besides, we've only met once, although I have feelings for you, I can't just come to you for every little thing. What if you find me bothersome? With a young master like you, there must be plenty of girls around. I definitely don't measure up to you. As long as I have a little place in your heart, that's enough for me. Her fragile demeanor particularly stirred a man's protective instincts, especially for powerful men, who were most drawn to such delicate women. Wang Chen tightened his arm and said, From now on, you mustn't speak carelessly. No matter when, there will always be a place for you by my side. If anything happens in the future, notify me immediately. It seems your assistant isn't much good either, leaving you here like this. First, tell me what exactly happened. My woman has been bullied, and it absolutely cannot end like this. Someone must pay the price. He had previously not let Sun Qingying speak, wanting Shangwan Yenshue to say it herself. Last time, Li Yuhan wanted to film a scene where the car shakes, but you rejected her. She felt extremely embarrassed and went back to ask the director to add a scene where I get slapped. Originally, those scenes were all fake slaps, but during filming, the director said to make it realistic, so Li Yuhan had to really hit me and make it sound loud. We filmed several times, and I could only grit my teeth and endure it. I thought it would be over after filming, but unexpectedly, at midnight today, Li Yuhan wanted to add more scenes. This time, several female supporting characters were to slap me, and they were particularly harsh. As you saw, I got scared and came here to hide. As Shangwan Yenshue recalled, her beautiful eyes were filled with tears, resembling a pitiful little rabbit, her body trembling uncontrollably. Just as Wang Chen was about to comfort her, a sudden commotion came from the doorway. Clearly someone was trying to enter to find Shangwan Yenshue, but was stopped by Sun Qingying. He simply held Shangwan Yenshue and took a few steps to the door, forcefully opening it, and indeed saw Sun Qingying arguing with two women. The two women changed their expressions upon seeing Wang Chen. Everyone in the entire crew remembered this wealthy young man who drove a super luxury car. Wang Chen coldly looked at the two women and asked Sun Qingying, "Who are they, and what are they arguing about?" Sun Qingying immediately replied, "One is Li Yuhan's assistant, and the other is Miss Shangwan's assistant. They said they want Miss to go over and add scenes. Alright, I'll go with you. I want to see what kind of scenes you're adding. You all really have some nerve, being so unaware of your own limitations. I'll help you out, lead the way." Li Yuhan's assistant, with a raised neck, said, "I know the young master is wealthy, but our circle has its own rules. It's not just about having money. Our Yuhan isn't short on money either. Many things are just misunderstandings. Once clarified, it will be over. If it escalates, it won't be good for anyone." Wang Chen snorted from his nose, "You really have some nerve. You're the first to dare speak to me like this. Go call Li Yuhan and the director for me. I want to see just how arrogant your circle is. A mere assistant dares to be so presumptuous, really thinking you're something special." His brazen demeanor startled the assistant, but thinking of Li Yuhan's backing, she felt it was no big deal and swaggered away. Wang Chen turned his gaze to Shangwan Yenshue's assistant, who felt a wave of pressure and hurriedly began to explain. "It's not that I don't want to help Yenshue, I truly have the heart but lack the strength. Li Yuhan is the leading actress of Tianqing Entertainment, and she's really not someone we can provoke." Upon hearing Tianqing Entertainment, Wang Chen smiled and asked, "Is Tianqing Entertainment really that impressive?" Sun Qingying interjected, "Tianqing Entertainment is the largest entertainment company in the entire industry, with its reach spanning various fields. The boss, Yi Qinglei, has extensive connections. I know the young master must also be a strong person, but Yenshue still needs to navigate this circle. Offending Tianqing Entertainment is truly not worth the loss." Wang Chen coldly smiled and said, "But as far as I know, Yi Qinglei only holds 25% of the shares in Tianqing Entertainment, at most making him the second largest shareholder. As for the other small shareholders, they are all insignificant. In the future, if there's a play from Tianqing Entertainment that you like, the male lead will definitely be you." Before Sun Qingying could react, the director and Li Yuhan arrived, and they were not alone, quite a few others followed them. The director, with a beaming smile, said, "I'd met this young master before. The previous matters were all misunderstandings. It was my mishandling, and I owe the young master an apology." "You don't need to apologize to me. This is the last film you'll ever make in your life. How you want to shoot it is your prerogative, and no one has the right to interfere. I hope you can cherish the remaining filming time, lest you have regrets in the latter half of your life." "Why are you blaring? Am I not clear enough?" Wang Chen casually interrupted the director, and his words shocked the director, also igniting his anger. The director thought of himself as a big shot and felt there was no need to keep bowing and scraping. His posture immediately stiffened. This young master is joking. "Many things are not as simple as you think. I am the exclusive director of Tianqing Entertainment. If you want to do something, you need to consult our boss Yi." Wang Chen ignored the director and instead looked at Li Yuhan, his gaze turning extremely cold, making the woman tremble. Li Yuhan steeled herself and said, "I am the leading actress of Tianqing Entertainment and can speak directly with Boss Yi. You'd better not act recklessly. Let's consider the previous matter as my fault. I will talk to Boss Yi and have her give you a secondary role in the next film as compensation." Wang Chen curled his lip and said, "You still want a next film? That's simply ridiculous. If it were another film company, I might have to put in some effort." "Yenshue, do you know why I haven't contacted you these past few days? It's because I was considering acquiring shares in a film company to properly promote you. I didn't know which company was good, so I let my subordinates handle it, and it just so happened to be Tianqing Entertainment. I was actually thinking of asking you if this company was any good. He spoke very casually, but the others listened in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. Li Yuan exaggeratedly exclaimed, even if you are a wealthy young master, you can't boast without preparation. Boss Yi values Tianqing Entertainment more than her own life. How could she allow someone else to be the major shareholder? Besides, do you know how much money it takes to acquire shares in Tianqing Entertainment? You're so young, would your family let you squander such a large sum? That's simply a huge joke. Sun Qingying shook his head from the side and said, you're being too naive. There are some things in this world that you can't just choose not to do. If someone with enough weight steps in, boss, you wouldn't be able to refuse selling. Selling would protect the company, while not selling would lead to a dead end. As for how much money it takes, for someone capable of doing this, that amount is nothing more than a drop in the bucket, hardly worth mentioning. As if to validate his words, Wang Chen casually took out his phone, dialed the number from the information, and put it on speaker. Taishao finally called me. I've been waiting so long that the flowers have wilted. Let's see when you're free. I'll come visit you and discuss the company's plans for the second half of the year. As our company's largest shareholder, you have the authority to make decisions. If you think any part isn't good, I will do my utmost to correct it. The voice coming from the phone was familiar to the main characters present, and the content of the conversation scared them to the core. President Yi, you're too polite. I'm not one to play games. I'm acquiring shares in your company because my girlfriend, Shangwan Yanxue, is one of your artists. Speaking of your company, it really opened my eyes. I feel like this share purchase is a bit of a loss. Selling it feels unsatisfactory, so why not just let it go to waste? Wang Chen spoke very casually, but after hearing it, Yi Qinglei was nearly scared out of his wits. The largest shareholder wanting to let the shares go to waste clearly indicated he intended to ruin the company. Yi Qinglei hurriedly said, Taishao, what do you mean by that? What our company? Your company? Aren't we all family? If there are shortcomings, let's work together to improve. Just point them out, and I will definitely make changes that satisfy you. Miss Shangwan chose to sign with us, no, with our company, so it's like coming home. I'll arrange for the best agent right away to ensure she becomes the brightest star. Wang Chen laughed heartily and said, I was just joking with Brother Yi. Why are you so agitated? As long as my girlfriend isn't at a disadvantage, I won't interfere with the rest. But on the other hand, our company's directors and artists really should work on their character. They're all so arrogant that you'd think they were kings. I'm not satisfied with the director of my girlfriend's current crew. He really doesn't know how to add scenes. I wanted to guide him, but he told me to consult Brother Yi. What do you say? Yi Qinglei, having been in the industry for so many years, was as shrewd as a monkey and immediately understood that there was something fishy about this crew. They must have provoked Wang Chen. Thinking further, Wang Chen's sudden acquisition of shares in Tianqing Entertainment was likely related to this issue. Yi Qinglei wasn't naive. He knew how deep the waters were in this world. For those truly powerful families, such maneuvers were basic operations. He immediately said, Taishao, don't worry. I'll call that bastard right now and have him do everything as you say. Anyone who dares to make Taishao unhappy will regret being born. The director quickly interjected, Boss, you don't need to call me. I've heard your instructions, everything will be done as Taishao says. You damn bastard, make sure to serve Taishao well. When you come back, I'll deal with you. Just wait, Yi Qinglei cursed the director fiercely, then flattered Wang Chen for a while. Just as he was about to hang up, Wang Chen mentioned Sun Qingying, saying he was a good person. Upon hearing this, Sun Qingying was so excited that he could hardly contain himself, knowing that he would be invincible in the entertainment industry from now on. Good people indeed have good rewards. In contrast to Sun Qingying's beautiful mood, Li Yuan was filled with regret, wishing she had known how formidable the other party was. Even if she had borrowed a few guts, she wouldn't have dared to provoke Shangwan Yanxue. As for Li Yuan's assistant, she was so scared that she trembled, desperately trying to hide behind someone, hoping not to be noticed. Indeed, speaking out of turn is a grave sin. Li Yuan pleaded in a low voice, it's all my fault. I have a pair of dog eyes and offended the young master and Miss Shui. I beg you, please be magnanimous and spare me this time. Wang Chen coldly smiled and said, what do you mean by that? Adding scenes is normal. I also want to add some scenes, but it can't be done here. That stage manager over there, go find me 10 strong female extras to come in. They must have good strength, and by the way, tell them how to rehearse the scenes. Last night, there were several female supporting roles, get them to the set immediately. Even if they've already been buried, they must be dug out. If you don't want to come, fine, just don't show up in this circle for the rest of your life, and pretend nothing happened. Several assistant directors nodded like dogs and rushed out as fast as they could. In just over 10 minutes, those people arrived on set. The female supporting roles already knew what had happened and looked at Wang Chen in extreme fear, wishing they could kneel down and beg for mercy. Wang Chen looked at the extras and said, "This is your first added scene. Go up and slap those people hard. I want to hear a loud sound with every hit. First, slap for 20 minutes straight. After that, your face must be swollen by 10 centimeters. Only then does it meet the artistic requirements. As long as you do well, each of you will receive a reward of 3,000. Go ahead." The stage manager outside had already instructed the extras to follow Wang Chen's orders, and his demands could only be taken further. They absolutely could not just go through the motions. These supporting actresses, who usually clung to Li Yuan, had bullied the extras quite a bit. Now that the group had the chance to take revenge, they struck harder than one another, quickly turning these actresses into pig heads. Wang Chen instructed the previous stage manager to measure these people's faces with a ruler. If they did not meet the artistic standards, keep slapping until they did. I know it's all my fault. I shouldn't have been jealous of Miss Xue, nor should I have used such despicable means. I beg Tai Xiao and Miss Xue to show mercy and let me off the hook. I really won't dare again. From now on, I will be like a dog by Miss Xue's side, biting whoever I'm told to without the slightest hesitation. Li Yuan looked terrified, her face full of despair as she pleaded with Wang Chen. Wang Chen glanced sideways and said, "If apologies were useful, why would we need the law? Once a person does something wrong, they must pay the price. Don't say I didn't give you a choice. Either you act well in this scene like they do, and as a big star, you must strive for perfection, at least double their effort. Or I will completely blacklist you, ensuring you never have a chance to rise again, and make you spit out all the money you've earned over the years, then learn how to be a good person." Li Yuan stared wide-eyed, gritting her teeth. "I'm willing to add scenes. I'll keep adding until Tai Xiao and Miss Xue are satisfied." The following events naturally became easier. The extras had their fun and gave Li Yuan a good beating. Wang Chen looked at the few women who had turned into pig heads and said to the director, "I'm a man of my word, their matters are settled. As for your issues, I will have a good talk with Yi Qinglei. We'll properly rehearse your scenes, and if I hear even a hint of complaint from Xue, I'll make sure to deal with you." The director nodded and bowed like a little lapdog. "Tai Xiao, rest assured, I will immediately work with the screenwriter to revise the script, pushing all previous scenes to be red-hot, ensuring Miss Xue is satisfied." Wang Chen showed a smile of someone who could be taught, pulling Shangguan Yansu towards the sports car. The reason for this was that just now, the system daddy had come through again. Shangguan Yansu had been feeling clouded and confused until she sat in the car and finally realized what was happening. "You actually acquired shares in Tianqing Entertainment to become the largest shareholder for me, isn't that a bit exaggerated?" She stared at Wang Chen, her eyes filled with love. A man willing to go this far for her was truly ready to give everything. Wang Chen lifted Shangguan Yansu's delicate chin, smiling as he said, "Do you think it's exaggerated? I don't think so at all. You are my treasure. Treasures must be cherished with all one's might. Only when my treasure is happy will my sky be bright and sunny. If my treasure is unhappy, my sky will be filled with clouds." The romantic literature from earlier was now coming into play. What is romance? A luxury car and a beautiful person are what romance is about, and this kind of romance requires a material foundation. Wang Chen pressed the accelerator, and the Lamborghini roared angrily before shooting off like an arrow. He first went to the property registration office, telling Shangguan Yansu to wait in the car, and it took him over half an hour to come out. Wang Chen then drove for more than 30 minutes, arriving deep in the famous Golden Coast of Binhai City, where there was a villa area known as the Heart of Romance. The villas here were all small duplexes, each with a different design, and every layout was extremely romantic, truly deserving the title of romance-filled. Wang Chen's car stopped in front of the most picturesque villa, and he pressed the remote key in his hand. The iron gate of the small courtyard slowly opened, and he drove the car inside. Shangguan Yanxue stood in the center of the courtyard, extending her hands to feel the taste of the sea breeze, and looked at the warm sunlight, feeling particularly cheerful. Wang Chen took Shangguan Yanxue's hand and walked her through the entire villa, smiling as he asked how she felt. Shangguan Yanxue smiled and said, "This villa is so beautiful. It's just like a little cake house from a fairy tale. Living here must be a very happy thing." Wang Chen took out the property deed, grinning as he opened it in front of Shangguan Yanxue, and there it was, her name, leaving her dumbfounded. "How can it be my name? You want to give me this house?" Shangguan Yanxue gently licked her lips, looking extremely tempting, fluttering her beautiful big eyes, appearing pure and adorable. "Such an obvious thing, our big star still needs to ask. From now on, this will be our romantic love nest. When you get tired, just come back here to rest." Wang Chen embraced Shangguan Yanxue from behind, letting her delicate body lean against him. The feeling of holding her was simply too comfortable. Shangguan Yanxue felt enveloped by the man's scent, her body softening, and unconsciously turned her head, offering everything that could be taken. Wang Chen looked at the intoxicated Shangguan Yanxue, decisively choosing the former between beast and less than beast, his heart soaring like a pair of flying swallows. Shangguan Yanxue was indeed a good girl who kept herself pure, a blush proving everything, making her even more endearing. She buried her flushed little face like an ostrich in Wang Chen's chest. Wang Chen held Shangguan Yanxue tightly, filled with emotion, realizing that life's encounters are indeed unpredictable. If it were in the past, a goddess like her wouldn't even glance at him, let alone be held in his arms with desires. Shangguan Yanxue secretly took a breath, raising her happy face, her fingers drawing circles on Wang Chen's chest. You really are a scoundrel. I never expected that after guarding myself for so many years, I would end up being taken advantage of by you. You must treat me better from now on, there must be a place for me here. If there's no place for me, I won't cry or fuss with you, I'll just leave quietly, making it so you can never find me again, living out my remaining days in solitude. Her eyes were filled with sorrow, as if she had truly been abandoned, making anyone who saw her heart ache, wanting to protect her. Wang Chen tightened his arms, pretending to be domineering, saying, now that you've been completely consumed by me, you've become mine. Where do you think you can go? From now on, this romantic little house will be your cage, your final resting place. You'll be locked here for the rest of your life, never escaping from my grasp. Just watch how I deal with you. As he spoke, he mischievously used his hands, and the scenery here was uniquely beautiful, the taste of it too profound to share with outsiders. The two spent a day and night in the romantic little house, and the next day, the red envelope was opened here. This time, the luck was quite good, winning hundreds of thousands in cash and a single Juliet rose. Just as they were about to leave, Wang Chen took out the Juliet rose, smiling as he handed it to Shangguan Yanxue. At first, Shangguan Yanxue didn't think much of it, but when she held the flower, she found the fragrance very special, seemingly different from other roses. What kind of rose is this? How does it have such a unique scent? I've never seen it before. Wang Chen casually smiled and said, it's a Juliet rose. I originally wanted to get you a bouquet, but ended up with just one. Thinking about it makes one feel a bit depressed. What did you say? This is the famous Juliet rose, worth $1 million for just one, a Juliet rose that you might not even be able to buy with money. Shangguan Yanxue exaggeratedly opened her mouth, her cherry lips capable of swallowing an egg whole, truly a feat for this girl. Wang Chen pinched Shangguan Yanxue's lips and teased, you don't need to use parallelism, just say what you mean about the Juliet rose. From now on, anything you like, I'll find a way to get it for you. Just behave and focus on filming, and when I have time, I'll come to see you. When you're tired, just come back to our love nest, this will always be your home. Shangguan Yanxue obediently nodded in agreement, while secretly deciding that this choice was the best she would ever make in her life. On their way back to the set, Yi Qinglei called, stating that Shangguan Yanxue's new management team had been formed. This time, it was all top-tier talent from Tianqing Entertainment. With this lineup, if they couldn't make Shangguan Yanxue a superstar, Yi Qinglei would go live and cut off his own manhood. Wang Chen laughed in response, President Yi really knows how to joke. From now on, just treat my shares as yours, aside from the dividends, everything else is up to you. Rest assured, Tai Xiao, I will definitely make the company bigger and stronger, and I won't let you down. Contact me anytime if you need anything, I guarantee your satisfaction. After hanging up, Yi Qinglei excitedly shouted, indeed, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. With Wang Chen's full support, he could completely take control of the company. At the same time, he felt a pang of bitterness. After a lifetime of hard work, he realized that he was still outdone by someone who could win a smile from a beauty. Truly, comparing people makes one feel inferior, and comparing goods leads to discarding. Wang Chen and Shangguan Yanxue lingered for a while before leaving the set, but they hadn't gone far when the phone rang again. Hello, Mr. Wang, I'm Lin Qiulin, a financial advisor from Binshang Bank. You need to come to the bank quickly, someone is blocking Yuan bingu. Upon hearing the content of the call, Wang Chen's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected that after Shangguan Yanxue was bullied yesterday, today it was Yuan bingu's turn to be blocked. What was going on? What exactly happened? Who is so bold as to block someone at the bank? Doesn't Lian Fei know how to handle this? Mr. Wang, you may not know, but the troublemaker is Ni Baozhu. She is a notorious troublemaker and has caused a scene at our bank twice before. No one can do anything about her, even our bank president doesn't dare to provoke her. We reported it to the security bureau before, but it had no effect at all. Lin Qiulin explained the situation clearly, her words filled with disdain for Ni Baozhu, yet also a sense of helplessness. Wang Chen acknowledged that he understood and would handle the matter properly. asking Lin Xiaolin to take care of Yuan Bingyue and ensure nothing went wrong during this time. He thought for a moment and called Shui Xiaowei, knowing that dealing with such a shameless person required someone from the underworld. Tai Xiao, what do you need? As long as I can do it, I will do my utmost to ensure you are not disappointed. Shui Xiaowei answered Wang Chen's call, immediately pledging his loyalty. If he didn't hold onto this big leg tightly, he would regret it for life. Wang Chen's voice was cold as he said, "There's someone named Enai Baozhu who is causing trouble for Bingyue at the bank. According to the bank staff, this person is a shameless harlot, a real piece of work. I'm heading to the bank now, see if there are any useful people around. I don't want any unnecessary trouble, do you understand?" Shui Xiaowei quickly replied, "Rest assured, Tai Xiao, I'll arrange for people right away, I won't let you down." Wang Chen acknowledged with a grunt, hung up the phone, and pressed the accelerator to the floor, roaring towards Binsheng Bank. Soon, he arrived near the bank and saw a large crowd gathered in front, with noise coming from within. Wang Chen parked the car by the roadside and staggered over, using his strength to push his way inside. Inside was a woman with a round face, jumping up and down, shouting, "Let that bitch Yuan Bingyue come out. If she has the guts to seduce people, why doesn't she have the guts to face them?" When she was seducing, she seemed quite capable, but now she's hiding like a turtle. Don't think hiding inside will work. You can run from the monk, but you can't run from the temple. You can hide from the first day of the month, but not from the 15th. Wang Chen recognized this woman as Enai Baozhu. It was clear at a glance that she was trouble. Her round face was paired with a pair of triangular eyes, as disgusting as they come. He approached the bank entrance and said to the security guard, "Let me use your walkie-talkie and call Yuan Bingyue out. This ugly woman has a point. Hiding isn't a solution to many problems. We have to face them. If you didn't know better, you'd think she was in the wrong." Before the security guard could respond, Enai Baozhu jumped up and shouted, "Who do you think you are? You have no right to speak here, get the hell out of my way, or I'll douse you in urine." Wang Chen snorted dismissively, "Yuan Bingyue is my personal secretary. Her business is my business. If you dare to cause her trouble, you're going against me. Your name sounds familiar. You must have a scummy husband hiding somewhere. Hurry up and get him out, or you'll see how I deal with you." As soon as he finished speaking, two men stepped out of the crowd, one of whom was Lu Qizhi, and the other, an older man, was presumably his father. The security guard, hearing Wang Chen's words, didn't dare to delay and immediately reported the situation over the walkie-talkie. Yuan Bingyue rushed out in a hurry. Along with her came the entire executive team of Binsheng Bank. Wang Chen was their benefactor, and they couldn't afford to let him be dissatisfied. Lian Fei greeted him with a broad smile, "Mr. Wang, what brings you here?" "I'm sorry for the trouble, I'll handle this matter right away." Wang Chen grunted heavily, ignoring Lian Fei, and focused his gaze on Yuan Bingyue, making her eyes dart nervously. "What exactly is going on? Why didn't you tell me about this? You're my personal financial manager, which means you're my person. My people shouldn't be bullied like this. If this gets out, where will I put my face? Do you want me to be the laughingstock?" Wang Chen's face was as dark as water, his tone extremely low, each word hitting Yuan Bingyue's heart like a heavy hammer. Yuan Bingyue panicked. "It's all my fault. I didn't consider things properly. I was only thinking about not causing you trouble, not realizing the impact it would have. We'll talk about your issues later. First, let's discuss what happened." "What is this woman with a face like a pancake?" Wang Chen interrupted Yuan Bingyue rudely, shifting the focus back to Enai Baozhu. Enai Baozhu was notorious in the business circles of Binsheng, known as a shameless shrew who would do anything. In the past, to avoid paying compensation, she even went without clothes and caused a scene at the other company's entrance, ultimately forcing them to back down, and that money was never paid. The reason she came to cause trouble this time was that after Lu Qizhi was kicked out of the Haishi Reef Club, many companies terminated their cooperation with them under Wang Yingjia's influence. Lu Gai learned the reason behind this and didn't think his son was at fault. Instead, he believed Yuan Bingyue had set a trap for revenge. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? He didn't dare provoke Wang Chen, so he targeted Yuan Bingyue for revenge, deliberately sending his wife to create a scene and smear Yuan Bingyue's name. Lu Gai and Enai Baozhu thought that Wang Chen was a person of stature and would definitely not stand up for a woman. They believed that with a little more bribery, they could regain the lost business. Unfortunately, they did not consider that Wang Chen was also a typical nouveau riche, and a particularly protective one at that. He would never allow his woman to be bullied. Wang Chen coldly looked at Lu Gai and said, "Your wife just said Bingyue is seducing people, she must be talking about you. You should take a good look at your own character. What qualifications do you have for Bingyue to seduce you? If you don't give me a clear explanation today, I will make sure you regret it." Lu Gai looked into Wang Chen's eyes and felt a chill in his heart, realizing he had gotten himself into big trouble. It was no longer just a matter of salvaging business. Ni Baozhu lacked this insight. She only thought Wang Chen was young and couldn't be that formidable, and she was determined to stir things up to gain more benefits. Ni Baozhu was utterly clueless, believing that her shamelessness could leave the young Wang Chen at a loss, forcing him to compromise. "You're shouting and making a scene. It's obvious you're just a spoiled rich kid who doesn't know how to respect your elders, with no upbringing at all. It's this woman who seduced my husband and then my son. My husband and son are the best, no one can compare. If we don't get an explanation today, this matter is far from over. This woman thinks she can still work here, it's simply a daydream." Wang Chen coldly looked at Ni Baozhu and said, "No matter what you said before, if you dare to say I have no upbringing, this matter cannot be considered over. My people will be here shortly. All of you who are just watching the show, if you don't want to get into trouble, get out of the way immediately, or you'll regret it. Don't think your family can run away." "What did you just say?" "You can run away from the monk, but not the temple. You can hide from the first day of the month, but not the 15th. When he was struggling at the bottom, he understood one principle: when it's time to be ruthless, you must be ruthless, or you'll miss your chance. As for the consequences of such actions, that depended on one's capabilities. With his current abilities, those consequences could be ignored. If Shuexiaowei couldn't even handle this little matter, he wouldn't qualify to be the top dog in Binhai City, let alone have Wang Yingjie mention him." Just as he finished speaking, a group of people rushed in from outside, led by a bald man wearing a big gold chain. As soon as this guy entered, he shouted, "I don't know who Tai Xiao is, but Wei Ge sent me to come over and support Tai Xiao. Who's the blind fool that dared to offend Tai Xiao? You're really asking for trouble. What are you all staring at? Do you all want to die?" Wang Chen coughed and said, "What's your name? If you can fight, then stop shouting. Hasn't anyone taught you?" The bald man quickly replied, "My name is Wang Yangbiao, Tai Xiao calls me Dapiaozi. I'm just trying to be civilized so as not to affect the young master." Wang Chen snorted, "You need to be civilized with talent. What's the point of being civilized with these guys? Get them all out of here. Whoever isn't satisfied can start a fight, and we'll just pay for their medical expenses." Upon hearing this, Dapiaozi immediately shouted loudly, and his subordinates looked fierce, causing the onlookers to vanish in the blink of an eye. Lian Fei saw that what the security guards had struggled so hard to achieve was accomplished by just a few intimidating words, and he sighed inwardly at the gap in power. Wang Chen instructed Dapiaozi, "Take this family of 3 to your place of work, and let Shuexiaowei know to wait for me there. This fat woman was just trying to make a scene with me. Take her over first and let her know how to talk to me later. Now go." Dapiaozi quickly nodded in agreement, then kicked Ni Baozhu in the face, directly breaking her nose. Ni Baozhu barely had time to scream a couple of times before another kick knocked out several of her teeth, leaving her completely silent. After their family of 3 was taken away, Wang Chen coldly stared at Lian Fei, whose forehead was drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing anxiously. Lian Fei nodded and bowed, saying, "Young Master Tai, please don't be angry. This time I didn't think it through. Actually, when Lin Xiulin called you, it was my suggestion." Wang Chen waved his hand to interrupt him. "You did one right thing. Since that's the case, I won't hold it against you this time. Prepare 1 million in cash for me immediately. I want to take it away shortly. Also, from now on, change my exclusive financial manager to Lin Xiulin. He will only be responsible for financial matters, while the rest will still be handled by Yuan Bingyue. Prepare a quiet place for me. I need to have a chat with my exclusive secretary." In his words, he split Yuan Bingyue's responsibilities while also changing her identity from exclusive financial manager to secretary, which carried a different implication. Lian Fei dared not say a word of dissent and hurriedly assured him that there was no problem, leading Wang Chen and Yuan Bingyue to a high-end small conference room. Yuan Bingyue stood in front of Wang Chen like a little girl who had done something wrong, her head lowered, her hands fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, indicating her inner tension. Wang Chen blared and said, "I am very angry right now. Why did someone else have to tell me about this incident instead of you notifying me immediately? Do you think that as my financial manager, you only need to handle financial matters and that other things are none of your concern?" Yuan Bingyue pouted and said, "That's how it is. After the last meeting, you didn't even send me a WeChat message. How would I know what you were thinking? And now that this has happened, how could I have the nerve to call you? That would only make you think I'm incompetent and lose faith in me." Hearing this, Wang Chen felt speechless. He realized it was true that he hadn't contacted her after their last separation, which was indeed a mistake. He sighed and said, "I have many things to deal with and can't focus all my thoughts on you, which is why I didn't contact you. But that doesn't mean you're not important to me. You are mine, and everything is related to me. If anyone dares to bully you, I will not let them go. Let's consider this incident settled." From now on, you are my exclusive secretary, no longer a financial manager. Your status has moved a step closer, and you should know how to handle things. I'll let Lian Fei know, so you won't have to adhere to the working hours of Binshang Bank anymore. I will look for you whenever I need something, and you must be available at all times. Also, if you find yourself with nothing to do, you can try making some investments on your own. After all, I have so many savings, losing a few 100,000 or 1,000,000 isn't a big deal. Yuan Bingyue could hardly believe her ears. She never even dreamed that Wang Chen would say such things. It was simply too outrageous. Seeing Yuan Bingyue's stunned expression, Wang Chen suddenly felt a mischievous urge, abruptly standing up from his chair and taking 2 steps toward her. Yuan Bingyue instinctively took a step back, only to find herself sitting on the conference table. Wang Chen stepped forward again, his legs brushing against the edge of the table, feeling a smooth sensation on both sides of his body. Yuan Bingyue leaned back slightly, her hands propped on the table, creating a very alluring pose. Wang Chen had just tasted meat the night before and, knowing what it was like, naturally felt a sense of obsession, unconsciously reaching out his hand and pressing forward. Both of them managed to maintain the last line of rationality, as this place was not suitable, but their relationship took a step further, leading to something else. Wang Chen casually instructed Lian Fei, and Yuan Bingyue was no longer bound by the attendance system, transforming into a free little bird. Wang Chen brought Yuan Bingyue to the location shared by Shui Xiaowei on WeChat, which was a storage area in the urban-rural fringe. At the innermost part of the storage area, there was a particularly dilapidated warehouse, but once inside, it was a different world altogether, where Lu Gai's family was brought. Shui Xiaowei smiled broadly and said, "I've met the boss, I've taken care of everything. No matter how the boss deals with them, there won't be any trouble." Wang Chen casually nodded and said, "I dislike trouble the most. If there are any issues in the future, I'll leave them to you to handle. I trust you won't let me down." Hearing this, Shui Xiaowei was overjoyed. Being able to handle trouble for someone in power was a very promising sign, and his rise to success was just around the corner. He had been busy these past few days, quietly investigating Wang Chen's background, but all he found were shadows, leaving him greatly astonished. Shui Xiaowei understood very well that the reason for this situation was that the forces behind Wang Chen did not want to be investigated, which is why only simple information was available. This information was meant to convey a message to the investigator. If they were foolish enough to continue digging, they would face the wrath of thunder, and the outcome was predictable. Shui Xiaowei felt that Wang Chen must be related to the old gentleman. Being able to gain the old gentleman's favor could mean he was a person of great influence. Wang Chen had no idea that his single remark had led Shui Xiaowei to think so much, otherwise, he would have definitely given a thumbs up for his imagination. He approached Lu Gai and casually remarked, "You really have some nerve, daring to let your wife trouble my woman. Quite commendable." Lu Gai, already beaten to a pulp, hurriedly pleaded, "It's all a misunderstanding. It was that shameless woman's own idea, and has nothing to do with me. The young master is a true noble. Why bother with someone like me? I beg you, show mercy and let me go." Lu Qizhi shouted from the side, "Young master, don't listen to this old fool. I'm the only innocent one, dragged down by them. After the last incident, many companies stopped cooperating with our family. Those 2 old fools came up with this scheme to salvage the situation. They think the young master is a person of stature and cannot do anything disgraceful. As long as they are shameless enough, they can make the young master yield. Then they can extort enough from the young master, just like how my shameless mother did when our family owed money." Everyone, including Wang Chen, was left dumbfounded. Indeed, as the saying goes, like father, like son. Wang Chen snorted through his nose, "Shut up. You're all no good, and now that you've fallen into my hands, you will definitely pay the price. Especially you, you shameless woman. Everyone says you are the most disgraceful wretch. Now that it has come to this, I want to see what tricks you can still play." Ni Baozhu had lost her previous arrogance and pleaded in a low voice, "The young master is absolutely right. I am indeed a shameless wretch, but I can be useful. If the young master has any rivals, you can let me out to annoy them. I can do anything to make them sick, guaranteed to make them vomit. The young master doesn't need to treat me like a person, just treat me like a vicious dog. As long as the young master gives the order, no matter who it is, I can sink my teeth into them." Everyone looked at Ni Baozhu in shock. Indeed, the reputation was well deserved, the most shameless person in the Binhai business circle, and her name was not just for show. Wang Chen turned to Yuan Bingyue and asked with a smile, "What do you think we should do with them?" Yuan Bingyue bit her lip and said, "My good friend had to leave here because of this family of wretches. This time they have set their sights on me again. If it weren't for you, who knows what would have happened, so we can't let them off the hook to prevent them from harming others in the future." Wang Chen nodded and said, "I understand what you mean. When I came in just now, I felt the scenery in the storage area was not bad. You should go out for a stroll. Yuan Bingyue was very clear in her heart that Wang Chen didn't want her to see his ruthless side, and she couldn't help but feel warm inside. She obediently nodded and went out. Wang Chen coldly looked at Lu Gai's family and said, "What I hate the most are people like them. They have no bottom line and harm others without any scruples. I want them to pay an unbearable price, but I can't let them die so easily. Do you have any good suggestions?" Xue Xiaowei hesitated for a moment and said, "I know people in the black market of Bincheng. We can sell this family of scoundrels to the freak show through them. The freak show is one of the most notorious places in the black market, a true den of evil. I'll show you 2 pictures, and you'll understand." As he spoke, he took out a tablet, opened a special search engine, and entered the infamous black market, finding 2 pictures. Wang Chen felt that his nerves were already tough enough, but after seeing the pictures, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine, and the hair on his body stood on end. The images depicted a deformed monster, absolutely horrifying, making it hard to look at, yet impossible to look away. This feeling was truly incredible. Wang Chen took a deep breath and said, "This idea of yours is good. Evil people need to be dealt with by evil means, let them make the most of their remaining lives. What was that search engine you just used? Tell me more about the black market, it seems like quite an interesting place." After saying this, he was startled again, this time by his own change, how his heart had become as hard as iron. If this had happened before, Wang Chen would never have made such a choice. The things in the pictures were inhumane, how could he send people to such a place? Wang Chen's mind raced as he thought about the events of the past few days and realized that his way of handling things had indeed undergone an unknown transformation. This transformation felt like breaking the shackles on him, allowing him to completely unleash his true nature, and his intelligence was highly engaged, performing exceptionally well in conversation and problem-solving. He had never even dreamed of having such capabilities. If he had possessed them earlier, he wouldn't have been bullied like a dog. The key was that after acquiring the trillion-dollar red envelope system, Wang Chen had almost instantly completed his transformation into a higher being, which was the most incredible part. Just as Wang Chen was puzzled, Xue Xiaowei's words saved him. Xue Xiaowei was about to introduce Wang Chen to the situation of the black market when he saw him lost in thought and cautiously called out. Wang Chen came to his senses. "I was just thinking about some issues. What should one do if they experience an unknown transformation and can't figure out what's going on?" Xue Xiaowei answered without hesitation, "I think if you can't understand it, then just don't think about it. After all, no matter how things change, the people around you haven't changed. As for whether the change is good or bad, there's no need to care about how others see it. As long as you feel comfortable, that's all that matters." Wang Chen nodded in agreement, feeling that this was very reasonable. No matter how he changed, as long as it didn't affect his people, why should he worry about it? He rubbed his nose and said, "What you said makes a lot of sense. I've been overthinking it. It's mainly because I've been used to that kind of life, and I can't change it all at once. Let's talk about the black market." Wang Chen knew that his past could not be hidden, so he simply laid it all out, which instead made him seem enigmatic and more likely to intimidate others. Xue Xiaowei flattered him a few more times and then said, "The dark web is a hidden network. If we compare the entire network to an iceberg, what we usually see is just the tip of the iceberg above the surface. The dark web is the massive part hidden beneath the surface, a gathering place for evil, filled with endless wickedness. The images the young master just saw are one of those evils. The evils the young master can usually think of are child's play in the dark web. Here, there are evils you can't imagine, and none that you can't see. At the same time, anything can be done on the dark web, provided you have money. This is the realm of the wealthy. With money, you can do as you please. I can only give the young master a rough introduction. The specifics must be explored by the young master himself. The young master can use this search engine to access the dark web." Wang Chen's interest was thoroughly piqued. He transferred the search engine to his phone, preparing to input it into the villa's smart brain, which would surely handle everything properly. The rest of the matters didn't need his concern. Xue Xiaowei would naturally arrange everything. He staggered out of the storage room and found Yuan Bingyue, who was admiring the scenery. The two spent the rest of the day enjoying the beauty of life, happily playing together, and after sending Yuan Bingyue back to her apartment, Wang Chen hurried back to the villa. Wang Chen arrived in the basement of the villa, the smart core of the entire villa and the location of the smart brain. He input the search engine into the smart brain, only to find it rejected, and he had no idea how the smart brain operated, producing an entirely new search engine instead. Through this search engine, Wang Chen accessed the dark web and discovered that it was even more extensive than Xue Xiaowei had described. Whether it was due to the search engine, the dark web he entered was divided into many sections, making it easier to navigate. As Wang Chen browsed happily, a red envelope interface suddenly popped up, and he received several random red envelopes. You have received a pack of premium cigarettes, 95 Supreme. Enjoy your click. You have received 100 million dark web universal coins. This currency cannot be cashed out. Enjoy your click. This time, in addition to some cash, he also obtained a dark web account containing 100 million dark web universal coins. A realization dawned on Wang Chen. The dark web universal coin was specifically used for transactions on the dark web, with a cash-out ratio of 1 to 100,000. This meant that the dark web universal coins in his possession could be converted into 10 trillion in assets if cashed out, an astronomical figure. Clearly, this number put some pressure on the system, which prohibited him from cashing out. However, with these dark web universal coins, he could command great influence on the dark web. Wang Chen felt a slight regret in his heart. The opportunity to become the world's richest man was thus snuffed out by the system. He then cheerfully gave himself the title of Supreme God and left the basement, preparing to check out the dark web's live broadcasts when the night was quiet. Wang Chen lay on the rocking chair on the rooftop and tapped on the table beside him. A screen quickly rose, displaying the live broadcast interface of the dark web. He first clicked on a bloody stream, but after a glance, he immediately closed it. It was too much to handle and nearly made him vomit his dinner. Wang Chen tried various projects, passing on those he found unsuitable, and finally discovered a rare live broadcast section. The broadcasts here were relatively mild yet particularly interesting, satisfying Wang Chen's curiosity while remaining acceptable to him. Wang Chen saw a streamer named Dreamy Elf, noted for having an enchanting voice, and his interest was instantly piqued as he clicked in. What appeared before his eyes was a jungle backdrop, not the kind of jungle found in reality, but one from a fairy tale, where fairies exist. A girl dressed in a purple gauze skirt, wearing a delicate purple mask, appeared in the jungle like a fairy. Welcome everyone to the Dream Fairies livestream. As your favorite dream broadcaster, have you missed me? The Dream Fairy's voice was particularly melodious, creating a captivating feeling that was hard to escape. As soon as the Dream Fairy finished speaking, 2 fighter jets flew across the screen, each worth 10 black coins, equivalent to 1 million in cash. If I don't hear your voice for a day, I lose interest in everything, even killing. Here are 2 fighter jets, let me see your face. The one who rewarded the fighter jets was the Bloody Butcher, who immediately demanded the Dream Fairy to take off her mask, provoking a wave of curses. What do you think you are? Just 2 broken fighter jets, and you dare to make such an unreasonable request? Who gave you the courage? A guy named Crazy Young Master, while cursing, offered 3 bombers, each worth 30 black coins, crushing the Bloody Butcher. With your petty gestures, you dare to make demands of the fairy? I feel ashamed for you. You need to show my big rocket to win the fairy's favor. The crazy clown directly sent 4 rockets, totaling 200 black coins, quickly becoming the top donor, then struck a super cool pose. The Dream Fairy smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you, big brothers, for your generosity. To show my gratitude, let me sing you a song. Singing is so boring, dance a romantic dance for us. I'll reward you with 2-star battleships. Those losers aren't worth mentioning. A star battleship costs 1,000 black coins, which is 100 million in cash." Spending so much money to see a romantic dance, the speaker was indeed arrogant. The Dream Fairy deliberately showed a wronged expression, blinking her eyes pitifully at the screen, prompting Wang Chen to take action. Seeing the Dream Fairy looking so pitiful, Wang Chen suddenly felt a stir in his heart, along with a hint of mischief. Fairies are meant to be pampered, how can she do such things? Just call me good brother obediently, I have gifts for you. Upon seeing this message, the Dream Fairy sweetly called out good brother, while also giving a mournful look with her big, kawaii eyes. Wang Chen responded with a smile and then sent a starfleet, a total of 10-star battleships, grandly floating across the screen. Unlike the guy who had just fired empty shots, Wang Chen was genuine with real money, causing a sensation in the entire livestream. The Dream Fairy was also left dumbfounded. A small starfleet starts at 1 billion, and it's rare to see one in years. Wang Chen smiled again and said, "Why are you staring with such round eyes, beautiful fairy? How do you like this gift?" The Dream Fairy nodded repeatedly, acting coyly. "Good brother is so generous, you are my supreme deity. Let me sing you a song." As she spoke, she lightly opened her mouth to sing a particularly gentle and lovely song, showcasing the allure in her voice to the fullest. Wang Chen sent a clapping emoji, followed by another starfleet, 10-star battleships drifting by once more. This time, not only the live stream but the entire dark web was in an uproar. In less than 10 minutes, 20 billion had been rewarded. Could they still enjoy themselves? The Dream Fairy was so flustered she could hardly sing, absolutely incoherent. If her voice weren't so pleasant, it would have been a disaster. The audience was showering her with compliments, various praises erupting like a geyser, and images of kneeling and calling her daddy had already flooded the screen. Wang Chen said boldly, I don't want so many sons like you, I'm afraid it will shorten my life. If you want to see any rewards, I'll satisfy you today. Supreme God is mighty. We've never seen a large starry fleet, let's have one. What nonsense are you talking about upstairs? Since the establishment of the large starry fleet reward, no one has ever given a reward for it, that's 100 billion. Wow, Supreme God, you're amazing, voice-breaking, from now on, you're my only idol. If you let me bite someone, I'll definitely hold on and not let go. The reason for this situation was that Wang Chen had directly brought a large starry fleet, with hundreds of starry battleships, blocking out the sky. This time it was truly impressive. Giant banners appeared on every page of the Black Web. The first Supreme God of the Black Web has descended, the Supreme of the Black Web, the unparalleled true God. All the big shots hidden in the Black Web were drawn out by this banner, collectively rushing to the Dream Fairy's live broadcast room. Initially, the Black Web administrators set up the large starry fleet as a reward project to find real big spenders to cling to. After all, someone who could give 100 billion as a reward must be an extraordinary existence. Just one such person could support the entire Black Web, even being a dog for them would be fine. Wang Chen saw that the live broadcast room was too chaotic and lost interest. He greeted the Dream Fairy and exited the live broadcast room. As soon as he left the page, private messages immediately flashed. It was a private chat request from the Dream Fairy. Wang Chen casually pressed to connect, and the speaker emitted the Dream Fairy's soft voice, even more pleasant than before. The live broadcast room was too chaotic just now. I didn't host you well, I'm really ashamed. From now on, I'll be your private broadcaster, and I'll sing for you when I have nothing to do, okay? That would be great. As long as it's your live broadcast, I'll definitely try to support you. We can also chat and listen to your beautiful voice. If you need me to reward you to fill the scene, just let me know. A dozen starry fleets are nothing to me. If you don't want others to share this money, I can privately transfer black coins to you. Don't be polite with me, money is nothing, even a donkey wouldn't eat it. Wang Chen's words were very domineering, and after hearing them, the Dream Fairy's eyes were filled with infatuation, wishing she could fly over immediately to serve this big spender. The Dream Fairy was a very clever woman. She knew that to capture the heart of a big spender, she couldn't just be a vase, she had to show her own value. She felt that Wang Chen's extravagant display in the live broadcast room was definitely not just because he liked her voice, it also had the meaning of throwing out a brick to attract jade. Such situations were not unheard of in the history of the Black Web. Some super-rich heirs would use this method to develop their own power. The Dream Fairy said in a soft voice, with such a big gesture from you, brother, it will definitely attract the attention of those big shots. They must want to cooperate with you. I wonder if you have any requirements for the partners. You can tell me your requirements first, and I'll help you screen them, choosing the suitable ones to talk to you, so as not to waste your time. Wang Chen hadn't thought of this before, but after hearing this, he considered it in his heart and felt that having a hidden power of his own would be good. Right now, he could rely on Shuexiaowei, although the other party seemed very loyal, it was hard to guarantee that it would always be this way. Wang Chen knew his own situation, everything he had now came from the trillion red envelope system, which was just a facade to intimidate others. If one day he were exposed, he would become meat on the chopping block, not only putting himself in danger but also endangering his family and those women. Wang Chen believed he must seize every opportunity and work hard to expand his wings, only then could he become a true supreme. He smiled slightly and said, my situation is a bit special. Half a month ago, I was as poor as one could be, but everything has changed. However, I have no confidence in what I now possess, I always feel that it doesn't belong to me. What do you think I should do? The Dream Fairy nearly jumped up in excitement upon hearing this, not expecting her luck to be so good, encountering a prince's return scenario. The chances of such a scenario happening are extremely slim, but once it does, the opportunities it brings are significant. As long as one seizes it well, who knows, they might even become a little princess. I understand what you mean, brother. Since that's the case, we first need to have our own armed forces, and we also need a killer organization. The Dream Fairy, being a streamer from the dark web, spoke with confidence, leaving Wang Chen dumbfounded, feeling that he had truly gained insight this time. What my sister said is absolutely wonderful. I'll transfer you 50,000 black coins first, and we will proceed as you said. From now on, you will be my spokesperson. The Dream Fairy happily agreed, and at that moment, another person sent a message. Wang Chen saw the private chat icon light up again, casually pressed to connect, and a deep voice came through. Greetings, Your Excellency. I am Kong Qingzhong, the administrator of the dark web. First, thank you for your support of the dark web. Secondly, I would like to ask if you have any needs? Wang Chen was surprised and said, isn't the dark web an open network where everyone can operate? How is there an administrator? The Dream Fairy interjected, no matter where it is, it's always survival of the fittest. As the top tier, they are naturally the administrators. I heard there are several administrators on the dark web, and Boss Kong is the most active one, controlling the Black Fangs, known as the enforcement team of the dark web. Seemingly casually, she conveyed a message to Wang Chen that the person in front of him was truly capable and worth cultivating. Wang Chen understood and smiled. My knowledge is limited, and I hope Boss Kong doesn't mind. I wonder if Boss Kong can meet any of my needs? Kong Qingzhong laughed heartily. Your Excellency, you are being too modest. You are the most esteemed supreme of the dark web, and of course, we will solve any problems for you. I just discovered the Dream Fairy, contacted some forces, and guessed your intentions. I can assure you that I will do better than them. Wang Chen said without hesitation. I like Boss Kang's straightforwardness. From now on, regardless of whether there are matters or not, I will give you 10,000 black coins every year. When I need Boss Kong to do something, just complete the task and send me the bill. I don't like being treated as a fool, nor do I like treating others as fools. I prefer a win-win situation. Upon hearing this, Kong Qingzhong's heart screamed in disbelief. The other party was simply treating him like a nobody. Your Excellency is indeed straightforward. Taking people's money and helping them with their troubles, as long as it is your request, I guarantee to fulfill it and will never let you down. Wang Chen smiled lightly and said, I have many things to do usually. If you have something, just find the Dream Fairy. If I have something, I will have her contact you. I can do much more than you think. I won't elaborate, just figure it out yourself. He was definitely pretending to be profound, often scaring people by leaving them in the dark, and as for how to smooth things over later, that could be discussed then. Kong Qingzhong exchanged some pleasantries before cutting off the connection, and soon received 10,000 black coins, which made his heart tremble. He calculated in his mind and immediately contacted the remaining administrators, explaining everything in detail. The situation is exactly like this. I just wanted to check the identity of the Supreme God, but I found nothing. Do you know what this means? You don't need to say so much nonsense. I don't care about the identity of the Supreme God, what I care about is the Supreme God's money. As long as the money is in place, I can do anything. I completely agree with Zhang Kuang's statement. Since the Dream Elf is the spokesperson for the Supreme God, she should be brought into the management team. I've long been displeased with the Snake Man. I'll arrange for someone to take him out and create a vacancy. I agree with Huang Quan's statement. This matter is settled. You all should have no objections, right? If you have any, come to the triangle area to find me and see if this general can handle it. Zhang Kuang, who controls the Black Net mercenaries, Huang Quan, who possesses all the killers, and the general who dominates the triangle area are the other three of the four major managers. As for the remaining managers, they are merely representatives of various interests, with the Snake Man representing human traffickers, the most despised among them. The Dream Elf received an invitation from the management team and was completely stunned, joyfully sharing the news with her friends in the live streaming circle. She was very surprised to become the representative figure of Black Net Live, only to discover later that the Black Net Live streaming circle was also filled with hidden talents. Wang Chen knew nothing of this. His actions tonight were merely a spur-of-the-moment improvisation. The purpose was very simple, to enrich the power behind him, but he had no idea how far he could go. It wasn't until later events unfolded that Wang Chen realized how brilliant this seemingly idle move was, mainly because he hadn't expected the Black Net to be that formidable. The daily reminder for red envelopes, like an alarm clock, woke Wang Chen from his slumber, and he groggily chose to open the red envelopes. Received a pack of Blue Arrow chewing gum, enjoy your click. Received cash of 165,839 yuan, enjoy your click. Received a super intelligent chip, enjoy your click. Upon hearing super intelligent chip, Wang Chen's mind instantly cleared. He turned over and got up, directing his gaze toward the table beside him. On the table lay a chip the size of a fingernail. Don't be fooled by its small size. If you gathered all the computers in the world, they wouldn't be able to match the capabilities of this chip. According to the information in Wang Chen's mind, the super-intelligent chip was undoubtedly a product of the future, possessing extremely high artificial intelligence while also being incapable of betrayal. Wang Chen hurriedly took the chip to the basement of the villa, placing it on the chassis of the intelligent brain, and the rest was no longer his concern. The super-intelligent chip transformed into a droplet of liquid, sliding directly through the gap in the chassis, enveloping the chip of the intelligent brain. The next step was the process of self-integration. This process would take about a day and a night, during which it would not affect the operation of the entire intelligent brain. Wang Chen returned upstairs and heard the reminder sound from the electronic calendar. He glanced at the memo, which said he was to treat Lan Menjing to a meal today. Wang Chen casually dialed Lan Menjing's number, and a noisy sound came from the other end. indicating that the beautiful store manager was still busy in the store on the weekend. "Do you remember what you promised me last time, Menjing? You said you'd accompany me for a meal today. You wouldn't ditch me, would you?" Lan Menjing responded with a smile. "Even if I ditch someone, I wouldn't dare to ditch you, my benefactor. I have something to do in the morning. Is it okay if I come over at noon?" Wang Chen said there was no problem at all his time today belonged to Lan Menjing, and he would go to the store to pick her up shortly. After hanging up, Lan Menjing noticed that everyone's gaze was focused on her, causing her to blush. "What are you all staring at? Don't you have work to do? Don't think that just because we have Wang Chen's building, we can rest easy. This year's company selection, we must win the best branch. With such a great opportunity this year, if we can't seize it, we would be letting down the heavens." The subordinates smiled in agreement, and the chubby girl said something. "I think the manager's direction is wrong. Right now, it doesn't matter whether we win or lose, what's important is to capture the person in front of us. If Wang Chen becomes the manager's underling, the manager will have nothing to worry about for the rest of her life, so why bother with so much?" The chubby girl said this seriously to Lan Menjing, and the others nodded in agreement, feeling this was a wise saying. Given Wang Chen's current display of financial power, acquiring their parent company would likely not be a problem. By then, Lan Menjing could be the boss lady, and she could do whatever she wanted. Lan Menjing felt her face heat up, and playfully glared at these people, telling them not to gossip and to get back to work. They erupted in laughter and then went about their own tasks. Their internal atmosphere was indeed unmatched by other branches. Lan Menjing was distracted all morning, not even knowing what was on her mind, but she certainly felt her face flush repeatedly. Soon it was noon, and the phone rang. Wang Chen said he would arrive at the store soon and asked Lan Menjing to wait for him at the door. Lan Menjing casually changed into a set of casual clothes, looking particularly capable, showcasing the charm of a mature woman. Several property owners at the store were mesmerized, and two self-proclaimed successful individuals eagerly approached to strike up a conversation. However, when they saw Lan Menjing get into a Lamborghini, they immediately lost their enthusiasm, secretly relieved that they hadn't acted foolishly, as they didn't know what the consequences would have been. Lan Menjing examined the sports car's interior and smiled. "I never expected that I would one day ride in a supercar, it's truly thanks to you." Wang Chen chuckled. "If Sister Menjing likes it, I can be your full-time driver in the future, taking you wherever you want to go." Lan Menjing rolled her eyes playfully, her smile radiant. "What nonsense are you talking? I'm accompanying clients to view properties, how would it look for them to be driven around in a supercar?" Wang Chen grinned. "Speaking of which, I'm Sister Menjing's big client. Previously, when I bought and sold cars, the salesgirl would serve me specifically, so Sister Menjing can't just serve me alone." Upon hearing about the salesgirl, Lan Menjing involuntarily tensed up and hurriedly asked what was going on. Wang Chen, without thinking much, laughed and recounted the story of young Meng Ting, and a slight smile appeared on his lips as he mentioned the cute girl. "If you don't consider the last names, that girl and Sister Menjing have names that sound like sisters. If we arrange a day for you two to meet, who knows, you might really become good sisters." Lan Menjing smiled in response, but her heart felt a pang of bitterness. She couldn't quite articulate why, but she just didn't want to hear about other girls around Wang Chen. Congratulations on triggering the Charm Increase card. Triggering the level of falling in love at first sight, make sure to cherish it well. Wang Chen didn't expect to trigger the Charm Increase card, especially at the level of falling in love at first sight, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. He smiled and said, "I previously bought the Blackstone Reef Club, the food there is quite good. How about we go eat there?" Lan Menjing shook her head. "It's just a lunch, there's no need to make it so extravagant. I know a good buffet that won't be beneath you." Wang Chen chuckled. "Sister Menjing knows my past. Back then, being able to eat at a buffet was like celebrating the new year. I still remember the first time I had a buffet, it was you who treated me. My eating style scared the waitstaff, they thought I was a starving ghost reincarnated." Lan Menjing recalled the situation at that time and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Back then, she never dreamed that the young man beside her would be a true wealthy tycoon. They arrived at Wanhui, and Wang Chen casually parked the car in the underground parking lot, as if it were just an ordinary vehicle, not a supercar at all. Wang Chen seemed to casually hold Lan Menjing's hand, his palm smooth and warm, feeling distinctly different. Lan Menjing felt her hand enveloped in warmth, pleasantly cozy, while inside her heart, it felt like a little deer was kicking non-stop. The two made their way to the buffet restaurant, finding a secluded corner, where the atmosphere became extremely ambiguous as they exchanged sweet nothings. While they were eating, a few rich second-generation heirs were dining in the nearby upscale restaurant, including Zhang Yunlong and Lu Junliang. "I heard you two had incredible luck last time, running into Tai Xiao at an ordinary restaurant. Is that true? Could we lie to you? Speaking of last time, our luck was just amazing. We met a good friend of Tai Xiao. His place is opening in a couple of days, and we plan to go support him. As long as that guy says a few good words, our families can get a step further without any issues. Speaking of which, Tai Xiao is really generous, never forgetting his poor friends. I find it strange, though, how could someone like Tai Xiao have ever been poor? You wouldn't understand. I went back and told my dad about this, and his eyes turned green with envy. He told me to cling to Tai Xiao's leg no matter what. My dad said that Tai Xiao's family is an ancient clan that has been around for at least a few hundred years. Not to mention us, even the Wang family is nothing in their eyes. The so-called richest man in Huagua, Xiao Ma Ge, is actually just a servant of this hidden family. If he makes his master happy, they might casually reward him with a share of their fortune. Are you serious? Do you have to exaggerate like that? You think this is a novel? Anyway, believe it or not, if it weren't for the fact that we're good friends, I wouldn't tell you all this. Just remember, you absolutely cannot offend Tai Xiao. If you offend other rich heirs, the worst that can happen is being left with nothing. But if you offend Tai Xiao, his family can make it so you can't live or die, and it won't matter who you turn to. The one saying this was Jin Wenpeng, the heir of the second largest group in Binhai, Tianfang Real Estate Group. The Jin family was different from the Wang family, having some unclear connections with the upper echelons. Therefore, Jin Wenpeng's father had a better understanding of the situation and had painted Wang Chen a special identity. If it had been before last night, Wang Chen would have been unworthy of such an identity, but today was different. He had unknowingly gained a more terrifying power. Jin Wenpeng slapped his thigh and said, "What I regret the most now is missing that great opportunity at the Haishi Reef Club that day. When will I see Tai Xiao again?" He sighed deeply and walked out with the other second-generation heirs, only to see a surprising scene at the entrance. Isn't that the big store manager? Why is she eating at such a cheap place? Could it be that her house isn't selling well, and she's not making any money? The speaker was a heavily made-up woman, her lips painted as if she had eaten something gruesome, referring to Lan Menjing, who had come out first. Lan Menjing looked at the woman, frowned, and said, "I thought it was someone else, turns out it's Huang Meihong. I heard you finally managed to sell yourself off. I wonder who it was." Having been a store manager for so many years, her tongue was equally sharp, striking at the other's weaknesses without mercy. Huang Meihong had worked in Lan Menjing's store before, but this woman was restless, always thinking of underhanded schemes while selling houses. Lan Menjing felt the impact was too bad, so she reported the matter to the company, ultimately getting Huang Meihong fired, and the two of them ended up with a grudge. Huang Meihong, with a pale face, squinted her eyes and said, "Don't pretend to be high and mighty in front of me. In this world, everything is fake, only money is real. Do you know where I eat? At the noble restaurant next door. Everyone who can eat there is an upper-class person, unlike you, who only belongs in places for the poor. Did you see this bag on me? It's a genuine donkey bag, worth tens of thousands. I can casually carry it. Can you afford it?" Lan Menjing snorted through her nose. "Whether I can carry it or not is not for you to say. Even if I can't, I can still stand tall. Your parents raised you this big not to sell yourself. Wait until you grow old and lose your looks, and see what you do. What are you pretending to be, a big shot? I see you're just envious and jealous. So what if you can sell houses? You're still just making a few small bucks." Huang Meihong jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, screaming with her claws out. Wang Chen came out of the restroom and happened to see this scene, his expression darkening as he quickly walked over to Lan Menjing. "Sister Menjing, what happened? What is this thing, and where did it come from?" Upon hearing this, Huang Meihong immediately shouted angrily, "Who told you I'm a thing? Let me tell you, I'm not a thing." Wang Chen curled his lip and said, "You don't need to shout so loudly, everyone can see you're not a thing. If you were anything, you wouldn't be barking like a wild dog." Huang Meihong was so furious she was in disarray, screaming hysterically, "You damn poor loser, how dare you say that to me? Do you know who my husband is?" Wang Chen replied playfully, "I don't know who your husband is, but I bet he's a dentist. His teeth must be quite good." Both Lan Menjing and Huang Meihong were stunned, not understanding how teeth had anything to do with this situation. Wang Chen chuckled and said, "If your husband's teeth weren't good, how could he bear to take a bite out of you? With your disposition, one bite would break his teeth. Only someone who eats anything could swallow you. Just think about how blind your husband must be to not feel disgusted." Upon hearing this, Lan Menjing burst out laughing, thinking how clever Wang Chen was to come up with such a description. She gave him a playful look and smiled. "I never realized before that you have such a sense of humor. Your description is really spot on." Wang Chen feigned surprise and said, "To receive praise from Sister Menjing, I am truly happy. I must practice well when I go back so I can make Sister Menjing laugh in the future." While the two were flirting, Huang Meihong felt a surge of unnamed rage rising from her heels to the top of her head, nearly exploding with anger. Huang Meihong roared in fury, "You two damn bastards, how dare you say that to me? My husband is coming out soon, and he will make you regret it." Just then, her husband happened to come out, a middle-aged man with a potbelly, greasy and unapproachable. Huang Meihong shouted at her husband, "Honey, someone is bullying me, come help me get revenge and teach them a good lesson." The middle-aged man, hearing Huang Meihong's words, rushed over in a fit of rage, shouting as he ran, "Which bastard is so arrogant, daring to bully my wife, Li Yun Duo? You really don't know the heights of heaven and earth. I see you don't want to live anymore." Wang Chen looked at this guy, who was acting all high and mighty, and shouted, "Do you know you've committed a crime?" Li Yun Duo was instantly taken aback, confused, and asked, "What are you shouting about? What crime have I committed?" Wang Chen replied with a cheeky grin, "After the founding of the nation, animals are not allowed to become spirits. You are clearly a pig, yet you run upright and speak human words. Isn't that a crime?" Due to Huang Meihong's shouting, some people stopped to watch. Hearing Wang Chen's words and then looking at Li Yunduo's appearance, he really did resemble Marshal Tianpeng. This guy makes a good point. I need to call the Public Security Bureau. A big white pig has become a spirit, and it must be dealt with. These days, there are truly wonders. A pig running around in clothes is indeed quite novel. We should take some good photos. Everyone laughed heartily while teasing, which made Li Yunduo so furious that smoke seemed to rise from his 7 orifices, and his eyes looked like they were about to burst into flames. Li Yunduo shouted angrily, "I am a senior executive of Tianfang Group. If you dare to offend me, you're just asking for trouble. Especially you, kid, how dare you speak to me like that? If I don't kill you, I've wasted all these years outside." Wang Chen coldly laughed, "So you mean to say that because you are a senior executive of Tianfang Group, you are superior and can do whatever you want?" Li Yunduo grinned and shouted as if it were a matter of course, "Our Tianfang Group is the second largest group in Binhai City. As a senior executive there, I am naturally above others. A poor wretch like you, who doesn't know what's good for him, dares to offend me. That's like moving earth on the head of the Tai Sui. With just one phone call, I can make you regret it." Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a figure rush towards him, followed by a soaring kick that landed directly on his stomach, sending him sprawling. "What are you? How dare you speak to young Master Tai like that? When did our Tianfang Group produce such trash? You think you're something? You dare to boast about being above others? In front of Tai, you don't even deserve to be called a person. Calling you a dog would be an elevation. I'll kick you to death." The one who rushed over was naturally Jin Wenpeng. He and the second-generation rich kids had just arrived at the restaurant entrance and happened to see Wang Chen standing up for Lan Menjiang. Jin Wenpeng hadn't figured out what was going on when he saw Li Yunduo, this fat pig, rush out and start talking like that. His soul almost left his body, and he hurried out to resolve the matter, determined to make this fat pig pay an unbearable price. Li Yunduo, dazed and confused from the kick, shouted angrily, "Which blind fool dared to kick your Li Yi?" Truly unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Hearing this, Jin Wenpeng's anger surged even higher. He stepped forward and slapped him hard, then shouted loudly, "You dog, open your eyes and see clearly who this young master is." Li Yunduo shook his head and finally realized that the person in front of him was the young master, turning pale with fear and kneeling on the ground. "I didn't see it was the young master, I was just talking nonsense. Young master, please don't hold it against me." Jin Wenpeng viciously kicked him again, then hurriedly ran to Wang Chen, completely submissive. "I really didn't expect to see young Master Tai here. Since the last time I parted with young Master Tai, your demeanor has been in my mind. I just didn't dare to disturb you." Wang Chen coldly snorted, "I remember you are the young master of Tianfang Group. How can someone as impressive as you dare to call me young Master Tai? A senior executive from your family can act with impunity. As the young master of the group, shouldn't you be able to cover the sky with one hand? Just stomping your foot would shake Binhai City." Cold sweat instantly broke out on Jin Wenpeng's forehead. For these wealthy young masters, face was the most important thing. If someone took away their face, they might not necessarily react. Compared to Jin Wenpeng, whose back was soaked with sweat, Li Yunduo felt like his head was about to explode. To see the group's young master so obsequious, the person on the other side must be incredibly formidable. Li Wendo crawled forward on his knees, constantly pleading, "I was just talking nonsense before. I beg you, young master, to spare me this time. I am just a shameless dog, only able to look down on others. Please don't hold it against me. I won't dare again. I will definitely behave myself." Jin Wenpeng stood by, cautiously saying, "It's all my fault for not educating my subordinates well. Lord Tai Shao, please forgive me this time." Wang Chen deliberately showed a puzzled expression and said, "I didn't hear you clearly just now. Is he your subordinate?" I feel like you don't know each other. Jin Wonpeng exclaimed with joy, Lord Tai Xiao is right, I don't know this worthless thing at all. Our Tianfang group has always had high standards for employees, how could there be such a sycophant? He must be impersonating a senior executive of our group. I will definitely have someone investigate thoroughly and make this despicable scoundrel pay an unbearable price. Wang Chen casually nodded, no longer paying attention to these people, and took Lan Menjing's hand, leisurely walking outside. Jin Wonpeng respectfully watched Wang Chen leave, then turned his gaze to Li Wendo. If looks could kill, this idiot would have already been riddled with transparent holes. You damn bastard, not only did you make me lose a good opportunity, but you almost implicated our Jin family. Just wait, I will make you pay. Li Wendo saw Jin Wonpeng's furious expression and knew his life was over. His mouth tasted bitter, and he couldn't even utter a word of plea. After Jin Wonpeng left, Li Wendo viciously lunged at Huang Meihong. If it weren't for this bitch, how could he have ended up in this situation? Huang Meihong also knew Li Wendo was finished. She no longer acted submissively and fought back without hesitation, grappling with this greasy man. During their struggle, they broke through the railing and fell heavily to the ground, destined to spend the rest of their lives in a wheelchair. One could only say it was poetic justice. Suddenly, a red envelope appeared in front of Wang Chen, indicating that he had completed a hidden task and was specially rewarded with 1 special red envelope and 8 ordinary red envelopes. He didn't know what hidden task he had completed and had no interest in guessing. Anyway, receiving red envelopes was better than anything else. You have received 6,580 yuan, enjoy your click. You have received 3 buildings of Kashishi apartments, enjoy your click. You have received 1 strong body pill, enjoy your click. This time, luck was good. Besides some change, the ordinary red envelopes also included 3 apartment buildings. Kashishi apartments, located in the core area for white-collar workers, had always been a top choice for them. The special red envelope yielded a strong body pill, which sounded health-related. The system's products were definitely reliable, and he planned to study it thoroughly when he got home. The two arrived at the car, and Wang Chen smiled. It's truly an honor to have dinner with Sister Menjing. I have prepared a gift for you, let's go take a look now. Lan Menjing, like a playful little girl, replied with a smile, I never noticed before that you're so slick with your words. I'm not that easy to fool, what precious gift could it be? Wang Chen chuckled, this gift will definitely satisfy Sister Menjing. If you're not satisfied, you can punish me with a kiss. If you are satisfied, reward me with a kiss. What do you think? Lan Menjing rolled her eyes and playfully said, you just want to take advantage of me. Let's punish you first, and we'll talk about rewards later. As she spoke, she slowly closed her eyes. Wang Chen naturally wouldn't be polite. In the cramped space, the temperature quickly rose. Lan Menjing blushed and gasped for breath, a happy smile on her face, and her earlier shyness indicated that this was indeed a first kiss. Wang Chen was extremely excited. He pressed the gas pedal to the floor, and the Lamborghini shot out like an arrow. The car quickly arrived at Kesh apartment. Wang Chen pointed at the buildings and asked, Sister Menjing, which ones do you think are the best to rent? Lan Menjing replied very professionally, of course, it's buildings 1, 6, and 8. These 3 buildings are the top choices in terms of location and other aspects. It's just a pity that the competition for Kesh apartment is too fierce, especially for these 3 buildings, which have always been tightly held by the developers. It's really hard to get them. If we could secure these 3 apartments, our branch's performance would definitely rank among the best, and being the sales champion would be a sure thing. Wang Chen smiled slightly and said, then I'll congratulate you in advance, Sister Menjing, on becoming your group's first sales champion. Let's head back to the store. Lan Menjing was initially taken aback, and a few minutes later, she stared wide-eyed in disbelief and stammered, the gift you want to give me, it wouldn't be these 3 apartments, would it? To secure these 3 buildings would cost a fortune. How many years would it take to earn that back? Wang Chen looked at Lan Menjing affectionately and said, as long as Sister Menjing is happy, no amount of money is too much for me. Your value in my heart cannot be measured by money. Lan Menjing gazed into Wang Chen's deep eyes, feeling deeply moved, and made an important decision. I don't want to go back to the store right now. Didn't you want to see my home? Today, I'll fulfill your wish, so you must cherish it. Lan Menjing's eyes were veiled with a mist of enchantment as she lightly bit her lip and whispered her intentions in Wang Chen's ear. As a cat that had tasted blood, Wang Chen certainly knew what to do. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, wishing the car would go faster. Lan Menjing could be considered a small success, having her own cozy little nest in Binhai City. Although the house wasn't large, it was particularly warm. Wang Chen knew that Lan Menjing was a very strong-willed person, so he naturally wouldn't propose any conditions she couldn't accept. The size of the little nest didn't matter, what mattered was who was inside. The two enjoyed the scenery for the entire afternoon, but Wang Chen began to feel some back pain, realizing that improving his physical fitness had become a necessity. He looked at Lan Menjing, who was curled up in the blanket, and affectionately held her in his arms. After some tender moments, she sent him back to the villa. Although Lan Menjing wasn't impulsive, she still needed some time to digest everything. After raising a piglet for so many years, it would take some getting used to. Wang Chen initially wanted to leave the Lamborghini behind, but Lan Menjing firmly refused, saying that driving such a supercar to work would make it hard for others to buy houses. As for leaving the car in the community, that was simply asking for trouble. If someone scratched it, would he still be able to live the rest of his life? One shouldn't be so unethical. Wang Chen considered this and felt that Lan Menjing made sense, deciding to buy a more affordable car when he had the time, so as not to draw attention. He returned to the villa and first checked on the smart brain. The superintelligent chip was still merging, and for now, there were no noticeable effects. It was estimated that results would only show tomorrow. Wang Chen took out the body-strengthening pill, a black, unremarkable capsule that looked like a scam. He decided to trust the system and, steeling himself, swallowed the pill, feeling a warm sensation in his stomach. Gradually, his body began to warm up, as if he were soaking in a hot spring. This feeling was particularly comfortable, making him want to moan. Just as Wang Chen was enjoying this sensation, he quickly realized something was wrong. His body was getting hotter and hotter, as if he had moved from a hot spring to lava. He couldn't stand the heat any longer and dashed into the bathroom, first taking a cold shower, only to find it felt like a light drizzle, completely ineffective. Wang Chen hurried to the backyard and dove into the swimming pool. The water in the pool automatically adjusted its temperature, ensuring his body remained in a state of adaptation. As his body temperature continued to rise, the water in the pool grew colder, continuously circulating to expel the warmed water, maintaining a balance for his body temperature. Wang Chen felt as if he could see his great-grandmother, the elderly woman, kindly waving at him, seemingly wanting to take him to enjoy a life of comfort. He slowly sank to the bottom of the pool, entering a peculiar state of fetal respiration, no longer breathing through his mouth or nose, but absorbing oxygen from the water through the pores of his skin. He didn't know how long it had been, but amidst the haze, the sound of a notification for a red envelope rang out, bringing his mind back to awareness of his situation. Wang Chen emerged from the fetal state, immediately feeling a sense of suffocation. He pushed off the bottom of the pool with his feet, propelling himself out of the water like a skyrocket. He shot up over 10 meters into the air, undoubtedly breaking the Guinness World Record for high jump, though unfortunately, no one was there to record it. In midair, he performed a series of flips, a gymnastics move of extreme difficulty, before landing at the edge of the pool. The impact of his landing left 2 deep footprints in the marble floor, as if he had stepped on tofu. Wang Chen first looked at the ground, then turned to glance at the pool, discovering a thick layer of oil floating on the surface, a truly ghastly sight. What surprised him was that he could see through the greasy water's surface to the bottom of the pool, where numerous cracks had appeared, clearly a result of his earlier push-off. Wang Chen was well aware that all of this was due to the effects of the strengthening pill, produced by the system, which had not disappointed him. He planned to lie down on a beach chair to rest for a while, but as soon as he lay down, the chair turned to splinters. Wang Chen shook his head helplessly and cautiously returned to the house, first checking his body's changes in the bathroom mirror. He was shocked. While his overall physique hadn't changed much, the muscles on his body had undergone a dramatic transformation. His back formed a perfect inverted triangle, and his abs were sharply defined, especially with the addition of shark muscles, making him look even more impressive. Wang Chen then went to the villa's gym, making some adjustments to test his abilities, at least to adapt to the changes in his body functions, particularly in controlling his strength. After more than an hour of adjustments, he no longer risked damaging the beach chair. It was then that he remembered the previous red envelope and immediately chose to claim it. You have received a Feipu razor, enjoy your click. You have received 16,089 yuan, enjoy your click. You have received a Porsche 911 GT, the only one in the world, enjoy your click. You have received a Supreme membership card for Juanha Fitness Club, enjoy your click. The cash you received today wasn't much, but there were several items, the most precious of which was undoubtedly the Porsche 911 GT. Just the fact that it was the only one in the world was enough to impress. As for the Supreme membership card for Juanha Fitness Club, it was perfectly timed. Having a professional place to work out would surely make it easier to tap into his potential. Wang Chen felt that the strengthening pill obtained from the special red envelope had changed his body in ways beyond this, and there were still many areas he needed to explore. He returned to the basement, where the fusion of the super chip and the intelligent brain had been completed. The intelligent brain's casing had vanished, transforming into something resembling a crystal ball. Super intelligent brain. No. 001, I have met the master, and I will serve you wholeheartedly from now on. The intelligent brain spoke in a beautiful female voice, reminiscent of a sweet navigation voice, which sounded quite pleasant. Wang Chen smiled and said, since you used this voice, I'll call you Linger from now on. Please introduce your functions. Linger possesses extremely advanced artificial intelligence and is very happy to have her own name. With a hint of arrogance, she cheers and then introduces her functions. After hearing about Linger's capabilities, Wang Chen feels completely overwhelmed. Her functions are incredibly powerful, and it seems that if she wanted to, she could stage a real-life Terminator scenario. He shakes his head vigorously, trying to dispel his worries, and watches as Linger demonstrates her magical abilities. Linger has detected that the master is holding a primitive device, which can barely allow Linger to split a subsystem within it. Now proceeding with the split replication, please allow it, master. Upon hearing Linger's request, Wang Chen nods without hesitation, only to realize that the primitive device she mentioned is the most advanced Huasho phone in his hand. A current shoots out from the crystal ball, directly enveloping the phone, crackling with sounds until everything is complete. Wang Chen picks up the phone, which appears unchanged, and while he is puzzled, a small crystal ball icon suddenly appears on the screen. Linger's voice comes through the phone's receiver. From now on, when the master is outside, you can contact Linger through the subsystem, and Linger will wholeheartedly serve the master. Linger has fully optimized the primitive device, enhancing its capabilities by 1286 times, barely reaching the usage standard. Wang Chen is so shocked that his jaw nearly drops. The phone's performance has increased by over 1,000 times, likely rivaling that of a galactic computer. How can he still enjoy himself? Linger cheerfully introduces the new phone's functions and its powerful performance, once again leaving Wang Chen astounded. This is no longer just a phone, it's practically a small robot that doesn't transform. According to Linger, even if the phone is lost, it can activate an automatic return module to come back to Wang Chen, truly not behaving like a mere phone. Wang Chen grants Linger the highest permissions and then notifies Yutayu to come over to repair the pool and replace the marble around it. The pool's automatic circulation system has made the water crystal clear, but the cracks at the bottom still startle the maintenance workers. What on earth happened in the pool? How could the bottom be damaged like this? Even using a jackhammer, it wouldn't be easy to do this. Wang Chen feels a bit embarrassed upon hearing the workers' complaints and can't help but smile awkwardly. I really apologize for the trouble, manager Yu. There are some things that are hard to explain, and I hope you can keep it confidential and not let outsiders know about my home affairs. As a smart person, Yutayu understands that many things are better left unknown. The more one knows, the quicker one meets their end. This saying is timeless wisdom. Mr. Wang, please rest assured. Our people are specially trained and know what to do, they absolutely won't gossip outside. Wang Chen is quite satisfied with this response and smiles, saying, each of the workers involved in the repair will receive a bonus of 10,000 yuan, charged to the property fee. Just remember to ask me for it later. Hearing about the money, the maintenance workers are all thrilled and quickly express their thanks, not bothering to think about anything else. Wang Chen finds the pool repairs too noisy and decides to head to the Juanha Fitness Club to adapt his body properly. He greets everyone with a smile and heads to the underground parking lot. Nowadays, parked next to the Lamborghini Bull in the garage is a stunning silver supercar, which should be the one and only Porsche 911 GT in the world. Wang Chen taps on his phone, and the Porsche key that was originally in the bedroom flashes onto the desktop. Then, through an internal pipeline, it appears on the desktop in the underground parking lot. The desktop operates like building blocks, and a small conveyor belt delivers the key to Wang Chen's hand, completing the entire operation in just over 10 seconds, absolutely astonishing. Wang Chen casually pressed a button on the key, and the butterfly doors of the Porsche 911 GT lifted. The interior was not luxurious, perhaps this is what they call returning to simplicity. Wang Chen drove for a while himself, then activated the car's autopilot system, placing his hands behind his head and leisurely leaning back in the seat. It truly deserves to be called a luxury car, one of a kind in the world. The seats had a massage function, and the technique was quite good, making one involuntarily exclaim in admiration. Just then, the phone rang. It was Wang Yingjie calling. This guy often called just to strengthen their relationship. Tai Xiao, have you heard? The only Porsche 911 GT in the world has settled in Arbin City. I wonder who is so impressive. My friends in Magic City and the capital specifically called me to see which strong person it is. I really can't figure it out in my circle. I wonder if Tai Xiao. Wang Shiji started chattering away, clearly excited about the Porsche 911 GT arriving in Bin City. Wang Chen casually replied, "It's just a car, what's the big deal? Driving it is just the same as any other car. The autopilot is a bit interesting, though, it saves my back." Tai Xiao, you make it sound so easy. That's the only one in the world, it's not something you can just buy with money. Oh, wait, what do you mean driving it is just the same? The autopilot is a bit interesting. Could it be that this car belongs to Tai Xiao? Look at my brain, I should have thought of that earlier. Who else in Bin City could get this car? To take such an expensive car out, Tai Xiao is really impressive. Wang Shiji finally caught on, getting more and more excited, elevating Wang Chen's status in his mind to a whole new level. Wang Chen chuckled and said, "What you're saying is that a car is meant to be driven, otherwise, why buy it? Just to keep it at home? I'm heading to the Juanha Fitness Club to work out. If you're free, come over and hang out, health is the foundation of revolution." Wang Shiji immediately agreed, saying it was no problem, and he would drive over soon, mainly wanting to admire the Porsche 911 GT and post about it on social media. It would definitely be cool. Don't think these second-generation rich kids are anything special. In reality, everyone's situation is pretty much the same, it's just the things they flaunt that are different. Wang Chen arrived at the Juanha Fitness Club according to the navigation and was taken aback by the scale of the place. This was no club, it was clearly a resort. He entered through the main gate and saw a huge promotional poster displaying all the services offered by the club, which surprisingly included live ammunition shooting. China has very strict gun control, so the fact that this place could operate such a project indicated that the owner of the fitness club was not an ordinary person. Wang Chen only had this thought flash through his mind and then dismissed it. After all, he was there to work out, not to cause trouble. What did it matter if the owner had connections? The security guards there had sharp eyes and immediately recognized that Wang Chen's sports car was extraordinary, quickly guiding him to a spacious parking spot. Wang Chen casually pulled out a few old man bills and handed them to the guard, smiling as he said, "Could you keep an eye on my car and make sure no one scratches it?" "Mainly, I don't want to harm anyone." The guard quickly nodded in agreement. After Wang Chen went inside, he glanced at the old man bills in his hand, surprised to find there were over 3,000, and immediately became even more diligent. Wang Chen approached the front desk, presented his Supreme membership card, and unexpectedly stirred up trouble. "Welcome to Juanha Fitness Club. How may we assist you?" The front desk girl displayed a standard smile, speaking very politely, but her expression was stiff, clearly showing she was just going through the motions. Wang Chen smiled nonchalantly and said, "I'm a Supreme member here, I want to work out a bit. I wonder what you can recommend." The receptionist's expression changed immediately when she heard Wang Chen was a Supreme member. It wasn't a change to enthusiasm, but rather to sharpness. "I think you must be mistaken, sir. Our club's Supreme members are all people of status and identity. How could someone as young as you be one? Unless you've stolen a family member's Supreme membership card. If that's the case, I hope your family can call and impersonate a Supreme member here. The consequences would be severe." Wang Chen looked at the receptionist in surprise, frowning as he said, "It's just a Supreme membership, what's the big deal? Why are you acting like this? Here's my Supreme membership card, check if it's fake. If it's not, please arrange for someone to take me inside. I want to work out." He placed the Supreme membership card on the counter, his gaze intense as he looked at the receptionist, whose words had already annoyed him greatly. The receptionist glanced at the card number, her eyes widening in shock as she immediately picked up the intercom to call someone. "Captain Zhong, could you come to the front? A young gentleman has arrived with Supreme card number 003. She lowered her voice and said several more sentences, constantly glancing at Wang Chen, her eyes filled with suspicion. Wang Chen was very dissatisfied with the receptionist's gaze, feeling that her actions were an insult to him. He tapped the counter and said unhappily, "There are more gyms in Bincheng. I don't have to come here. Since you think there's a problem with my Supreme membership card, just cancel it now, so I don't have to see it hanging around here, making me feel disgusted." The receptionist was quite bold, glaring at him and saying, "You don't need to put on an act with me. When our security captain comes out, there will naturally be a result." As soon as she finished speaking, a muscular man quickly stepped out from behind, striding over to them in a few steps. "This must be young Master Tai. It's all a misunderstanding. Young Master Tai is magnanimous, don't hold it against a little girl. I am Zhong Huarong, the security captain of Juanha Gym. I just spoke with our boss, who personally confirmed that card number 003 is indeed young Master Tai's lifetime card." Zhong Huarong was extremely polite. Someone who could hold the 003 Supreme membership card was definitely not an ordinary wealthy young master, and they could not afford to offend him. The receptionist's face changed drastically upon hearing this. She knew very well that Zhong Huarong would never joke about such matters, and she had really gotten herself into trouble. Wang Chen said with a stern face, "You came out late. I've already decided to cancel this Supreme membership card and have no further ties with this place." Now that it's confirmed this card is mine, can we proceed with the cancellation? Do I need to have my family call again? The receptionist hurriedly apologized. It's all my fault, please forgive me, young master. The Supreme membership card is too precious. If I cancel it here, I'll be in big trouble. Your trouble is your business. What does it have to do with me? Just now, you weren't like this, you were acting all high and mighty. It's just a gym, even if your services are a bit more comprehensive. What's so impressive about that? You really don't know what you're talking about. Hurry up and cancel my membership. Wang Chen interrupted the receptionist, sternly reprimanding her. This kind of service was unacceptable, and he had to teach this girl a lesson. The receptionist, seeing Wang Chen's determination, suddenly burst into tears, crying and admitting her mistake, looking quite pitiful. Zhong Huarong chimed in from the side, young Master Tai is right, it's all her fault. But she's still young, it would be a pity to ruin her like this. Young Master Tai, you can see she has realized her mistake, let's just let her off this time. Wang Chen frowned slightly, feeling that Zhong Huarong's words were a bit exaggerated. After all, it was just the front desk of a gym, whether or not to work there wasn't a big deal, so how could it be said to be ruined? He thought again about the live ammunition shooting mentioned on the sign and felt there must be some trick to it. Until he figured it out, it was better to say less. Wang Chen increasingly felt that the hardships he endured during his time at the bottom were an important asset. At least in dealing with certain situations, there were many valuable lessons to be learned. The cunning of lower-class people for survival was often more practical. Wang Chen deliberately put on a stern face and said, since Captain Zhong has said so, I won't hold it against her this time. In the future, be a bit smarter. Don't think that just because you're in a place like this, you can look down on others. The more you're in such places, the more careful you need to be. If you really make a mistake, not everyone is so magnanimous as to give you a chance to correct it. His words were vague and seemed to carry deeper meaning, making it easy for people to misunderstand. The front desk girl quickly nodded in agreement, promising that she would definitely change and would not act like this again. Wang Chen had Zhong Huarong take him to the gym, and on the way, he didn't ask many questions, as if he understood everything already. He had made up his mind to find Shueshouwei later to probe into the depths of Juanha Gym. After all, he was a supreme member here and couldn't go in blind. Wang Chen stopped at the entrance of the gym and said to Zhong Huarong, thank you for your trouble, Captain Zhong. I can go in by myself. Zhong Huarong smiled and complimented him a few times before turning to leave without any hesitation, giving off a particularly refreshing vibe. Wang Chen changed into a set of workout clothes and staggered out of the changing room, scanning the area with his eyes until they landed on the force measuring device. This force measuring device was different from those in amusement parks. It didn't require boxing gloves, and you could directly hit the sponge with your fist to measure the most intuitive strength, which was what they called punching to the flesh. Wang Chen glanced at the recorder on the measuring device, which showed a maximum record of 620 kilograms, with a note stating it was the level of a professional boxing champion. With this level of punching, it would be easy to knock out an ordinary person, and if he had some fighting skills, killing someone wouldn't be difficult at all. Wang Chen had never trained before. When he fought, it was all wild punches, a classic example of a chaotic fight that could take down a master. He felt that with his current physical strength, being able to hit half of that record would already be a tremendous improvement. Wang Chen took a deep breath and threw a powerful punch. With a loud bang, his fist struck the target, which emitted a creaking sound, and the sponge covering it cracked immediately. The metal plate serving as the target showed a fist mark in the center, and the entire surface was concave, resembling the bottom of a bowl, enough to demonstrate the power of that punch. Wang Chen was startled himself and quickly looked at the nearby display screen, only to find it had blue-screened, filled with garbled characters, as if it had crashed. He nervously glanced around and saw that no one was paying attention to him, so he immediately dashed to the nearby gym equipment, as if the measuring device had nothing to do with him. Wang Chen had a preliminary understanding of his explosive power, at least above the level of a professional boxing champion. He estimated that the punch he just threw would make even a professional boxer kneel. Next, he wanted to test his endurance, and to test endurance, he naturally chose the treadmill, immediately selecting one towards the inside. After all, this was a gym. Although there weren't many people exercising, there were quite a few fitness coaches. He waved his hand casually, and immediately a fitness coach came over. I'm not sure what this gentleman needs. It looks like you want to practice running. Do you prefer jogging or interval running? Each has its own advantages. Wang Chen saw the fitness coach talking nonstop and, helpless, coughed to interrupt him. I've never known where my endurance limit is. I want to test it out. Do you have any good suggestions? The fitness coach immediately replied, if you want to test your endurance, you need to do long-distance running. Let's start with a 5-kilometer run. As long as you can keep it up within half an hour, your endurance will be above average. Wang Chen stroked his chin and said, I think 5 kilometers isn't enough. Set it to 100 kilometers, and let's make the time limit 1 hour. The fitness coach was dumbfounded, thinking Wang Chen was joking. Running at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour? Did he think he was a BYD? However, he had to meet the client's request and could only adjust the treadmill to the program Wang Chen specified. The fitness coach wanted to explain the running technique, but unexpectedly, Wang Chen dashed forward and started running quickly. The fitness coach shook his head. He had seen too many people who thought they had good stamina, only to go all out and end up vomiting a few minutes later. He thought he should get a vomit bag because, with Wang Chen's running style, vomiting was inevitable. He just didn't know how long he could last. The fitness coach brought back a vomit bag and found Wang Chen sitting on the treadmill, staring at the ceiling with a bored expression. Wang Chen spread his hands and said, This machine is no good. It started smoking after just a few steps. In such a large fitness center, you wouldn't have bought inferior equipment, would you? How could that be? All our equipment is from major brands, and the reputation is absolutely guaranteed. There must be some issue, the fitness coach said. He glanced at the counter, and his eyes widened. According to the display, Wang Chen's running speed exceeded the treadmill's limit. This meant the treadmill was overwhelmed by Wang Chen's speed and decided to shut down and take a break, comforting its weak spirit. The fitness coach shook his head, thinking it must be a machine malfunction. How could a person run at that speed? Even Bolt would cry. I'm really sorry, it must be a malfunction in the treadmill's computer system. How about we switch to another one? That should solve the problem. Wang Chen, feeling a bit guilty, said, I feel like electronic devices are unreliable. Do you have something that doesn't break easily, can test endurance, and ideally measure strength too? The fitness coach immediately replied, then we can only test the bench press. A normal person's bench press is 50 kilograms. If you can do a set in one go, your body is quite good. If someone has professional training, they should be able to bench press 80 to 100 kilograms. For professional weightlifters, 150 kilograms is standard, and over 200 kilograms qualifies you for the Olympics. The world record holder for the bench press is a famous strongman, reportedly reaching 500 kilograms, but who knows if that's true, just take it as a joke. Wang Chen stroked his chin and said, in that case, start me off with 150 kilograms and see if I can handle it. Don't be so fussy, just do as I say. The fitness coach nodded helplessly and called over another fitness coach to stand on either side, ready to assist if necessary. To their surprise, Wang Chen easily completed a set of bench presses, finding it no challenge at all, and asked them to increase it to 300 kilograms. I'm really sorry, the maximum we have prepared is 200 kilograms. After all, we're just a fitness center, not a professional sports center, the new fitness coach explained apologetically, already suspecting that Wang Chen came from a professional weightlifting team. However, looking at Wang Chen's physique, he didn't seem like a weightlifter. After all, the muscle shape was very different compared to professional weightlifters. Wang Chen felt that what the fitness coach said made sense, so he simply added up to 200 kilograms and completed 5 sets in one go, leaving both fitness coaches stunned. Who am I, where am I, and what am I doing here? Was the true feeling of the fitness coaches at that moment, their worldview completely overturned. The commotion was quite loud, and the other fitness coaches and a few people working out nearby gathered to watch, equally dumbfounded. Wang Chen shook his neck, feeling that he had gained a preliminary understanding of his physical condition. If he learned some professional fighting techniques, he could step into the ring. Just as he was thinking this, a red envelope page suddenly popped up, randomly giving him 6 red envelopes, which he chose to open. You have received 58,000 yuan in cash, enjoy your click. You have received 500,000 yuan, enjoy your click. You have received a professional boxing champion skill card, enjoy your click. You have received a professional wrestling champion skill card, enjoy your click. This time he obtained hundreds of thousands in funds, plus 2 skill cards. According to the information in his mind, as long as he chose to use the skill cards, he would gain the corresponding skills. Wang Chen made an excuse to go wash up and used the skill cards in the shower stall. A little figure appeared in his mind, first demonstrating boxing skills, then various wrestling techniques. As the little figure showcased these skills, Wang Chen's muscles twitched on their own, making small adjustments to better suit these 2 skills. Wang Chen felt that his control over his body had reached a new level. When he went to test the strength meter again, there would definitely be no risk of breaking it. He was very satisfied with his changes and swayed outside, hearing a commotion at the door. Wang Chen approached the entrance and saw Wang Shiji fuming, glaring fiercely at the front desk girl, clearly infuriated. The front desk girl retorted, I've already told you, we are a membership-based facility, non-members are not allowed inside. If you want to apply for our membership, go fill out a form over there, and you will definitely get a response within 6 months. Why can't you understand simple words? Wang Shiji shouted angrily, do you know who I am? I'm a member wherever I go. It's just a gym, I can pay 100,000 and get my membership card right away. Do you think having money makes you special? Our place is different from others, everything must follow the rules. If you want to become a member, go fill out the form and wait, otherwise, please leave. The front desk girl showed no fear at all, rolling up her sleeves, clearly ready to vent all her frustrations on Wang Shiji. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen's previous resentment towards the front desk girl instantly vanished, feeling that she had been quite polite to him. He approached the front desk and gave the girl a thumbs up, saying, I've seen plenty of impressive people, but you are definitely the best. Keep it up, confront anyone who comes at you like that, and it balances things out for me. Wang Shiji looked at the front desk girl in surprise, not expecting her to dare confront Wang Chen. It seemed that being confronted himself wasn't such a big deal after all, and he felt a bit honored. The front desk girl was quite afraid of Wang Chen, immediately lowering her head and falling silent, though her cheeks were puffed out, clearly not entirely convinced. Wang Chen was utterly speechless, greeting Wang Shiji as they both swayed out. Wang Shiji angrily said, if it weren't for Tai Xiao, I wouldn't come to a place like this. A front desk girl is so arrogant, it's really too much. Wang Chen laughed, you're still a young master of high society, why bother arguing with a front desk girl? My car is right there, that should be acceptable, right? He casually changed the subject, and Wang Shiji's gaze was immediately drawn to the Porsche 911 GT, rushing over to the car and snapping photos with his phone. Wang Shiji posted the photo on his social media and Weibo, and it quickly caused a stir, with everyone leaving comments. Jie Xiao is indeed impressive, even able to get his hands on a Porsche 911 GT. He must drive it to the Magic City so we can have our eyes opened. Young Master Wang is truly wealthy, only your Dewan group has such financial power. We must collaborate more in the future. Seeing these comments, Wang Shiji immediately crafted a message to send out. I would like to make a serious statement, this Porsche 911 GT is not mine, it belongs to my older brother, Tai Xiao. My brother is the real deal. I used to be naive, saying I didn't care if my friends had money since none of them were as rich as I am. Now I realize I was the clown, compared to my brother, I'm just a nobody, not even close. Once this message was sent, his social media and Weibo exploded, instantly gaining tens of thousands of comments, all asking to acknowledge his brother. Wang Shiji smiled and said, tonight, everyone should go to the nightclub to have some fun. I wonder if Tai Xiao is free to join us. Wang Chen chuckled and replied, I don't know who will be there. I've run into a few young brothers these past couple of days, and they all seem quite enthusiastic. It would be fine to go out and have some fun. After they made plans, Wang Shiji busied himself organizing the gathering, while Wang Chen went to the Haishi Reef Club to find Shuexiaowei, mainly to inquire about the background of the Juanhe Fitness Club. Wang Chen felt uneasy not knowing this aspect clearly. Linger originally wanted to infiltrate the top-secret network to obtain information. This suggestion was rejected by Wang Chen, who thought it unnecessary to be so high-profile, but Linger, with her highest privileges, chose to proceed anyway. The firewall of the top-secret network was practically non-existent for Linger, and she easily penetrated it, seeing the information inside clearly. Linger quickly discovered some interesting details. In a moment of mischief, she processed the information Wang Chen already knew in a special way, ensuring that anyone who checked later would be terrified. Wang Chen was unaware of this, sitting in Shuexiaowei's office chair, smiling as he inquired. My family thinks my health isn't great and insists I find a place to exercise, so they gave me a Supreme membership card for the Juanhe Fitness Club. When I went there to work out today, I felt it was quite extraordinary, seemingly with a strong background. I was too lazy to ask my family, so I came to ask you. Shuexiaowei's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard, saying, the boss actually has a Supreme membership card for the Juanhe Fitness Club. That's really impressive. Wang Chen casually took out the membership card and waved it in front of Shuexiaowei, indicating it was no big deal. Shuexiaowei immediately said, what you may not know is that the Juanhe Fitness Club was formerly the renowned Juanhe Boxing Gym. The Juanhe Boxing Gym holds a particularly high status in the entire Northeast region, and the old man, Li Guangjuan, is definitely a towering figure. Many particularly impressive big brothers have received guidance from the old man. With just one word from him, there are plenty willing to step up. The old man's son, Li Jiming, is also quite remarkable. He transformed the Juanhe Boxing Gym into the Juanhe Fitness Club. At the same time, the largest underground boxing arena in the Northeast is located beneath the Juanhe Fitness Club, where bloody fights are held regularly, and the scenes are incredibly tragic. Many of the well-known young masters in our Binchang have witnessed these bloody fights and usually place heavy bets, enjoying themselves thoroughly. Wang Chen asked in confusion. If that's the case, why did Wang Shiji say he had never been to the Juanha Fitness Club and even got pushed back by the front desk girl? Shui Xiaowei immediately replied, that's quite normal. Although the underground boxing arena is beneath the Juanha Fitness Club, the entrance is located elsewhere. You need to take a subway to reach the underground boxing arena, which makes it safer and prevents any leaks. Therefore, only people like us can enter the Juanha Fitness Club. The boss being able to obtain a Supreme membership card indicates that the person working for you has significant influence in the underworld. It is said that the Supreme membership card can provide many services. As long as the boss is willing, he can have the people from the Juanha boxing gym help him resolve some troubles. I can handle these troubles myself, I shouldn't need them. His last sentence was to showcase his own value. After all, Wang Chen was now demonstrating increasing power, and to catch the other party's eye, he had to be useful. Wang Chen chuckled and said, we're on the same side, so of course, you should be the first to solve any issues. However, if we encounter something damaging, it's more convenient to use outsiders, at least it won't hurt as much. Shui Xiaowei was overjoyed to hear Wang Chen consider him one of his own and immediately swore to be loyal from now on. Having obtained the information he wanted, Wang Chen decided not to linger and went to check on Sikong Ruyan's situation. Wang Chen arrived at Sikong Ruyan's office and told the secretary not to announce him, quietly pushing the door open and walking in. Sikong Ruyan was dressed in a sharp OL suit, looking at the documents in front of her, her brows furrowed into a shape, occasionally shaking her head. Wang Chen cleared his throat lightly. I wonder what could be troubling our beautiful president so much that she keeps frowning. Those wrinkles will show, you know. Upon hearing Wang Chen's voice, Sikong Ruyan immediately showed a delighted expression, then quickly wiped her forehead, fearing the appearance of wrinkles. Wang Chen smiled and took Sikong Ruyan's hand, kissing her forehead. In my heart, you will always be the most beautiful. Even when the day comes that your face is full of wrinkles, nothing will change. It just pains me to see you working so hard. If there's anything, tell me, and I'll help you solve it. Listening to his sweet words, Sikong Ruyan's face lit up with happiness as she gently leaned into Wang Chen's embrace. It's nothing serious, really. It's just that the equipment at Binda Electronics is outdated and can't meet the production requirements of the group. I'm currently pondering how to deal with this equipment and replace it with new ones. Spending money is secondary, the key is the source of the equipment. Ideally, we could get an ASM lithography machine from the Tulip country, even a 7nm one would suffice, so we can keep up with international trends. However, obtaining an ASM lithography machine is extremely difficult, so we can only opt for the 28nm lithography machine from Moto Optoelectronics to produce large chips. Wang Chen stroked his chin and said, I remember you mentioned before that you wanted to produce chips for electric vehicles. The 28nm lithography machine from Moto Optoelectronics is more than enough. As far as I know, this type of lithography machine has been completely localized and won't face any restrictions. Can't we buy it if we have the money? Sikong Ruyan shook her head and replied, of course, we can buy it, but the problem is how to sell the automotive chips once we produce them. It seems I was thinking too simply before. Nowadays, only a few large enterprises can consume automotive chips. They have always been in contact with the outside world, and getting them to use our chips is definitely not an easy task. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Wang Chen chuckled and said, I think you're overthinking it a bit. We should take it step by step. Where there's a will, there's a way. First, let's sell off all the outdated equipment from Binda Electronics, then renovate the factory, and finally buy back advanced equipment. At least we need to have a proper setup. As for the rest, leave it to me. Who says 28nm chips can only be used for automotive chips? They might be used for other things as well. I've recently become very interested in technology, so maybe I can think more about this aspect. In any case, I've got this covered. If all else fails, we can just take down the Du family. His words were filled with confidence. Now, not only did he have the system backing him, but he also had Linger, this super brain. If he couldn't compete with others in technology, he might as well just give up. Wang Chen spoke eloquently, and his confident demeanor left Sikong Ruyan entranced, wishing she could melt into his embrace. Wang Chen smiled and said, you have to balance work and rest. Wang Shiji said we should go to a nightclub tonight, come with me. Sikong Ruyan shot him a glance and replied, what good girl goes to a nightclub for no reason? If you have that time, you might as well go home and get a good night's sleep to avoid getting wrinkles and being disliked by certain people. But balancing work and rest is important. I haven't been out shopping in a while. I wonder if certain people are free this afternoon to be my flower escort. Wang Chen immediately patted his chest in agreement. As for where they would go, of course, it was the Mila shopping mall. Nowhere else could match that level. Wang Chen soon realized that even after taking a health supplement, Shopping with a girl was a kind of torment, a mental strain. Moreover, every girl had an unparalleled talent for shopping, and even a capable woman like Sikong Royan was no exception. While Wang Chen and Sikong Royan were wandering around, they suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw Guanxing Tiao coming over with a group of people. Guanxing Tiao, beaming, said, "Boss, you're at the mall for guidance, and you didn't tell me in advance? I could have led everyone to welcome you." Wang Chen waved his hand and said, "I'm just accompanying my girlfriend to shop. There's nothing else, so I didn't inform you. I'm not that particular, just make sure to do your own jobs well and avoid anything that could harm the mall's reputation." Guanxing Tiao quickly replied, "After the last incident, I've deeply recognized my mistakes and have been organizing everyone to learn and engage in self-criticism. Now everyone's quality has improved a lot, and such situations won't happen again. Customers coming here all feel at home." Sikong Royan finally understood the situation and interjected in surprise, "I didn't expect my shopping mall to be your property." Wang Chen chuckled and said, "You know my sister is interning at Yuan Group. I figured girls love shopping, so having a mall of my own would be convenient, so I bought this place." Including Sikong Royan, everyone internally gasped, wondering what kind of person could say such things. To make it easier for his sister to shop, he directly bought the most upscale mall in Binhai City. Truly ungrateful as a son, how could he not ascend to the heavens? The female employees in the mall were filled with envy and resentment, lamenting why they didn't have such a wealthy brother. Heaven was truly blind. These female employees wanted to showcase their own assets, but compared to Sikong Royan, they felt utterly crushed and ashamed. Wang Chen sent Guanxing Tiao away and took Sikong Royan's hand, saying, "You can rest assured to stir up the electronics group. Even if you ruin it, I have enough assets to ensure you win the bet. Just like I said earlier, if the father-in-law doesn't know how to appreciate me, I'll let him know why the flowers are so red. What's so great about the Du family in Magic City? I'll show them how the three major families rose to power and make them crawl back down, stepping on their backs along the way." He was definitely just boasting. After all, in this day and age, boasting didn't incur taxes. Besides, with a system dad backing him, who could guarantee that his boasts wouldn't come true? Sikong Royan smiled happily, and Wang Chen dropped her off at the Phoenix Snow for Villa, taking the opportunity to enjoy a bit of advantage. Seeing that it was almost time, they set off for the nightclub. Following the address shared by Wang Shiji, Wang Chen arrived at a place called Dream Bar, which was quite remote, embodying the saying that good wine is not afraid of deep alleys. The second-generation rich kids were all waiting for him at the entrance, and when they saw the unique Porsche 911 GT, their eyes lit up instantly. Wang Chen noticed the gazes of these second-generation rich kids, casually shook his head, and waved his fingers at them, exuding an undeniable big brother aura. Jin Wenpeng eagerly said, "When I heard that a Porsche 911 GT was settling in Arbin City, I immediately thought of Tai Xiao. Who else but you could get such a car? That's really impressive." Wang Chen laughed nonchalantly, "It's just a car, nothing to fuss about. You guys don't need to act like this. My former personal secretary once told me something I found very reasonable. A car just needs 4 wheels to run, there's no need to take it so seriously." Upon hearing this, the second-generation rich kids couldn't help but mentally scoff, thinking Wang Chen was utterly shameless, practically unworthy of being called a son. Wang Shiji squinted and said, "Look at your limited perspective. The Pagani Huayra that Tai Xiao drove before has already been given to my sister. Moreover, to win her favor, Tai Xiao directly bought Bin City Electronics in full as a gift for her. What's a Porsche 911 GT compared to that?" The second-generation rich kids all gasped, for the first time realizing the terrifying power of Wang Chen, which could only be described as fearsome. Wang Chen glanced at Lu Junliang, tapping his temple. "I remember your family is in the building materials business. What a coincidence. Yuan thinks the factory of Bin City Electronics is a bit run down, and I plan to renovate it properly. I'll leave this matter to you. The price is definitely not an issue, but the work must be done well, and most importantly, there can't be any shoddy work. I don't want any unnecessary trouble." Lu Junlian quickly nodded in agreement. "If Tai Xiao entrusts this task to me, you can rest assured. I will definitely do it beautifully and make you satisfied." Wang Chen smiled in response and then walked into the Dream Bar with everyone, only to find it had a retro style, reminiscent of the Republic of China era. He laughed. "Before, Jie Xiao said to go to a nightclub, and I thought it would be one of those places for dancing, but I didn't expect it to be such a nice spot. It's indeed quite interesting. Speaking of which, Jie Xiao has good taste. You can find such places, truly worthy of being a famous playboy, the ultimate killer of internet celebrities." Wang Shiji said seriously, "Tai Xiao, please don't tease me anymore. I've decided to turn over a new leaf and become a diligent young man. Jin Wonpeng quickly looked at the moon outside, his eyes wide in disbelief as he exclaimed, I thought there were 8 moons tonight, but it turns out there's only one. The dignified Jie Xiao has actually changed his ways. Those internet celebrities must be crying in the bathroom over their lost love. Wang Shiji shot Jin Wonpeng a glare and said very seriously, I'm not joking with you guys. I found my true love. The power of love is great, which is why I want to change my ways. Only then can I be worthy of the one I love. You spoiled rich kids wouldn't understand a thing. Seeing Wang Shiji's earnest demeanor, Wang Qin couldn't help but think of his little sister, then shook his head, feeling it was unlikely. His mindset had shifted significantly. He thought that even if it were true, his sister was not unworthy of the Wang family. As long as his sister was willing, everything could be discussed. Thinking of his sister made Wang Qin immediately think of Hu Qinshua, wondering how she had been these past few days. He needed to find time to check on them. As they chatted and laughed, they arrived at the large booth at the back, and soon a waitress came over, directly serving the finest drinks. A woman in a qipao, resembling a ripe peach, swayed her slender waist and approached them. This woman was Tang Yushan, the owner of the Dream Bar, who had come from Fengcheng. It was said that her previous husband was the big brother of Fengcheng, who later died in an internal conflict. Unable to stay in Fengcheng any longer, Tang Yushan came to Bin City to make a living, and with her charm, she thrived. Tang Yushan saw Wang Qin sitting in the main seat, a face she didn't recognize, and her heart was filled with curiosity, wondering which wealthy young master this was. Jie Xiao and Pine Xiao haven't come to see me for a long time. You've probably forgotten about them. This young master looks unfamiliar. I don't know how to address him. Jin Wenpeng immediately said, This is Wang Chen, the Iron Young Master, here for the first time. Boss lady, you must treat him well, don't neglect him. Tang Yushan's mind raced. There was only one Wang family in Binhai City, the Wang family of the Dewan Group, and this person didn't resemble Wang Shiji at all. They clearly weren't from the same family. This indicated that the other party was also a formidable figure, one who had firmly established themselves and subdued all the fish, shrimp, and crabs in the river. Wang Chen smiled and said, Boss lady, don't listen to their nonsense. I'm very easy to entertain, I don't have so many quirks. Tang Yushan threw a flirtatious glance, her eyes captivating and enchanting, definitely a seductress. However, facing such a charming beauty, Wang Chen felt a twinge of disgust, thinking that compared to his own beauties, she was hardly worth mentioning. Wang Chen lightly coughed and said, I see the environment here is quite nice. It's a good choice to come over for a drink and pass the time. But boss lady, your enthusiasm is overwhelming. Not everyone is willing to take risks for a little gain, and it could backfire. He only hoped the boss lady wouldn't bother him anymore, which prompted him to say such words. However, the speaker had no intention, but the listener took it to heart. This remark fell into the boss lady's ears and took on a different flavor. Tang Yushan felt a storm brewing in her heart, believing that Wang Chen must know something, which is why he hinted at her to understand the situation. She immediately changed her demeanor, putting on a pitiful look and said, As a widow, life is really not easy for me. I have no choice but to show my face, hoping to earn a living. Why does the Iron Young Master look down on me? It makes me so sad. As a woman, what can I do? At most, I can just put out a fire. Wang Chen shook his head helplessly, tapping his fingers on the table and said, Shui Xiaowei is my subordinate. If you have any issues in the future, you can ask him for help. Also, I don't like your current demeanor. If you could be a bit more refined and match the style here, it would definitely be more perfect. He originally intended to give a little advice, but Tang Yushan felt a sudden realization, thinking that her previous approach was indeed wrong. Tang Yushan smiled and said, Thank you for your guidance, Iron Young Master. I know what to do next. I hope you can come by often to see my changes. This time, it was Wang Chen who was puzzled, not knowing what the boss lady was up to, but adhering to the principle of pretending to understand. He smiled and nodded. Wang Chen initially wanted to go to a nightclub for dancing, so he wasn't very interested in the Dream Bar and casually made an excuse to return to the villa to entertain himself. Tang Yushan eagerly saw him off outside and, upon seeing Wang Chen get into a Porsche 911 GT, her eyes lit up again, further solidifying her previous thoughts. Back at the villa, Wang Chen chatted with Linger for a while, then contacted the Dream Fairy, enjoying the sweet sound of her voice, which was definitely a pleasure. Tonight, I went to a place called the Dream Bar. The environment there is quite nice, but the boss lady is not likable. She always tries to take advantage of me. Speaking of which, since your name is Dream Fairy, when you no longer want to be a streamer, I'll get you a fairy cottage. It will definitely have its own charm. Wang Chen smiled as he shared tonight's events with the Dream Fairy, feeling free to speak without reservations since they wouldn't meet in reality. The Dream Fairy replied with a smile, I knew my brother was the best. The Dream Bar you mentioned, is the owner called Tang Yushan? She looks like a natural beauty. Wang Chen looked at the dream fairy in surprise and said, I didn't expect you to be so well informed, even knowing about a small bar in Binchang. From now on, I'll leave the intelligence work to you. The mask the dream fairy wore only covered her eyes, and in reality, most of her face was already exposed, revealing an absolutely youthful beauty. Judging purely by looks, the dream fairy could be rated as an 80 out of 100, but with her heavenly voice, she immediately shot up to over 95. The dream fairy had previously told Wang Chen that her real name was Duanruoshi, but Wang Chen still preferred to call her the dream fairy, clearly not wanting to meet in person. The dream fairy didn't mind this, after all, she was the spokesperson for Wang Chen's black network, and things were fine as they were. As for the future, it all depended on skill. After she became the manager of the black network, all the streamers treated her as their boss, and these streamers were best known for their intelligence. The dream fairy slightly organized these streamers, and a vast intelligence network emerged, making it incredibly easy to obtain information. The dream fairy rolled her eyes playfully and said, Why are you being so polite, brother? Everything I have belongs to you, I will serve you for this lifetime. Tang Yushan isn't as simple as you think. Back in Fengcheng, she was a well-known big sister, and even the young master of the Zhang family in Fengcheng suffered losses at her hands. Unfortunately, her luck ran out when her backer, the one-eyed dragon of Fengcheng, died in a gang conflict, and she became a fallen phoenix. Unable to survive in Fengcheng, Tang Yushan fled to Bincheng, and it is said that the young master of the Zhang family is not planning to let her go. He might strike at any moment. Wang Chen stroked his chin and said, Hearing you say that, the boss lady seems quite pitiful. I was a bit too harsh on her before. I think the boss lady and Xue Xiaowei are quite a match. One is the big brother, and the other is the big brother's woman. It's a perfect match. Upon hearing Wang Chen's earlier words, the dream fairy felt quite unhappy, but when he added that last line, she immediately smiled. Brother is such a good boss, always thinking of his subordinates. However, according to the information I received, Tang Yushan still has many troubles to resolve. Of course, none of that matters. My brother is the supreme god of the Black Network. Who would dare to go against you? They would be opposing the entire Black Network and would definitely meet a terrible end. Wang Chen chuckled and casually transferred 10,000 black coins to the dream fairy to reward the person who provided the information. No matter when, one must not be stingy. At that moment, Linger popped up, saying she had created a special program to send directly to the dream fairy, which could be installed into her live streaming system, allowing them to contact each other anytime, anywhere. The dream fairy was extremely surprised and said, I didn't expect my brother to have such high-tech stuff. You really bring us so many surprises. Wang Chen laughed and exchanged a few pleasantries, then had the dream fairy sing a lullaby, and she fell asleep in a daze until she was awakened by the sound of a red envelope notification. Congratulations, you have received cash of 188,324 yuan. Enjoy your click. Congratulations, you have received a multiple cashback card. Enjoy your click. Congratulations, you have received an asset doubling card. Enjoy your click. Congratulations, you have received funds of 365,874 yuan. Enjoy your click. Wang Chen counted today's gains. Overall, it was quite good, especially that asset doubling card, which could multiply assets by 8 times. He casually chose to use all the assets, all of which were flipped upwards, especially the black coins, completely based on a base of 100 million, clearly intending to let him support the entire black network. Wang Chen, adhering to the principle that everyone should be happy if he is happy, casually sent 1,000 black coins to Kong Qingzhong, asking him to distribute it to the managers for breakfast. Kong Qingzhong was completely stunned, internally shouting dozens of times, "What the hell?" directly taking 100 million to let everyone buy breakfast, planning to eat diamonds. The other managers, upon receiving the breakfast money, felt pretty much the same, ultimately firming their resolve to cling tightly to the thigh of the supreme god. Wang Chen calculated in his mind and decided to go see that silly and cute girl, Yang Mengting, whom he hadn't seen for several days, hoping she wasn't being bullied. He planned to give Yang Mengting a surprise, directly heading to the vicinity of the 4S store, thinking it wouldn't be good to drive a Porsche over, so he simply walked there. As Wang Chen reached the entrance, he saw a blonde guy hugging a frivolous-looking woman as they got out of an ordinary sports car. The blonde guy saw Wang Chen at the door and immediately sneered, "A poor guy dares to enter a Rolls-Royce store, really doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth." Wang Chen couldn't be bothered to respond to the blonde guy and swaggered inside. The blonde guy felt provoked and instantly became furious. "I'm talking to you, you poor bastard. Just because you're dressed in fake designer stuff doesn't mean you're a rich person. Do you think you can just walk into this kind of store?" While shouting, the blonde guy reached out to grab Wang Chen's shoulder, but as soon as his fingers touched the fabric, Wang Chen grabbed his wrist. The blonde guy felt as if his wrist was being squeezed in a vice, the bones almost crushed, and he cried out in pain. Wang Chen snorted, "Just talk, don't get physical. Don't think everyone is your dad, indulging you." As he spoke, he casually flung the blonde guy and the woman back several steps, nearly making them sit on the ground. The blonde guy dared not provoke Wang Chen again and could only angrily pull the woman, stepping ahead into the store. Once inside, he began shouting, specifically targeting Yang Mengting. "Is there anyone here who can breathe? Can't you see there are guests? Hurry up and come greet us." Upon entering the 4S store, the blonde guy saw everyone busy and no one paying him any attention, so he immediately started yelling. A cleaner nearby quickly responded, "Please wait a moment, as soon as a sales assistant is free, they will attend to you, sir." The woman pointed at Yang Mengting, who was playing with her phone, and arrogantly said, "Isn't there one just idling? Let her come over to serve us." As soon as the woman's words fell, Yang Mengting stood up with a surprised expression and quickly walked towards them, smiling at Wang Chen. "Taiga, what brings you here today? You didn't give me a heads up, so I could wait for you at the door." Wang Chen looked at the adorable Yang Mengting and reached out to pat her head, saying, "I had some free time today and thought I'd come see you." Before he could finish, the blonde guy shouted, "What's wrong with your sales assistant? Ignoring customers to greet a poor guy." The cleaner replied again, "How dare you call Mr. Wang a poor guy? You really have some nerve. Yang Mengting is Mr. Wang's exclusive sales assistant, serving only him." Upon hearing this, the blonde guy became even angrier and shouted again, "You, a cleaner, shouldn't be talking. Go where it's cool, I want this woman to serve me." The yellow-haired guy shouted so loudly that it naturally startled Zoe Feng inside, who hurriedly stepped out. The first person he saw was Wang Chen. Zoe Feng quickly approached and said, "I didn't expect Mr. Wang to come. Why didn't you notify me in advance? I could have cleared the place to avoid disturbing your car purchase." As he said this, his gaze was fixed on the yellow-haired guy, clearly referring to him, who was shouting and had no manners at all. The yellow-haired guy, oblivious to the situation, angrily yelled, "What's wrong with you? Can't you see I'm here to buy a car?" Zoe Feng patiently replied, "Please pay attention, sir. This is a high-end 4S store, and we advocate for civilized shopping. Please refrain from shouting loudly. The other salespeople are currently busy, and once they finish, they will attend to you. If you're really in a hurry, I can assist you myself." The yellow-haired guy retorted, "I want this woman to serve me. Don't give me that useless talk. Do you know who my father is?" Zoe Feng maintained a stern expression and said, "No matter who your father is, Yang Mengting is Mr. Wang's exclusive salesperson and only serves Mr. Wang, not other customers." The yellow-haired guy glared and said, "Don't play this game with me. What exclusive salesperson? I don't believe she does nothing while you all support her. If there's such a good deal, give me an exclusive salesperson too, so I can show off my status." Zoe Feng smiled professionally and said, "If you want an exclusive salesperson, all you need to do is purchase a car worth over 5 million here and get a license plate worth over 1 million, and I can apply for you." Upon hearing this, the yellow-haired guy choked on his own saliva, coughing several times before recovering. "Why don't you go rob a bank? I don't believe this poor guy can come up with that much money. It must be a scam. Today, let this woman serve me, or you'll regret it." Yang Mengting pouted angrily and said, "I'm Tai Ge's exclusive salesperson. If you want me to serve you, stop daydreaming. Just look at your own character, it's obvious you're not a good person, at best a nouveau riche. What are you showing off for here? I'll have security throw you out." Zoe Feng thought Yang Mengting made a lot of sense and immediately called for security to remove the yellow-haired guy and his companion. The yellow-haired guy shouted furiously, "You dare treat me like this? You really don't know how many eyes the king of horses has. Just wait." Zoe Feng, who had reached the position of manager at the Binchang Rolls-Royce 4S store, was not someone who feared trouble. "I don't care what background you have, if you dare to cause a scene here, you'll have to pay the price. Go ahead and try me, throw him out." After the yellow-haired guy was thrown out, Zoe Feng quickly changed his demeanor, becoming all smiles and bows. "I truly apologize for making Mr. Wang laugh. I will train the security well so they can be more discerning and prevent those little thugs from causing trouble." Wang Chen smiled and said, "The security isn't having an easy time, why blame them? Let's just let this matter go, no need to dwell on it. Speaking of which, Meng Ting is my exclusive salesperson, and she's lost many commission opportunities. I need to compensate her. However, none of the cars here satisfy me. I just got a Porsche 911 GT, do you have a sedan that matches it?" Zoe Feng's eyes widened, licking his lips as he said, "I heard from my peers that there is only one Porsche 911 GT in the world, registered in our Binchang. At that time, I was wondering who was so wealthy and capable to acquire such a car. I thought it could only be Tai Xiao, and I was right. If we're talking about a sedan that matches the Porsche 911 GT, it can only be our Rolls-Royce Ghost. Although this car is not the only one in the world, it definitely won't exceed 5. The price is 10 million pounds. What do you think, Tai Xiao? Wang Chen rubbed his nose and said, this price is acceptable, but I wonder when I can pick up the car. I don't have that much patience. Zoe Feng felt his heart skip a beat. This time, he had really struck gold. The key was selling a Rolls-Royce Wraith here. The impact would be significant. He immediately nodded and said, I'll coordinate with Tai Xiao right now and follow up diligently. We'll air freight it over. It should take a little over a month. Wang Chen casually took out a Binshang bank card and said, that timing is fine. Just pay in full and handle all the paperwork. Let Meng Ting sign for me. Also, Meng Ting is getting bored just sitting around. If there's anything, just call her. Don't make her run back and forth all the time. Besides, let me borrow her for a bit. Hearing this, Yang Mengting couldn't help but blush. What did he mean by borrowing her? She wondered how to be used and whether she would resist when the time came. Zoe Feng ignored Yang Mengting's wild thoughts and immediately assured her that there would be no problem. From now on, Mengting could manage her own attendance, and Wang Chen could use her as he pleased, as long as he was satisfied. Wang Chen laughed heartily, pulling Yang Mengting out the door, eager to make good use of the girl. Sitting in the car, Yang Mengting kept stealing glances at Wang Chen. When she saw him looking over, she immediately shyly lowered her head. Why are you sneaking glances at me? If you want to look, just look openly. I'm not made of paper, you can't ruin me by looking, Wang Chen said with a smile. Yang Mengting's face turned bright red, like a red apple, making one want to take a bite. She fidgeted with the hem of her clothes and said, I just think Taigu is really handsome, and I can't help but want to look a few more times. Does this count as being infatuated? It's really embarrassing. Wang Chen chuckled, that's perfectly normal. Even sages say that food and sex are human nature. Whether it's a man or a woman, everyone can be infatuated. Yang Mengting mumbled softly, Taigu has male charm, but I don't have female charm. I can't captivate anyone, what should I do in the future? Wang Chen looked her up and down, smiling, there are no ugly girls in this world, it all depends on whether you know how to dress up. Soon, I'll take you to spruce up a bit, so you'll have some confidence in your beauty. By then, if I become infatuated, I might just transform. Yang Mengting pouted, if I can captivate Taigu, you can transform however you want, after all, I'm here for you today. Hearing this, Wang Chen nearly choked on his saliva. Indeed, when a woman gets dirty, there's no place for a man. They arrived at the male mall, and Yang Mengting weakly said, there's no need to come to such a high-end place, a regular mall would be fine. Or we could go to the pedestrian street. When I had nothing to do before, I liked to wander around the pedestrian street, looking at the beautiful clothes inside and fantasizing about wearing them one day. Seeing the hopeful light in Yang Mengting's eyes, Wang Chen felt a pang in his heart. They say that children from poor families mature early, but who knows that if these children had a choice, they would also wish to be spoiled by their parents and receive their love. He patted Yang Mengting's head affectionately and said, this mall is mine, so of course, I have to take care of my own business. I'll have them give you a card, and from now on, you can shop here. As a beautiful girl, Yang Mengting had some understanding of fashion and naturally knew the status of male mall in Bin City. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she said, I didn't expect male mall to belong to Taigu. You're really rich, Taigu. Where would I wear the clothes from here? Wang Chen casually smiled, these clothes aren't that big of a deal, just think of them as ordinary clothes. This matter is settled, don't argue with me. Yang Mengting showed a slightly aggrieved expression, but her eyes sparkled with joy like crescent moons, completely betraying her happiness. She was truly a cute and silly girl. As the two arrived on the first floor, Guan Qingtai, who had already been notified by the security, was waiting for them respectfully. Guan Qingtai wore a broad smile, welcome, boss. I'm not sure if there's anything you need from me. Wang Chen shook his head and said, didn't I tell you before? If you have something to do, go ahead and do it. There's no need to come over just to entertain me. Have someone prepare a Supreme VIP membership card and give it to my little sister here. From now on, all her expenses here will be charged to my account. Also, do we have any good stylists here? Get this girl all dolled up, she can't go around with a bare face. She needs to have some youthful energy. Guan Qingtai had already noticed that Wang Chen had changed to another beautiful girl, but he didn't think much of it. With the boss's background, it would be strange if he didn't have such company. He immediately smiled and said, our Vanessa styling room on the 5th floor is the best in the entire Northeast. It will definitely satisfy this young lady. Upon hearing the name Vanessa styling room, Yang Mengting's eyes widened again in disbelief as she exclaimed softly, you mean the Vanessa styling room that styled the big star Ing Bao when she came for a commercial performance? I heard the stylists there are all incredibly skilled. The prices are outrageous too. I had a friend who saved up for a year just to get a hairstyle there, and we were all envious. Isn't it said that you need to make an appointment in advance to get styled there? If we just go over, won't they kick us out? Guan Xingtai had no trace of disdain for Yang Mingting's naive demeanor and replied with a smile. That's the very place the young lady mentioned. Appointments depend on who you are. Since you are our boss's person, you naturally enjoy privileges. Even if a huge star is getting styled, as long as you show up, they will have to push back their schedule. There's no distinction between big and small. Wang Qin was very pleased with Guan Xingtai's words, nodding in agreement and asking him to lead the way. Guan Xingtai was particularly adept at handling matters. On the way, he had other store managers give a heads up, and the chief stylist, Peony, was waiting for them at the door. Peony had a distinctly flamboyant style that made Yang Mingting feel a bit uneasy, so she cautiously leaned closer to Wang Chen. Wang Chen smiled and said, "These masters all have such personalities, you can rest assured, you will definitely be the prettiest one." Peony immediately chimed in, "The boss truly has an eye for talent. I'm not boasting, but with my skills, I can rank among the best in the entire Huagua. You leave her to me, and I will definitely satisfy the boss. This beauty's image is no less than that of those big stars. Under my hands, she will surely captivate all men." Wang Chen laughed heartily. "That's exactly the effect I want. Everything must be the best. As long as this girl is happy, I'll be happy." Peony quickly nodded in agreement and took Yang Mingting to a private room, where several young women helped wash her hair, providing absolutely comprehensive service. His status as chief stylist was not just for show. The scissors flew as Yang Mingting's silky hair fell like black butterflies. After the general outline was done, the next step was a plasma perm, followed by a full set of care treatments, which took quite a while. Wang Chen asked Guan Xingtai to go about his own business for now. After about 10 minutes, he returned with the prepared Supreme membership card and began to flatter Wang Chen. Wang Chen finally understood why the emperors of old particularly liked those sycophants. The feeling of being flattered was indeed incredibly pleasant. After more than an hour, Peony's voice came from the private room. "It's absolutely amazing. I've just completed another exquisite work of art. The beauty's foundation is truly remarkable. Those stars really can't compare to you. I hope you can let me take a photo to promote in our store." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's interest was piqued, and he stood up to walk into the private room, his eyes instantly brightening. Wang Chen saw Yang Mingting's hair, which flowed like silk, smooth and soft, cascading over her shoulders, adding countless charms. The key was that while enhancing her allure, she still maintained her previous purity, like a lotus emerging from the water, pleasing to the eye. Yang Mingting looked at herself in the mirror, equally unable to believe her eyes, cautiously touching her hair. The softness felt simply wonderful. As a woman, it was her first time realizing how significant the difference between styled and unstyled hair could be. No wonder those big stars looked so different from others. Wang Chen smiled with satisfaction and said, "No wonder you're a famous stylist, you really have the skills. Create an account for me, and record all the expenses, deducted from the rent later, and remember to add a tip of 10,000. Peony quickly nodded in agreement, having anticipated this during the styling process, but she didn't expect Wang Chen to be so generous, casually giving 10,000. Yang Mingting hesitated for a moment and weakly asked the girl beside her how much it all cost. Upon learning that the total, including the tip, was over 40,000, she was so shocked her mouth fell open. "How can it be so expensive? I've spent less than half of that on haircuts my entire life. This is just too exaggerated." Wang Chen smiled slightly and said, "I think this money is well spent. As the old saying goes, you get what you pay for. There's a reason for the high price. From now on, you don't need to worry about money around me. No matter how much you can spend, it can't compare to how fast I can earn. If you can spend me into bankruptcy, all the rich people in the world would have to admire you, and the Guinness World Records would have to rank you first." The speaker was joking, but the listener took it to heart. Wang Chen was originally teasing Yang Mingting, but in Guan Xingtai's ears, it sent a shiver down his spine. What kind of person could make all the world's wealthy admire them? Naturally, it would be due to their own wealth, making those rich people envious. From this, one could infer that the boss's background was terrifyingly wealthy, and clinging to the boss's leg was the only way to have a future. Yang Mingting always appeared bewildered, as someone who had to stretch every penny. Adapting to this was quite difficult. Wang Chen touched Yang Mingting's hair and said, "It seems I need to nurture you properly. Now, let's go to the women's clothing section, and you mustn't look at the price tags. Everything will be according to your wishes. As long as you like it, it's worth every penny. You must learn to change yourself. Let's go." Among the few women, Wang Chen had a pure affection for Yang Mingting, perhaps because he felt he owed his sister something since childhood, and he sought to make up for it through this girl. Yang Mengting looked at the mirror, took a deep breath, then made a decision, revealing a sweet smile as she dove into the high-end women's clothing area. In fact, every girl has the potential to be a shopaholic, but due to various constraints, this potential often goes unexploited. Once this potential is unleashed, a girl's desire to shop is quite strong, perfectly embodied in Yang Mengting. This girl swept through the store like a whirlwind, quickly buying a large pile of clothes in various styles, leaving onlookers dazzled. Wang Chen glanced at the old clothes Yang Mengting hadn't changed out of and decided their last stop would be Chanel. He was very satisfied with the previous outfit there and believed this time would be no different. The results proved Wang Chen's thoughts correct. Yang Mengting emerged in a vibrant casual outfit, and combined with the styling from earlier, she looked like a beauty straight out of an anime. The clerk next to them couldn't help but exclaim in awe after seeing Yang Mengting, feeling that she was simply too beautiful, almost like a different person from before. Because they had bought quite a lot of clothes, the trunk of the Porsche 911 GT couldn't fit everything, so Guan Qingtai immediately drove his big Benz, transforming into a delivery man. Yang Mengting led them to a rundown neighborhood, which was quite remote and far from her workplace. Why did you choose to live here? It must take you 2 hours to get to work every day. It must be because the rent is cheap. You really have it tough, she said, blinking her beautiful big eyes, incredulously adding, I can't believe Taigu actually thought about the rent. I used to think about renting a place with others, but those who wanted to share thought I was an easy target because I'm a girl and always tried to take advantage of me. I really had no choice but to live here. It's a bit far, but at least it's quiet alone, and I don't have to worry when I sleep. Wang Chen patted the girl's head, feeling a surge of pity in his heart, deciding that he would treat her well from now on. Guan Qingtai followed them up to the top attic, maintaining a respectful demeanor throughout. Regardless of how down and out the girl seemed now, in the future, she would be invaluable. Wang Chen smiled and said, I'm very satisfied with Manager Guan's performance. You just focus on doing your current job well, there will be many opportunities waiting for you in the future. Guan Qingtai was overjoyed, quickly nodding in agreement, and then perceptively left the place. Wang Chen glanced around. Although it was small and shabby, Yang Mengting had kept it very clean, making it look quite comfortable. Yang Mengting blushed and said in a voice barely above a whisper, Taiga said he wants to use me today, but I don't know when. My bathroom is very small, I'm afraid. If it weren't for Wang Chen's physical training, he wouldn't have been able to hear her words at all, and he couldn't help but feel a wave of joy. He laughed and said, You silly girl, we can't use it right now. We've been busy all day, let's go out and eat something first. Upon hearing this, Yang Mengting felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. It's true what they say about how a girl's thoughts are something boys can never guess. She tilted her head and said, There's not much around here, no big restaurants, but I know a good food stall where we can eat spicy skewers. I just don't know if Taigu can get used to it. Someone like you must eat lobster and abalone every day. How could you eat such snacks? Wang Chen lightly patted her on the head and laughed. You keep overthinking. I used to be the type to drink and eat skewers too. Let's go to the food stall you mentioned. The food stall wasn't far, and there was no need to drive, so the two walked hand in hand like a couple down the street. Yang Mengting felt the warmth of his hand and suddenly had the urge to cry. After all these years, finally having someone to rely on was just too wonderful. She gently hugged Wang Chen's arm, lifted her little face to look at him, and hesitantly said something that stirred infinite affection in Wang Chen. No one has ever treated me this well, no one has been my support. Taiga, can you always be my support? I will be very obedient, always listen to you, whatever you say, I will do, and I promise not to cause you any trouble. Yang Mengting's voice trembled, like a helpless little chick hoping to always stay by its owner's side. Wang Chen pulled the girl into his embrace and said very seriously, No matter when, I will always be your support. I will never let anyone bully you. Yang Mengting revealed a sweet smile. For her, as long as there was a promise, she would be content for a lifetime. The two arrived at the food stall, which was essentially a large shed with tables equipped with iron troughs, filled with various spicy skewers. Yang Mengting watched as Wang Chen skillfully handled the skewers, unable to hide her surprise. I never expected that Iron Brother would be so down to earth, even so familiar with the food at the food stall. It's truly unbelievable. Wang Chen prepared 2 skewers for her and began to share his past, leaving her wide-eyed in astonishment. Yang Mengting blinked and said, I never thought Iron Brother also came from a poor background. It's really hard to believe. It's a pity I didn't know you back then. Otherwise, we would have definitely been good partners, with no generation gap, a happy pair. Wang Chen took a napkin and gently wiped her mouth, saying, From what you're saying, it sounds like we have a generation gap now. That's not very nice. Yang Mengting playfully stuck out her tongue and laughed, Iron Brother and I will never have a generation gap. If Iron Brother changes, I will also work hard to change myself and keep up with you. In fact, many things depend on how you say them. Just like eating at a food stall, Iron Brother is now wealthy, which is a sign of being down to earth. If it were back when he was poor, it would just be pure poverty. Otherwise, how could it be said that status determines position? This time, it was Wang Chen's turn to be surprised. He never expected young Mengting to see things so clearly, which was truly rare. They chatted and laughed, and time passed quickly. It was already getting dark when a few motorcycles roared into the area. Yang Mengting frowned and said, "The most annoying thing here is these motorcycles. They rev their engines at night, making such a loud noise that it keeps people from sleeping well." Wang Chen nodded in agreement. When he used to rent a place, motorcycles often zoomed by at midnight, which was really infuriating. Suddenly, Yang Mengting lowered her voice and said, "That guy with the yellow hair leading the group is the one from the 4S shop during the day. If he looks over here, will we get into trouble?" Wang Chen glanced with his peripheral vision and indeed saw that it was the yellow-haired guy, who had clearly noticed them and was approaching aggressively. He immediately stood up, shielding Yang Mengting behind him, and looked at the yellow-haired guy indifferently, not taking them seriously at all. The yellow-haired guy smirked and said, "Isn't this the Supreme VIP from the Rolls-Royce store? How come you're here eating at a food stall? This is quite an eye-opener." Wang Chen snorted through his nose, "Money can't buy my willingness. Aren't you here too? Don't tell me you're planning to eat sea cucumbers and abalone here. You'd better not provoke me, otherwise, I'll settle both old and new scores with you, and you'll definitely regret it. Go ahead and try me." The yellow-haired guy glared, shouting fiercely, "At this point, you still dare to act tough in front of me? You're really something. Today, I'll teach you how to behave, so you know that showing off can lead to injury. From now on, keep your eyes open, not everyone is someone you can offend." Wang Chen looked down on him, saying, "As a man from northeast China, if we can settle this with our fists, let's not make a scene and break someone else's stuff. Let's take it outside." The yellow-haired guy sneered, cursing loudly, "Look at how cocky you've become. If I don't deal with you today, I'll take your last name. I'll be waiting for you outside." Yang Mengting picked up 2 bottles of alcohol and said, "It looks like there's no escaping now. We should grab that yellow-haired guy and fight. We can't afford to take a big loss." Wang Chen looked at Yang Mengting, who was like a little wildcat, and couldn't help but smile, ruffling her hair again. "They're just a few small thugs. I don't even take them seriously. You stay here obediently and watch how I handle them." Yang Mengting nodded obediently, but her grip on the bottles tightened, determined that if things went south, she would definitely jump in to help. Wang Chen swaggered outside, looking disdainfully at the yellow-haired guy and said, "Are you up for a one-on-one, or a group fight?" The yellow-haired guy laughed heartily, "Have you read too many novels? There's no need for so much nonsense. A one-on-one means you against me, and a group fight means us against you. If you kneel down and call me grandpa, and let that girl serve me well, I'll let you go today. Otherwise, I'll make sure you end up with broken hands and feet." A cold light flashed in Wang Chen's eyes as he took a step forward and threw a hook punch that landed squarely on the yellow-haired guy's chin. He controlled his strength, using only 30% of his power, yet it was enough to send the yellow-haired guy flying, landing on the ground unable to move. Wang Chen was like a tiger among sheep, his fists like the fangs of a fierce beast, taking down one opponent after another. In less than a minute, all of them were sprawled on the ground, groaning. Yang Mengting, who had wanted to rush out to help, was taken aback by the scene, her mouth agape as if she could swallow an egg whole. She hurried out, concerned, and asked, "Brother Tai, are you hurt? You were amazing. You're the greatest hero in my heart." Wang Chen smiled and then stood over the yellow-haired guy, looking down at him. "It seems your brothers are useless, completely unable to withstand a blow. Don't let me see you again. If I do, I'll hit you every time." The yellow-haired guy had no temper left, pleading in a low voice, "I was blind and offended this big brother. Please don't hold it against me. I promise I won't appear in front of you again. I'll stay as far away as possible. Thank you for your mercy." Yang Mengting watched the defeated group, clapping her hands and laughing, then nestled against Wang Chen. The two lost interest in eating and returned to the previous loft, squeezing into the small bathroom for a fragrant couple's bath. Wang Chen and Yang Mengting enjoyed the scenery together. It was truly beautiful here, and the exquisite taste of it was not something to be shared with outsiders. Wang Chen looked at Yang Mengting, who was nestled like a little bird in his arms, and surveyed the loft, suddenly struck with an idea. He decided to make a bold attempt, believing it would yield results. After making up his mind, he habitually chose to receive a red envelope, noticing that the terrain here was poor, and all 9 envelopes contained money, totaling only a few $100,000. Earlier, he hadn't used the multiplier shopping cart in his mall, and it was just right for today. While Wang Chen was pondering, Yang Mengting's eyelashes fluttered gently, and she slowly opened her eyes to see a sharply defined face. Yang Mengting was startled at first, then realized, smiling brightly at the face, thinking it was particularly handsome, much better than those stars. Wang Chen noticed Yang Mengting was a bit infatuated, finding it amusing, and smiled back at her, as if they were playing a game of eye contact. After letting you look for so long last night, you still haven't had enough? What a bad brother, always bullying me. After last night's scenic view, Yang Mengting was no longer shy in front of Wang Chen. Her inner silly side was fully on display. Wang Chen tightened his arm, and Yang Mengting's delicate body pressed closely against him, as if wanting to crush him and merge into her own body. How could I ever get enough? I could look at you for a lifetime and never feel satisfied. You're my little treasure, and I'll hold you in my palm forever. Hearing such beautiful words, Yang Mengting felt an overwhelming happiness, playfully nudging him and teasingly brushing her hair against his nose. Just as they were frolicking, Wang Chen's stomach let out an untimely growl, and Yang Mengting immediately struggled to get up, wanting to cook porridge for him. Seeing her walk towards the kitchen, Wang Chen was filled with curiosity and couldn't help but ask. I didn't expect this girl to give such a cute answer. Anyway, she usually spends time alone, so this is more convenient and can reduce wear and tear on her clothes. Wang Chen was captivated by this girl's quirky logic. Seeing her wearing an apron like that stirred something in his heart. Yang Mengting's porridge-making skills were quite average, but with a beautiful girl as the filling, Wang Chen enjoyed it immensely. Naturally, he needed to soothe his restless heart afterward. After all, he had already agreed with Zoe Feng yesterday that Yang Mengting wouldn't have to adhere to the attendance rules of the forest shop anymore. She could just send a message and become a free little bird. After a morning of calming down, Wang Chen's heart finally settled. Looking at the exhausted Yang Mengting, a smile returned to his face. This afternoon, you're coming out with me. Don't ask what for, just come along, and you'll get to meet an older sister, Wang Chen said, pinching Yang Mengting's delicate nose. He then called Lan Menjing to have her find a suitable place. Yang Mengting, with her big kawaii eyes, asked, Brother, why are you looking for a house? Do rich people like you also run out of places to live? Wang Chen felt a pang of worry for this girl's intelligence, shaking his head with a smile. He told her to dress up a bit before heading to the address shared by Lan Menjing. Choosing to have Lan Menjing meet Yang Mengting was undoubtedly a bold attempt. If things went wrong, it could turn into a battlefield. Wang Chen chose these two for the experiment because he felt they were just right. Lan Menjing was the oldest among the women, having been through many ups and downs in society, and was accustomed to many things, with the strongest adaptability. Yang Mengting was the youngest, a cute little sister who was the easiest to coax, as long as one was persistent. The key was that both of them had a high charm level. Lan Menjing was love at first sight, while Yang Mengting was infatuated at first glance, so it wouldn't end up in disaster. Moreover, he had laid the groundwork for their meeting, making it a natural progression. Once the experiment was successful with them, he could see if it could be expanded further. They arrived at the Kunk Youth apartment, a purely hotel-style apartment that was popular among young people, and the prices were equally steep. Lan Menjing was already waiting for them at the entrance. Upon seeing Yang Mengting get out of the car, her pupils slightly contracted, and she began to scrutinize her closely. She quickly ruled Yang Mengting out of the enemy list. The seemingly cute little girl posed no threat at all. Lan Menjing was very clear in her heart that, given Wang Chen's wealth and status, many things could not be forced and could only change along with him. As a smart woman, she should know how to adapt to the man she loves, rather than forcing him to change for her. Men who can change for women, after all, lack depth. The scenario of a domineering CEO changing his character for a Cinderella only exists in novels. In this world, three-legged toads are hard to find, but two-legged people are everywhere. Don't be fooled by the goddess-level beauties, it's not easy to see one in daily life. However, around truly successful top-tier individuals, goddesses are in abundance. As soon as one falls, countless others are ready to take their place. Wang Chen smiled and said, This is the car-selling little sister Yang Mengting I mentioned to Sister Menjing last time. Besides the different surnames, your names are practically sister-like. Lan Menjing stepped forward, took Yang Mengting's hand, and said gently, Sister, you really are adorable. No wonder Ji Tai praises you to the skies in front of me. Yang Mengting, with her big, cute eyes, replied, Sister, you're really flattering me. It's your impressive demeanor that I've always envied. If I had an older sister like you, I wouldn't have had to suffer so much before. From now on, I'll be your little sister, and you can be my sister, okay? Her demeanor was particularly infectious, and Lan Menjing felt that she was simply too adorable, truly someone who could be a little sister, joining forces with her to deal with other wildflowers. Wang Chen observed the harmonious interaction between the two women, relieved that there was no sign of conflict. This attempt had finally succeeded. He randomly shifted his gaze to the entrance of the Kunku Youth apartment, which exuded a vibrant energy, perfectly matching the character of young people. Lan Menjing had already informed the security guards and had them keep an eye on the sports car, mainly considering others. She couldn't let anyone lose everything. The property management here was quite good, the community was exceptionally clean, with not a single piece of trash in sight, and certainly no cars around, ensuring it would be very quiet at night. The greenery in the community was also excellent. Taking a stroll here during leisure time could greatly uplift one's mood and restore ample energy. Lan Menjing smiled and asked, "What do you think of the environment here, little sister?" Yang Mingting licked her lips and said, "It's just too beautiful here. Living here would definitely be incredibly happy." Lan Menjing smiled and led them to the core building, then up to the 22nd floor, which was a small flat with a balcony, covering an area of about 120 square meters. As Yang Mingting stepped inside, she felt her eyes were not enough. This was exactly the kind of beautiful mansion she had in mind. Wang Chen looked at Yang Mingting, whose eyes sparkled, and couldn't help but smile slightly. This girl had the good quality of expressing everything on her face. "Do you like this apartment? If you do, just nod. This will be your little nest from now on." Yang Mingting stared in disbelief and said, "Brother said he wants to give me this apartment, such a valuable gift, I can't accept it." Lan Menjing laughed and said, "What a silly little sister, since it's a gift from Jitai, you should just accept it. I've already brought the contract." As she spoke, she took out the purchase contract and had Yang Mingting sign her name on it, then pulled out a POS machine, displaying a professional smile, looking very businesslike. Lan Menjing smiled and said, "I'll have Fat Girl take care of the property certificate, and I'll bring it to you later. Previously, I had my eye on a duplex apartment in Kashishi community. I'll handle the contract myself, and Ji Tai will conveniently swipe the payment. Kashishi community isn't far from here, so I can come over to see you often. We sisters can keep each other company." Upon hearing the latter part, Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback, then realized that Lan Menjing was subtly hinting to him that she had fully accepted Yang Mingting. He smiled and handed over his bank card while using a multiple cashback card. This time, it triggered an 8-fold return. The two apartments cost nearly 8 million in total, yielding about 70 million in returns. Yang Mingting carefully set the contract aside and then flitted around the room like a little swallow, full of energy. Lan Menjing looked at Yang Mingting, who seemed like a child, and genuinely liked her. After all, how could one explain the wonderful connections between people? Wang Chen cleared his throat and said, "Now that you both live here and don't have a car, it might be inconvenient for work. Mingting, call Zoe Feng and have him contact a friend to bring over 2 cars for around 300,000 each. The license plates must be auspicious, or you can choose a number yourselves." He did this as a favor to Zoe Feng. Relationships between people were like that. If only one side gave, the outcome would never be good. Zoe Feng was currently in a meeting room organizing employees to learn about the company's newly issued Spirit, along with their rewards. The fact that Wang Chen had fully paid for a Rolls-Royce Wraith had already reached the higher-ups, and even the big boss knew about it. One must understand that such ultra-luxury cars might not sell even one in 3 to 5 years. Encountering such a wealthy customer now was certainly worthy of attention. The president of the Laudalei district personally called Zoe Feng, praising him profusely over the phone and stating that as long as he worked hard, his future prospects were limitless. Zoe Feng felt incredibly pleased and was just about to show off a bit when the phone rang. He glanced at it irritably and saw it was a call from Yang Mingting, quickly answering with an overly flattering tone. After hanging up, Zoe Feng was overjoyed. Although this was just a transaction worth 6 to 700,000, it represented something entirely different. He cleared his throat and said, "I have something very important to do now. You all study the spirit of the headquarters, and then each write me a 1,000-word summary. Now, go and get busy." Everyone looked confused, not understanding the situation. Just moments ago, they had been told that this meeting was particularly important and that they must set aside everything to attend. Now they were being told to study on their own, without even having seen the documents, completely unaware of what the headquarters spirit was. Let alone writing 1,000 words, they couldn't even come up with 100. Zoe Feng ignored his bewildered subordinates and immediately called the manager of the BMW dealership, asking them to prepare 2 fully equipped mini cars for women, along with Geely license plates, to be delivered to the designated location. He rushed to the Kunkai Youth apartment and called Yang Mingting, soon spotting Wang Chen walking out with 2 women. Zoe Feng was not surprised. For a big shot like Wang Chen, it would be a miracle if he didn't have a bunch of goddesses around him. As for the 2 beauties getting along, that was naturally due to Wang Chen's financial prowess. As long as the money was right, even a pig could manage that. Seeing the 2 minis that had been delivered, Wang Chen couldn't help but think of Yuan Bingue, a standard beauty enthusiast. If she saw this car, she would definitely be so excited she wouldn't be able to move. He felt that attempts at a love triangle shouldn't be too frequent. If it went wrong, there would be no place to cry, so it was better to stay quiet for a while. Wang Chen had Lan Menjiang and Yang Mengting test drive nearby, and after the two women drove off, he asked the BMW manager to prepare 3 more of the same model. Upon hearing the order, the manager's eyes lit up. A fully equipped Mini costs over 400,000, and selling 5 within a month would be an astonishing achievement. The 3 cars Wang Chen ordered were, of course, for his sister and the other 2 girls, 4 girls who only cared about looks. This kind of car was quite popular. After sending them off, it was time for some sweet 3-person moments, but unfortunately, with more people around, they couldn't enjoy the scenery. That night, Wang Chen was sent back to the villa, while Lan Menjiang stayed with Yang Mengting to strengthen their bond and ensure their united front was unbreakable. He first chatted with Linger for a while, then had a nonsensical conversation with the Dream Fairy. This girl was indeed a natural at being a streamer, never running out of topics. Wang Chen fell into a dream under the Dream Fairy's lullaby, only to be awakened by the notification sound of a red envelope, which he casually selected to claim. You have received a Hermes wallet, enjoy your click. You have received a Bentley Continental, enjoy your click. You have received 30% shares of Northeast Finance Group, enjoy your click. Not only did he gain a luxury car today, but he also acquired shares in Northeast Finance Group, the largest investment group in Northeast China. This group was filled with elites, especially the investment consultants, each one more impressive than the last, their tails almost reaching the sky. While Wang Chen was having breakfast, the phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. After saying answer, a voice came through the room's speaker. I apologize for disturbing you so early, Mr. Wang. I am Zhang Weidang, the president of Northeast Finance Group. Thank you for purchasing shares in our company. It turns out to be General Zhang. Those shares were just for fun, you don't need to take it to heart, General Zhang. You should continue doing what you need to do, I won't interfere with you. Wang Chen, having learned from previous experiences, knew the other party's intentions and preemptively offered him a reassurance to avoid wasting words. Zhang Weidang indeed breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Chen held 30% of the Northeast Financial Group's shares, just 1% less than him, making him an absolute giant in the industry. He had to build a good relationship with the other party, otherwise, a simple trip-up could leave him with nowhere to cry. Zhang Weidang felt that although Wang Chen said this, he couldn't fully trust him and still needed to demonstrate his capabilities to gain the other party's complete trust. He spoke at length about the development prospects of the Northeast Financial Group and all the upcoming plans, claiming that the future was limitless. Wang Chen chuckled and said, I'm really sorry, even though I studied economics in college, I've never had a talent for investments. My investments are very random, completely based on my mood, just like this time buying your stocks, it was just a whim. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weidang cursed inwardly. How could someone say such a thing? Those shares were worth billions, and he bought them so casually. Wang Chen continued, if I didn't see you as an investment company that might be useful in the future, I wouldn't have bothered buying your stocks. What I said earlier wasn't just flattery, it was my honest opinion. You can do whatever you want without overthinking it. Even if you had concerns before, now that I am the second largest shareholder of the company, you can throw those concerns out the window. If you were a fighter jet before, now I've added a vector engine to you, just go full throttle. Zhang Weidang initially wanted to paint a grand picture for Wang Chen but didn't expect to be hit back with one so casually. He didn't know how to continue and could only say a bunch of flattering words, indicating that he could be called upon for anything in the future, before quickly hanging up the phone. Wang Chen scoffed, dismissing the idea of playing the grand picture game with him. Zhang Weidang, being a technical type, was really far off. The bosses he had encountered before were all experts at painting grand pictures, spinning tales that were more mind-bending than pyramid schemes. With nothing to do, Wang Chen simply lay on the sofa, pretending to be a dead dog. The life of a wealthy person, akin to salted meat, was truly quite boring. In a daze, the phone rang, and he casually said to answer it, hearing Yuan Bingua's voice. Can you come to the financial building? You need to be quick. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen immediately woke up, glanced at the clock, and saw it was almost noon, just in time to go have lunch with Yuan Bingua. What happened? I'm on my way, share your location with me and don't move around there. Yuan Bingua agreed and then hung up the phone, secretly relieved, feeling a bit more secure. She was dressed in a white suit, her hair simply tied back, looking particularly capable. Yuan Bingua came to the financial building to meet a classmate to discuss investment matters, but unexpectedly caught the eye of her classmate's financial director. The financial director, having inquired indirectly, learned that Yuan Bingua was just a bank employee and immediately became interested, wanting to play the game of keeping a mistress. Yuan Bingua naturally showed no interest in this financial director, but he persisted, eager to showcase his exceptional qualities. She was truly fed up and decided to call Wang Chen, wanting the financial director to know she was already taken, putting an end to his sordid thoughts. Just then, that annoying voice came through, "Miss Yuan, why are you in such a hurry? In the field of financial investment, I am somewhat well known. There are many wealthy individuals I collaborate with. As long as I manage investments for Miss Yuan, I can definitely help you make a lot of money. How about we discuss this in depth? I know a high-end restaurant nearby where the Wagyu beef is quite good. We can eat and chat, and I'm sure we'll reach a consensus," the financial director said, shaking the car keys in his hand, the logo being a BMW 7 Series, worth at least over $1 million. Yuan Bingu coldly replied, "I'm really sorry, my boyfriend is coming to pick me up soon, and I don't want him to misunderstand." The financial director thought Yuan Bingu was from a working-class background. How good could her boyfriend be? At most, he was just a senior white-collar worker, hardly worth mentioning. "I think Miss Yuan is overthinking it. If your boyfriend is truly considering your future, he wouldn't mind you having this meal with me. I was young like you once and understand that at this age, love seems more important than anything else. However, love without a material foundation is ultimately just a castle in the air. You'll realize later that only successful people with accomplished careers can bring you happiness. Love can't be eaten like bread." He spoke quite bluntly, leaning closer to Yuan Bingu, who instinctively took 2 steps back, her heart longing even more for Wang Chen's arrival. The financial director wanted to move closer, but then a Bentley Continental suddenly pulled up in front of them, leaving him momentarily stunned. Wang Chen got out of the car and walked over to Yuan Bingu, naturally taking her hand. He sized up the financial director, having just driven over and coincidentally seen him trying to make a move on Yuan Bingu. "Bingu, what just happened? Didn't I say I'd pick you up for lunch? What's this all about?" The financial director, being an excellent investor, had indeed interacted with many bosses and seen plenty of luxury cars. He immediately recognized the Bentley Continental as the highest-end model, starting at no less than $5 million. Compared to the BMW 7 Series, it was simply a junk car. Yuan Bingu coldly said, "Didn't you say last time that I should invest some money? I thought a few million wouldn't go to waste, so I came to ask my classmate. He's the financial director and insisted on helping me with investments and wanted to have an in-depth chat. It's really annoying. Please don't misunderstand, young sir. I saw your girlfriend wanted to invest and thought it's not easy for a woman to invest, so I wanted to help her," the financial director quickly explained, seeing Wang Chen's face turn pale, realizing the situation was bad. Wang Chen snorted, "What kind of person are you to help my girlfriend with investments? That's a huge joke. I just acquired 30% of Northeast Finance Group's shares. As for my girlfriend's investment, I'll have the people from Northeast Finance Group handle it." It was quite a coincidence that the news of Northeast Finance Group being acquired for 30% of its shares had already spread throughout the financial circle, with everyone speculating about which big player was behind it. The financial director, being part of the circle, naturally knew this news, so he believed Wang Chen's words without a doubt, and his legs went weak with fear. A person who could become the second largest shareholder of Northeast Finance Group, regardless of financial power or connections, was indeed terrifying. With just one word, he could completely ruin his life. Who would dare to seek his investment in the future? Seeing the financial director's face turn ashen, Wang Chen found it very uninteresting to argue with such a useless person, as it would only lower his own status. "Today I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you off this time. In the future, keep your eyes open. Don't think of yourself as superior and act recklessly. Now, leave." The financial director hurriedly thanked him and fled in a panic. After this lesson, the guy completely turned over a new leaf, which could be considered a blessing in disguise. Wang Chen held Yuan Bingu's hand and smiled, "I was just about to look for you. I noticed you didn't have a vehicle, so I specifically checked out a model for you. Take a look and see what color you like." Yuan Bingu cheerfully sat in the passenger seat, scrolling through pictures on her phone, and quickly chose a pink Mini, surprising him with her youthful spirit. Wang Chen called the BMW dealership manager, asking them to deliver the car to a nearby Western restaurant where they were having lunch, so they could test drive it afterward. While they were eating, a red envelope notification suddenly popped up, this time with an astonishing number over 70. He immediately chose to claim them. "You have received a ballpoint pen, wishing you a pleasant click. You have received 3,658 yuan, wishing you a pleasant click. You have received 25,896 yuan, wishing you a pleasant click. You have received the property rights to Friendship Building, wishing you a pleasant click. You have received a toothpick, wishing you a pleasant click." Most of these red envelopes contained funds and cash, totaling over 30 million, along with some jumbled items that were hardly worth mentioning. The most valuable among them was the property rights to Friendship Building, a well-known high-end international plaza in Binchang, considered one of its landmark buildings. Unlike the purely top-tier shopping mall, Mailu Mall, Friendship Building is a large comprehensive project that combines Grade A office buildings, commercial spaces, and luxury apartments. It includes an 80,000 square meter high-end shopping mall, 8 office buildings, and 6 luxury buildings with a total of 72 units, with a total floor area of 680,000 square meters. Moreover, it is located in the core area of Binchang, making every inch of land extremely valuable, with the total value of Friendship Building nearing hundreds of billions. Wang Chen excused himself to the restroom and contacted Linger on his phone. Upon seeing the property certificate on the bedroom table, he couldn't help but gasp. This time, he had truly struck it rich. After Linger appeared, the system made a small adjustment, sending all the physical items drawn, except for cash, directly to the villa. This way, it could avoid Wang Chen encountering unexpected items outside, which would be hard to explain to others and could cause unnecessary trouble. The car was quickly delivered, and Yuan Binghua instantly fell in love with its looks, smiling as she got in and casually drove off in a random direction. Wang Chen casually handed the sales staff a dozen old man bills, telling them to take a taxi back, then drove after Yuan Binghua, unexpectedly ending up at Friendship Building. Yuan Binghua parked the car in the Friendship Building parking lot and cheerfully said, "This car is just amazing. I think it's even better than your previous sports car. I really love it." Wang Chen chuckled and said, "As long as you like it. Since we've come all the way here, let's go inside and take a look, and I'll buy you a few outfits." Yuan Binghua agreed with a smile, affectionately linking her arm with Wang Chen's. Their charm had already triggered a high level of attraction, making it feel like things could naturally progress at any moment. The path they took happened to lead them past the office buildings before reaching the main entrance of the mall. Wang Chen's eyes twinkled as he said, "Since you love investing so much, why don't we set up an office here and establish an investment firm? We can have Northeast Finance Group as the parent company and get them to send some elites to help you. It will definitely boost your business." Yuan Binghua blinked and replied, "But I'm an employee of Binshang Bank. If I do that, it would violate the bank's regulations, and I could get fired. If my mom finds out I'm leaving my bank job to start an investment firm, she would definitely think I'm being unprofessional and would scold me to death." Wang Chen chuckled and said, "This is simple. I'll just have a word with Lian Fei and say you're helping me out. Nowadays, I have nearly 10 billion in your bank. If Lian Fei doesn't give me face, I'll just transfer this money out and make him cry without a place to go." Yuan Binghua laughed brightly, pressing her body against Wang Chen's, making him feel his arm enveloped by softness, stirring his heart. The two entered the lobby of the office building and asked the security guard, learning that the sales office was on the 4th floor, and were about to head to the elevator. At that moment, a delivery guy rushed in, only to be stopped by the security guard. "What's wrong with you? Don't you know that Friendship Building doesn't allow deliveries inside?" The delivery guy hurriedly pleaded, "I know the rules of Friendship Building, but this order is really urgent. Please, just this once, I promise it won't happen again." The security guard remained unmoved, saying, "Don't daydream. Rules are rules, and there can be no exceptions. Besides, if I let you in, they'll definitely dock my pay. I have a family to support." The delivery guy anxiously said, "I'm about to miss the deadline for this order, and I can't reach the customer by phone. Please, have mercy." The security guard still disagreed, and the delivery guy, too anxious, tried to push his way in. The security guard reached out to stop him, and the two began to struggle. Wang Chen saw this situation and quickly walked over, casually waving his hand to separate them. "What are you doing? It's not easy for workers. Can't you just talk it out? Fighting benefits no one. The winner goes to jail, and the loser goes to the hospital." The delivery guy was so anxious he was about to cry, saying with a quivering voice, "I just want to deliver the food upstairs. He won't let me in, and if someone complains, my whole day will be wasted." The security guard, looking aggrieved, replied, "It's not that I don't want him in, it's that there are rules from above that prohibit deliveries and other outsiders from entering the building. If I let him in, they'll definitely blame me, and I'll face fines and pay cuts. I can't handle that." Wang Chen frowned, feeling that this rule was too unreasonable, clearly bullying people. He said sternly, "I've got this. Let him in to deliver the food. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Also, I'm quite satisfied with your performance. No matter the reason, it's good to stick to principles." The security guard was intimidated by Wang Chen's aura and had no choice but to let the delivery guy in. However, just as the delivery guy was about to enter the elevator, someone inside kicked him out. Seeing the delivery guy being kicked out of the elevator, food scattered everywhere, Wang Chen's anger flared up, and he quickly walked over. At that moment, a young man, dressed ostentatiously and looking arrogant, swaggered out of the elevator. "You useless security guard, are your eyes blind? Didn't I tell you before that these lower-class people are not allowed in the building?" Although the security guard was scolded, he dared not show any dissatisfaction and lowered his head to respond. "It's Manager Lu who's here. It's not that I wanted to let this delivery guy in, it was this gentleman who allowed it, saying he would take responsibility." Wang Chen took over, saying, "You don't need to blame the security guard, it was me who let the delivery guy in. Who gave you the authority to prevent him from entering the building? And you, do your family members not teach you what manners are? How dare you call them lower-class people and refer to the security guard as a stinky security guard?" Manager Lu's attention was drawn to this remark, and he looked Wang Chen up and down, then revealed a disdainful sneer. "Who do you think you are, daring to shout here? I'm the security manager here, and my uncle is the vice president in charge of security. We, the uncle and nephew, are the heavens here, our words are the rules. These lowly people entering the building will affect our building's image. This is the most upscale place, only receiving those of high status. Those who can come here are all elites. Tomorrow, I will make a sign, no entry for lowly people and dogs." Yuan Bingue, seeing Manager Lu's arrogant demeanor, was filled with anger and retorted fiercely, "You are just a security manager, how dare you be so arrogant? You are the one affecting the image here, you should be thrown out." Manager Lu sneered, "You ungrateful woman, how dare you shout at me? Now I'll have the security throw you out." Wang Chen snorted, "You really have a big mouth, aren't you afraid the wind will blow your tongue away? If you have the ability, throw me out and see. I am the owner of the Friendship Building, this is my place. On my territory, how can it be your decision? It's simply a huge joke." As soon as he said this, everyone, including Yuan Bingue, was stunned, all with expressions of disbelief. Manager Lu was the first to react, showing an exaggerated smile and saying, "You are the owner of the Friendship Building? I think you're still dreaming. You should take a look at your own worth. Do you have what it takes to be a boss? If you are the owner of the Friendship Building, then I am the richest man in the world. I can't stand people like you, trying to puff yourself up in front of women, daring to boast about anything. You're just a big fool, truly embarrassing your family." This guy had a mocking expression and even tried to slap Wang Chen's face, but Wang Chen slapped his hand away, feeling as if it had been hit by a discus. Wang Chen took out his phone and had Ling Er call the property company's president, Lin Jianfei, using the number left on the property rights document. In the conference room on the top floor of the Friendship Building, Lin Jianfei gathered all the leaders of the property company for an emergency meeting. "I just received a call from the owner of the Friendship Building. This building has changed ownership, and we only know the new owner's phone number and the title Iron Young Master. The previous owner made it very clear that we should not disturb Iron Young Master at will, to avoid making him unhappy. If Iron Young Master is unhappy for a moment, no one will be happy for a lifetime." Hearing this, the executives all gasped. The previous owner was definitely a big shot, and if he said that, Iron Young Master's influence could be imagined. Lin Jianfei looked at these people very seriously and said, "Iron Young Master may come here at any time, so you must keep your subordinates in check. We absolutely cannot leave a bad impression on Iron Young Master. If he replaces our company, everyone present will have to go drink the northwest wind in the future." Everyone nodded in agreement. Their property company relied on the Friendship Building for survival, and being kicked out would have catastrophic consequences. Just as Lin Jianfei was about to continue speaking, the secretary suddenly burst in, holding a phone and shouting that Iron Young Master was calling. He was initially dissatisfied with the secretary's behavior, but upon hearing the secretary's shout, he immediately cast everything aside and hurriedly took the call. "Hello, Iron Young Master, why are you calling me? When are you coming? I'll bring everyone to welcome you. Stop with the nonsense. I'm at Gate 4 of Commercial Building No. 1. If you're not here in 5 minutes, you'll bear all consequences." Lin Jianfei heard the busy tone on the phone and thought of Wang Chen's cold tone, feeling his legs turn to jelly. He immediately shouted and led the way out. The other executives, seeing this situation, were all flustered and hurriedly followed behind him, clamoring as they rushed out. The employees outside, seeing this scene, had no idea what was happening and could only follow behind, creating quite a commotion. Manager Lu looked at Wang Chen, who had just hung up the phone, and disdainfully said, "You really put on a good act. If I hadn't met the boss here with my uncle, I might have been fooled by you. I see you're just a scumbag who knows how to deceive women. This beautiful lady should keep her eyes open and not let someone like you trick her. Only someone successful like me is worthy of you." This guy, seeing Yuan Bingyue's beauty, actually had ulterior motives and wanted to steal Wang Chen's girl. Wang Chen ignored Manager Lu and instead reached out to pull up the delivery guy, telling him not to worry, that he would definitely give him an explanation. Manager Lu snorted contemptuously, I didn't expect you to be so into the role. It seems I've spoiled you too much. Hey, someone, call over a few more security guards and throw them out directly. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a commotion of footsteps and immediately looked in the direction of the sound. He saw Lin Jianfei leading a group of senior executives, with high-ranking staff following behind, rushing towards them. Manager Lu was instantly confused, and his heart sank, feeling like he had stirred up big trouble. He hurried to meet Lin Jianfei, acting like a lapdog, saying, Mr. Lin, what brings you here? There's just a small issue, and I can handle it right away. Lin Jianfei interrupted him with a slap, pushing him aside, and quickly approached Wang Chen, bowing respectfully. I am Lin Jianfei. It's an honor to meet you, young Master Tai. Your presence truly brightens this place. Wang Chen snorted through his nose, interrupting Lin Jianfei's flattery. While Lin Jianfei trembled inside, Manager Lu was filled with panic and quickly leaned towards someone. Uncle, what's going on? Why is Mr. Lin so respectful to a young kid? What's his background? Manager Lu cautiously asked his uncle, Deputy General Manager Lu, while praying in his heart that it wasn't as that kid had said. Deputy General Manager Lu shot Manager Lu a glare and scolded softly, Shut up. Young Master Tai is the new owner of Friendship Building, with an incredibly deep background. The previous owner treated Friendship Building like a cash cow, but with just one word from him, he obediently handed it over without daring to make a sound. Now, young Master Tai is our benefactor. With just one word from him, we could be kicked out of here and left to eat the northwest wind. Who gave you the courage to call young Master Tai a young kid? Compared to him, we aren't even worthy to carry his shoes. After hearing his uncle's words and looking at Wang Chen standing in front of him, Manager Lu felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar and couldn't help but tremble. Lin Jianfei, also drenched in cold sweat, could read the room well and naturally sensed Wang Chen's anger. Lin Jianfei forced himself to say, I didn't know young Master Tai would come. I was just up there arranging management work. I think you don't need to arrange management work anymore. I have decided to terminate the contract with you and rebid for a property management company. I cannot allow anyone to have absolute power in my place, nor can I allow my place to divide people into classes. Wang Chen interrupted Lin Jianfei again, and what he said next made everyone tremble in fear, their faces turning pale. Lin Jianfei hurriedly said, I believe there must be a misunderstanding. I have always required all employees to treat everyone in Friendship Building with utmost respect, and absolutely no issues are allowed. Wang Chen snorted, but what I see is not the case. This delivery guy was not allowed to enter the building and was kicked out of the elevator. Moreover, your security manager insulted the security guards in front of me, calling them stinky security guards, saying that all delivery and courier people are low class, and even wanted to put up a sign saying that low-class people and dogs are not allowed inside. I really have gained some insight. I never expected such things could happen in this era. If this gets spread online, there will be no image left here. Since you don't care about the reputation of the Friendship Building, I won't be polite with you. I will have a dedicated legal team have a good talk with you. Lin Jianfei's eyes widened in shock as he turned to Vice President Lu, his teeth grinding audibly. Without hesitation, Vice President Lu slapped Manager Lu across the face with such force that half of his face swelled up. You damn bastard, who gave you the audacity to do such things? Just wait and see how I deal with you. Vice President Lu cursed while punching and kicking Manager Lu, looking utterly indignant. Yuan Bingu interjected, you don't need to put on a show of suffering. This Lu has already said that his uncle is the vice president in charge of security, so it must be you. This Lu said you two are like the heavens here, and everyone has to listen to you. Your words are the rules, and anyone who dares to provoke you will be thrown out by the security. That Lu also said that Ji Tai is just a fraud, telling me that there's no future following Ji Tai, only following him is the way to go. It really opened my eyes. Upon hearing this, Vice President Lu's legs went weak, and he fell to his knees, wishing he could strangle Manager Lu right then and there, truly a traitor to his uncle. Lin Jianfei kept bowing and apologizing, it's all my fault. I didn't manage my subordinates well and didn't know they would be so audacious. Wang Chen interrupted Lin Jianfei again, asking the security guard and the delivery guy, how long has this rule been in place? The security guard glanced at Lin Jianfei and stammered, I've been working here for almost a year, and this rule was already in place when I arrived. It's been said to have been around for a long time. The delivery guy added, that's right, I heard from my predecessors that it's because entry is not allowed here, making it a hotspot for complaints. This situation has been going on for several years. Wang Chen looked at Lin Jianfei coldly and said, you must not tell me that after such a long time, you were completely unaware of this. If that's the case, I have serious doubts about your capabilities, especially regarding your company's cohesion, which I cannot commend. Lin Jianfei was drenched in cold sweat, unsure how to defend himself, anxiously pacing in place. Blushing, he bowed to the delivery guy and said, "It's all my mismanagement that led to this situation. Please accept my apology. I solemnly promise you that I will strictly enforce the quality of management personnel in the future and will never allow such lowly scum to tarnish our reputation again. I will notify the company's legal team to hold Vice President Liu and Manager Liu accountable, ensuring they pay the price for their actions." Upon hearing this, Vice President Liu hurriedly crawled forward a couple of steps, pleading desperately. "It's all my fault. I beg President Lin for another chance. I won't dare again. I've worked hard all these years, if not for merit, at least for my efforts." Lin Jianfei kicked him hard on the shoulder, cursing fiercely, "You damn dog, how dare you say such things now? How many bad deeds have you done over the years? This time, we will settle the score clearly. You and your nephew think you can control everything. Today, we will cut off your dirty hands." Seeing Lin Jianfei's resolute attitude, Vice President Liu realized that further pleading was useless. The other party wanted to use their uncle-nephew relationship to placate Wang Chen. This was the least costly way to salvage the situation. Anyone would do the same in this case, but it could only be said that this time, his nephew had led him to ruin. Wang Chen looked at Lin Jianfei indifferently and said, "Considering your apology to the delivery guy, I won't hold this matter against you this time. If there is a next time, you won't need me to say anything. Just take everyone and get out, understood?" Lin Jianfei expressed his gratitude profusely, saying, "Thank you, Tai Xiao, for giving me another chance. I promise this won't happen again. If it does, I won't have the face to see you again. I'll just sink myself into the sea and have no reason to live in this world." Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction and continued, "My girlfriend wants to open an investment firm. Let's see which office here is available and arrange it properly." Lin Jianfei hurriedly nodded and bowed, leading them to the golden floor. Just as they entered the elevator, Vice President Liu lunged at Manager Liu, and the screams were incessant. The security guards and the delivery guy watched the two fighting, feeling a wave of relief in their hearts. Yuan Bingu was very satisfied with the office space. Wang Chen called Zhang Weidang, who immediately stated that he would handle all the paperwork and send an elite team to settle in. After securing the office, Wang Chen casually chose a more than 130 square meter apartment, allowing Lin Jianfei to register it under Yuan Bingue's name. Yuan Bingue had previously rented a small apartment, and now that she had upgraded, she was naturally overjoyed and decided to cook a meal for Wang Chen as a treat. Watching Yuan Bingue busy in the kitchen, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. They say that the food made by beautiful women is poison, and he wondered if his body, enhanced by health supplements, could withstand it. To his surprise, in just 1 hour, Yuan Bingue prepared a table full of delicious dishes. Wang Chen exclaimed, "I really didn't expect you to have such great cooking skills. This is truly unexpected." Yuan Bingue smiled and said, "I used to be just a small bank employee with a very limited salary, so I couldn't afford to waste money. Cooking for myself was the most economical choice. Plus, my mother taught me from a young age that to win a man's heart, you must capture his stomach. Good cooking is definitely a plus for a woman." Wang Chen strongly agreed with this statement. Since ancient times, Huagua has emphasized the virtues of a good wife and mother. Excelling in both the parlor and the kitchen has always been the standard for a virtuous wife. He tasted a dish, and it was truly excellent. Even those top chefs couldn't compare. Wang Chen praised, "I didn't expect your cooking to be this good. If I had known, why bother opening an investment firm? We should just open a big hotel. With your culinary skills, it would definitely thrive. I could just sit back and count the money." Yuan Bingue smiled and said, "I did have that thought before, but as soon as I thought of my mother, all those ideas vanished. My mother is my cooking teacher, and her skills are even better. It's just a pity that my grandmother's family looked down on her, and she ended up divorcing my father. The reason my grandmother's family looked down on my mother was that they thought she didn't have a good job and was a disgrace to the family." Wang Chen asked curiously, "From what you said, it sounds like your grandmother's family is a prestigious one, otherwise, how could they have such views?" Yuan Bingue replied with a downcast expression, "My father is a famous calligrapher, Che Jinjie, and my grandmother's family has always been a scholarly lineage. After my mother divorced, I took her surname, and it's been many years since I last visited my grandmother's family. They probably have forgotten about me as their granddaughter. My mother has always been troubled by this, so she insisted that I have a respectable job. To get me into Binshang Bank, she went to great lengths. I used to have some complaints about my mother, but now I have none at all. If I hadn't worked at Binshang Bank, how would I have met you? Meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life. I also know that a Cinderella like me can't marry into a wealthy family like yours. As long as I have a place by your side, I will be content." She had expressed her feelings to this extent, and naturally, Wang Chen's love had reached a profound depth. The next steps were simple. Just as Wang Chen was about to reap the rewards, unexpectedly, Yuan Bingyue retreated to another room and then appeared in the uniform of Binshang Bank. The two seemed to return to the conference room, the atmosphere quickly heating up, and then it was Wang Chen enjoying the scenery, a scenery not meant to be shared with outsiders. Wang Chen looked at the beauty in his arms, a satisfied smile on his face, gently tightening his embrace as if afraid she might run away. Yuan Bingyue felt Wang Chen's actions and was filled with sweetness, believing her choice was absolutely right, and she would never regret it in this lifetime. She thought of Wang Chen's expression when he saw the uniform, and a shy idea formed in her heart, one that made Wang Chen incredibly happy. In the following month and a half, Wang Chen spent time enjoying the scenery with 3 women, and the red envelopes didn't yield anything good, mostly just cash and funds. These cash and funds added up to at least a couple of 100 million, which he directly handed to Yuan Bingyue as startup capital, allowing her to enjoy herself thoroughly. The only good thing among this was that he obtained a Sanda champion and a free fighting skill card, further enhancing Wang Chen's combat skills. As Wang Chen's fighting skills improved, his control over his body became better, and the effects of the health-enhancing pills were further explored. Wang Chen visited the Juanha Fitness Club a few times, but unfortunately, he had not been able to test his limits, which left him very dissatisfied, and he complained to Zhong Huarong a few times. Zhong Huarong informed the club owner, Li Jiming, about this matter. The latter reviewed all the surveillance footage and was equally astonished by Wang Chen's performance. Li Jiming felt that Wang Chen's physical quality had reached an astonishing level, one that even the so-called captain of the beautiful country might not surpass. Li Jiming thought this was impossible, so he told his father, Li Guangjuan, about it and showed him all the data. Li Guangjuan remained silent for half a day, then called a good friend, hoping to have him investigate Wang Chen's background. The person he sought belonged to a secret department, known in novels as the Dragon Group, which could uncover almost anything. However, the result was beyond Li Guangjuan's expectations. That friend seriously told him not to think about investigating Wang Chen's background anymore, as the consequences were something they could not bear. Li Guangjuan sensed a hint of fear in his friend's tone, indicating that Wang Chen's background was extremely frightening. He felt that a strong person like Wang Chen must be befriended properly, and as for how to establish a connection, it would naturally be under the pretext of helping him with his health. Wang Chen was unaware of all this and was currently at his sister's house, having come to deliver a car to the 2 girls. Hu Qinxue blushed slightly and said, "It's only a 10-minute walk from here to the company, and the surrounding facilities are complete. Why would we need a car?" Wang Chen smiled and replied, "A car is an essential item for everyone now. If you don't have a car for transportation, it's not convenient to do anything. Besides, you are my girlfriend, giving you a car as a gift is only right. Why refuse me?" His little sister chimed in, "What brother said is absolutely right. Since we moved here, we haven't gone back to the dorm to get our things. Why don't you take Qinxue back to get her stuff? I'm too lazy to move, so I'll leave it to you." She winked at Wang Chen, her meaning clear. Hu Qinxue also wanted to be alone with Wang Chen, so she called her roommates to confirm they were in the dormitory and then left with Wang Chen. This time, Wang Chen was driving a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, which, compared to the previous Lamborghini, was somewhat lacking in appearance. Hu Qinxue smiled and said, "Why didn't you drive the sports car from last time? This car's interior looks very luxurious, it shouldn't be cheap either." Wang Chen smiled in response, "This car is only a few million, so it's barely acceptable. The previous sports car had too little space, it wasn't suitable for carrying people or goods. If my little sister were to be a third wheel, there wouldn't even be a place for her to sit, so I took this car out instead. If you like riding in a sports car, I'll drive one when I come to see you in the future. As long as it's what you like, everything will be according to your wishes." Upon hearing this, Hu Qinxue felt a sweetness in her heart. No matter what kind of girl, everyone likes to be cherished and held in the palm of their lover's hand. "I was just asking casually, you don't need to take it seriously. As long as I'm with the person I love, even taking the bus is happiness." She added in her heart, of course, it would be even better to be able to sit in a car. She really didn't want to go back to those days of squeezing onto a bus and being groped by strangers. The two chatted and laughed all the way, soon arriving near the school, where they saw a crowd gathered at the entrance, as if something had happened. Wang Chen slowed down the car, and he and Hu Qinxue curiously looked ahead, finally understanding what was going on. In the open space at the school gate, there was a heart-shaped pattern made of roses. Judging by the size of the pattern, there should be several hundred roses. A trendy guy with a pompadour hairstyle and earrings was standing next to the rose pattern, holding an electric guitar, apparently intending to confess to someone. Hu Qinxue's face turned extremely ugly upon seeing this trendy guy, and Wang Chen immediately guessed that she was the one being confessed to. Wang Chen squinted and asked, "Do you know this guy?" Hu Qinxue hurriedly replied, his name is Tang Wenjie. It's said that his family has assets worth over 100 million, he's a typical rich second generation. He relies on his family's wealth to pursue any girl he likes, and you know many girls are drawn to money these days, so he easily wins them over. Tang Wenjie changes girlfriends like flipping through a book, yet many girls still flock to him, satisfying his vanity. For some reason, he has set his sights on me. Although I was poor back then, I had my principles and wouldn't sell myself for money. After he hit a wall with me, feeling embarrassed, he often came to pester me, and I always firmly rejected him without hesitation. I don't know how he found out today that I was coming back to school, but he showed up at the entrance with this stunt. It's really too despicable. Hu Qinxue said this not out of self-importance. Tang Wenjie, aside from putting effort into her, couldn't be bothered to do the same for other girls. As long as he threw money around, those girls would naturally flock to him, so Hu Qinxue, who was not swayed by money, made him unable to forget her. After listening to Hu Qinxue's words, Wang Chen's expression shifted from gloomy to bright, and he smiled, increasing the car's speed. He casually honked the horn, and the onlookers, seeing a nice car approaching, immediately made way. What kind of car is this? It looks so impressive. From the license plate, it should be a Rolls-Royce. I heard the base model costs at least 1 to 2 million. You can tell you haven't seen much. This is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, and it costs at least 7 to 8 million. Did you see the license plate? Just that brand alone is worth 100 to 80,000, enough to buy $1 million luxury car. Someone knowledgeable about cars, hearing the discussion, immediately excitedly educated everyone, saying that seeing a Rolls-Royce Cullinan was truly an eye-opener. Anyone who can afford a car like this is definitely a real wealthy person. It looks like they're coming to our school. I wonder which girl is so lucky. A charming girl nearby immediately licked her lips and said, if this car were to stop, I would definitely go up without hesitation. A few girls, clearly her sisters, kept nodding beside her. For these girls, only money was real, everything else was not worth mentioning. Everyone saw the car pull up in front of the rose pattern design, the driver's window rolled down, and a hand reached out. The watch on the wrist sparkled in the sunlight. Wow, that's a Vacheron Constantin Callista, this watch is worth over 30 million. First, a luxury car, then a famous watch, today is truly eye-opening. The car enthusiast exclaimed again, and upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. A watch worth over 30 million was something they had never even dreamed of. Tang Wenjie looked at the Cullinan parked in front of the rose pattern and then at the famous watch on the other person's wrist. Together, these two items were already worth a third of his family's assets. He knew very well that his family in Binhai could only be considered a third or fourth-tier company. Compared to those real tycoons, they were nothing. Just as Tang Wenjie was pondering what to do, the car started again, driving straight over the rose pattern, scattering petals everywhere. Seeing the meticulously prepared scene being destroyed, Tang Wenjie felt extremely angry, but he didn't dare to say a word and could only hold it in. The car stopped again, and the passenger window rolled down, revealing Hu Qinxue sitting inside. Most of the people around were called over by Tang Wenjie, and according to this kid's plan, after Hu Qinxue arrived, he would sing a love song and then make a heartfelt confession. With everyone cheering him on, everything would be easy. Tang Wenjie had imagined everything, but he didn't expect Hu Qinxue to arrive in a luxury car, which made him look foolish. Most of the people around recognized Hu Qinxue and were equally surprised to see her in the car. The entire scene fell silent. Hu Qinxue looked coldly at Tang Wenjie and said, I've told you long ago that I won't like you. You don't need to waste your feelings here. Just as Tang Wenjie was about to speak, Wang Chen opened the car door and stepped out, dressed in a well-fitted casual outfit that made him look tall and upright. The girls had previously thought that someone who could afford such a luxury car and a famous watch must at least be a greasy middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. They had looked down on Hu Qinxue in their hearts for using her youth to exchange for money, thinking she was not a good person. But they didn't expect the person stepping out of the car to be a young handsome guy, leaving them only with envy, jealousy, and hatred, wishing they could immediately rush over and take her place. A few girls who considered themselves good-looking deliberately tugged at their collars to reveal their fair skin, hoping to catch Wang Chen's attention. However, to their disappointment, Wang Chen simply walked step by step towards Tang Wenjie. As Wang Chen approached, Tang Wenjie felt his calves cramping and involuntarily swallowed. So you're the toad that's been pestering Qinxue. I've wanted to come find you for a long time, but I held back considering the impact. Now that Qinxue is about to graduate, I thought there wouldn't be so much trouble, but you, this toad, have jumped out again to annoy people. Wang Chen spoke casually, completely disregarding Tang Wenjie, his blatant contempt reflecting the demeanor of someone in a superior position. Tang Wenjie gritted his teeth and said, I don't know who you are, but how does pursuing Hu Qinxue make me a toad? Wang Chen coldly smiled and said, You can even ask such a simple question. I'm really worried about your intelligence. It's fine for a young man to pursue a girl, but you must have self-awareness and know your own worth. If a person can't see clearly, it will bring trouble upon themselves. Do you understand what I mean? Seeing the pitying looks from everyone, Tang Wenjia felt a surge of unnameable rage rising from his heels to the crown of his head, and he was about to explode with anger. He no longer felt afraid and shouted through gritted teeth, "You don't need to put on a show in front of me. So what if you have a nice watch and a fancy car? It's nothing to brag about. And Hu Qingxue pretending to be a pure white lotus in front of me, it's all just a facade. In reality, she's just someone being kept by someone else. It's truly disgusting." The people around him immediately began to discuss, casting disdainful glances at Hu Qingxue, who was sitting in the car. I don't know what's wrong with today's girls, they're all like this, utterly shameless. Who can argue with that? Love has been tainted by girls like this, it's truly heartbreaking. These comments came from the boys, who needed such excuses to comfort themselves and mask their own financial struggles. If given the choice, they would also want to wear luxury watches, drive fancy cars, and live a carefree life with their dream girls. I never realized before that Hu Qingxue was such a girl, pretending to be innocent in front of us. To put it bluntly, she's just the same as the rest. I really don't know what she has that makes her able to attract such a young and handsome guy. Thinking about my old buddies, it's just nauseating. The ones saying this were the girls, purely envious and resentful, wondering why they weren't so lucky to catch the eye of such a wealthy young man. No girl thought there was anything wrong with what Hu Qingxue was doing. In this day and age, being young is capital, and using one's capital to gain benefits is only natural. Hearing the discussions around her, Hu Qingxue's eyes filled with tears, not understanding what she had done wrong or why they were saying such things. Wang Chen snorted, "Listen up, all of you. Hu Qingxue and I are truly in a relationship. It's not as sordid as you think. What attracts me to her is her perseverance, something you will never learn, so you can only remain caged birds for others." Tang Wenjia shouted in exasperation, "You talk a good game. But if you were a poor loser, how would she ever look at you?" Wang Chen smiled coldly. He had only intended to scold this guy, but seeing his lack of awareness, it seemed he needed to be taught a lesson. He scanned Tang Wenjia with his phone's camera, and in a few seconds, Linger found all the information on this kid. Wang Chen called Wang Shiji and Jin Wenpeng, instructing them to completely surround Tang Wenjia's father and see how he would continue to act. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Tang Wenjia's heart trembled, but thinking about how his father had been in the game for so many years with decent connections, he figured it wouldn't be a problem. Just a few minutes later, Tang Wenjia's phone rang. The kid, somewhat panicked, pressed the answer button, and an angry roar came through. "You damn beast. All you do is cause trouble. Who the hell have you offended? Our family is finished." Hearing his father's words, Tang Wenjia's legs went weak, and he fell to the ground. He quickly realized what was happening and begged Wang Chen, "It's all my fault. I was just talking nonsense earlier. Please, have mercy and let me off this time." Wang Chen smiled coldly, "Now you see the gap between us. Qingxue is my heart's treasure. Do you think you deserve to pursue her? What you just said was quite good, so I've decided to give you a chance to become utterly broke and see if you can find true love. Remember my advice, you must have self-awareness and know what you are. Not everyone is someone you can provoke." After saying this, he glanced around, and the people nearby quickly lowered their heads, fearing he would remember their faces and make their lives difficult in the future. Wang Chen swaggered back to the car, drove through the school gate, and the security guard ignored them, showing no sign of checking. "I did that just now to teach you a lesson, to let you know how treacherous human hearts can be in this world. What those students said just now means nothing in society. What you will face in the future will be much tougher. Those people in the company will do anything for their own interests, framing others and spreading rumors are just small matters. You are my girlfriend, and I could make you a canary, but I assume you wouldn't want that, and I will respect your choice because you are my beloved. However, I will not allow you to be bullied. In the future, when you encounter such situations in society, you must do as I did just now, making everyone know to be afraid. Do you understand?" Wang Chen looked at Hu Qingxue, whose eyes were filled with tears, and instead of comforting her, he spoke very seriously. Hu Qingxue stared at him with her beautiful big eyes, fixating on him, making him feel a bit uneasy, wondering if he was being a bit too grandiose. As soon as Wang Chen parked the car, Hu Qingxue dove into his arms, sobbing, her tears quickly soaking his clothes. "I know you mean well, no one has ever thought of me like this. As long as you don't mind me, I will be your girlfriend from now on. No matter what others say, I don't care. Even if you can support me, what does it matter? As long as you can support me for a lifetime, I am willing to be your unnamed lover." Wang Chen gently patted her back, softly comforting her by her ear. Girls need to be coaxed, and one cannot just be harsh all the time. Hu Qingxue felt that Wang Chen's embrace was particularly warm, and she really didn't want to leave. After struggling for a long time, she finally wriggled out of his arms. She wiped her tears and gave him a kiss on the cheek before heading back to the dorm to get her things. When Hu Qinxue returned to the dorm, she was a bit surprised to see a few people there, but she didn't ask anything and lowered her head to pack her things. Yuan couldn't help but ask, "Why are you back so soon? Didn't anything happen at the school gate?" As a student who received scholarships every year, Hu Qinxue was definitely smart enough to catch on immediately. "I was wondering how Tang Wenjie knew I was coming back today. It turns out you told him. Why did you do that?" Another roommate immediately said, "We did this for you. As long as you can become Tang Wenjie's girlfriend, you won't have to worry anymore." Yuan took over the conversation. "Besides, what's wrong with Tang Wenjie? He has both wealth and looks. If he were interested in me, I would have jumped at the chance long ago. Don't think that just because you became an intern at Dewan Group, your future is secure. So many people are eyeing that position. For someone like you without a background, it's basically impossible to get a permanent position. You have to find a way out for yourself. We are doing this for your own good, don't be ungrateful. Society is different from school, you can't just do as you please." Hu Qinxue angrily said, "Don't act like you're doing this for my own good. I know you all too well, you are all people who won't act without benefit. What benefits has Tang Wenjie given you?" The last roommate immediately replied, "Tang Wenjie promised us that as long as you agree to be his girlfriend, he will let us work at their family group. You know the competition is fierce now, just think of it as doing it for everyone's good. Just agree to be his girlfriend, and you will definitely be able to get into their company." Yuan interrupted again, "What he said is right, it's so hard to find a good job nowadays. You must seize this opportunity. Women are like that, it doesn't matter who you end up with. I heard you and Wang Shuanghua rented a place outside, just the two of you looking so poor, it must be the cheapest kind, probably even hard to turn around in. Speaking of which, Wang Shuanghua has a decent background too. If you bring her along with you to Tang Wenjie, you will definitely get more benefits, and it would be helping her out." When Hu Qinxue heard these words, she felt an unnamed rage surge from her heels straight to the crown of her head, nearly exploding with anger. She said furiously, "I really didn't expect you to say something like this. It's truly disappointing. My affairs don't need your concern." Yuan scoffed, "Stop pretending to be high and mighty in front of us. Let me tell you, once this village is gone, this shop won't be here anymore. You must seize such a good opportunity, otherwise, it might end up in someone else's hands in the future, and who knows what that would look like." Hu Qinxue coldly smiled and said, "Let me share some news with you. The Tang Wenjie family's group is about to cease to exist. The promises he made to you will surely turn to dust. I don't need to wait for the future, I've already fallen into someone else's hands, and that person is Wang Shuanghua's brother." "Do you think Wang Shuanghua is just anyone?" Yuan's eyes widened, and she shouted, "I think you're really sick. Why would you ignore a wealthy second generation and cling to a poor loser? Everyone knows Wang Shuanghua's family background, she's just a poor girl from a small place, who would rather split a penny in half to spend." As soon as she finished speaking, girls from other dorms rushed in, all looking eagerly at Hu Qinxue. I knew Sister Shui was definitely not an ordinary person. Now that she's flying high, don't forget about me. I was young and foolish before, and if I offended Sister Shui in any way, please don't hold it against me. We're all from the same school. In the future, if Sister Shui has any orders, I will definitely go through fire and water for you. How can we let Sister Shui pack her things alone? Just leave everything to me. I will make sure it's all tidy and definitely satisfy Sister Shui." The few people in the dorm were all confused, not knowing what had happened, while those coming to curry favor included many proud individuals. Yuan quickly grabbed someone she had a good relationship with and asked what was going on. Upon learning everything that had happened at the school gate, her jaw nearly dropped in shock. "You can't be joking, right? Hu Qinxue just said she is dating Wang Shuanghua's brother. How could that girl's family be wealthy? Who has the time to joke with you? Go over there and peek through the window, the luxury car is parked right below. Do you know how much that car costs? It's several million. So what if that car is impressive? Do you know what watch he's wearing? A Vacheron Constantine, casually worth tens of millions. But let's get back to the point, that man is Wang Shuanghua's brother. Is it really true? Now that you mention it, I remember. I thought he looked familiar. He came to find Wang Shuanghua before and said he was her real brother. Oh my gosh, I really didn't expect that Wang Shuanghua, who usually looks so simple and even has to work, is actually a rich heiress. People really can't be judged by their appearance. I used to offend Miss Wang, will she hold a grudge against me? Why is my mouth so reckless? I really want to sew it shut. The last few speakers were Wang Shuanghua's roommates, who had often looked down on and bullied her. Now that they knew she was a rich heiress, they were scared to the point of nearly wetting their pants. Hu Qinxue listened as these people spoke more and more nonsense and coughed heavily, causing everyone to fall silent. You don't need to be afraid, Xuanhua won't hold this against you. In the future, everyone will go their separate ways, and I believe there won't be any intersection. I advise you to be down to earth. The reason Xuanhua was like that before was to develop her own abilities. Even if you rack your brains, you wouldn't guess how wealthy her family is. I am currently living in Xuanghua's house, which is just a 200 square meter flat in the city center. We both felt we should keep a low profile, so G-Type prepared a vehicle worth over 400,000 for each of us, making our future travels a bit more convenient. You shouldn't always think about getting something for nothing. Even Cinderella had to present herself well to win the prince's love. What do you have to offer? Her words were striking, but unfortunately, the girls only heard that Cinderella could win the prince's love. Hu Qinxue couldn't be bothered with them anymore. She went to Wang Xuanghua's dorm to pack her things and quickly left to avoid their incessant chatter. Yuan looked through the window and saw Hu Qinxue getting into a luxury car, filled with envy, jealousy, and deep regret. If she hadn't messed things up before, perhaps she could have used that silly girl to connect with that handsome guy. With her skills in serving, she might have been able to win him over. Yuan felt she should think of another way. She couldn't just give up like this. Wang Qin was now somewhat regretting his decision. He shouldn't have let Hu Qinxue and his little sister live together. It was really too inconvenient. He could only take advantage of the situation in the car but couldn't take the final step. As a traditional girl, Hu Qinxue couldn't accept the car swing. Wang Chen had a warm dinner with Hu Qinxue and his little sister, then returned to Villano. 1. Flipping through his social media out of boredom. Seeing a still from a drama posted by Shangguan Yanxue, he decided to visit the set tomorrow. He initially thought of sending her a WeChat message but decided to surprise her instead. The dream fairy came online on time, and after chatting for a while, lulled Wang Chen into a dream with a soft lullaby. Wang Chen was woken up on time by the sound of a red envelope notification, groggily choosing to claim it. His luck today was not good. He only received a few 100,000 in cash, plus over 2 million in funds. He drove the Lamborghini to the location of the film crew and noticed that the atmosphere here was a bit off. Wang Chen frowned slightly. Sun Qingying was his insider, and the lack of news from her indicated that what was happening here had nothing to do with Shangguan Yanxue. The crew members saw the Lamborghini and immediately recognized it was Wang Chen, rushing over to greet him as if welcoming an emperor. In fact, this description was accurate. As a major shareholder of Tianqing Entertainment, Wang Chen held their life and death in his hands. Whoever he wanted to disappear from the industry would have to obediently retreat. Shangguan Yanxue had completely risen to the role of the female lead, while the original lead, Li Yuhan, was sent away after filming a few scenes and would never have the chance to be the lead again. Given Shangguan Yanxue's looks and temperament, the screenwriter rewrote the script, and compared to the previous version, it was absolutely a world apart, 100 times stronger than before. The fact proved that it wasn't that the screenwriter lacked talent, it was that they weren't given the opportunity to showcase it. As long as the capital didn't meddle, everything could be done to the best of their ability. Shangguan Yanxue wore a rather conservative long dress that showcased her temperament perfectly, exuding a natural charm. Next came the pure performance of acting, without needing to resort to gimmicks like Li Yuhan, who relied on selling her looks to attract attention. After the scene was filmed, Wang Chen applauded in celebration, drawing Shangguan Yanxue's attention. Upon seeing him, she immediately ran over joyfully. Why did you suddenly come to visit the set without telling me in advance? I could have prepared better, this is so embarrassing. Shangguan Yanxue excitedly linked her arm with Wang Chen's, pouting and playfully acting cute, while the others naturally ignored them and found their own places. Wang Chen gently stroked Shangguan Yanxue's hair and comforted her, saying, "You are always the most beautiful, no need to dress up specially. I just wanted to give you a surprise. Have you been working hard these past few days? Don't push yourself too much, if you get tired, I would feel heartbroken." Shangguan Yanxue smiled and agreed, glancing around to see no one nearby, and directly nestled into Wang Chen's embrace, her expression of happiness impossible to conceal. Wang Ji held Shangguan Yanxue and sat down on a prop bench, the scene perfectly resembling a park, just right for a date between the two. As they were engrossed in their sweet exchange, a sudden commotion of footsteps interrupted them, followed by a string of curses. Wang Chen turned to look in the direction of the noise and saw a group of over a dozen thuggish-looking individuals swaggering in. Shangguan Yanxue's face twisted in disgust as she said, "I don't know where these people came from, but they've been causing trouble at the set for the past couple of days." The director reported them to the security bureau, but they couldn't do anything about it, they could only chase them away, and as soon as the security left, they came back again. Wang Chen squinted and asked, "Have they harassed you?" Shangguan Yanxue immediately shook her head, saying, "These people just come to the set and make a loud ruckus, causing all sorts of disturbances while we're filming. But they haven't done anything to us or damaged our stuff, which is why the security bureau can't do much. They can only scold them." The director asked them if they wanted money, but they didn't say anything. "I don't know who we've offended, and just thinking about it is frustrating." Wang Chen nodded, released his hold on Shangguan Yanxue, stood up indifferently, and walked towards the group. "I don't care who you are or who you have backing you, but you are not allowed to come here again. Do you understand me?" Wang Chen coldly stared at the bald leader and said this in an icy tone. The bald man glared back, arrogantly saying, "Who do you think you are? You look pretty tough." Wang Chen snorted dismissively, "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that you are doing things you shouldn't be doing. This is my girlfriend's first movie as the lead, and I don't want any problems. You better seize this opportunity." The bald man scratched his head and said nonchalantly, "From what you're saying, you must be a rich second generation wanting to spend money to support a star. That's interesting. You don't need to scare me. Who doesn't know bald brother in this generation? Get your girl and roll out of here, or don't blame me for being rude." Wang Chen coldly smiled and, without hesitation, delivered a high kick with just a fraction of his strength, striking the bald man's head and knocking him down. What followed was like a tiger entering a wolf's den. Before Shangguan Yanxue could even scream, the fight was over. All the thugs lay sprawled on the ground, their arms and legs twisted in unnatural angles, clearly broken. Wang Chen looked down at the bald man with disdain, saying, "With your little skills, you dare to mess around in society? It's simply laughable." The bald man gritted his teeth and shouted, "You dare hit me? You've gotten yourself into big trouble. My boss is Big Biao, a favored one by Wei Gu." Wang Chen sneered, "I didn't expect you to be Big Biao's dog. That's quite interesting." He casually took out his phone, dialed Shuexiaowei's number, and pressed the speakerphone button. Soon, a voice came through. "I wonder what the boss needs from me. You need to bring Big Biao to this address right now. There are a few dogs causing trouble in my girlfriend's crew, claiming to be Big Biao's dogs. You understand what I mean? I can't believe this is happening. That bastard Big Biao really doesn't want to live anymore. I'll bring him over right away. Please hold on, boss." The bald man wasn't a fool. He knew Wang Chen wouldn't lie about such matters. The one who could call Big Biao a bastard was naturally Wei Gu. This young master in front of him was Wei Ji's boss, and just thinking about his background sent shivers down his spine. They had really gotten themselves into big trouble. What were they going to do? The bald man was so frightened that his face turned ashen. He wanted to plead for mercy but didn't know how to say it. If he said the wrong thing, there would be no hope left. Shuexiaowei arrived with De Biaozi in just over 20 minutes, both of them drenched in sweat, unsure if it was from exhaustion or fear. "It's my fault for not managing my subordinates well and angering the boss. Please punish me. I will accept any punishment," Shuexiaowei admitted right away, trying to show a good attitude in hopes of a lighter punishment, just like the old gentleman had done before. Wang Chen's expression was grim as he said, "Your family business is large, a few slip-ups are nothing. Just pay attention and correct them in the future. Don't always stay high and mighty. Come down and see what your subordinates are like. Bullying the weak is no skill. If you're so tough, go charge the Yuan group." His first sentence was a reassurance for Shuexiaowei. He definitely wouldn't be punished this time, but if he didn't correct his ways, it wouldn't be so easy next time. The second sentence was a reminder to Shuexiaowei that he must do his job well. The boss must bear the burden of his little brother's mistakes, and he couldn't afford to lose face by bullying the weak. Shuexiaowei breathed a sigh of relief, quickly nodding in agreement, then kicked De Biaozi in the rear, making him kneel to speak. Wang Chen waved his hand and said, "I'm not an emperor, you don't need to kneel to talk to me. This bald man claims to be your subordinate, so don't tell me you don't know him." De Biaozi hurriedly replied, "This beast is indeed my subordinate. I truly didn't know he had the audacity to harass the lady. I'll take them back and break his legs, and I'll tell all the brothers that such behavior is not allowed in the future. Please give me a chance, young master." Wang Chen coughed and said, "Considering your good performance last time, I'll let you off this time. What use is it to keep such a beast? Just take him to Dehe Mountain and bury him." Upon hearing this, the bald man struggled to bow and plead, "It's all my fault. I was blind and offended the young master and the lady. I also have parents and a wife and children at home. I beg the young master and lady to spare my life. I won't dare again in the future." Shangguan Yanxue was quite pleased with the title of lady, and since she hadn't been harassed before, she didn't feel such strong aversion towards them. Seeing that he knows he was wrong, why take his life for such a small matter? Let him tell us who the mastermind is behind this, and just give him a beating when we take him back. Shangguan Yanxue said with a smile, and her reasoning was sound. This ruffian was clearly being instigated by someone else, and that person was the real target, so why bother with these small fries? Wang Chen nodded and said, what you said makes a lot of sense. Since that's the case, consider it his luck. Now, tell us who instigated this. The bald man didn't dare to delay and quickly named a thug who had approached him. Only by finding this guy could they uncover the mastermind behind it. Wang Chen narrowed his eyes and said, this is my girlfriend's first movie as the lead. If anyone dares to make her uncomfortable, they must pay the price. I'll leave this matter to you. I don't care what methods you use, but you must dig out the person behind this. If you can't do it, then don't bother with outside matters anymore. Just focus on managing the Haishi Reef Club. Xue Xiaowei quickly agreed, promising to handle the matter well and not disappoint Wang Chen. After sending them away, the director and the actors finally dared to approach, each one showing even more respect. Wang Chen took out a wad of cash from his bag and casually handed it to Sun Qingying, telling him to take everyone out to relax and continue filming tomorrow. Everyone understood the situation, happily exchanging compliments before heading out to enjoy themselves. Wang Chen returned to the romantic little house with Shangguan Yanxue, spending the day together enjoying the scenery, a wonderful feeling that was too good to share with outsiders. Wang Chen was awakened on time by the notification sound of a red envelope, and looking at the beauty in his arms, he smiled and chose to claim it. A bottle of Clive Christian perfume, wishing you a pleasant click. Funds of 365,987 yuan, wishing you a pleasant click. 32% shares of the Zhongxing Film Group, wishing you a pleasant click. Wang Chen did not expect to acquire shares in a film group, along with a bottle of perfume. It seemed the system was trying to make him completely enchant Shangguan Yanxue, leaving her utterly lost. He quietly contacted Linger, asking her to control the Porsche 911 GT and deliver the perfume here. Fortunately, the car had autopilot, otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Wang Chen sighed inwardly, wondering why the system didn't provide him with a storage space. It would be convenient if items could just appear there when needed. Shangguan Yanxue saw another sports car in the yard and couldn't help but show a look of surprise, looking at Wang Chen in confusion, not knowing what was going on. Wang Chen smiled and said, I thought it would be inconvenient for you to be without a car while on set, so I decided to let you use the Lamborghini. I can have it shipped to whichever set you go to. Shangguan Yanxue stared at him with her large, expressive eyes, her face filled with disbelief, finally understanding how those predecessors had fallen. It wasn't that they couldn't hold their ground, it was that the second generation's advances were too fierce, and the allure was simply irresistible. Shangguan Yanxue nestled in Wang Chen's arms, unable to hide her happiness, and then leaned in to offer her soft lips. Just as they were lost in each other, a phone rang, breaking the atmosphere and making Wang Chen feel irritated. He saw that the call was from Xue Xiaowei and pressed the speakerphone button, hearing the other party's voice. Sorry to disturb you so early, boss. I've found out who's behind this, it's Hong Binwei. I asked a friend, and Hong Binwei is known as Lord Hong in that circle, a big shot. How do you want to deal with him? Should I bring people over and take care of this guy, so he knows the consequences? Wang Chen thought of the shares he had just acquired and couldn't help but smile slightly. The system was really helpful this time. Just find the mastermind behind this. You don't need to worry about the rest, I'll handle it myself. After Xue Xiaowei flattered him a few more times, he respectfully hung up the phone and then sent Shangguan Yanxue's photo to all his friends, letting them know that this woman was not to be trifled with. Shangguan Yanxue blinked her beautiful big eyes and said, I didn't expect the person behind this to be Lord Hong. It must be Li Yuhan who is unwilling to be replaced by me, instigating Lord Hong to do this. Everyone in the circle knows that Li Yuhan had a son with Lord Hong when she was young. For various reasons, she couldn't enter Lord Hong's household, so the son was raised by the Li family, said to be their second child. Wang Chen was dumbfounded, wanting to exclaim how chaotic this circle was. It was truly eye-opening. He reflected for a moment and then held Shangguan Yanxue tightly, feeling incredibly lucky to have found her, someone pure amidst such chaos. Shangguan Yanxue sensed Wang Chen's strong embrace and guessed his thoughts, feeling equally fortunate to have met such a kindred spirit. After they indulged in each other for a while, Wang Chen decided to get down to business and called Yi Qinglei. How rare for you to call me, Xiao Tai. Are you satisfied with the economic team arranged for Miss Shangguan? Wang Chen got straight to the point. I think there's no need for pleasantries between us. Overall, I'm quite satisfied with your arrangements. However, there are some flaws that I believe should be addressed, especially since someone is scheming behind the scenes, which is absolutely unacceptable. Yi Qinglei hurriedly inquired about what had happened, and after hearing the details, he fell silent for a moment. Hong Binwei has a significant influence in the circle, many people give him face, and it's not easy to deal with him. Why don't I have a talk with him to clear up this misunderstanding? I believe he would also be willing to be friends with Tai Xiao. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't want to be friends with him. No one can offend me and walk away unscathed. If you think your current strength isn't enough to handle this Hong, I can give you a little more support. Go ask the Zhongxing Film Group what happened last night. Wang Chen interrupted Yi Qinglei without hesitation, and his words drew a gasp from Yi Qinglei. The whole circle is buzzing. A mysterious person acquired 32% of Zhongxing Film Group's shares last night. I was pondering this familiar formula, and I didn't expect it was really Tai Xiao making a move. It's truly impressive. Wang Chen casually said, I acquired the largest share of the cinema chain in Huawei to become a significant shareholder, initially just to ensure Yin Shui's film had a smoother release. I didn't expect to find out this morning that the person behind it is someone named Hong. It's as if heaven wants him dead. He can't blame anyone else. Let me ask you, with the current chips we have, can we drive them out? If you can't do it, I don't mind acquiring another entertainment company. Also, let me tell you, the heir of the Dewan Group is my good brother, and their cinema chain will definitely stand by my side. Yi Qinglei quickly expressed, Tai Xiao, please don't misunderstand. I was considering Miss Shangguan before, thinking we should reconcile. Now that we have this strength, there's no need to waste words with them. We must let that Hong know that not everyone can afford to provoke him in this world. Wang Chen was very pleased with this statement. He asked Yi Qinglei to wait a moment and then called Gu Zhongjin, the president of Zhongxing Film Group, who had been waiting for his call. First, thank you, Tai Xiao, for acquiring our shares and supporting our group's development. Now, Tai Xiao is the second largest shareholder of the group, and we hope for your guidance in the future, Gu Zhongjian said very politely. His influence was much greater than Yi Qinglei's, and he already knew Wang Chen, who was also the second largest shareholder of Tianqing Entertainment. He was aware that Wang Chen acquired shares in Tianqing Entertainment to support his girlfriend, and he guessed that the acquisition of their group's shares was also for this reason. There had been many who supported actresses before, but such a large-scale investment was extremely rare. The combined shares of the two companies were worth at least several billion. For someone to casually throw out several billion without fear of losing it shows that this money is just a drop in the bucket for them. It's not that money is omnipotent, it's just that when you have enough of it, you can achieve almost anything. Take the saying that money can't buy life as an example. If someone like Wang Chen, a super-rich person, contracts a terminal illness, the chances of recovery are very high. Because they have enough capital to use any means of treatment, including resorting to those nefarious methods to obtain the necessary materials when needed. A top-tier billionaire, even without hope of a cure, can definitely extend their life by several decades without any problem. The gambling king of Lianhua Island is a prime example. A first-class billionaire can at least live comfortably for another 10 to 20 years. After all, they have the money to use various good medicines to maintain their health. As for a senior manager, sustaining for 7 or 8 years is not an issue, and a well-off white-collar worker should be able to hold on for 3 to 5 years. As for ordinary people, all they can do is go home and wait to die. How long they live depends on the will of the king of hell. Who dares to say this isn't using money to buy life? Wang Chen smiled slightly and said, President Gu, there's no need to be so polite. I'm quite laid back and not very willing to manage affairs. However, if I decide to do something, I must see it through, otherwise, I won't be happy, and who knows what I might do then. Perhaps causing a top cinema chain to go bankrupt, wasting billions, could lighten my mood a bit. Will you help me make this happen, Mr. Gu? This was a blatant threat, yet particularly effective, as cold sweat instantly covered Gu Zhongjian's forehead. If Tai Xiao wants to do something, of course, it must be done, otherwise, everyone loses face. Just give us a shout if there's anything you need. We're all in the same boat, Wang Chen chuckled. Mr. Gu, just call Yi Qinglei, and you'll know what I want to do. I trust you won't let me down. Actually, when I'm in the mood, I tend to be quite extravagant. Remember to notify me when we expand the cinema chain. This was a classic case of giving a slap and then a sweet date, a perfect blend of reward and threat. This was the skill set of someone in power. After Wang Chen hung up, he no longer needed to concern himself with the rest. With the strongest entertainment company and the strongest cinema group, if they couldn't handle one person, they might as well close down. Hong Binwei had his own company, which had been thriving thanks to his connections, but now he was in dire straits. What on earth is going on? Why is every cinema chain refusing to screen our films? We invested hundreds of millions in this project. How do we explain the failure to our investors? One subordinate stood up to answer, I've looked into it. This time, Tianqing Entertainment and Zhongxing Cinema Group are leading a joint effort to besiege us. The one who instigated them is Tai Xiao, the second largest shareholder of both companies. Once this news got out, Dewan Group immediately followed suit. Other cinema chains, seeing this situation, dared not go against the tide and naturally complied with their demands. The current situation indicates they want to completely disrupt our rhythm. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Hong Binwei was left dumbfounded, unsure of what was happening. Although he was no stranger to the ups and downs of the industry, this was a first for him. He was well aware that the Tai Xiao his subordinate mentioned was someone who could simultaneously be the second largest shareholder of both Tianqing Entertainment and Zhongxing Cinema Group. With such strength and background, he was not someone Hong Binwei could provoke. He had no idea how he had gotten into this mess. Taking a deep breath, Hong Binwei said, "Can anyone tell me how we've offended this Tai Xiao?" A female executive replied without hesitation, "I asked some contacts within Tianqing Entertainment, and they said Tai Xiao acquired shares in Tianqing Entertainment to support his girlfriend, Guan Yue. Then he acquired shares in Zhongxing Cinema Group for the same reason, to ensure his girlfriend's first leading role in a film would be a success." Guan Yue was originally the fourth lead in this film, and the actress she replaced was Li Yuan. As for the rest, the boss should have a good idea. Hong Binwei finally understood what was happening and let out a string of curses, angrily berating Li Yuan for daring to play him. He was determined to make her pay. A male executive, licking his lips, said, "I think before the boss curses that woman, he should consider how to resolve this issue. From my understanding of these wealthy young masters, Tai Xiao's grandstanding isn't solely for Guan Yue, it's mainly about his face. If we were in his shoes and got slapped in the face, we certainly wouldn't let it go and would want to reclaim our dignity." Hong Binwei snorted, "I've been in this circle for so many years and have plenty of connections, I refuse to believe I can be driven out." No sooner had he finished speaking than the phone rang. It was the investors calling, and the moment he picked up, he was met with a barrage of insults. "You damn bastard, what else can you do? Who do you think you can provoke? Why don't you just go to hell? I officially notify you, return my investment money within 3 days, or I'll have someone throw you into the sea to feed the sharks." Hong Binwei was about to explain when the other party hung up, followed by several more calls, all essentially the same. The old man was completely panicked this time. The last bit of courage he had vanished entirely, like a dog stripped of its backbone, slumped in his chair. The others, seeing this situation, naturally scattered like monkeys when a tree falls, each looking for their own way out. They couldn't all hang themselves on this one tree. Li Yuan, upon hearing the news that Hong Binwei was finished, was equally flustered, constantly asking those around her what to do. Her manager, with a stern face, said, "I told you before, in this circle, only those with real ability are the masters. If you can't provoke someone, don't provoke them. You didn't listen to me, thinking that just because you gave birth to a son for that old ghost Hong, you could act recklessly. Now there's no other way, you can only wait for their revenge. You should be very clear about what you've done over the years. If you can escape prison, it would be a miracle for your family's ancestors. If you follow my advice, maybe that miracle can happen. First, confess your own wrongdoings, then pay all your assets as fines. After that, announce your withdrawal from the circle, never to engage in anything related to it again, and give the other party face, perhaps they will let you go." This manager was indeed clever, coming up with such a desperate solution. Compared to Li Yuan, Wang Chen was like an ant next to a mammoth. The mammoth looked down on the ant, and in reality, the ant didn't need to regard the mammoth highly. After all, they belonged to two different worlds, with no intersection between them. Li Yuan's current approach was akin to an ant trying to burrow under the mammoth's feet, and naturally, it would get stepped on. As for whether that step would crush the ant, the mammoth didn't care at all. Caring about it required qualifications, and not everything had that qualification. In fact, the manager's approach proved correct. Wang Chen saw the entertainment news and realized Li Yuan was finished, so he couldn't be bothered with this ungrateful woman anymore. This incident stirred up a storm in the industry, with every manager educating their artists to keep a low profile. Don't casually provoke others. Who knows which person has a real big shot behind them? Hong Binwei was the best example. Wang Chen and Shangguan Yanxue had been entangled for several days, and to avoid delaying her filming, he had to endure the pain of temporarily parting with her. When Wang Chen returned to the villa, Linger's voice immediately rang out, "Master, you're finally back. I thought you had fallen into the gentle embrace and forgotten about me." Wang Chen smiled and replied, "Even if I forget everyone else, I won't forget you. Besides, your system has always been by my side, it's just like meeting face to face. Master, don't play tricks. Everything is different now. You have to set aside some time every day to chat with me. Otherwise, I'll invite all those mistresses here and turn this into a battlefield, and let's see how you handle it." Linger's tone was filled with playful meaning, indicating that this girl's simulated emotions were becoming stronger, gradually approaching that of a real little girl. The two chatted until night fell, and the dreamlike spirit came online, immediately acting spoiled. Brother, where have you been these past 2 days? Were you secretly meeting a vixen? It must be that way, otherwise, why would you turn off my system? Does brother not like me anymore? Or do you think I can only be looked at but not touched? If you want to eat me, I can fly over to you tonight. Wang Chen shook his head helplessly and said, I have indeed been with my girlfriend these past few days, but that doesn't mean I don't like you. Many things need to be approached step by step. There's no need to rush into reality. When the time is right, everything will naturally fall into place. Brother, you really have a thick skin to say such things. Who told me to fall into your hands? I can only go along with your wishes. But let's get one thing straight. There must be a place for me by your side, or else I will completely fall from grace and perform those romantic live streams. At that time, you will be the culprit who causes me harm, and you'll feel guilty for the rest of your life. If I get serious, even I would be scared of myself. The dream fairy made a fierce expression, but no matter how you looked at it, she was playful and cute. I have to say, this girl is absolutely top-notch when it comes to being likable. Her cuteness and Yang Mingting's adorably silly charm are two different concepts, both capable of capturing hearts, making it hard to say which is better. Wang Chen being able to have both types is truly a blessing. Just thinking about it makes him feel incredibly pleased. As the two were chatting happily, Wang Chen received a text message. He snapped his fingers casually, and a projection appeared on the wall, displaying the message he received on his phone. Sorry to disturb you, Mr. Wang. I heard from the personal trainer that you have been here these past few days and haven't tested your physical limits. I specifically informed our boss about this, and he has decided to let you test it in his private training room. I wonder what you think about that. This message was sent by Zhong Huarong, and the boss she referred to was naturally Li Jiming. Wang Chen was interested in seeing where his limits lay, and he was also curious about Li Jiming and wanted to meet this big shot. As for whether the other party had any ulterior motives, he really didn't worry about it. After all, he had the system backing him up, so what problems could arise? Wang Chen indicated that there was no problem at all and agreed to go tomorrow. He also asked and learned that Li Jiming liked to drink tea. He fell asleep to the lullaby of the dream fairy and was awakened by the notification sound of a red envelope. Received funds of 200 million, enjoy your click. Received 10 boxes of Green Bull functional drinks, enjoy your click. Received 1 tail of first-generation cloud mist tea, enjoy your click. Wang Chen felt that today was a good day. The harvest was quite impressive, especially receiving the first-generation cloud mist tea, which solved the problem of a meeting gift. The so-called first-generation cloud mist tea is harvested from the only mother tree in the cloud mist tea production area, with an annual output of no more than 1 pound, all of which is offered to the Red Wall. The most expensive cloud mist tea on the market now is the third-generation cloud mist tea, which has undergone 2 grafts, and even that sells for 51,000 per tail. The 1 tail of first-generation cloud mist tea that Wang Chen received would start at least at $1 million outside, and the key is that it is priceless. He glanced around and saw a small jade bottle on the table, which naturally contained the first-generation cloud mist tea. Wang Chen picked up the small jade bottle and found that it had no patterns at all. It was absolutely plain and unadorned. Only at the ceiling point were the 4 characters first-generation cloud mist written in tiny letters. If one's eyesight were a bit worse, they wouldn't be able to see what was written at all. It was unclear what was used to seal the bottle. There were no visible traces of sealing, as if the lid and the small jade bottle were naturally born together. Wang Jijie licked his lips, feeling that this should be called returning to simplicity. Truly valuable things no longer need external manifestations. He carefully placed the small jade bottle in his bag, drove his Porsche 911 GT, and sped towards the Juanhe Fitness Club. Zhong Huarong was waiting for him at the entrance, and as soon as the car was parked, she immediately came to him. Our boss's private training ground is built on the back mountain, and vehicles are not allowed to enter there. Let's take the electric car over. Wang Chen smiled slightly and said, since we're here to train, why take the electric car? We can just run over. Zhong Huarong immediately replied, Taishao doesn't know, but although the distance from here to the private training ground isn't too far, it's all uphill. We should take the car. Wang Chen chuckled, waved his finger, and called over the previous security guard, asking him to continue watching the car, casually giving him a stack of tips. This security guard had become his exclusive car watcher, and the tips he received were almost equivalent to his annual salary. The guard stood in front of the sports car, familiar with the routine, constantly looking around as if he were catching a thief. Wang Chen let Zhong Huarong lead the way as they ran towards the back mountain, and indeed, every step was uphill, requiring more physical effort. He didn't care about the exertion at all, maintaining a steady pace without even breathing heavily. Li Jiming, who was watching this scene through the surveillance, immediately used the intercom to tell Zhong Huarong to speed up and take a longer route. running a few more kilometers. Upon hearing the boss's command, Zhong Huarong secretly circulated his internal energy, enhancing his physical capabilities and increasing his speed to the level of a 100-meter sprint. Wang Chen followed Zhong Huarong, unknowingly picking up speed, not falling behind a single step, running comfortably and enjoyably. Li Jiming was astonished by this situation. He had never thought anyone could have such stamina. Zhong Huarong took the longest route, running a full 10 kilometers, mostly uphill, which left him panting. Wang Chen took 2 deep breaths, shook his body, and said, "This run feels great. It seems I should run more often in the future to warm up properly." Upon hearing this, Zhong Huarong inwardly exclaimed in disbelief, feeling that this guy was simply inhuman and utterly annoying. He took a few deep breaths to calm his internal energy and then led Wang Chen through the side door into the training ground. Wang Chen looked around. The training ground was particularly large, with a big boxing ring in the center, and 4 iron chain walls extending from each corner of the ring. The chain walls divided the area into 4 zones, with a shooting range behind the ring, filled with human-shaped targets. Regularly shooting at such targets could cultivate a person's killing instinct. To the right of the ring were many targets as well, likely for darts and archery, along with a weapon rack that had all kinds of weapons. To the left of the ring was a fitness area, equipped with various fitness equipment, none of which were electronic, all were the most basic tools. The area they were in was clearly a reception area, with sofas and tables on both sides. A middle-aged man sat at the table in the center, with a tea set that was very exquisite, clearly someone who understood tea. Zhong Huarong hurried forward, cupped his fists in salute, and said, "Report to the master, Taishao has been invited by me." Wang Chen was very interested in Zhong Huarong's way of greeting. Only those chivalrous figures on TV would salute like that. He imitated him, cupping his fists and bowing, saying, "This kid has met Master Li. It's truly an honor for Master Li to personally test me. I heard Master Li likes tea, so I specially had my family send me a little tea, hoping you will like it." As Wang Chen spoke, he took out a small jade bottle from his pocket and pushed it in front of Li Jiming with a smile. Li Jiming was momentarily stunned, then a flash of inspiration struck him, and he quickly grabbed the small jade bottle, carefully inspecting the seal. Seeing Li Jiming's ecstatic expression, Zhong Huarong was filled with confusion, thinking, how precious could a little tea be? Li Jiming swallowed hard and said, "I never expected Taishao would use a first-rate Yunwu tea as a meeting gift. It truly opens my eyes. First-rate Yunwu tea is more precious than diamonds. The key is that diamonds can be bought, but first-rate Yunwu tea is unattainable. This bottle of tea could become our family heirloom." The people around him were stunned by this statement, not expecting such a small bottle of tea leaves to be so precious. Wang Chen smiled and said something that nearly made everyone collapse. "I think Master Li is wrong to say that tea leaves are meant to be drunk, not treated as family heirlooms. That would lose the true meaning of tea." Wang Chen spoke very casually, as if what lay before him was not a top-grade Yunwu tea, but just jasmine tea sold on the market. Including Li Jiming, everyone felt their legs go weak, wanting to kneel before Wang Chen and shout, "Big brother, you're amazing." Li Jiming took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm his emotions, while in his heart, he elevated Wang Chen's status to the highest. By using top-grade Yunwu tea as a gift, Wang Chen not only showcased his wealth but also demonstrated an extraordinary background. Only someone with powerful connections could obtain top-grade Yunwu tea, otherwise, no matter how rich one was, they could only look on with envy. Li Jiming smiled and said, "I heard from Huarong that Taishao has been unable to test his physical limits at the gym. I'm very interested in this, so I invited Taishao to my place. The fitness equipment here is different from what you find outside. These are all heirlooms passed down from our ancestors, perfect for such tests, and I'm sure Taishao will be satisfied." Wang Chen, full of interest, said, "Thank you again, Master Li. I wonder when we can start. I want to see where my limits lie." Li Jiming gestured for him to follow and led Wang Chen to the gym on the left side of the arena. First, they began with a strength test, using stone locks as the testing tools. These stone locks, though not large, were quite heavy due to special modifications. Li Jiming pointed to the iron locks and said, "The heaviest of these iron locks weighs 1,000 pounds. Taishao can try them one by one. I hope you can gauge your strength and not injure yourself." Wang Chen nodded. Having previously bench-pressed 200 pounds with relative ease, he decided to start with 500 pounds. He approached the 500-pound iron lock, grabbed one with one hand, and with a quick motion, lifted it up. Wang Chen casually swung it a few times, then set it down and walked directly to the 800-pound iron lock, repeating the process. He felt the 800-pound lock tighten his arm muscles a bit, but after swinging it a few times, he found it manageable. When he reached the 1,000-pound iron lock, he extended both hands to grasp it, first lifting it slowly, then performing a lateral raise. Everyone watching held their breath, their faces filled with disbelief. They had never even dreamed someone could possess such strength. Wang Chen completed 10 lateral raises, feeling a slight fatigue. He assessed in his mind that his limit should be around 100. This meant his arms had reached the ancient saying of 10,000 Jun of strength, a power limit that was absolutely impressive. Wang Chen didn't want to be too astonishing, so he set down the 2 stone locks, deliberately making his breathing a bit hurried. It seems my strength can only reach this level. I'll need to practice more when I go back. Perhaps I can improve a bit. Li Jiming quickly said, Taishao's current strength is already at its peak. As long as you can maintain it, there's no need to think about further improvement. Over there are cowhide bands soaked in tung oil. Each band is incredibly tough. Taisha can strap them to himself to test his explosive power. After a short rest, you can do this. Wang Chen shrugged his shoulders and said, I don't think a rest is necessary. Let's test it directly. After saying this, he walked to the wooden post, grabbed a cowhide band, pulled it, and had 10 bands tied to him, then began to throw punches and kicks. Wang Chen felt the resistance was too light, so he had them continue adding more until he had 50 bands on him, at which point he felt significant resistance. He believed his explosive power should be able to pull 100 cowhide bands, which was still quite satisfying. Wang Chen did not continue but instead conducted other tests. Aside from the first level's strength, which he demonstrated thoroughly, the rest all stopped halfway. Li Jiming, an old hand in the game, could see that Wang Chen was handling each task with ease, clearly holding back and not truly reaching his limits. He didn't think much of it, he simply felt that as a wealthy young master, Wang Chen must be afraid of injuring himself, which was why he acted this way. In Li Jiming's view, although Wang Chen was holding back, he couldn't be too far off from the test results, as those results were already pushing the limits of the human body. Wang Chen went to the bathhouse to take a shower, and just as he was relaxing his body and mind, the system's prompt suddenly sounded. Congratulations on completing the hidden task, intimidate the big shots of the inner world, reward, a special red envelope, would you like to open it now? Wang Chen was intrigued by the information in the prompt, not knowing what the so-called inner world meant. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to claim the red envelope first and then finally Jiming to inquire further. When the special red envelope appeared, some ordinary red envelopes also randomly appeared, serving as a backdrop to the special one. The red envelopes given for previous purchases were mostly cash and funds, and the ordinary envelopes that served as a backdrop were usually not much better. You have received 350,000 yuan in funds, enjoy your click. You have received 89,653 yuan in cash, enjoy your click. As expected, the ordinary red envelopes contained nothing but money, and the next hope lay in the special red envelope. You have received a super storage space, enjoy your click. Wang Chen's eyes widened at this information. He wanted to shout that the system was amazing, truly a wish come true. He felt a heaviness in his head as a lot of information about how to use the storage space flooded in. Following the instructions, Wang Chen activated the storage space, and immediately a vast expanse appeared before him. Currently, the space only contained a few stacks of cash, which he had just drawn, and in the future, all small physical items he drew would appear in the storage space. As for large items like cars and yachts, they were not placed in the storage space for fear that taking them out would be too ostentatious and cause unnecessary trouble. Wang Chen tested it with a bar of soap, easily placing it into the storage space, and taking it out was also very convenient. This was truly impressive. He thought the only downside of the storage space was that he had to touch the items to put them inside, and he couldn't store living things. Satisfied, Wang Chen went outside, where Li Jiming had already brewed a good pot of tea waiting for him. Li Jiming smiled and said, "This is my collection of top-quality biluakun, please give it a try, young Master Tai." With the advent of Yunnan Cloud Mist tea, these collectibles are hardly worth mentioning. As you said, it's best to drink them. Wang Chen chuckled and replied, "I suppose you know my past. I was definitely a poor fellow, living in dire poverty. So I don't have much experience, I just say whatever comes to mind, you don't need to take it to heart." He said this to set the stage for asking about the inner world. Wang Chen's past experiences were not a secret, anyone with a bit of influence could find out, and upon discovering it, they would be incredulous. Those with significant power would naturally continue to investigate, only to find that the information they sought was classified as 9-star confidential, nearly scaring them out of their wits. 9-star confidential is the highest level of secrecy, and the number of people who hold this level worldwide is fewer than the fingers on one hand. Even the top leaders of various countries only have 5-star confidential status, so Wang Chen's identity and background had become extremely terrifying among those top powers. All of this was naturally the handiwork of Linger. It was just her momentary whim, but it allowed Wang Chen to connect with the heavens and intimidate everyone. Li Jijun's influence couldn't be considered top tier, but it was stronger than that of the average weakling, so he had caught wind of some news and realized that Wang Chen was not an ordinary person. Just now, he had received a batch of yunyuka, which naturally made him regard Wang Chen with even more importance. Hearing him say this, he immediately offered a few compliments. "Young Master Tai, please don't say that. As the saying goes, when heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility on a person, it must first exhaust their muscles and bones, torment their heart and will. Only by enduring the bitterest of hardships can one become a superior person." Wang Chen chuckled and replied, "Indeed, great minds think alike. I think the same way, but in terms of experience, I still have some shortcomings. I heard someone say before that Master Li is a great figure in the inner world, a person of considerable renown, and I admire him greatly." Li Jiming felt quite pleased in his heart and smiled as he waved his hand, saying, "Young Master Tai is too flattering. I merely carry on my late father's legacy and have a bit of a reputation in the inner world." Wang Chen rubbed his hands together and said, "I am very interested in the inner world. I wonder if Master Li could explain to me what the inner world is all about." Upon hearing this, Li Jiming choked on his saliva, filled with resentment, thinking that Wang Chen didn't even know about the inner world, and what he had said earlier was completely nonsense. Although he thought this in his heart, his expression remained calm, and one must say that this composure was quite impressive. "Since young Master Tai is interested, I will explain it to you. First, you must understand that the inner world is relative to the world you are in. The world you see now is the real world, also known as the outer world, and naturally, the inner world corresponds to it." Wang Chen pondered and said, "It's like the dark web and the normal internet. The inner world is a world composed of your rules." Li Jiming nodded and said, "Your understanding is not wrong. The inner world consists of many parts, but the main body is the martial artists. So, in a narrow sense, the inner world refers to the kind of Jianghu mentioned in novels, and everyone is called a person of Jianghu, adhering to the rules of the Jianghu. Ultimately, these rules boil down to one, the law of the jungle, where everything is decided by strength, whoever is stronger has the say. In a broader sense, the inner world also includes those with special abilities and cultivators. I have never seen a cultivator, but they certainly exist. As for those with special abilities, I have seen some, and they are not as powerful as portrayed on television, they just have special abilities that are not easy to deal with. Many of these ability users also study modern martial arts and ancient martial arts, and with their special abilities as a supplement, their combat power is quite formidable." Wang Chen blinked and asked, "Master Li just mentioned modern martial arts and ancient martial arts. What is the situation there? Please enlighten me." Li Jiming licked his lips and said, "Ancient martial arts are the kinds of martial arts mentioned in novels. They cultivate internal energy, each with extraordinary skills. Not everyone can cultivate internal energy, especially in modern times when pollution is severe. Achieving this is even more difficult. Thus, many martial arts masters, after research, took a different path and developed internal strength, replacing true energy with force, which is modern martial arts. Modern martial arts are divided into 4 levels: bright strength experts, dark strength masters, transformation strength masters, and micro strength grandmasters. Ancient martial arts are divided into 4 levels: acquired, innate, void, and breaking the void. The level of ancient martial arts is above modern martial arts, purely in terms of combat power. A micro-strength grandmaster is equivalent to an acquired ancient martial artist, while an ancient martial artist who has broken the void is said to reach the realm of land immortals. It is said that reaching this realm is akin to the legendary cultivators. Of course, these are all legends, and no one knows the truth. I am a peak dark strength master, and my father is a transformation strength master, so our family occupies a place in the inner world of Northeast. Wang Chen listened with great interest, but he merely took it as a story and didn't take it to heart. Anyway, he had no intention of mingling in that world. In this day and age, enjoying life was the only thing that mattered, and everything else was up to others. Thank you, Master Li, for telling me all this. It really opened my eyes. If I ever provoke someone from that world, I wonder if Shuexiaowei can handle it, Wang Chen asked Li Jiming with a smile. Now that he knew of the existence of that world, he had to prepare for the future. Upon hearing Shuexiaowei's name, Li Jiming snorted dismissively. Shuexiaowei isn't even from that world, he's just a big thug. It's no problem for him to help Tai Xiao with some matters, but when it comes to people from that world, he's nothing. Tai Xiao is the supreme member of our Juanha dojo. If anything comes up in the future, just let me know, and I'll naturally help you resolve it. Wang Chen thanked him a few times with a smile, then reached into his bag and took out a portion of the cash he had just received, casually placing it on the table. They say the poor are in literature while the rich are in martial arts. I suppose you martial artists have considerable expenses, so you must have some money. I'm just lucky to have plenty of it. If you ever need anything, feel free to tell me. I can't guarantee much, but casually pulling out $1 million or $8 million is definitely no problem. This is just a small token for the wear and tear of the equipment. Masterly, please don't think it's too little. If you don't accept it, it means you don't consider me a friend. Wang Chen spoke with such boldness, embodying the straightforward style of a northeasterner, making everything seem perfectly natural. Li Jiming laughed heartily. Since Taishao says so, I won't be polite. From now on, you're my brother. Anyone who dares to trouble you will be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. With you backing me up, I can rest easy. Don't call me Taishao anymore, that feels too distant. Just call me TZ. Whenever you have time, come visit the old man. I admire heroes like him the most. Wang Chen took the opportunity to solidify their relationship. As someone who had been through the lower ranks, he often didn't care about face. What was the big deal about face? Gaining real benefits was what mattered. How often did things happen where one was given face but lost it? Wang Chen and Li Jiming went to the Haishi Reef Club for a drink, and their relationship quickly warmed up, becoming like brothers, appearing very close. When Wang Chen returned to the villa, drinking the hangover soup prepared by Linger, he casually connected to a video call with the Dream Fairy. Looking at you, brother, it seems like you had a great time drinking. I wonder what made you so happy. Tell me about it. Hearing the Dream Fairy's question, Wang Chen recounted the events of the day, especially mentioning the hidden world. I never imagined there were so many unknown things. My dad always said that one learns as long as one lives. That saying is truly correct. The Dream Fairy smiled and said, I thought it was something serious. Turns out you're happy about this. If I had known you were so easily pleased, I would have told you earlier. Wang Chen widened his eyes, incredulously asking, from what you said, you already knew about the hidden world. What do you think, brother? The dark web is inherently connected to the hidden world. Many people who mix here are powerful figures from that world. Even those managers are big shots in the hidden world. If anything happens, why would you need to look for others? Just let them handle it. If you don't want to use them, you can go to the bounty section of the dark web. As long as you offer enough money, dealing with these underworld figures is a piece of cake. If you want to develop power in the hidden world, with your title of Supreme God, just a call from you will surely attract a crowd of followers. It's not a big deal at all. Wang Chen was left dumbfounded, never expecting there was such a connection between the dark web and the hidden world. Moreover, according to the Dream Fairy, those people from the martial world are nothing to worry about. Under the pressure of money, they are just a bunch of scum. He touched his nose and asked, I heard Li Jiming say that besides the martial people, there are also mysterious cultivators. How much do you know about cultivators? The Dream Fairy asked Wang Chen to wait a moment and sent the needed information to the broadcaster group. The broadcasters immediately showcased their skills, quickly gathering a large amount of information. She organized her thoughts and said, I found some information about cultivators. They are related to the figures in our myths and legends, and should be considered a super simplified version. According to these materials, during the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods, as well as the pre-Qin and Han dynasties, those capable individuals were called Fangshi, with the most famous being Su Fu and Dongfang Shua. Later, some events occurred, and the spiritual energy of the Earth Star continuously weakened, causing the Fangshi to devolve into cultivators. This situation continued until the end of the Yuan dynasty and the beginning of the Ming dynasty, with the representative figures being the sword heroes of Mount Shu. In the early Ming dynasty, Lu Bowen, in order to ensure the Ming dynasty lasted for 10,000 years, went against the heavens and injured the dragon vein, further depleting the spiritual energy. At that time, those cultivators, in utter helplessness, used their powerful magical treasures to create an independent space, known as the cultivation realm. When cultivators entered the cultivation realm, they only took the core personnel with them, and the remaining individuals devolved into mere practitioners. It is said that practitioners were quite prosperous at the beginning, possessing two major forces, Kunlun and the Reincarnation sect. Although they constantly fought among themselves, their immense power was enough to cover the sky. However, later both major forces entered the cultivation realm, taking away another batch of elites, leaving the remaining individuals even further behind. These people are the kind of practitioners my brother mentioned, and their classification is very simple. There are two stages, sorcerers and cultivators. Sorcerers are the primary practitioners, although they can also use spells. Their overall strength is not strong, with the representative figure being Jiushu. Once a sorcerer has cultivated successfully, they can be promoted to a cultivator, who is the true practitioner, possessing exceptionally strong power, easily able to subdue demons and eliminate evil. When a cultivator reaches the peak of their cultivation, they can find the entrance to the cultivation realm and possess the ability to enter, ultimately becoming a true cultivator there. Besides sorcerers and cultivators, there is also a general title, Danshi, which refers to those with special techniques who can refine elixirs. Elixirs are extremely precious, so the status of Danshur is very high, making them esteemed guests among various forces, possessing significant influence. The Dream Fairy paused here, and Wang Chen listened with great interest, feeling that the inner world was indeed a magical existence. Wang Chen smiled and asked, "You just said I have money and can deal with those martial people. I wonder how much of a chance I would have against cultivators." The Dream Fairy replied with a smile, "In fact, cultivators are just like that. To cultivate, they naturally need resources. If my brother can provide those precious items, like a 1,000-year-old ginseng, cultivators would also be willing to work for you." Wang Chen nodded and said, "Today I've really gained a lot of knowledge. To be honest, I'm not interested in the inner world, I just want to hear it as a story. I still prefer to mingle in the outer world. As for other matters, as long as they don't come knocking on my door, I can't be bothered to meddle." The Dream Fairy tilted her head and remained silent, but in her heart, she was unconvinced. Wang Chen was like a firefly in the dark, absolutely drawing attention and could not hide at all. However, none of this was important. With the powerful strength of the black web, there was nothing they couldn't handle, and when the time came, they would just act directly. Just as Wang Chen was about to continue speaking, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his ear. The system has received new information, triggering the upgrade improvement mechanism. The system is entering the upgrade period, with an upgrade time of 120 hours. During the system upgrade, daily red envelopes continue to be distributed, while consumption red envelopes, task red envelopes, and random red envelopes were paused, and the system upgrade began. A hint of surprise flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. He hadn't expected to receive information from the inner world that triggered the system upgrade. He wondered what surprises the improved system would bring him. He temporarily set this thought aside and chatted casually with the Dream Fairy, giving her 1,000 black coins to distribute to the streamers. The Dream Fairy kept none for herself and directly turned it into random red envelopes sent to the group, causing an uproar when everyone saw the amount. The people showered the Dream Fairy with compliments, promising to do their utmost to gather information and not let her down. The Dream Fairy felt particularly satisfied. This was the feeling she had always pursued, and she resolved in her heart to cling tightly to Wang Chen's thigh. Wang Chen, lulled by the Dream Fairy's soothing song, happily drifted into a dream, envisioning many scenes as if he had become a hero traversing the world, effortlessly cool. Until the sound of the red envelope notification woke him up, he smiled and shook his head, casually claiming the red envelope. Wang Chen decided to find Yang Mengting, wanting this bundle of joy to cheer him up. He called Yang Mengting and then drove his Porsche 911 GT, speeding all the way to the girl's home. Yang Mengting, like a cheerful little swallow, quickly ran to Wang Chen, hugging his arm and rubbing her small face against his shoulder. Wang Chen looked at this adorably silly girl, smiled as he lifted her delicate chin, and pressed his lips against hers, leading to a whirlwind of passion. After enjoying the scenery for a while, Wang Chen held Yang Mengting, gently stroking her smooth back, and the girl wore a satisfied expression. "I have nothing to do today and don't want to stay cooped up at home. Where do you think we should go?" Yang Mengting fluttered her beautiful big eyes and replied, "How about we go to Discovery Kingdom? I've always wanted to go there, but the tickets are too expensive, and I just can't bear to spend the money." Wang Chen playfully scratched her nose and said, "Now that you have money, why not go play?" Yang Mengting pouted, "What's the point of going alone? It's much better if Taigu goes with me. Besides, if I go alone and Taigu happens to look for me but can't find me, how disappointing would that be? So I want to wait at home for you, so Taigu can find me anytime. With such a big house, staying at home every day is quite enjoyable." Wang Chen looked at this adorably silly girl and tightened his arm, holding her close to feel the warmth of his chest. "You sweet girl, always making people feel so tender-hearted. Today, I'll listen to you. Let's go to Discovery Kingdom and have a great time." Yang Mengting eagerly agreed and quickly prepared everything. The two of them sped off to Discovery Kingdom. Yang Mengting immediately spotted the drop tower, smiling as she grabbed Wang Chen's hand and dashed to the front of the ride. "I heard from my sisters that the drop tower is the most thrilling. Let's try this first, okay?" She looked at Wang Chen with anticipation, and when she saw him nod, she immediately broke into a sweet smile. As they sat on the drop tower, Yang Mengting appeared a bit nervous, gripping Wang Chen's hand tightly, her palms sweaty. "You don't need to be afraid. I'll always be by your side and will never let go of your hand, protecting you well." Hearing Wang Chen's sweet words made Yang Mengting feel like her heart was melting. She nodded seriously and tightened her grip even more. The drop tower rose to the highest point and then suddenly dropped, causing Yang Mengting to scream in fright, just like the other girls. Wang Chen noticed Yang Mengting's pale face and immediately pulled her into his embrace, using his warm chest to give her courage. Yang Mengting nestled in Wang Chen's arms, like a small boat that had found its harbor, no longer feeling so scared, her face filled with happiness. The two had just come down from the drop tower, and Yang Mengting was so frightened that her legs felt weak, relying entirely on Wang Chen's arm to support her standing. Wang Chen teased Yang Mengting, "Look at how scared you are, your legs are all wobbly, especially with that hairstyle, you look just like a little madwoman." As he spoke, he reached out to help tidy her hair, and Yang Mengting looked at him affectionately, her eyes brimming with deep emotion. Yang Mengting stubbornly lifted her little face and said, "It's my first time here, so of course I'm scared. If I play a few more times, I'll build up my courage." Wang Chen's eyes twinkled as he led her to the roller coaster, and the result was predictable. She was so frightened that tears streamed down her face. Yang Mengting's little temper flared up, and she forced herself to try everything, eventually getting a bit used to it and feeling less scared. Wang Chen gently brushed his fingers across her nose and laughed, "You little coward, you still insist on pushing through, it really makes my heart ache. Let's go to that dessert shop over there and buy you some treats as a reward, then I'll take you to eat something delicious. What do you think?" Yang Mengting nodded with a smile and then said, "Look, Sister Menjiang is about to get off work too. Shall we go find her and eat together?" Wang Chen was very pleased with this suggestion. It was exactly the effect he wanted, so he readily agreed, and they held hands as they walked to the dessert shop. Yang Mengting was a typical foodie, ordering more than a dozen small cakes that filled the table. With a beaming smile, she took a piece and brought it to Wang Chen's mouth. Wang Chen smiled as he ate the cake, his eyes filled with affection. After a round of fun, it was clear that this girl had become more dependent on him. The dessert shop happened to be next to the parking lot, under an open-air canopy, where passers-by could see inside. Kong Xiang was the artistic director of an online entertainment company, and today was his daughter's birthday, so he had brought his family out to play. He had acrophobia and couldn't enjoy the thrilling rides, so he let his wife take their daughter while he leaned against the car, smoking. As he smoked, he glanced around and immediately spotted Wang Chen and Yang Mengting, his gaze instantly drawn to them. He thought his luck was incredible to encounter two hidden gems here. With their conditions, a good package could surely turn them into popular streamers. Kong Xiang quickly stubbed out his cigarette and walked briskly to the two, pulling out a business card and placing it on the table. "I am the artistic director of Honlingman Online Entertainment Company, and I want to recruit you two as streamers. I wonder what you think about that." Wang Chen looked at Kong Xiang in surprise, not expecting someone to approach him about being a streamer. Unless he had lost his mind, how could he possibly do that? Yang Mengting smiled and said, "I think you have the wrong people. I and Taiga would never become streamers. It feels like monkey tricks just to sell some goods." Wang Chen took over the conversation. "You can see that we have no interest in being streamers, so you should look for someone else." Kong Xiang hurriedly said, "You misunderstand. I see great potential in your appearance and plan to package you as popular streamers. It won't be like that. I think you should seriously consider it. Young people like you, whether delivering food or working in factories, how much can you earn in a year? Our company is not the top in the online streaming world, but we are above average. As long as you cooperate well, earning $1 million or so a year is definitely not a problem." His voice was not quiet, attracting the attention of those nearby. When people heard about the potential for $1 million a year, they all showed envious looks, and a few even volunteered themselves. Kong Xiang looked at Wang Chen and Yang Mengting with pride, believing that with such good treatment, they would surely flock to him, and from then on, they would listen to whatever he said. The result was beyond his expectations. Wang Chen held Yang Mengting's hand and swaggered out, completely disregarding him. Kong Xiang was about to speak again when he saw Wang Chen press a button on the car key, and a super cool sports car with two butterfly doors sprang open. Kong Xiang watched the supercar drive away, his face turning as red as a monkey's backside. That car was clearly worth a fortune, indicating that the guy was a super rich second-generation heir. Letting such a super rich heir become a streamer, even a fool wouldn't say something like that. No wonder he was indifferent. Among the onlookers, someone who knew cars suddenly slapped their thigh and exclaimed, "Wow, that was a Porsche 911 GT, a new concept sports car with only one in the world, worth over 80 million. Upon hearing this, everyone nearly dropped their jaws. What kind of concept was this? Together, these people wouldn't earn that much in a lifetime. Kong Xiang felt even more embarrassed, as if he could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes, thinking about how he had promised to earn $1 million a year. It felt like a joke. Wang Chen was oblivious to the reactions of these people and wouldn't care even if he knew. He took Yang Mengting back to the villa to watch movies and play games, continuing until dinner time. Yang Mengting was the first girl he brought back to the villa, which indicated her unique status in his heart. She was particularly interested in Linger and even played with her, making it hard for Wang Chen not to be impressed. That night, they drove the Cullinan to pick up Lan Menjiang, and from a distance, they saw her standing at the door, next to a guy who looked like a pig. This guy was clearly pestering Lan Menjiang, and Wang Chen felt a surge of anger, pressing the accelerator directly. When Lan Menjing saw Wang Chen coming, her face lit up with joy, and she shot a disgusted glance at the fat pig before getting into the car without a word. Although Yang Mengting was adorably naive, she had been in society for a while and handled many situations quite well. When she got in the car, she took the back seat, leaving the front passenger seat for Lan Menjing, who sat there like a couple with Wang Chen. Wang Chen didn't drive off immediately but coldly stared at the fat pig, whose name tag read Zhu Kebiao, with the position of deputy store manager. Zhu Kebiao felt uneasy under Wang Chen's gaze, but seeing the luxury car, he didn't dare to act out, only lowering his head and stepping back. Lan Menjing tapped Wang Chen's arm, signaling him to drive quickly and avoid any trouble. Wang Chen shot a glare at the fat pig, started the car, and left, while the fat pig watched the taillights, his eyes flickering. What is that fat pig? Why is he pestering Sister Menjing? Looking at his position as deputy store manager, I've never heard of you having that position before, Wang Chen said, driving with one hand while the other rested on Lan Menjing's smooth stockings, not bothering to hide it from Yang Mengting, which was a kind of attempt. Lan Menjing first slapped his hand away, then allowed him to continue. After all, that girl was an accomplice, and many things were just a matter of time. Zhu Kebiao is the little brother-in-law of Su Luanfeng, the director of the headquarters. Knowing that my performance here is good, my bonus this year is definitely guaranteed, so he was arranged to be the deputy store manager here. Su Luanfeng started the business with the boss and has a particularly good relationship with him, so he can do whatever he wants in the company. For his arrangements, we can only accept them. Anyway, bonuses are just that, having one more person to share it with isn't a big deal, and there's no need to offend people too much, or else the road will get narrow. Lan Menjing spoke very naturally, that's how the workplace is. If you can't resist, you can only endure. If you get stuck in a rut, it will only lead to depression. She continued, after this fat pig came to the store, he knew I was unmarried, and he started pestering me. I've already firmly rejected him, but he keeps on clinging. If you don't come to find me today, I was planning to make you come anyway, so that this dead fat pig knows that this young lady is already taken and not someone he can covet. Lan Menjing was a very clever woman, aware that some misunderstandings absolutely must not exist, especially between men and women. Those women who use other men to provoke their boyfriends are definitely brainless, the final outcome is never good, and they all end up crying in the bathroom. Wang Chen snorted through his nose, if this fat pig doesn't know what's good for him, I'll have someone teach him a lesson, so he knows the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. Lan Menjing laughed a couple of times, then joked with Yang Mengting, steering the conversation away from that topic. Wang Chen brought them to the Haishi Reef Club, telling them it was a family business, and that any future gatherings could be held there without any issues. Yang Mengting nodded with a smile. This carefree girl only had eyes for Wang Chen and didn't think much about anything else. However, Lan Menjing had some thoughts in her mind, mainly considering the gap between the two of them. She had to perform well and not end up regretting it for life. Naturally, they were dining in Wang Chen's exclusive private room, with all rare delicacies served, and the two women were enjoying themselves immensely. Yang Mengting, with her mouth full, mumbled, "Why isn't Brother Tai eating? You're just watching us, and we're all shy now." Wang Chen smiled slightly and said, "You don't know there's a term called a feast for the eyes. Watching you two beauties eat has filled me up, I don't need to eat." Lan Menjing rolled her eyes and said, "I never realized before that you were so slick with your words. My sister and I have been fooled by you." The three were flirting when suddenly Lan Menjing's phone rang. It was that chubby girl calling. "Manager, hurry to the company forum and take a look. Someone is spreading rumors that you exchanged your body for performance, and that you were taken by the owner." Lan Menjing immediately opened the company forum and found that post pinned at the top. With a considerable number of views, it was clear someone was deliberately targeting her. The post was detailed, complete with a photo of Lan Menjing getting into a car, which was naturally Wang Chen's. Yang Mengting exclaimed in surprise, "Where did these photos come from? I didn't see anyone taking pictures at the time." Lan Menjing's expression darkened. "It must be from our store's surveillance. Jitai parked right at the entrance, which is within the surveillance range. I'm calling the staff in charge of the surveillance now to see who accessed it and dared to slander me. This matter is definitely not over." Wang Chen rubbed his nose and said, "There's no need to ask, it must be that dead fat pig. These are just small matters, the real issue is yet to come. If I'm not mistaken, that so-called director of yours will definitely use this incident to make a fuss, trying to remove you from your position as manager, or even kick you out of the company. He must want that fat pig to take your place. Playing this game with me is truly overestimating himself. Sister Menjing, you don't need to worry, tomorrow I'll go to the store with you. If that director dares to do this, I'll make sure he knows who he can't afford to mess with." Don't say he's just the second in command of the company. Even if he were the boss, I'd make him kneel and sing conquer. Lan Menjing looked at Wang Chen, feeling particularly reassured, and made a decision. Lan Menjing took Wang Chen and Yang Mengting to her place, allowing Wang Chen to fully enjoy the pleasures of being with her, a delightful experience that was truly memorable. After breakfast, Lan Menjing went to the store to check the situation, while Wang Chen took Yang Mengting home before heading to the store to support her. As Lan Menjing walked through the store door, she saw everyone whispering and could guess with her toes that they were definitely talking about yesterday's events. Shu Kebiao had an arrogant look on his face, surrounded by a few of the most sycophantic employees, acting like servants around him. The chubby girl leaned close to Lan Menjing and whispered, "That dead pig came in this morning and has been acting all high and mighty, saying he's in charge here from now on." Lan Menjing snorted through her nose, "This pig really thinks too highly of itself. How's the surveillance footage I asked you to check?" The chubby girl immediately replied, "It's still those sycophants causing trouble. I really don't know how their brains work. Even if their butts are stuck in that position, they wouldn't do something like this. The store manager is someone the rich guy has his eyes on. How can this fat pig compare? If it really escalates, that rich guy will make a scene, and the whole company won't be able to bear it." Lan Menjing looked at the chubby girl in surprise, not expecting this chubby girl to be so insightful. Wang Chen had the same thought. Shu Kebiao saw Lan Menjing and, with a fake smile, said, "Isn't this our noble and reserved store manager? Why did you come here by taxi instead of being chauffeured in a luxury car? You're just putting on airs in front of us. In reality, it's not like that. You've been hanging out with those rich kids, having quite a bit of fun, huh?" Lan Menjing glanced at Shu Kebiao with disdain and said contemptuously, "Someone like you, a dead fat pig, can only drool while watching. You should take a look in the mirror at your own character. You're all greasy and disgusting. Who would want you? If you weren't the director's brother-in-law, who would care about you? If you went out on the street as a beggar, it would be an insult to those beggars." Since the mask had already been torn off, there was no need to hold back. It was best to be straightforward. Shu Kebiao's face turned pale with anger as he shouted, "Don't think that just because you have a rich second generation backing you, you can act all high and mighty. My brother-in-law already knows about this, and he will make you pay. You won't just lose your position as store manager, there will be no place for you in the company, and you will definitely be kicked out. From now on, I'm in charge here. You really have some nerve. What do you think you are, to act so arrogantly here? If it weren't for Sister Menjing holding me back last night, I would have dealt with you right then." Wang Chen staggered in, glancing at the group, and the sycophants lowered their heads in fear, not daring to make a sound. Shu Kebiao swallowed hard and said, "This is our store's business, outsiders shouldn't interfere." Wang Chen interrupted him, "Do you know who I am, to dare speak to me like that?" Shu Kebiao mustered his courage and replied, "No matter who you are, you have no right to meddle in our store's affairs. You really are blind as a pig. Buildings 8 of Yifeng City Garden and Building 3 of Kesh Apartment are all entrusted to us for leasing. He is our store's biggest landlord, and according to company policy, the biggest landlord is God and can oversee everything. Didn't you know that?" Lan Menjing interrupted the fat pig again, directly revealing Wang Chen's identity to let him know who he couldn't afford to mess with. Shu Kebiao had previously looked down on everyone, relying on his brother-in-law's influence, so no one had told him just how formidable Wang Chen was. Just as the atmosphere became extremely tense, Lan Menjing's phone rang, and the caller ID showed Su Luanfeng. Lan Menjing glanced at Wang Chen, saw him nod, and immediately pressed the answer button, putting it on speaker. "I wonder what Director Su wants with me. I'm currently handling store matters." "Put the store matters aside for now, let's talk about your situation. What's going on with the forum post? Do you still care about the company's image?" Su Luanfeng came straight to the point, clearly trying to pressure her. Lan Menjing retorted without hesitation, "The one who came to pick me up is my boyfriend. What company rule says I can't have a wealthy boyfriend? Anyway, I'm still unmarried, so no matter whose car I get into, it's my freedom. I don't see how it concerns the company that you, as the director, have to personally intervene." Su Luanfeng was left speechless by the retort. He had been so focused on helping his brother-in-law rise to power and getting rid of Lan Menjing that he forgot she was a young woman, and dating was perfectly normal. "Don't try to argue with me. Your actions have affected the company's reputation, and I've decided to suspend you for reflection. You will hand over all store matters to Shu Kebiao, especially the core performance metrics in your hands. There can be no reservations. If the owner asks, you must cover it up. If your actions impact the company, the legal department will definitely hold you accountable, and don't blame the company for being unfeeling then." Su Luanfeng's words were not only unreasonable but also a blatant threat, clearly intending to bully Lan Menjing. Wang Chen felt a surge of unnameable anger rising from his heels to the top of his head, nearly exploding with rage. You really have a big mouth, don't you fear the wind will blow your tongue? Who do you think you are, the king of heaven, wanting to cover the sky with one hand? He angrily scolded Su Luanfeng, startling him, not knowing where this person had come from. Su Luanfeng retorted angrily, and who are you? You really have some nerve to speak to me like that. Do you believe I can fire you? Wang Chen snorted through his nose. I am the rich second generation mentioned in the post, and I am also the owner you just asked to keep quiet about. If you have the guts, fire me and let me see the world. Lan Menjing is my designated exclusive representative, and you actually want her to transfer the business and deceive me. This is outright fraud. You don't need your legal department to find Menjing. I will hire the best legal team to make you pay for this. Su Luanfeng was startled again and inwardly lamented, realizing he had indeed been negligent in not properly checking the other party's background. However, as the second in command of the Lian family group, he had seen big scenes and would not be easily intimidated. So it's Mr. Wang. I know you want to support Lan Menjing, but you are mistaken. Our Lian family group is the top presence in the entire real estate agency market and won't be easily intimidated. Wang Chen couldn't help but laugh at this. Hearing Su Luanfeng's words, he sarcastically replied, you just said you have a big mouth, but I didn't expect you to take it too far. I was wondering why the weather has been so gloomy lately. It turns out you've been blowing your own horn. A mere Lian family group dares to be arrogant in front of me. Su Luanfeng also felt distressed, thinking his head must have been stuffed with straw to listen to his wife and do such things. Now he had stirred up trouble and didn't know how to resolve it, but there was no turning back once the bow was drawn. He could only brace himself and push through. We are all civilized people, Mr. Wang. What you said is pointless. I am acting according to company regulations, and there is nothing wrong with that. As for what happened earlier, it was completely a misunderstanding. What Lan Menjing can do, Zhu Kebiao can do just as well. I believe that when you hand over these businesses to us, you are trusting our Lian family's service, not our store manager. Su Luanfeng's tone softened considerably, mainly to smooth over the previous incident and prevent any leverage falling into Wang Chen's hands. Wang Chen snorted again. On the contrary, I handed over the business to you precisely because of Lan Menjing. You don't need to worry, I won't hold this against you. That would be too boring. Didn't you say the Lian family group is the leader in the real estate agency industry? Today, I will show you how I make this leader bow down. After saying this, he directly hung up the phone, not giving Su Luanfeng any chance to respond. Wang Chen pulled Lan Menjing's hand and swaggered out, causing those nearby to be so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe. Zhu Kebiao knew they had gotten into big trouble this time. His clothes were already soaked with cold sweat, and he could only hope in his heart that his brother-in-law would come through this time. Wang Chen returned to the car and first called Zhang Weideng, briefly explaining the situation. I don't care what methods you use, just give the Lian family group a good beating. Tell me how much you think is appropriate, and just let me know. What are you talking about, Tai Xiao? You are our group's second largest shareholder. If they dare to slap your face, it's like slapping our group's face, so we can't let them get away with it. However, their reputation is quite good, and dealing with them might be a bit difficult. I'll think of a way around that. Zhang Weideng immediately assured him that there was no problem while emphasizing the difficulty, mainly to show off his own capabilities. Then I'll trouble you, President Jang. I'll transfer 500 million to you, you don't need to return any excess, consider it my contribution to the group. If it's less, I'll make it up to you. As for the Lian family's reputation, I'll have someone else handle that. You just focus on taking them down, make sure they know what it feels like to be on the ground. Wang Chen spoke very casually, as if he were pulling out $5 instead of 500 million, causing Zhang Weideng's heart to tremble. He dialed Yi Qinglei's number again, his voice cold. The Lian family group has offended me. I want you to completely tarnish their reputation. Can you do that? Yi Qinglei laughed and said, this kind of thing is no pressure for me. No matter what they do, as long as our Tianqing Entertainment's PR department steps in, we can drown them in a flood of bad publicity. I guarantee their reputation will plummet. I'll also mobilize the paparazzi to dig up some dirt. A company like that must have skeletons in their closet. Wang Chen said with satisfaction, I really like your attitude, President Yi. I'll transfer 100 million to you as PR expenses. It has to be a storm, let them feel the baptism of the storm. Yi Qinglei quickly agreed, while in his heart, he elevated Wang Chen's status even further, determined to serve this well. Wang Chen thought for a moment, drove to Yang Mengting's place, and asked Lan Menjing and Yang Mengting to tidy up before going shopping. Seizing this opportunity, he had Ling her contact the Dream Fairy, briefly explaining the situation, which caused the Dream Fairy to explode with anger. Those bastards really have some nerve to offend my brother. I'm contacting Kong Qingzhong right now to have him send people to take out all the senior executives of the Lian family group. No, taking them out is too easy. We must make them suffer to the point of losing their families and regretting being born in this world to eliminate this hatred. Wang Chen almost bit his tongue upon hearing the dream fairy's words. He didn't expect this cute girl to be so ruthless when she got angry. No need to be so cruel. Just arrange for someone to dig up all the dirt on the Lian family group, especially the illegal stuff, and make it public. You are a beautiful and lovely lowly, my most cherished little sister. In the future, don't casually talk about violence unless it's my request. Such things are not allowed. He stated his requirements and then imposed some restrictions on the dream fairy, not wanting this adorable girl to be a heartless character and harm other beauties. The dream fairy, being clever, immediately guessed Wang Chen's thoughts and nodded with a smile. I know what my brother is thinking. Don't worry, when I compete for affection with those sisters, I will definitely be better at charming people and won't use these methods. From now on, I'll listen to my brother and be a good little lady. I'll arrange for them to do this right now, and everyone will know just how dark the Lian family group is. Wang Chen smiled and coaxed the girl for a few moments, then saw that Lan Menjing and Yang Mengting were ready, cutting off contact to accompany them shopping. They had a wonderful time shopping, and in the evening, they continued to enjoy the scenery together. This happy life lasted for 2 consecutive days. Compared to their blissful life, the head of the Lian family group, Chen Jianxuan, was already feeling suicidal. In the past 2 days, bad news came one after another. First, unfavorable comments appeared online. At first, they didn't take it seriously, but soon it became overwhelming. The image that the Lian family group had painstakingly built collapsed completely in half a day, with stock prices plummeting and market value shrinking by more than half in an instant. Then, led by the Northeast Financial Group, investment capital began to strike the Lian family group in various ways, leaving them battered and barely hanging on. The next blow was fatal. A large amount of illegal information was continuously exposed, and half of the group's senior management had already been arrested, leaving the rest in fear for their lives. Chen Jianxuan looked at the few remaining executives and shouted in anger, "What on earth is going on? Who did we offend? Why has it come to this?" Su Wanfeng's face turned pale. He had already figured out what was happening and regretted it deeply. If he had known Wang Chen was so formidable, he would never have done such a thing. He knew very well that offending such a powerful young master meant there was no escape. As long as the other party was willing, even if he fled to the ends of the earth, he would be caught. I think what happened in the past 2 days might be related to me. I didn't expect it would cause such a big trouble. Su Wanfeng licked his lips and recounted what had happened before, trying hard to exonerate himself in his words. Chen Jianxuan was furious, his eyes blazing with anger as he roared, "How could you do such a thing? Knowing how powerful he is, you still dared to provoke him. Just because you fought alongside me in the past, I tolerated you, but I didn't expect you to go even further and cause such a huge disaster. Do you really want to ruin the group?" The other executives echoed, "He has always been arrogant and disregarded others, and he only employs his own people, constantly placing his people in the company." That's absolutely right. I had reported this to President Chen before, but he always considered old feelings and let him be, which led to this situation. Speaking of which, we also put in a lot of effort when the company was founded. Why does he get such treatment? It's really too much. Now that it's come to this, we have to share the blame with him. Does he think we're all fools? If I get in, I'll definitely drag you all down with me. Su Wanfeng saw the hatred in their eyes, wishing they could eat him alive, knowing he had incurred the wrath of the crowd and that no one could save him. Chen Jianxuan also regretted it immensely. Had he known it would turn out this way, he wouldn't have cared about their past friendship. Indeed, loyalty can be deadly. He gritted his teeth and glared at Su Wanfeng, shouting, "What do we do now? It's no longer as simple as lying low. They want to wipe us out completely. I was truly blind to choose you as a partner. If we can't resolve this, we'll both end up in prison." Su Wanfeng licked his lips and said, "I know it's all my fault. If there were a way to regret it, I would give everything to exchange for it. Now that it has come to this, even if you kill me, it won't help. We should think of a way to salvage the situation." Everyone thought about it and agreed. Now that they had found the source of the problem, they could think of a solution instead of being like headless flies. One executive hesitated and said, "To untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. This matter started because of Lan Menjing, so we still need her to resolve it." I think Lan Menjing's words are quite credible. If it were just a simple relationship, the other party might not support him. Everyone has seen Lan Menjing's looks. She is definitely a top choice. Moreover, she has been working hard, which is attractive to these young masters. Everyone felt this made sense. No matter the time, pillow talk is very important. As long as Lan Menjing is willing to speak well, this matter might not be unsolvable. Another executive raised an important question. Although that's what we say, have you considered why Lan Menjing would help us speak? Let's think from her perspective. If you were Lan Menjing and encountered such a situation, it would be good enough not to kick you when you're down, so why would she lend a helping hand? This question hit the nail on the head, and everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to respond. Chen Jianchuan took a deep breath and said, at this point, we can only treat a dead horse as a live one. Everyone, come with me to Bin City and strive to resolve this matter. Now it was a huge crisis, and these people dared not slack off, rushing to Ice City as fast as they could, arriving at that branch store. Su Wanfeng saw Zhu Kebiao and immediately felt a surge of anger, rushing up to slap him, then kicking him to the ground, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks. Zhu Kebiao cried out, brother-in-law, please stop hitting me. I know I was wrong, I won't dare again. Just let me go this time. I'm not your brother-in-law. I've already told that waste of a woman that I'm divorcing her when I get back. You two bastards have really put me in a pit. Su Wanfeng grew angrier, grabbing a nearby stool and smashing it down on the fat pig. While he vented his anger, Chen Jianchuan asked the other staff how to contact Lan Menjing to properly apologize to her. The chubby girl widened her eyes and replied, our store manager is definitely with Tai Xiao. I told that fat pig before not to have any designs on our store manager. This fat pig, relying on being the director's brother-in-law, looks down on everyone else and even said he had our store manager in his grasp, that he would definitely get her and have his way with her. Su Wanfeng had just stopped when he heard this, and he was so scared that he roared again, kicking the fat pig repeatedly. You damn bastard, looking like Zhu Beiji's aunt, and you dare to have designs on Lan Menjing? I'll kick you to death. Zhu Kebiao, with his body full of fat, was affected but didn't suffer any serious injuries. The chubby girl spilled the beans about Wang Chen's situation, adding in the previous colleague's speculations as if it were the truth. Chen Jianshan had once heard a wealthy man talk about hidden families. According to that wealthy man's words, the current displayed wealthy people are nothing but ants in front of hidden families. Hidden families not only possess unparalleled wealth but also have extreme power. As long as they are willing, even those top figures can disappear at their command. Chen Jianchuan had already thought Wang Chen was formidable, but he didn't expect him to be from a hidden family. Now it was no longer a matter of whether they could save the group but whether they could save their lives. He angrily rushed over, kicked Su Wanfeng down, and then unleashed a barrage of blows, making that bastard join the fat pig. After venting, Chen Jianchuan looked at the chubby girl and said, can you contact Lan Menjing? Just say I, leading the group's senior management, want to apologize to her and Tai Xiao. The chubby girl patted her belly, indicating that she had the best relationship with the store manager and could indeed get in touch, but whether the store manager would meet them was another question. Chen Jianchuan hurriedly said they should contact her first, promising the chubby girl that as long as this matter was resolved, promotions and raises would be no problem, and her future would be bright. The chubby girl lived up to expectations and quickly got in touch with Lan Menjing, recounting everything that had happened and asking Lan Mengting what to do next. Lan Mengting looked at Wang Chen and said, I've been with the Lian family group since I graduated, and I've developed feelings for it over the years. How about we just let them off this time? Wang Chen smiled slightly and replied, as long as Sister Menjing is happy, nothing is a problem. But we can't let them off so easily. First, let those two bastards kneel at the entrance of the Blackstone Reef Club and sing Conquer, and then we can discuss other matters. Wang Chen took Lan Menjing and Yang Mengting to the Blackstone Reef Club, where they saw the fat pig and a middle-aged man kneeling there, loudly singing Conquer. Lan Menjing sighed and said, when I went to the headquarters for the annual meeting, Su Wanfeng, as the company's second-in-command, was on stage speaking with great enthusiasm. At that time, he certainly didn't expect to end up like this today. Since they've already admitted defeat, let them get up. With so many onlookers, this is affecting the overall image of the club. Wang Chen nodded and said, since Sister Menjing says so, let them get up first. We'll discuss the rest in the private room. As they spoke, they reached the entrance, and Lan Menjing informed Chen Jianchuan of the decision, then linked her arm with Wang Chen's and strode inside. Chen Jianchuan called out to Su Wanfeng, who hurriedly stood up and followed him like a puppy, while the fat pig could only roll aside for now. I didn't manage my subordinates well before, causing trouble for young Master Tai. It's entirely our fault, and I apologize to young Master Tai, Chen Jianchuan said, extremely respectful, his posture low to the ground, like a humble servant before an emperor. Wang Chen ignored Chen Jianchuan and coldly looked at Su Wanfeng, who was sweating profusely, his head hanging low, not daring to speak. Weren't you quite arrogant on the phone, claiming that the Lian family group is one of the top real estate agencies and that you didn't need to take others seriously? Just a few days later, you're kneeling at the entrance of my club singing Conquer. It seems the Lian family group isn't as impressive as you claimed. Don't you think that's pathetic? Su Wanfeng, hearing Wang Chen's question, hurriedly nodded and bowed, replying, I'm just a worthless dog, begging young Master Tai for mercy. Please don't hold it against me, let us go this time. Wang Chen coldly smiled and said, a person can be arrogant, but they need the capital to be so. If it weren't for Sister Menjing not wanting to see blood, you might still be standing here. Now all of you have already moved into the little box to settle down. Don't think you're anything special. In my eyes, killing you is as easy as stepping on an ant, it just depends on whether I want to lift my foot. Chen Jianchuan quickly said, compared to young Master Tai, we are like ants compared to a mammoth, there's no comparison at all. Young Master Tai is magnanimous and can tolerate us. Please let us go this time, and we won't dare again. Yang Mengting interjected, Sister Menjing has suffered such great grievances, and you think just by touching your lips together, we would let you off? That's a bit too naive, isn't it? Her words were perfectly timed, and now it was up to these people to show their sincerity. If they lacked sincerity, it would be their own demise, and they couldn't blame anyone else. Chen Jianchuan had made ample preparations in this regard, quickly taking out a document and placing it in front of Lan Menjing. We have decided to consolidate all the Lian family business in Northeast China into a Northeast Affairs Department, with Miss Lan as the manager. The Northeast Affairs Department will be completely independent of the group, with all costs borne by the group, and profits split 80-20, with the Northeast Affairs Department taking 80%, while losses will be fully covered by the group. At the same time, Manager Lan was also given an 8% permanent equity stake, making her the third largest shareholder in the company, with voting rights on company matters. The contract had already been drafted, all that was needed was Manager Lan's signature, and everything would be set in stone. From then on, everyone would be good colleagues. I wonder what Tai Xiao thinks about this. Chen Jianchuan had definitely invested heavily, cutting a significant piece out of himself. If things didn't work out, he would have to choose to sever limbs. Wang Chen smiled leisurely and said, there's no need for President Chen to ask me, as long as Sister Menjing is happy, everything else is not a problem. Under Chen Jianchuan's pleading gaze, Lan Menjing finally nodded and signed the contract, putting an end to the matter. Wang Chen coughed lightly, our dealings with the Lian family group are over. Tomorrow, not only will you return to your original state, but you will also see further development. Next, we need to talk about Su Luanfeng and that fat pig. If no one can provoke me and come out unscathed, that would be too embarrassing for me. Su Luanfeng had just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, his heart leaping to his throat, and his legs went weak, causing him to kneel down. It's all my fault, I was blind and offended Tai Xiao. I will definitely change my ways, please spare me, Tai Xiao. Wang Chen coughed again, it seems you still don't understand who you offended. How can someone so clueless do a good job? President Chen, do you think I'm right? Chen Jianchuan understood immediately and hurriedly nodded and bowed, saying, Tai Xiao is absolutely right. I'll go back and remove him from all his positions, strip him of his shares, and send him inside to work on a sewing machine. Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction and then instructed Shuexiaowei to have that fat pig detained first, someone would come to take him away shortly. He called Chen Jianchuan over and whispered in his ear, have you ever been on the dark web? If you haven't, it doesn't matter, tomorrow someone will send you a video to show you what lighting a sky lantern means. Remember this, if you offend me, maybe I'll be in a good mood and just laugh it off. But if you dare to offend the people around me, it won't be so easy to settle. This time, it's because Sister Menjing has feelings for your group and asked me to go easy on you, such good luck won't come every time. Chen Jianchuan quickly expressed, I understand Tai Xiao's meaning, I will definitely make Miss Lan satisfied and will never let her suffer any grievances. Wang Chen smiled with satisfaction and said, I like dealing with smart people like you. As long as Sister Menjing is happy, you won't miss out on the benefits. Hearing this, Chen Jianchuan felt a surge of joy, thinking he had turned misfortune into fortune. As long as he could cling to the thigh of a hidden family, a bright future was just around the corner. Wang Chen sent Chen Jianchuan away and then returned to Lan Menjing's residence, where the two women were like sisters, sharing many daily necessities. Sister Menjing, order 2 late-night snacks first, otherwise, when you see what's coming, I'm afraid you'll throw up what you ate earlier, and then you'll be hungry. Wang Chen smiled as he instructed Lan Menjing, while Yang Mengting stared with her big, kawaii eyes, filled with confusion. Wang Chen didn't explain much, checked the time, and told the two women to draw the curtains. He then cast the content from his phone onto the TV. What was playing on the phone was the live stream from the Dream Fairy, showing the fat guy being lit up like a sky lantern. The reactions of the two women were unexpected. When Lan Menjing and Yang Mengting saw Zhu Kebiao tied to a wooden frame with a firecracker on him, followed by being lit up, their faces first turned pale with fright, then they showed excited expressions, watching with great interest. Lan Menjiang licked her lips and said, although it's a bit cruel, thinking about how disgusting this fat pig was, it still feels very satisfying inside. Truly, retribution is not to be taken lightly. Yang Mengting nodded in agreement. Sister is right, although I'm really scared inside, I still want to see it. Do you think I'm a bad girl? Wang Chen held them in his arms and smiled, saying, as the saying goes, at the beginning, human nature is evil, everyone has a devil inside them. The key is whether you can control it. As long as you maintain kindness in your daily life, it's very normal and necessary to vent these feelings, so there's no need to doubt yourself. Showing the two women the live broadcast was an experiment in itself. After all, they had been spending more and more time together and getting to know each other better. Many things needed to be slowly revealed to these women. Someone had to take the initiative, and with their successful first experiment experience, they were naturally the best guinea pigs. If Lan Menjiang and Yang Mengting knew their positioning, they would definitely make Wang Chen draw circles in the corner. How could he dare to use them as guinea pigs? The next day, Shen Zhenchuan received the video, and after watching it, he was so scared that his heart nearly stopped. He immediately threw away his previous tricks and rushed to send Su Luanfeng in to operate the sewing machine as quickly as possible. Wang Chen was unaware of all this. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He was woken up on time by the sound of a red envelope notification and casually chose to claim it. You have received 5 million in funds, enjoy your click. You have received a Global Supreme Black Card from a Michelin restaurant, enjoy your click. You have received 63,587 yuan in cash, enjoy your click. Wang Chen suddenly had a lewd thought. If everyone was satisfied, would his luck explode? Just thinking about it made him drool, and he quickly shook his head, banishing the thought from his mind. He still had to take things step by step, everything had to come slowly. Lan Menjiang, now the manager of the Northeast branch, had more things to handle and had to go to the store early in the morning. She thought Yang Mengting had nothing to do at home, so she directly grabbed her to help out. If the 4S store had any objections, they could just quit. Wang Chen was kicked out by the two women and sat in the car, contemplating, deciding to go see Sikong Ruyan, whom he hadn't seen for several days and missed quite a bit. Among these women, Wang Chen favored Yang Mengting the most but valued Sikong Ruyan the most. If he could only keep one by his side, he would definitely choose Yang Mengting, but if he had to choose a legitimate wife, Sikong Ruyan was the only choice. This situation sounded contradictory, but in reality, it made a lot of sense. It was the most normal logical thinking of a powerful man. Wang Chen arrived at the technology building and swaggered into Sikong Ruyan's office, seeing her studying a proposal, occasionally frowning. He cleared his throat, and Sikong Ruyan immediately looked up with joy. Only he could enter the office without going through the secretary. What made you think of me today? It's been a long time since I've seen you. I thought you had become a missing person, Sikong Ruyan said, pretending to be angry, but no matter how you looked at it, she was acting cute towards Wang Chen. Wang Chen pulled Sikong Ruyan up and hugged her onto the guest sofa, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. You've wronged me. I haven't been idle during this time. I've expanded the business quite a bit, all in preparation for the future. But I have indeed neglected you, so how about I treat the beautiful lady to lunch as an apology? Sikong Ruyan's delicate arms wrapped around Wang Chen's neck, her breath like orchids in his ear. Do you think I'm a weak woman who can only be your caged bird? Without your help, I definitely wouldn't be able to manage. Wang Chen leaned back, letting Sikong Ruyan press against him, feeling a wave of softness that made his heart flutter. Who dares to say you are a weak woman? You are the Mulan in my heart, an absolute heroine, far beyond any man. I'm just helping you prepare a few escape routes, so you have fewer worries and can venture according to your own desires. If you are willing to be my caged bird, I would be more than happy to have you, ensuring you become a canary, allowing you to live happily for the rest of your life. Sikong Ruyan found these words very comforting, her delicate lips naturally leading to a world of bliss. She nestled in Wang Chen's embrace, drawing circles on his chest, saying, I don't want to be a canary, at the very least, I want to be a hawk. When I get tired of flying in the future, I'll come to your nest to settle down. I understand many things, I've seen them often with my father. As long as there's always a place for me in your nest, and I'm not just treated as a spiritual remedy, I'll be content. Please don't let me end up like my mother. As Sikong Ruyan spoke the last sentence, tears filled her beautiful eyes, losing the earlier strength and revealing a unique fragility. Rest assured, my nest will always be your harbor. You will never be my spiritual remedy, you are my irreplaceable wife in my heart. Wang Chen kissed away the tears in Sikong Ruyan's eyes while giving her a solemn promise, urging her not to be so sensitive and to live without fear. Sikong Ruyan smiled happily. She wasn't just saying it, but expressing her true feelings. As the illegitimate daughter of a prominent family, she was still the beloved of her brother, often moving in and out of the family, seeing much more. Moreover, Sikong Ruyan's mother was a spiritual remedy, and there were many such remedies, often meeting each other, some even being close friends. Under such influences, Sikong Ruyan had a broad perspective on many things and knew how to fight for her own interests. For those truly wealthy families, wanting to keep their heirs loyal is a challenge. Even if they are willing, the family would never agree. For these prominent families, branching out and continuing the bloodline is the most important thing. Anyone who dares to obstruct this will pay an unbearable price. Don't be fooled by those television dramas. Among siblings in real wealthy families, while fierce battles do occur, they are definitely rare. Everyone knows that only by harmoniously managing the family can they enjoy good days. Under a collapsed nest, how can there be unbroken eggs? This is an undeniable truth. The two were cozy on the sofa until noon before tidying up to set off. Wang Chen and Sikong Ruyan arrived at the only Michelin restaurant in Binhai City, which had a 2-star rating and looked quite nice. Sikong Ruyan smiled and said, "In Huadua, there are only 3 3-star Michelin restaurants, one in the capital, one in Modu, and the last one in Yangchang. Binhai, as the most prosperous city in the northeast, having a 2-star restaurant is already quite good. When we go to Modu, I'll take you to see the 3-star one." Wang Chen smiled slightly and said, "It doesn't matter where we eat, what matters is who we eat with. Eating at a roadside stall with you is happiness." Sikong Ruyan nodded with a smile, linking her arm with Wang Chen's as they walked toward the restaurant entrance. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a woman suddenly rushed over from the side, holding a phone, and bumped into Sikong Ruyan, pushing her toward Wang Chen. Wang Chen quickly wrapped his arms around Sikong Ruyan. Just as he was about to scold the woman, he saw her rush into the front hall as if chased by a dog. The woman shouted while holding her phone, "Family, look here. This is Binhai's 2-star Michelin restaurant. We're eating here today, let's show off the gifts." Her shouting broke the restaurant's silence, and the diners turned to look at her, all wearing expressions of disgust. A staff member stepped forward and said, "I'm really sorry, but live streaming is not allowed in our restaurant. Also, please refrain from making noise so as not to disturb other guests." The woman raised her voice, "What are you talking about? I'm a big streamer with millions of fans. Just search online and see who Pink Heart is." The staff member frowned and replied, "No matter who you are, I hope you can follow our restaurant's rules. If you can't abide by them, we will have to ask you to leave." Pink Heart huffed, helplessly putting away her phone, and swayed her hips toward the front desk. Noticing Wang Chen and the others inquiring about a table, she directly cut in. The waiter was asking Sikong Ruyan, "Excuse me, do you have a reservation?" Sikong Ruyan elegantly responded, "We don't have a reservation, just arrange a casual seat for us, preferably near the window." The waiter glanced and said, "I'm really sorry, but aside from the VIP seats, we have no tables available by the window." Wang Chen saw Sikong Ruyan frown and was about to take out his supreme black card when that woman bumped in again, swaying her shoulders. He stepped forward diagonally, blocking Sikong Ruyan behind him, and the woman collided with him, stumbling back several steps. Pink Heart felt like she had crashed into a concrete pillar, her bones nearly breaking, and she cried out in pain. "What's wrong with you? Why are you standing there like a telephone pole? Hurry up and move aside. If you hurt me, can you afford to pay for it?" Wang Chen replied coldly, "You really know how to play the victim. Just now at the restaurant entrance, you were running around like a mad dog and bumped into my girlfriend. We won't stoop to your level, but you should know better. Seeing us here to order, you still dared to bump into us, truly ungrateful." Pink Heart jumped up and shouted, "How dare you say that to me? Do you know who I am? I'm a streamer with millions of fans. I'll record you and say you're a couple of dogs, letting all my fans cyberbully you and ruin your reputation." Wang Chen's expression darkened. "You're just a small streamer, and you dare to be so arrogant? Truly lawless. I don't believe no one can deal with you." In the midst of speaking, he had already asked Linger to extract all of Pink Heart's information and send it directly to Yi Qinglei. Wang Chen dialed Yi Qinglei's number, his voice icy. "You must have seen the message I sent you just now. No matter what method you use, make sure to completely blacklist her. If I find out she's still streaming, no matter which platform, she won't be able to escape the consequences." Yi Qinglei nodded eagerly in agreement. For these major entertainment companies, blacklisting a streamer was a piece of cake. Although it seemed like the streaming platforms and these entertainment companies were separate, in reality, these platforms were backed by these entertainment companies. Wang Chen ignored the woman acting like a shrew and took out the supreme black card, placing it on the table. "Prepare the best VIP seat for me, and also call your manager over." The front desk staff's eyes widened at the sight of the supreme black card, and they quickly nodded in agreement, sending a waiter to fetch the manager. Pink Heart scoffed, "Look at you trying to act all impressive, as if you're something special. That broken card is so dark, it's obvious it's not worth anything. You are not allowed to speak to this gentleman like that." This gentleman holds our Michelin restaurant's Global Supreme Black Card. There are only 30 of these black cards in the world, and each holder is incredibly esteemed. If they are dissatisfied with a local Michelin restaurant, they can directly communicate with our boss through the VIP hotline at headquarters. The manager of the restaurant hurriedly arrived at the front desk and happened to hear this, immediately reprimanding Pinkheart. Before going live, Pinkheart was just a little delinquent with no education at all. If it weren't for the live streaming, she would have ended up as a streetwalker. However, Pinkheart understood this statement and realized that the young man in front of her was an extraordinary figure. As she thought about Wang Chen's call earlier, her heart trembled, feeling that she had gotten herself into big trouble. At that moment, her phone rang. It was her partner calling. "You ungrateful idiot, who did you offend? Our account has been banned, and our ID and image have been permanently blacklisted. We can never make a living from live streaming again. You wasteful fool, your fate is to be a courtesan for the rest of your life. You had a chance and you blew it. Hurry up and come back." Upon hearing the content of the call, Pinkheart realized that everything was over. All the time spent on deceit and trickery, the fans she had painstakingly accumulated, were all gone. She looked at Wang Chen, whose expression was icy, and pleaded with tears streaming down her face, "I know it's all my fault. I shouldn't have offended the young master and the lady. Please, have mercy and spare me this time." Wang Chen ignored her and instead looked at the manager, saying, "I think restaurants like yours shouldn't allow just anyone to come in. Letting such people in only affects everyone's appetite and is disrespectful to other guests. Don't you think I'm right?" The manager was sweating profusely and quickly nodded in agreement. "What you said is absolutely right. It's all my oversight. I'll have someone throw her out immediately." Wang Chen watched as Pinkheart was thrown out, nodding in satisfaction, and instructed the manager to lead them to their private booth. Wang Chen and Sikong Ruyan, under the manager's guidance, arrived at the most luxurious VIP booth, a seat that might not even be occupied once a year. Sikong Ruyan glanced outside, revealing a satisfied smile, and directly ordered a set meal, completely taking charge for Wang Chen. Wang Chen felt no dissatisfaction with Sikong Ruyan's actions. Her doing so clearly acknowledged her identity as Wang Chen's woman. Sikong Ruyan smiled and said, "When I was in the Magic City, I also liked sitting by the window, watching the streets below. Seeing the bustling crowd, everyone busy with their lives, filled me with emotion. No matter what class they belong to, they are all the same." Wang Chen smiled slightly and replied, "I never expected a strong woman like you to also have such sentimental moments. Indeed, women are made of water. People in this world hustle for survival. When I was poor, I was also busy every day, barely managing to fill my stomach. At that time, I didn't have so many thoughts. I just thought about how to earn a little more money so my sister could have a better life at school. My sister often worked part-time and had to ensure she stayed in the top 3, only then could she secure a scholarship. Otherwise, scholarships only belong to the wealthy. This world is so unfair, and there's no place to argue about it." Sikong Ruyan looked at Wang Chen, her eyes filled with affection, and said, "I never expected you to have endured so much hardship. Perhaps this is what it means to suffer through hardship to become a person of significance." Wang Chen shook his finger and said, "You're mistaken. My later experiences taught me that this saying is completely misleading. If I had continued as before, I would have been just a corporate slave for life. Even if I created value, that value would be taken by others and would never belong to me. The things wealthy people say sound reasonable because they are rich, so everything they say is deemed correct. Just like the industries and shares I have now, if I relied on myself to earn them, not just in this lifetime, but in several lifetimes, I wouldn't be able to achieve it. Moreover, regarding the position we are sitting in now, I just glanced at the menu, and the cheapest dining fee here costs 3/8, and there are hardly any options. Our position is the top tier, at least over 10,000, while at that time, I was working my fingers to the bone for only 4 or 5,000 a month. In other words, just sitting here would consume 2 months of my salary back then. Do you think I had the guts to come here at that time?" Wang Chen spoke without reservation, each word hitting the mark, making Sikong Ruyan feel he was particularly charming. Congratulations on triggering the Charm Increase card, reaching the highest level of Unforgettable. Special note, the previous Charm Increase card has been adjusted from Love at First Sight to Unforgettable. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Elevating Sikong Ruyan to this level was no easy feat. The two continued to eat and chat, the atmosphere incredibly harmonious, and they had a good time strolling in the afternoon. Wang Chen brought Sikong Ruyan back to the villa. She had previously visited Villa No. Yuan was particularly curious about Villa No. 1, wanting to see it for herself, and her wish was finally fulfilled. When Sikong Ruyan saw Linger, she was utterly astonished, and after chatting with Linger, she was absolutely ecstatic. You have brought me so many surprises. I didn't expect such an amazing artificial intelligence here, definitely hundreds of years ahead of the world. Wang Chen smiled and said, Linger is a unique existence, no one can control her except me. I don't want outsiders to know about Linger's existence, only those closest to me can share everything with me. You should first get all the basic infrastructure ready, and then we can establish a research team, or simply go out and bring one back. With Linger providing some technical assistance, do you think we can't create good chips? I'm just afraid they might be too advanced, making others cry in the bathroom. Hearing Wang Shitia's words, Sikong Ruyan felt incredibly sweet in her heart, while also having another thought. Wang Chen must hold the top position in the family to control such powerful artificial intelligence. She must seize this opportunity to create brilliance with her beloved, letting everyone know she can soar to great heights. Wang Chen saw that the timing was about right and asked Linger to create a suitable atmosphere. Naturally, the next step was to enjoy the scenery intimately with Sikong Ruyan. Although Sikong Ruyan was the second to come to the villa, she was the first to spend the night there, which was enough to show her status in Wang Chen's heart. Wang Chen was woken up on time by the system's prompt sound, discovering that besides the red envelopes, the system upgrade had also been completed. Congratulations, host, the system has officially upgraded to version 2.0. Unlike the previous minor skirmishes, this is a brand new upgrade in transformation, and information transmission will commence immediately. Wang Chen felt a massive stream of information surge into his brain like a tide, and with a loud bang in his head, he almost crashed directly. Fortunately, his nerves were resilient, otherwise, that impact could have turned him into a vegetable. The system was truly unreliable. Wang Chen organized the information in his mind and found that all the previous functions were still there, and the number of randomly distributed red envelopes had increased. The biggest change this time was the addition of types of red envelopes. In addition to money and various items, there were also genius treasures and some legendary items. Those items included various kinds of cultivation methods, which were different from the skill cards obtained in the real world before, as they completely materialized the cultivation methods from television novels. These cultivation methods were diverse, ranging from immortal fantasy, mystical, high martial arts, to low martial arts. There was nothing Wang Chen couldn't think of that the system couldn't provide. The only problem was whether Wang Chen could draw them out, as there were trillions of red envelopes, and just thinking about that probability made one feel bitter. Wang Chen felt that System Dad still loved him and would definitely reward him when necessary, so there was no need to worry too much. He could just leave everything to System Dad. He was filled with anticipation for the first red envelope draw after the system upgrade, nervously choosing to open it. You have received 200 million in funds, enjoy your click. You have received a 12 Paths Tan Leg skill card, enjoy your click. You have received an Iron Wire Fist skill card, enjoy your click. You have received a Wugong Bagua Staff skill card, enjoy your click. You have received a 600-year-old ginseng, enjoy your click. Wang Chen was incredibly excited about this haul. If he weren't holding Sikong Ruyan in his arms, he would have jumped up directly. Wang Chen carefully moved Sikong Ruyan from his embrace to the bathroom to use the 3 skill cards, and a little figure appeared in his mind, demonstrating all the martial arts moves. After the little figure finished practicing, it transformed into light points and disappeared in his mind, followed by a special force swirling in his muscles, making him feel itchy all over. This force gradually became rhythmic, causing a tremendous change in both the coordination and explosiveness of his muscles. The skill cards he had used before only helped Wang Chen better master his body, but this force was excavating his physical potential, finally unlocking the treasure door. A moment of clarity struck Wang Chen. His current state was what was known as the peak of Mingjin. As long as he took another step, he could enter the realm of Njin. He recalled Li Jining's introduction. Entering Mingjin meant he was a current martial artist, considered quite capable. Wang Chen stroked his chin and thought for a long time but couldn't figure out what use his Mingjin actually had. With his current wealth and status, he couldn't possibly go out and fight with anyone. It could only be considered a self-defense skill. Wang Chen turned his gaze to the storage space and saw a box inside, which contained a very complete ginseng. He licked his lips, unsure how to eat this ginseng. If he took it home to honor his parents, it would surely scare them. During this time, Wang Chen and his sister had shared a lot with their family and had sent 200,000 cash home for their parents to buy some good food. As a result, it startled their parents, who thought the siblings were up to no good, almost making them go confess. After much persuasion, they finally convinced their parents that Wang Chen was now trading stocks and had made some money, so the family wouldn't have to be so tight on funds anymore. After managing to calm their parents down, Wang Chen decided to temporarily lay low, waiting until his sister had fully explained everything before bringing their parents to Bin City to let them live a good life. Hearing some movement on the bed, Wang Chen hurried out of the bathroom to see Sikong Ruyan lazily stretching. If one were to say a beauty is good, even such a stretching motion was filled with infinite temptation, making one feel hot under the collar. Sikong Ruyan gave Wang Chen a roll of her eyes and said, "What are you looking at? Come over and help me. You're such a bad person, you almost bullied me to death. It hurts to move, how am I supposed to go to work today? You're wronging me, you don't know who was crazier yesterday. I'm here to help you rub it out. There are so many people in the company, what do they need to do? Just don't go to work today." Wang Chen sat on the edge of the bed, holding Sikong Ruyan in his arms, gently kneading her while responding with a smile. Sikong Ruyan happily nestled in Wang Chen's embrace, nodding in agreement, indicating that she wouldn't get out of bed today and wanted Wang Chen to take care of her. Before they knew it, it was afternoon, and Sikong Ruyan had recovered quite a bit. Hand in hand with Wang Chen, they strolled around the villa area. Sikong Ruyan smiled and said, "Although villa no. One of the starfish is prestigious, it's fine for just the two of us to live here. If we want to form a family, it would be best to have a manor." Wang Chen looked at Sikong Ruyan in surprise, not expecting her to say that. He really wanted to open her head and see just how peculiar her thought process was. Sikong Ruyan smiled slightly and said, "After meeting Linger, I realized how wrong I was. The family can give you the only super intelligence, which shows their great expectations for you. I have at least been in a big family and know that the greatest need of these families is to branch out and expand their bloodline. The better the bloodline, the more it needs to be expanded. I understand that due to your past experiences and some special reasons, your overall knowledge is very limited, and you need an adaptation process for many things. I am willing to accompany you through this process, using my experience to guide you, so that you can always be strong and not have regrets for a lifetime." Wang Chen was dumbfounded, really feeling that his brain wasn't enough. This was all over the place. However, he understood one thing: following Sikong Ruyan's line of thought could perfectly solve the problems in the backyard. Realizing this, Wang Chen immediately climbed the ladder. "I do have a gap in this area, so I will need Ruyan's help in the future. But where can I find a manor in Bin City? Should I go into the Great Black Mountain? That place even scares me, let alone you." Sikong Ruyan thought for a moment and had no good solution, so she could only jot this matter down for now and discuss it when a suitable opportunity arose. Lu Juanhong stood by the floor-to-ceiling window and immediately saw Wang Chen and Sikong Ruyan strolling hand in hand, his eyes brightening instantly. He took a serious look through his binoculars and quickly confirmed their relationship, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. Lu Juanhong immediately called Wang Yingjie to let him know what was going on, emphasizing that this path must be walked well. A whisper in the ear is more powerful than anything else. Wang Yingjie had been spending every day at the company, not because he was particularly focused on business, but because he was pondering how to pursue Wang Xuanhua. Initially, he had a utilitarian mindset, but after interacting with Wang Xuanhua a few times, he was genuinely attracted to her. Wang Yingjie felt that Wang Xuanhua possessed a quality that other socialites lacked, a quality he called innocence and simplicity. Wang Xuanhua also had a good impression of Wang Yingjie. This guy's appearance was quite decent, and with his status as a prince, he resembled a Prince Charming even more. Wang Xuanhua asked Hu Qinxue in the tea room, "Do you think the prince has some thoughts about me since he keeps looking for me?" Hu Qinxue smiled and replied, "You are still a youthful beauty, it's quite normal for the prince to have thoughts about you. You shouldn't feel unworthy, that's simply a joke. You are the eldest daughter of the Wang family, and with the prince, it's a match made in heaven. I should be the one worried, my family's status is too far from yours. Who knows if I can." She inadvertently let slip her thoughts and quickly shut her mouth, her face turning crimson. Wang Xuanhua laughed and said, "I have already decided to make you my sister-in-law. If my brother dares to disagree, I won't talk to him anymore. But speaking of which, my brother really hasn't contacted us for several days. Is he annoyed that I'm a third wheel? For my brother's happiness, I've decided to accompany the prince to see an opera this weekend, so you must seize the opportunity." Hu Qinxue laughed and scolded her, but her heart was filled with anticipation. Just thinking about spending time alone with Wang Chen made her feel happy. Wang Chen cherished Sikong Ruyan, and at night, he simply held her to sleep. Sure enough, his luck wasn't great. The red envelope he opened in the morning only yielded 10 million in funds and several hundred thousand in cash. Wang Chen transferred the funds he had received over the past 2 days to Sikong Ruyan's account, as the company had been burning money and needed more support. After dropping Sikong Ruyan off at the company, Wang Chen went to the Juanha Fitness Club, where he could at least show off a bit, considering he was somewhat skilled. After he and Li Jiming became brothers, they worked out at the private training ground on the back mountain, driving up from the winding road on the other side. Wang Chen saw Zhong Huarong at the entrance and felt a familiar strength emanating from him, indicating that he was also a skilled practitioner of Mingjin. Zhong Huarong sensed Wang Chen's change as well, unable to hide his surprise, and suppressed his curiosity without asking. Wang Chen laughed and said, "Feel free to ask anything. I'm not a tiger, I won't bite." "I know what you're thinking. I had nothing to do yesterday, so I picked up a few martial arts books and practiced a bit, and this is the level I reached." Zhong Huarong, feeling extremely frustrated, said, "Seeing Tai Xiao like this makes me want to strangle you. What do you mean by casually practicing and reaching this level? Do you know that we trained in the winter's cold and summer's heat, never daring to relax for a day, and it took us over 20 years of hard work to become skilled?" Wang Chen shrugged and said, "I really don't want to discourage you, but it's the truth. Maybe this is talent, it's just not something you can force." The facts were undeniable, leaving Zhong Huarong no choice but to sigh inwardly, realizing that indeed, comparing people can lead to despair, and comparing goods can lead to discarding. Wang Chen smiled as he entered, seeing Li Jiming casually drinking tea, and he sat down beside him, lifting the tea bowl and downing it in one go. As a master of dark energy, Li Jiming was definitely sharp and perceptive. With no other noise around, he could hear their conversation clearly. Although he appeared calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. He had heard from his father about a type of person in the world known as a once-in-a-thousand-years martial arts genius. The ability to learn without a teacher was a basic skill for such individuals, and their speed in martial arts training was truly beyond reach, leaving others to sigh in envy. Li Jiming thought it made sense for Wang Chen, coming from a hidden family, to possess such talent. He had checked some information in the past few days, and according to the records, not everyone from a hidden family was qualified to go out and train. Those who were sent out were all individuals the family had high hopes for, destined to become pillars of the family. The hidden families believed that if heaven intended to bestow great responsibilities on someone, they must first toil their muscles and bones, and temper their will, before they could become great talents. The fact that hidden families had been successful in this approach was evident, otherwise, they would have long been swallowed up without a trace. As these thoughts flashed through Li Jiming's mind, they passed in an instant, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "Tai Xiao really brings me too many surprises. Your physical fitness has already amazed me. I didn't expect that now, just practicing casually, you could cultivate internal energy, and from the looks of it, you seem to have reached the peak of Mingjin, possibly catching up to my level at any moment." While saying this, he gave himself a little compliment, making sure to showcase his own strength to reflect greater value. Wang Chen scratched his head and said, "I just felt bored and happened to find 3 books, so I practiced a bit. I can't really tell what level I'm at. I think practicing alone is boring. I want to find someone to spar with. Brother, can you arrange someone for me? They don't need to be too strong, just someone with a bit of experience will do. Anyway, I never thought about fighting others, I just want to be able to block or run away when someone comes at me." Li Jiming thought to himself, "Wow, this kid really is a rich young master, thinking about how to run away during a fight." It felt like a waste of his talent. If that talent were given to someone willing to work hard, they would at least become a master. Li Jiming only thought about it in his heart and wouldn't show it outwardly, so he decided to let Zhong Huarong and Wang Chen practice together. The two changed into their training outfits and stood facing each other on the arena. Wang Chen performed a bow as he had seen on television. Li Jiming, watching from below, laughed and said, "Before, you hadn't cultivated your internal strength, so you didn't count as a person of the martial world. I didn't mind your bowing then. But now the situation is different, you are considered a current martial artist, which means you belong to the martial arts community and must follow its etiquette." The bow you just performed was that of the martial world, specifically the etiquette of ancient martial artists, which is a bit overstepping and could easily lead to unnecessary trouble. He had Zhong Huarong demonstrate in detail, and Wang Chen finally understood, shaking his head helplessly. He hadn't expected it to be so complicated, which only strengthened his previous resolve to stay out of the martial world. Zhong Huarong said very seriously, "I am the heir of Xiaobei Changquan, please guide me, Iron Xiao." Wang Chen chuckled and replied, "I don't even know how to introduce myself, let's just fight first." He didn't take out the iron rings used for Iron Wire Fist from his space and just started fighting, his arms moving like iron whips, exuding a powerful energy. Iron Wire Fist is a type of hungdar, emphasizing bold and expansive movements, perfectly suited to Wang Chen's character, making it easy for him to fight. Zhong Huarong was internally lamenting. He had initially thought of letting Wang Chen win, but now it seemed he had overestimated himself, just not being knocked down by the opponent would be good enough. After a while of practicing Iron Wire Fist, Wang Chen decided to try the 12 routes of Tan Leg, immediately changing his moves, his legs strong and powerful. Zhong Huarong was thrown into disarray, only able to shout loudly in surrender before jumping off the arena, gasping for breath. Iron Xiao's skills are too impressive. Which one have you only practiced for a few days? If I hadn't confirmed earlier that you weren't a good fighter, I definitely wouldn't have believed you. Wang Chen shrugged and said, I didn't expect it to be like this either. You are the first martial person I've fought with, it seems I still have some skills. Li Jining jumped onto the arena and said, brother, don't get too complacent. Your ability to defeat Zhong Huarong is largely due to your exceptional physical condition. I'll practice with you, don't just stick to one style, but mix these two styles to fully unleash the power of your punches and kicks. Wang Chen eagerly agreed and, following Li Jining's instructions, began to combine Iron Wire Fist and the 12 routes of Tan Leg. At first, it felt awkward, but gradually it improved, eventually reaching a flawless level. Those watching below were equally amazed, feeling that Wang Chen was truly remarkable. Wang Chen was thoroughly enjoying himself, and it was clear that the system was pleased as well, rewarding him with a dozen red envelopes and, in addition to the money, a box of premium De Hong Pao tea. He pretended to take a stroll, bringing back the premium De Hong Pao as a thank you gift for Li Jiming. Naturally, Li Jiming was very happy, grabbing Wang Chen's hand and smiling as he said a few words. In half a month, it will be my father's 70th birthday. I hope you can honor us with your presence at the birthday banquet. Li Jiming, still holding Wang Chen's hand, cheerfully extended the invitation. His father had wanted to meet Wang Chen before, but there hadn't been a good opportunity. As the young master of a hidden family, Wang Chen's status was extremely high, making it absolutely unthinkable for him to visit Li Guangjuan. Wang Chen smiled and said, I had wanted to visit uncle before, but unfortunately, I never had the chance. This opportunity is just right. Li Jining thought he understood Wang Chen's meaning, showing a knowing expression and nodding repeatedly in agreement. He felt that Wang Chen was being thoughtful, using Li Guangjuan's birthday as an opportunity to meet him, which was indeed very appropriate. According to the customs of Huagua, a younger person wishing a happy birthday to an elder is acceptable anywhere, and no one could find fault with it. If Wang Chen knew Li Jiming's thoughts, he would definitely tell him he was overthinking it. It was just a simple birthday visit. He had enjoyed himself here enough and originally wanted to meet Sikong Royan, but unexpectedly, the girl was shy and made an excuse that she was too busy with company matters, so she hadn't had time to see him these past few days. Wang Chen ran to the friendship building and spent a day hanging out with Yuan Bingue. The next morning, he opened a red envelope and received 300 million in funds along with a jar of century-old sorghum liquor. He transferred the 300 million into the investment firm's account, allowing Yuan Bingue to continue practicing with it. Such a generous display completely shocked the employees. These employees were all elites from the Northeast Financial Group, usually handling tens of millions, but over 100 million was absolutely out of reach for them. Wang Chen's extravagant display left these elites thoroughly stunned, each one silently deciding to stay at the investment firm for life. Wang Chen returned to the villa, took out the century-old sorghum liquor, and examined it seriously for a long time, thinking that someone like Li Guangjuan, an old hand in the business, would surely appreciate such liquor. Linger popped up from the side. As her integration level increased, she was now able to project a 3D image of a little girl, looking particularly cute. I saw in the data that old people like to drink medicinal liquor. Why don't we go buy some Chinese herbs and put them in this jar of liquor? At least it would look nice, right? Wang Chen slapped his forehead and said, You're absolutely right. How did I not think of that? I just happen to have a 600-year-old ginseng, let's put it in to make ginseng liquor. As he spoke, he took out the ginseng, treating the priceless root as casually as if he were stuffing a radish into the jar. Linger used special techniques to reseal the jar, then placed it on a conveyor belt to the basement, where the ginseng's medicinal properties would more easily infuse into the liquor at the right temperature. Wang Chen was just about to take a nap when unexpectedly, the red envelope page popped up, and the system rewarded him with 20 red envelopes for his wasteful behavior. Received funds of 200,000 yuan, enjoy your clicks. Received a consumption multiplier refund card, enjoy your clicks. Received a 500-year-old jus fruit, enjoy your clicks. Received cash of 185,642 yuan, enjoy your clicks. Wang Chen's attention was drawn to the jus fruit. Although its age was lower than the ginseng, it was classified among rare treasures. The 600-year-old ginseng belonged to the category of Chinese herbs, and the two were not on the same level at all. As for the rest of the items, only the multiplier refund card was useful. This type of card now had no time limit, so he could use it when he made high expenditures. Wang Chen slept until evening, groggily opening his eyes to find the Dream Fairy online, watching him through the screen. You mischievous girl, since you're online, why didn't you wake me up? The Dream Fairy replied with a smile, I just wanted to watch my brother sleep, you look so cute when you're sleeping. Wang Chen chuckled, your words are getting sweeter, here's 100 black coins, go buy some candy for yourself. The Dream Fairy made a face and then began to act cute, trying to amuse Wang Chen. Brother doesn't know, but Kang Qingzhong has been looking for rare treasures these past few days and has issued several bounties, but he hasn't found anything. Wang Chen laughed and said, "Bring Kang Qingzhong over. I want to ask him what he needs those rare treasures for." The dream fairy's heart stirred, and she immediately contacted Kang Qingzhong, and the three of them set up a group video call. Kang Qingzhong looked troubled and said, "I've had some matters these past few days, so I didn't send a message to the Supreme God. I didn't know what you wanted with me. You're not the dream fairy. Why are you sending me greetings for no reason? I don't like climbing Broken Arm Mountain. I heard you're looking for rare treasures. What do you need them for?" Wang Chen teased with a smile, then asked the question. Kang Qingzhong immediately replied, "I recently found an alchemist and wanted him to make me 2 pills to enhance my power, but I need rare materials. Rare materials are incredibly hard to find. I've exhausted all my options and still came up empty. It seems there's no hope." Wang Chen stroked his chin and said, "You should have come to me for this. I had a 600-year-old ginseng yesterday, and today I put it in a wine jar to soak." Kang Qingzhong and the dream fairy both widened their eyes, internally shouting, "What the hell? This damn prodigal son is simply squandering heavenly treasures. Soaking ginseng that old in wine? He must be trying to kill himself with that. How could this guy be so reckless and not ascend to the heavens?" Wang Chen cleared his throat and said, "I only have a 500-year-old red fruit left. I was planning to eat it as a snack. Do you want it?" Upon hearing this, Kang Qingzhong wished he could crawl out of the screen and bow to Wang Chen. This was a timely blessing. "Yes, that's better than the ginseng. Thank you, Supreme God, for your generosity. From now on, your words are my decree. I'll do whatever you say." Wang Chen waved his hand dismissively. "It's just a fruit. It's no big deal. No need to take it to heart. But I have a question. How do I get the fruit to you?" Kang Qingzhong immediately replied, "No need to trouble the Supreme God. I'll arrange for the Black Network to pick it up. If you ever want to send or receive something, just call the Black Network. My team of Black Network runners is hand-picked from the Black Fangs, all of them incredibly loyal and skilled. They won't disappoint you." Wang Chen rubbed his nose and said, "I don't want anyone to know my address. Arrange a place, and I'll leave the red fruit there. Your power boost is also beneficial for me. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. I can find it for you, and I'm sure I'll do a better job." Kang Qingzhong eagerly nodded in agreement, feeling both delighted and regretful about the ginseng. If he had asked earlier, he could have taken the whole batch of ginseng. Wang Chen and the dream fairy chatted for a while longer when Yang Mingting's call came in. Wang Chen briefly explained to the dream fairy, disconnected their video, and accepted Yang Mingting's call. Yang Mingting was wearing a cute pajama set, fluttering her beautiful big eyes, looking like a beautiful girl who had stepped out of an anime. "Did my little treasure miss me? A day apart feels like 3 autumns, considering we've been apart for several autumns now." Wang Chen teased with a smile, and when he saw Yang Mingting roll her eyes adorably, she looked incredibly cute, making him want to rush over to her right away. "Brother just knows how to tease me. I really do miss you, but this time I called because I have something else to discuss. Manager Zhou called me and said your Rolls-Royce Wraith has arrived. Coincidentally, there's a car show these days, and they want to use the car to make an impression. I can't make that decision, so I'm asking you. If you don't like it, then don't let them do it. What if such an expensive car gets damaged?" Yang Mingting looked serious, which was quite amusing. Wang Chen laughed and replied, "Zoe Feng really knows how to handle things, especially when it comes to you. He's very considerate. It won't get damaged just sitting there, so let them borrow it." Yang Mingting nodded in agreement, then her eyes twinkled as she said, "Sister Menjiang hasn't given me anything to do these days. Can you accompany me to the car show, brother?" As she spoke, she playfully stuck out her tongue, looking like a mischievous sprite completely different from her previous innocent self. Wang Chen certainly wouldn't refuse this adorable girl and felt a surge of energy, deciding to go find her right away to avoid having to pick her up tomorrow. Yang Mingting quickly paid the price for her mischief. After a tour of the sights, she was exhausted, like a puddle of mud. Wang Chen was woken up on time by the sound of a red envelope notification. This time, the harvest wasn't great. He only received over 1 million in cash, and nothing else. He looked at Yang Mingting, who was curled up in his arms like a little cat, smiled, and tightened his embrace, feeling spoiled. He had never even dreamed of having 1 million before. Yang Mingting didn't wake up until the sun was high in the sky. By the time she got ready, it was already close to noon. She stuck out her tongue a bit shyly and linked her arm with Wang Chen's as they set off. The two arrived at Starfish Plaza, which housed the largest exhibition hall in East Asia. Flags were flying, drums were beating, and it was bustling with excitement. Outside were cars priced under 1 million, and the ones choosing here were all white-collar workers. The real wealthy people would enter the exhibition hall to see the true luxury cars, along with the stunning models that complemented them. Many rich men weren't there to pick cars, they were there to pick models. Everyone was getting what they needed, resulting in a definite win-win situation. Yang Mingting looked at the models with envy and said, "Their figures are amazing, especially those long legs. It's enough to make anyone drool. If I had legs like that, my brother would definitely like me more." What was that saying? Just the legs could keep you entertained for a year. Wang Chen playfully brushed his fingers against Yang Mingting's petite nose and said, "What a mess of nonsense. Do you usually hang out with chubby girls? When I rented a room at Sister Menjiang's place, that chubby girl always teased me and got really dirty with her jokes. Stay away from her in the future." His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for those around to hear, and many immediately showed expressions of disdain. Wang Chen noticed their reactions but didn't care. Just then, a contemptuous voice came from nearby. "A little white-collar worker who needs to rent a place dares to come here to look at cars, and she even brought a factory girl." Truly unaware of her own worth, Wang Chen turned to the source of the voice and saw a greasy middle-aged man with a heavily made-up woman in his arms. The man's gaze on Yang Mingting was filled with blatant desire, clearly wanting to change things up and try something lighter. Wang Chen snorted disdainfully and coldly stared at the greasy man, causing him to shudder and instinctively look away. Just as Wang Chen was about to speak, Yang Mingting clung to his arm and pouted, "Brother, don't pay attention to those irrelevant people. Let's go look at the cars." Wang Chen nodded, ignoring the greasy man, and turned with Yang Mingting towards the Rolls-Royce exhibition area. The greasy man felt offended and immediately followed them, deliberately stepping in front of Wang Chen as they entered the exhibition area. The woman gasped when she saw the Rolls-Royce Wraith in the center of the hall. "This car looks so noble, let's buy this one." The greasy man glanced at Wang Chen with extreme arrogance and then asked a passing salesperson, "How much is this car? It looks pretty good." The salesperson initially didn't want to deal with the greasy man but approached Wang Chen to greet him. However, seeing Wang Chen shake his head lightly, he had to give up. The salesperson put on a professional smile. "This car is worth 80 million renminbi. If you want to buy it, we can apply to the headquarters for a 5% discount and throw in a set of license plates." The greasy man broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing the price and blurted out, "Why is it so expensive? Why don't you go rob a bank? Who can afford such an expensive car?" The salesperson internally scoffed but maintained a calm demeanor. "Sir, you misunderstood. This car is just on display for everyone to see, we don't plan to sell it here." The greasy man was left speechless, angrily looking around. Suddenly, he noticed a sign in the exhibition area that said the cars could be tried out for free. He immediately said to the woman, "Let's go up and try it out, see how it feels to sit in this car." The woman showed an ecstatic expression and shouted, "Are you really planning to buy me this car? I absolutely adore you. Tonight, I'll do whatever you say. What are you thinking? Do you think you're diamond-studded? You want me to buy you an 80 million car? Why don't you just fly to the sky? Didn't you see the sign that says all cars can be tried out? It won't cost anything, so hurry up and get in." The greasy man angrily scolded the woman, who showed a disappointed expression but still wanted to sit in the super luxury car, reaching for the car door. The salesman hurriedly swatted their hands away and said loudly, "I'm really sorry, this car is different from the others, it's already sold. We have the owner's permission to display it here for everyone to see, so I just said we never intended to sell this car here." Upon hearing this, the greasy man felt mocked and instantly exploded with rage. Just as he was about to erupt, Wang Chen pulled Yang Mingting's hand and walked over with a smile. Wang Chen casually said, "Let me give it a try." The greasy man, filled with anger, immediately jumped up and barked like a mad dog, "You poor loser, what nonsense are you talking? An 80 million luxury car, and even I don't have the right to sit in it. What do you think you are?" Wang Chen snorted from his nose, "I didn't want to bother with you just now, don't get too cocky. Whether I have the right or not, I need to ask these salespeople." The salesman immediately said, "Taishao is the owner of this car, he can sit however he wants, and no one can say otherwise. I really don't know who gave you the courage to say Taishao is a poor loser. Taishao's leg hair is thicker than your waist." She was determined to cling to Wang Chen's thigh, so she retorted mercilessly, leaving the greasy man speechless. The greasy man swallowed hard and shouted, "He just said he rents a place, how could he possibly afford such an expensive luxury car? He must be lying. That's utter nonsense. When Taishao reserved this car, he already paid in full." Even the headquarters was shocked. Just as Zoe Feng was having lunch, he heard that Wang Chen had arrived and hurried to the exhibition area, just in time to hear that statement, and he spoke without hesitation. Zoe Feng coldly looked at the greasy man, had a nearby staff member take a photo, and then sent the photo to headquarters. "Since you offended our group's most distinguished guest, all Rolls-Royce branches worldwide will place you on the unwelcome list. At the same time, we will share your photo with other luxury car brands. Whether they choose to blacklist you will depend on your luck." The woman immediately shouted, "What you're doing is an invasion of privacy. We can sue you and make you pay the price." Zoe Feng said sternly, "We have a dedicated legal team just to deal with rogues like you. You can sue us anytime. The circle of top billionaires is this small. If you dare to offend Taishao, other top billionaires will surely know, and you'll have to bear the consequences." His words were a blatant threat, yet completely reasonable. These top billionaires acted as a whole, often affecting each other. The greasy man was actually just a small boss, earning only about 10 to 18 million a year. For a top billionaire to erase him would be as easy as blowing a breath. He was terrified, quickly nodding and apologizing. "I have dog eyes and can't recognize a mountain. Taishao is magnanimous. Please don't hold it against me." Wang Chen disdainfully ignored the greasy man, arrogantly turning his head aside, not even glancing at him. Yang Mengting revealed a proud little expression and said, "What do you think you are? You think you deserve to be on the same level as us? Get out of here right now, and don't let us see you again, or you'll definitely regret it. Now get lost." The greasy man, full of thanks, dragged the woman away like a lost dog, tail between his legs. Zoe Feng smiled broadly and said, "Taishao is coming to the car show. Why didn't Xiaoyan tell me in advance? I could have waited for Taishao here. I was too rude just now." Wang Chen smiled and said, "I came to the car show on a whim with Meng Ting. You don't need to be so polite. Just go about your business. After the car show, let Meng Ting drive this car to my villa, and you can discuss the rest of the paperwork directly with her." Yang Mengting blinked her beautiful big eyes and said, "I can't even drive that little car well. What if I crash this expensive luxury car?" Wang Chen chuckled and said, "As long as you're not hurt, just think of it as playing bumper cars. If you haven't bumped into a car, your car life isn't complete." Upon hearing this, Zoe Feng and the others all silently exclaimed, "Brother is awesome." Wang Chen chatted with them for a bit longer before taking Yang Mengting to other exhibition areas. Otherwise, staying here was no different from being in a store. Since it was just lunchtime, not many people knew about the incident that had just occurred in the exhibition area. The two wandered around and arrived at the diagonal position, where the McLaren exhibition area was located, with two women in fitted dresses standing at the entrance. Yang Mengting made eye contact with one of the women and immediately smiled. "I didn't expect to see Sister One. It's been a long time. How come you're in car sales now? You seem to be doing well." Yang Mengting spoke very familiarly with the other person and then introduced her. This woman was Wen Jiqing, who used to work with her as a waitress in a wedding dress shop. Later, the owner of the wedding dress shop ran away, leaving them several months' wages unpaid. Yang Mengting had only a few coins left in her pocket and was so hungry that her stomach was pressed against her back. It was Wen Jiqing who squeezed out 200 yuan from her meager savings to help young Mengting through the toughest times. Wang Chen also came from hard times and knew how difficult it was to live on 200 yuan a month. His gaze towards young Mengting held a touch more affection. He vowed to let this girl live a princess-like life in the future. When Jiqing smiled and inquired about Wang Chen's situation, looking every bit like a caring older sister, worried about her younger sister getting hurt, she cheerfully took out 2 bottles of soda water and told them to look around the exhibition area and take a few photos if they liked anything. Yang Mengting was used to Wang Chen's sports cars and didn't think much of these cars, but to give Wen Jiqing face, she still found a car to casually take a few pictures. Just then, a sound of footsteps approached, and a heavily made-up woman accompanied a portly man over. The woman smiled and introduced, "This is our latest P4S model, specially designed for high-end individuals like Boss Lee. It combines the comfort of a business car with the flair of a sports car." Before she could finish her sentence, Boss Lee waved his hand to interrupt her, pointing at Yang Mengting, who was casually taking pictures by the car. "I don't think this car is as high-end as you say. It's not suitable for a successful person like me. I'll go look at business cars elsewhere." The woman looked at Boss Lee's retreating figure, then at Yang Mengting, who was taking pictures so casually, and felt a surge of unnameable anger rising from her heels to the top of her head, nearly exploding with rage. The woman shouted at Wen Jiqing and the other two, "You two, come here." Wen Jiqing and the others hurried over, respectfully asking, "What does Supervisor Sun need us for?" Their attitude was very respectful, but Supervisor Sun had a rather disdainful expression. "How did I tell you before? Our McLaren is an internationally renowned brand, following a high-end route, attracting the most quality clients. You must keep an eye on this. Not just anyone can come to the exhibition area, take photos with our cars, and lower our taste." Supervisor Sun scolded Wen Jiqing and the other woman in exasperation. Both felt wronged, especially the other woman, who felt particularly aggrieved. "This matter can't be blamed on me. It's Wen Jiqing who knows that girl," saying they used to work together, and asked her to take a couple of photos to show off on her social media. "I wanted to advise against it, but Wen Jiqing's rank is higher than mine. so she wouldn't listen to me, and I didn't say anything. Please forgive me, Supervisor Sun. The woman unhesitatingly threw Wen Jiqing under the bus, placing all the blame on her. Supervisor Sun glared at Wen Jiqing angrily, scolding, "You've been with the company for a while, look at what you've done. I told you before, don't let those low-class people near our cars, let alone take photos with them. Even if they just scratch the paint or dirty the car, how can we sell it to other high-end clients? With your attitude, you think you can get promoted? That's just daydreaming. I'll report to the higher-ups and have your rank lowered to the minimum." When Jiqing felt incredibly wronged, the car show was meant for people to take photos. She asked Yang Mengting to take a couple of pictures. Considering it a promotion for the company, how could that be wrong? She didn't dare argue with Supervisor Sun and could only lower her head, saying, "I'm really sorry, I know I was wrong. I won't dare do it again. Please forgive me, Supervisor Sun." Supervisor Sun snorted, "Sorry, if that were useful, why have rules? A person must be responsible for their own mistakes and pay the price they deserve." She spoke loudly, and Wang Chen and Yang Mengting heard everything clearly, equally furious. Just as the two were about to step forward to reason with her, another set of footsteps approached. This time, a middle-aged man in a suit returned, along with Jin Wenpeng. Jin Wenpeng looked arrogant, while the middle-aged man appeared subservient, trying to curry favor. Upon seeing them, Supervisor Sun's expression immediately brightened, and she hurried over to them, looking like a lapdog. "I've met young Master Jin and Manager Ma. Today's situation is excellent. We have many quality clients coming to see our cars, and of course, young Master Jin is the most distinguished. Look at this car." Before she could finish her sentence, Jin Wenpeng pushed her aside and quickly walked up to Wang Chen. "I'm so lucky today to see you here, Tai Xiao. If I had known you were coming to the car show, I would have called everyone else." Wang Chen smiled slightly, "We're all friends, no need to be so polite. Let's arrange a meal together sometime." Jin Wenpeng eagerly agreed, while Manager Ma, following behind him, quietly nudged Wang Chen, filled with confusion. He had seen all the big shots in the upper circles of Bincheng, but this unfamiliar face in front of him was a mystery. However, judging by Jin Wenpeng's attitude, he knew this person was definitely not ordinary and had significant connections. Manager Ma subtly tugged at Jin Wenpeng's sleeve. They had some familial ties, and Jin Wenpeng had always taken care of him. "Let me introduce you, this is Tai Xiao, our boss, even Wang Yingjie is his subordinate. The Porsche 911 GT I mentioned earlier is one of Tai Xiao's cars. I heard a Rolls-Royce has brought in a Huiying. It should also be Tai Xiao's doing." Yang Mengting chimed in with a smile, "You have quite an eye, that car was indeed bought by my brother. He paid in full when he made the reservation." Manager Ma was very clear in his heart that Jin Wenpeng would never deceive him. Just based on the two cars owned by Wang Chen, it was evident that he was a person of significant background. "I am the regional manager for McLaren in this area. You can just call me Xiao Ma from now on, Tai Xiao. As long as Tai Xiao is interested in McLaren, no matter the model, I can get it." Manager Ma displayed extreme humility, hoping to establish a connection with Wang Chen. Wang Chen lightly coughed, "Manager Ma, please don't say that. People like us, so lowly, how could we be worthy of such a high-end McLaren? I can only play with Porsches and Rolls-Royces. Lowly people drive lowly cars, high-end cars are for high-end people. I should go check out the low-end cars." Upon hearing this, Jin Wenpeng immediately understood what was going on. It was clear that the McLaren staff had offended Wang Chen. He quickly said, "If Tai Xiao is considered a lowly person, then I must not even count as a person. It seems I need to inform others to keep a distance from such high-end McLarens in the future." Manager Ma was thoroughly frightened by this statement. It should be known that the positioning of high-end sports cars is quite awkward. Ordinary white-collar workers cannot afford them, let alone those in lower positions. As for those successful big bosses, they would never buy flashy high-end sports cars but would choose mature and stable business vehicles. Therefore, the sales target for high-end sports cars can only be these wealthy young masters. Once a brand is abandoned by these wealthy young masters, it is definitely doomed. Manager Ma hurriedly said, "I believe this must be a misunderstanding. What exactly happened? It would be best if Tai Xiao clarified." Yang Mengting pointed at Wen Jiqing and said, "She is my sister from when I used to work. I just ran into her at your exhibition entrance, and she asked me to help promote a bit. I thought since she took such good care of me when I was working, I should help her out, so I chose a sports car and planned to take a few photos to post on my social media. I didn't know where a supervisor son popped up and scolded my sister, saying that people like us are not qualified to take pictures with your high-end sports cars. I used to work as a sales consultant at a Rolls-Royce dealership, and back then, I thought Rolls-Royce was already impressive. I didn't expect that in front of your brand, it could only be considered low-end. You are truly too high-end for us to aspire to." I must tell the other sisters that in the future, if they see anyone selling your brand, they must keep their distance. Upon hearing this, Manager Ma felt an unnamed rage surge from his heels to the crown of his head, nearly exploding with anger. He wished he could directly strangle Supervisor Sun, this wasteful woman. Was her brain filled with nonsense to say such things? This girl in front of him was clearly soaring to new heights. No matter what her past was, she was now a noble figure. Allowing her to post on social media was definitely a big gain. After all, like attracts like, and who knows how many powerful people are in her circle. Manager Ma angrily turned around and shouted at Supervisor Sun, "You damn fool, what are you still doing standing there? Hurry up and apologize to Tai Xiao and the lady." Supervisor Sun was startled and rushed over in a panic. Having heard their conversation, she was already so scared that her legs felt weak, and now hearing Manager Ma's roar, her legs went even softer. She hurried over, but due to her weak legs, she directly knelt in front of Wang Chen, showing just how arrogant she had been moments ago and how humble she was now. "Everything is my fault. I didn't know the lady's status was so noble, which is why I spoke carelessly. The lady absolutely deserves to be associated with our McLaren." Wang Chen shook his head and said, "It seems you still haven't realized where the mistake lies. I am truly disappointed in the education of your McLaren employees." Jin Wenpeng chimed in, "Tai Xiao is absolutely right. A brand that looks down on others must be eliminated. Let me take care of it." Manager Ma's heart trembled. He knew very well that if he couldn't satisfy Wang Chen today, there would be no need to keep his shop open in the future. "It's my fault for not educating the employees. I apologize to Mr. Tai and his wife here. She will no longer be an employee of our store." As for the vacant supervisor position, Wen Jiqing has already met the standards in both ability and qualifications. I believe she will manage those employees well. Wen Jiqing, who was watching from the side, was stunned. She never expected that in the blink of an eye, everything would take a dramatic turn, and she had become the supervisor she had always dreamed of. Supervisor Sun, however, was pale with fear. In such a high-end 4S store, there wasn't much work to do, and the pay was excellent, especially for someone who could reach the supervisor position, which came with many benefits. The key point was that she hadn't resigned. She had offended a wealthy heir and was fired by the company. This incident would surely spread throughout the circle, making her future endeavors extremely difficult. She hurriedly pleaded, "I know it's all my fault. I beg Mr. Tai for another chance. I will definitely change and never look down on others again." Wang Chen raised an eyebrow and said, "If apologies were useful, why would we need rules? We're all adults. If we make mistakes, we must pay the price." "You said that, right? Of course, we should follow what you said. How can one be so double-standard? Being strict with others and lenient with oneself is absolutely unacceptable. I'm very satisfied with Manager Ma's handling of this. Bring me 7 of the cars that Meng Ting just took pictures of, and they should all be red." Everyone present gasped internally, thinking it was simply incredible. Could they still have fun? Manager Ma quickly nodded in agreement, understanding that Wen Jiqing should be responsible for this order. As long as she could cling to this wealthy patron, the benefits in the future would be plentiful. Wen Jiqing smiled and said, "Mr. Tai is indeed generous. We currently only have 2 cars, but we can gather the remaining 5 within a month." Wang Chen chuckled, "2 ready-made ones are enough. Deliver these 2 cars to Meng Ting's place, and I'll give you the address for the rest. I don't like paying deposits. Let's settle the full amount directly. After all, no one dares to take advantage of me. If someone really tries, they should be grateful." Yang Mengting recalled the livestream she had watched earlier and showed an excited expression. "I really hope someone would do that. I could see it again. Just thinking about it feels great." Everyone fell into a state of gloom again, feeling that the world of the wealthy was indeed beyond their understanding. When Jiqing collected her thoughts and said, "The total for 7 cars is 42 million. According to our manager's intention, Mr. Tai only needs to pay 40 million. Wang Chen coughed lightly, "Considering you are Meng Ting's sister, I won't hold it against you this time and will let you gain some experience. This method only works on people like Jin Xiao. You absolutely cannot say that to someone like me. Spending 40 million, would I really care about 2 million? Including Jin Xiao, you all should think carefully about what someone like me truly needs. Once you understand that, your future will be limitless. If you don't understand, that's fine. It just means you can't enter the top circles. In fact, the current circle is sufficient. One shouldn't be too greedy." His last sentence was directed at Jin Wenpeng, and he was just trying to show off without any deep meaning. However, the speaker was casual while the listener took it to heart. Jin Wenpeng felt there was profound meaning behind it and decided to ponder it carefully when he got home. Wang Chen chose to use a multiple refund card, which triggered a 9x return, totaling 370 million. One could only say it was better than nothing. Wang Chen didn't stay there for long and took Yang Mengting back to the villa. The girl had played with Linger all afternoon and spent the evening enjoying the scenery with him, absolutely delighted. After Jin Wenping returned home, he couldn't figure out the meaning of that sentence. When he saw his father come back, he decided to ask for his father's opinion. He walked into his father's study, first recounting the events of the day, and then spoke these words. Jin Guoshan listened thoughtfully for over an hour, then suddenly slapped his thigh, startling Jin Wenping. Jin Guoshan said earnestly, "Taishao truly lives up to being the pillar of a hidden family. He is incredibly impressive. You handled this matter very poorly, and what Taishao wants is absolutely at odds with your approach. The focus today is not on Taishao, but on that girl beside him. According to what you said earlier, this girl is the modern version of Cinderella. Do you know what Cinderella's biggest flaw is? It's her background. Hidden families place great importance on this aspect. This girl absolutely cannot marry into a hidden family. Don't be misled. If Taishao dares to tell his family that he is willing to give up everything to be with this girl, I can guarantee that she won't see the sun the next day. There are many factors involved, the most important being the family's reputation. However, if this girl is willing to be Tieshao's woman, the family will ensure her wealth and honor. If she can bear him a son, there's a chance she could blend into the family. After all, a mother's status is elevated by her child." Jin Wenping seemed to understand, saying, "I see what you mean, father. To become Tieshao's wife, she must at least have a status like Sikong Ruyan. From the situation at the time, Taishao clearly dotes on this girl and must want her to have some foundation, so it wouldn't be in vain for him to be with her. This McLaren store actually dared to offend him. He wants to take over this store and put it under the girl's name, making the payment legitimate. My appearance disrupted this plan. Why didn't I think of that at the time? Father, do you think Taishao will hold a grudge against me for this?" Jin Guoshan looked at his worried son and shook his finger with a smile, saying, "It's exactly the opposite of what you think. Taishao has recognized your character this time, otherwise, he wouldn't have given you a hint. Tomorrow, go find Sikong Ruyan and say you want to exchange shares with her, because we will exchange 10% of Tianfang Group's shares for 1% of theirs. Remember, the shares must be under Sikong Ruyan's name." Jin Wenping was dumbfounded, looking at his father in disbelief, wanting to hear his explanation. Seeing his son's puzzled expression, Jin Guoshan shook his head helplessly, deciding to give him a good lesson. "Do you think Sikong Ruyan has any status? She's just the illegitimate daughter of the Du family, which is more than enough for an ordinary family. But in the eyes of hidden families, she is still not enough. Not to mention Sikong Ruyan, even the direct daughters of the Du family are viewed the same way. However, from Wang Chen's attitude towards Sikong Ruyan, it is clear he wants to marry her, which is why he keeps investing in her. Don't be fooled. On the surface, Wang Chen only gave Sikong Ruyan a binda electronic device, but the help he provides her is definitely much more than that. I've been paying attention to Sikong Ruyan lately and found that her focus is on equipment modification, clearly not worried about the sales of the products. This shows that Sikong Ruyan is confident that whatever they produce will definitely sell and at a good price. I asked you to exchange 10% of our group's shares for 1% of Sikong Ruyan's shares. Now it seems that Sikong Ruyan is taking advantage, but in the future, we will definitely profit greatly." Jin Wenping hesitated for a moment and cautiously asked, "Everything is based on your speculation. What if you guessed wrong, or if things change? Wouldn't we suffer a huge loss?" Jin Guoshan squinted and replied, "Do you know what the essence of doing big business is? It's just one word, gamble. For those enormous businesses, whether they succeed or not depends on luck, not on how capable you are. Do you really think human effort can overcome the heavens? Nowadays, everything has been well considered, and it's time to place the bets. At this moment, there can be no hesitation, one must have enough courage. There's an old saying in Northeast China, if you can't bear to part with the child, you won't catch the wolf. If you can't bear to part with the wife, you won't catch the rogue. To gain something, you must first give something." Jin Wenping nodded thoughtfully, feeling that his father was absolutely right. Indeed, the older generation has more experience. Jin Guoshan continued, to return to the point, what Taishao said to you today actually has its intentions. It depends on whether you can understand it. I am using 10% of our family's shares to exchange for an opportunity for you to rise to prominence, which is definitely worth it. You must seize it well. Jin Wenping suddenly realized and expressed that he would definitely handle this matter well and would not let his father down. Wang Chen was awakened by the sound of a red envelope notification and casually chose to claim it. "Congratulations, you have received 8 million in funds. Enjoy your click. Congratulations, you have received 2 packs of spicy strips. Enjoy your click. Congratulations, you have received a God-level driving skill card. Enjoy your click. Congratulations, you have received a military Hummer. Enjoy your click. Wang Chen saw that he had drawn a skill card, and it was a god-level driving skill, which made him very curious, so he immediately chose to use it. He felt a darkness before his eyes, and then his consciousness entered a magical space filled with all kinds of drivable tools. The variety of tools was complete, ranging from skateboards to interstellar battleships. It had everything. Wang Chen involuntarily controlled one of the tools, and everything was perfectly executed. He was simply a god among drivers. After manipulating all the tools, Wang Chen felt darkness again before the light returned, and he found himself back in bed. He glanced at the electronic clock and noticed that the time had not changed at all, realizing that he had just practiced with his consciousness, which was truly amazing. Yang Mengting nestled against him, and he smiled, tightening his arms around her. After they got up, Wang Chen intended to take Yang Mengting back, but she refused, saying she wanted to practice driving so she could smoothly bring back the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Wang Chen thought for a moment and decided to find Sikong Ruyan. After arriving at the company, the secretary said Jin Wenping was in Sikong Ruyan's office. He was somewhat curious, wondering what this second-generation heir was doing there, and he sauntered into the office. Wang Chen saw Jin Wenping with a beaming smile, while Sikong Ruyan looked puzzled, which piqued his curiosity even more. "What's going on here? What are you two up to?" Sikong Ruyan immediately replied, "Jin Xiao just came to find me, saying he wanted to exchange shares, offering 10% of their shares for 1% of the technology group's shares. I found it quite unbelievable, so I asked Jin Xiao to think it over. This kind of exchange is really unfair." Jin Wenping hurriedly said, "My father and I have discussed it. We are particularly optimistic about the prospects of the technology group, so we sincerely want to exchange and form a strong alliance." Wang Chen laughed. "It should be your father's idea, right?" As expected of the chairman of the second largest group in Binchang, he really has guts. Speaking of which, the Dewan group is already a national large group and shouldn't be considered a local group in Binchang, so your Tianfang group is the largest local group. However, Binchang's status is indeed a bit lacking. This exchange is really unfair. If you increase your shares to 15%, it would be more equitable. Jin Wenping couldn't help but swallow, feeling that Wang Chen's appetite was a bit large, but thinking of his father's previous words, he immediately nodded in agreement. Sikong Ruyan remained in a daze until the contract was signed and they received each other's share authorization letters, at which point she finally began to recover a bit. She looked at the equity authorization letter and said, "Jin Guoshun is a well-known fox, how could he agree to this? The 15% equity of Tianfang Group is already comparable to the entire size of the technology group." Wang Chen took Sikong Ruyan's hand and said, "If Jin Wenping hadn't performed well, he wouldn't even consider exchanging with him. We can't just look at the present, we have to consider the future as well. The technology group will definitely grow larger and will inevitably become the ceiling of the entire industry, while Tianfang Group has already reached its limit. It would be good enough to maintain the current situation. By then, our 1% equity will be worth more than the entire Tianfang Group. Who do you think benefits more?" That's why they say that old fox really sees far ahead. There's a reason why he can succeed. Sikong Ruyan, being exceptionally intelligent, quickly grasped the key point and smiled as she nestled in Wang Jitia's embrace, feeling that this was the true safe haven. The two were absolutely affectionate, and just as their feelings deepened and they were about to enjoy the scenery, the phone rang. Wang Chen glanced at the phone in annoyance. It was Wang Yingjie calling, and he reluctantly pressed the answer button. "You better give me a good reason, or I will make you regret it." Wang Yingjie was startled by this statement, looked at the sun outside, and wondered where he went wrong. He immediately admitted his mistake and then stated the purpose of his call. "I'm really sorry to disturb you, young Master Tai. The reason I'm calling is that there's a street racing event tonight. Are you interested in joining?" The content of Wang Yingjie's words piqued Wang Chen's interest. Having just acquired god-level driving skills, encountering a street racing event was absolutely perfect. Wang Chen hugged Sikong Ruyan and smiled. "Young people should be a bit reckless. How about we go crazy together tonight?" Sikong Ruyan nodded in agreement. "Let's do it your way. I'm just afraid I won't be able to let go and will bore you." Wang Chen tightened his arm and said, "As long as you're by my side, I'm happy. How could it be boring?" While they were talking, they didn't hang up the phone, and Wang Yingjie overheard their conversation, finally realizing where he went wrong. Wang Yingjie looked at the sun outside again and mentally wrote a big admiration character. Wang Chen was indeed a master, leaving him in awe. After hanging up the phone, Wang Chen pondered for a moment, thinking that participating in such a street racing event would require a modified car, otherwise, he might end up losing everything. He called Shuexiawei, briefly explained the situation, and then asked where he could get the best modified car. Shuexiawei replied without hesitation, "Boss, you asked the right person. My good friend Luo Etian is a nationally renowned modified car master. I'll take you to his shop, you'll definitely find a car that satisfies you. When are you free, boss? Wang Chen smiled and replied, I'm free anytime, I'll come find you shortly. I hope it won't disappoint me. Sikong Ruyan said she still needed to handle some company matters and asked Wang Chen to come pick her up later. Wang Chen and Shuexiawei arrived at the urban-rural fringe and found a large courtyard with a sign at the entrance that read Dideo Car Factory. Luo Tian, who had received news in advance, was already waiting for them at the door. Upon seeing them, he immediately came forward. Welcome, young Master Tai. Your visit here brings great honor to us. Luo Tian spoke very politely, as he was indeed Shuexiawei's boss and someone he could not offend. Wang Chen smiled and said, there's no need to be so polite, Boss Luo. I'm here to find a suitable modified car to participate in tonight's street racing event. Luo Tian laughed heartily. If I had known young Master Tai was interested in street racing, I would have sent you an invitation earlier. In this street racing event, I am also one of the organizers. Most of the cars participating in the event have been modified by me. He said this with a proud expression on his face, and he indeed had the credentials to back it up. Wang Chen smiled slightly and said, that's perfect. My driving skills are quite impressive. There's no need to bring out ordinary modified cars. Luo Tian, seeing Wang Chen's calm demeanor, felt he wasn't just boasting and took him to the high-end storage room to check out the modified cars. Wang Chen possessed god-level driving skills, and with his accompanying abilities, he could easily assess the condition of these cars with just a glance. If this is your highest level, it's really disappointing. Even with an ordinary sports car, I could beat the drivers of these cars. You must think I'm bragging, but if you don't believe me, we can give it a try and see just how inferior your modified cars are. Wang Chen spoke without holding back, and everyone from the car factory, including Luo Tian, felt their anger rising. Luo Tian licked his lips and said, since young Master Tai has said so, let's have a match and broaden our horizons. Wang Chen was driving a Porsche 911 GT today, and they naturally refused to compete with that, so he switched to an ordinary Ferrari. The outcome was predictable. With his god-level driving skills, Wang Chen won by half a car length. Luo Tian swallowed hard and said, young Master Tai's driving skills are too perfect. If it weren't for the modified cars having many auxiliary components, we definitely wouldn't even see his taillights. Shuexiawei nodded repeatedly and said, it seems my boss was right, your skills really aren't that great. We've only heard you brag before, but today you've been exposed. Luo Tian gritted his teeth and said, don't talk nonsense. Young Master Tai's skills could easily crush professional drivers, he's a rare talent. Encountering such a genius is a waste for anyone. How can you say my skills are poor? Besides, I do have some hidden tricks up my sleeve, you'll see in a bit. While the two were talking, Wang Chen walked over with a smile, casually raising an eyebrow, and his meaning was clear. Luo Tian first flattered him for a while and then said, young Master Tai's driving skills are truly unparalleled, it's incredibly impressive. I have a modified car here that my master spent his entire life perfecting, but unfortunately, no one has been able to handle it since it was completed. Before my master passed away, he said there must be someone in this world who can conquer this car, and when that time comes, he would give it to that person. I believe young Master Tai is that person. This car is tailor-made for you and will surely satisfy you. Wang Chen's interest was thoroughly piqued as he followed Luo Tian to the innermost small storage room, where a black sports car was parked. To others, this sports car seemed very ordinary, but in Wang Chen's eyes, it looked like a giant beast waiting for him to conquer it. Wang Chen seriously sat in the car, started the engine, and drove it outside. Once he entered the training ground, he lightly pressed the accelerator, and the speed instantly surged. The car shot out like an arrow, speeding up rapidly, even creating a black shadow. It truly lived up to the saying, the car wasn't just fast, it was flying too low, almost like lightning. As the driver of this car, Wang Chen felt different from others, sensing that he was struggling to control it. He took a deep breath, focused his mind to the utmost, and slowly seemed to merge with the car, ultimately reaching a state of unity between man and machine. Wang Chen felt as if the car had become a part of his body, and it seemed that with just a thought, he could make the car move according to his will. He drove with one hand effortlessly, and not only did his speed not decrease, but it actually increased even more. Linger's voice came from the phone. I sensed a new system container appearing next to you, brother. If you bring the container back, I can install a subsystem inside. Wang Chen felt a surge of joy upon hearing Linger's words. With her subsystem in control, this car would be the perfect modified vehicle. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was unprecedented, destined to shine brightly. Wang Chen got out of the car, revealing a satisfied expression as he said, this car is truly amazing, name your price. Luo Tian immediately replied, didn't I just say that my master had 2 wishes before he passed? The first wish was to find a master for this car. According to his last wish, whoever can drive this car will own it. Tai Xiao is the only one capable of handling this car, so I naturally present it to you. Please, Tai Xiao, give this car a name so I can comfort my master's spirit. Wang Chen touched the car and said, since you put it that way, I won't be polite. This car has reached the limit of speed, like lightning, let's call it Limit Lightning. Shui Xiaowei chimed in, that's a great name. Only Limit Lightning is worthy of the boss, it's simply perfect. Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction and then asked, I wonder what your master's second wish is? Shui Xiaowei immediately interjected, I know this one. He wanted to establish a racing team organized by our Chinese people and win international awards. He wanted those foreigners to know that we Chinese can produce excellent racers. As long as it's something we want to do, we can do it best. Wang Chen replied without hesitation, this is a great thing. I wonder how much it would cost to establish a racing team. I'll help the old gentleman fulfill his wish. Luo Tian's face lit up as he said, thank you, Tai Xiao. I've already calculated that the initial investment to set up a racing team would be around 200 million. Once the team is established and participates in a few races, not only can we earn prize money, but we can also build our reputation, and then we'll start getting advertisements, allowing us to be self-sustaining. Wang Chen frowned and said, since it's the old man's wish, we should do it purely without distractions from advertisements. Just tell me the account number, I'll transfer 1 billion to you first to set everything up. We must find the best racers from China, only then can we showcase our style. He was now absolutely wealthy, not only having a cash flow of 10 billion at Binhang Bank but also receiving dividends from various groups, adding up to tens of billions in income. All of this was substantial. The rental properties, along with the profits from the Mailu Mall and Friendship Building, could only be considered a side dish. Even the profits from these side dishes could reach several hundred million, and with the regular influx of funds, making tens of billions a year was no problem at all. It was precisely because of this support that Wang Chen felt particularly confident, ready to play however he wanted. Luo Tian was left dumbfounded, and Shui Xiaowei discreetly kicked him, prompting him to react. Thank you, Tai Xiao. No, I mean, boss. From now on, as long as it's your command, I will do my utmost, even if it means sacrificing myself. Luo Tian expressed his loyalty with tears of gratitude, determined to cling to Wang Chen's leg. Missing this opportunity would mean losing out forever. Wang Chen smiled and said, just focus on getting the racing team set up. My only requirement is that we must showcase the style of our Chinese people. If anything comes up, just call me directly. As long as I want to, there shouldn't be many things I can't handle. With your status, you shouldn't encounter such issues. The backing for his words was naturally the Black Network, which had immense power. Indeed, there was hardly anything that couldn't be resolved. Luo Tian did not think there was anything wrong with Wang Chen's words. Many things were just like that. There were hierarchies among people, and the idea of everyone being equal was a joke. Wang Chen did not waste any more words with them and drove directly back to the villa. Linger made a second modification to the car, mainly upgrading the intelligence system. Linger did not make Extreme Lightning a separate subsystem but upgraded it to her own subsystem, creating a second complete artificial intelligence. Wang Chen sat in the driver's seat, and a spherical lightning icon appeared on the small screen beside him, with a mechanical voice coming from the speakers. Extreme Lightning has met the master. From now on, I will be the master's vehicle, ensuring the master's satisfaction and never disappointing him. Wang Chen smiled and agreed, then familiarized himself with all of Extreme Lightning's functions, feeling very satisfied with this upgrade. In the future, unless I am the only one in the car, you must not show any signs without my permission to avoid unnecessary trouble. Extreme Lightning immediately acknowledged this and set it as the highest command before entering autonomous driving mode, taking Wang Chen to the tech company. Sikong Ruyan had already handled everything, and the two first went to the Blackstone Reef Club for a warm dinner before heading to the sharing address. The street racing event was held on the southern slope of Dakingshan, where there used to be a resort that later went bankrupt due to poor management. It was bought by these wealthy young men, who then renovated the mountain roads, turning it into a gathering place for street racing enthusiasts. Wang Yingjie, Jin Wanping, and the others showed puzzled expressions when they saw a black sports car approaching, unsure of whose car it was. It wasn't until Wang Chen got out of the car that they suddenly realized and immediately surrounded him. Zhang Yunlong looked at the car and said, I've never seen Tai Xiao drive this car before. Could it be a new purchase? Why doesn't it have a license plate? Wang Chen smiled and replied, this car was given to me by Luo Tian this afternoon, a one-of-a-kind modified vehicle, so of course, it doesn't have a plate. Jin Wenping's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, could this be the legendary car that no one can handle? Someone once offered over 100 million for it, and Luo Tian wouldn't sell it. I didn't expect him to give it to Tai Xiao. Tai Xiao is really impressive. My boss isn't just impressive, he truly has the ability. Only the boss can handle this car, so it naturally belongs to him. Luo Tian and Xue Xiaowei walked over with smiles, recounting the events of the afternoon as they approached. Their focus was different. Luo Tian emphasized Wang Chen's unparalleled driving skills, calling him the god of cars. Xue Xiaowei focused on the 10 billion, telling them that the money had already been deposited and could be accessed at any time. Everyone attending the street racing event was from wealthy families, each with at least several billion in assets, otherwise, they wouldn't even qualify to be here. Upon hearing Xue Xiaowei's words, everyone except a few gasped in shock. Despite their wealthy backgrounds, it was absolutely impossible for them to casually take out 10 billion. After all, this was a matter of absolute cash flow. Anyone who dared to take risks could easily cause a financial chain reaction, plunging their group into crisis. Just as these people were astonished by Wang Chen's financial power, several cars drove over, directly flashing their headlights at them. Seeing this, everyone was filled with rage, and a few hot-tempered individuals began to curse loudly. Wang Chen squinted at the approaching group, noting that there were 7 or 8 sports cars, all on par with a Lamborghini, indicating they had some strength. Some young people got out of the cars, led by an extremely arrogant individual, who looked down on everyone else with his nose in the air. The few who had been cursing fell silent, as if they had been grabbed by the throat, swallowing all their words. Wang Yingjie whispered, "He is Zhang Kuan, the eldest son of the Zhang family in Fengcheng, and he's quite arrogant, always looking for trouble." Jin Wenping took over the conversation. The Zhang family in Fengcheng is the largest family in Fengcheng, with a very wide sphere of influence. The largest conglomerate in Fengcheng is controlled by their family. Moreover, several big brothers in the underworld are all their lackeys. Their family head, Zhang Songkuan, is said to be able to shake the entire northeast with just a stamp of his foot. Wang Chen curled his lip and said, "They really have a big mouth, not afraid of the wind blowing their tongues. Do they think they are something special, causing earthquakes for no reason? Although Fengcheng is the capital of our Liuzhou, our Bincheng is the most developed city in the northeast. This guy comes here to act arrogant, truly unaware of his own insignificance." Wang Yingjie and Jin Wenping quickly nodded in agreement. What Tai Xiao said is absolutely right. This is Tai Xiao's territory. How can they be so arrogant? Wang Chen smiled without speaking. Many things are not self-praise but need others to say for them, otherwise, it would seem like an old woman selling melons. Wang Yingjie hesitated for a moment and said, "There's something I need to tell Tai Xiao. The Zhang family in Fengcheng is a branch of the Zhang family in Modu, and their relationship is very close. Pulling one hair can move the whole body." Wang Chen had learned from Sikong Royan that the Zhang family was one of the 3 major families in Modu, so their strength was naturally considerable. Of course, it depends on who you are talking about. With the backing of the Black Net, Wang Chen didn't even take the 3 major families in Modu seriously, let alone just one Zhang family. Wang Chen casually said, "What do matters between young people have to do with families? Are we supposed to call adults when kids fight? If it really comes to that, it should be an eye for an eye. Let's see whose family is stronger, and in the end, who ends up on the ground pretending to be a turtle." Upon hearing this, Wang Yingjie and Jin Wenping immediately felt reassured. Their courage surged, and they no longer felt any fear. Zhang Kuan looked at them boldly and said, "I heard you are holding a street racing event here. This young master came to join the fun. You won't mind, will you?" Wang Yingjie nonchalantly replied, "You, a defeated opponent, since you're not afraid of embarrassment, I certainly have no problem." Zhang Kuan widened his eyes and said, "It seems our Wang Deshao has been getting bolder lately, daring to say anything." Wang Yingjie snorted, "We are all here to have fun, no one should scare anyone. Street racing relies on real skills, not on making others yield." Zhang Kuan smiled insincerely and beckoned with his finger, and a person walked over from behind. "This is my driver, Okazaki Yamato, whom I found from Yaki. He will represent me in a race with you. Who dares to come out?" Luo Tian frowned and said, "As far as I know, Okazaki Yamato is a professional racer. Isn't it a bit boring for Zhang Deshao to play like this?" Okazaki Yamato bowed and said, "I have already retired and am no longer a racer. Now I am just the young master's driver, so it shouldn't be against the rules. If you think my skills are lacking, I can let you start first and then chase you from behind. That should be fair, right?" Wang Chen coldly smiled and said, "I was just playing around, but I didn't expect Zhang Deshao to bring out such a dog. Since you want to play, I'll play along. No need for you to let me win. We'll start from the same starting line, and let's see who loses convincingly." Okazaki Yamato shook his head and said, "I don't know which family's driver you are, but you really have a big mouth. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing your young master?" Jin Wenping immediately jumped out and shouted, "You really have the eyes of a dog, spouting nonsense. This is Wang Chen, Tai Xiao, the boss of our entire Bincheng, who would dare to let him be a driver? That's like the old birthday star eating arsenic, looking for death." Before coming, Zhang Koan had already inquired and knew that the newly emerged Tai Xiao had a deep background. However, he had always been arrogant and never regarded others highly, believing that no matter how deep Wang Chen's background was, he could not surpass the three major families of Magic City. Zhang Koan boldly said, "So you are that Wang Chen, huh? I've heard you're quite impressive, and I really want to see for myself. Just running around like this is meaningless. Why don't we add some stakes and bet 10 million? What do you say?" Wang Chen shook his head and replied, "As the young master of the Zhang family in Fengcheng, this level of ambition is really quite unappealing. A while ago, I had some free time and bought the Mila shopping mall, so I'll use this mall as the stake. I've heard your Zhang family owns the Tianhe shopping mall on Zhongjie Street, which is worth about the same as my Mila shopping mall. Can you put that up?" Zhang Koan was caught off guard. The Tianhe shopping mall was located in the core area and made a fortune every day, valued at around 1 billion. Despite his usual reckless behavior, he didn't dare to agree to such a big bet. If he lost, his father would surely skin him alive. Wang Chen noticed the flicker in Zhang Koan's eyes and guessed what he was thinking, revealing a contemptuous smile. The value of the Mila shopping mall is around 1 billion, and so is the Tianhe shopping mall. It's just a small amount of money, you can't even make that decision. What are you even doing out here? You might as well go home and wear diapers to avoid embarrassing yourself in public, which would only make people laugh at you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Koan felt a surge of unnameable rage shoot from his heels to the crown of his head, nearly exploding with anger. He shouted furiously, "How dare you say that to me? It's absolutely outrageous. It's just a shopping mall. What's the big deal? I'm betting with you." Wang Chen clapped his hands and said with a smile, "It was just a small amount of money, no need to take it so seriously. But seeing you like this, it's better to go through the motions. Captain Luo, have someone prepare the contract. I'll sign it with young Master Zhang, putting it in black and white to avoid any last-minute changes." Luo Etian was also a clever person and deliberately said in a hurry, "Boss, you should think it over. Even if Okazaki Yamatsu is retired, he's still a professional driver." His words reminded Zhang Koan that he had brought in a professional driver. What was there to be afraid of? He realized he had been foolish just now. With this in mind, Zhang Koan looked down at Wang Chen with arrogance and had someone bring the contract. "I didn't expect Iron Young Master to be so generous, directly giving me a 1 billion shopping mall. In the future, when you come to my mall to shop, I'll give you a 20% discount." Zhang Koan felt confident of victory, and after signing the contract, he mocked with a forced smile. Wang Chen casually handed the contract to Sikong Ruyan, responding with a smile, "Young Master Zhang, don't be so confident, many things aren't clear until the end, and you never know who the real winner is." Sikong Ruyan smiled in agreement. What Jitai said is correct. Many people think they have victory in hand, only to find out in the end that they are the losers. I hope young Master Zhang can laugh until the end, so you don't end up crying and being laughed at, completely losing the Zhang family's face. She was a very clever woman, knowing when to show herself. When Wang Chen was betting, she chose to remain in the background. Zhang Koan snorted through his nose but didn't respond. After all, Sikong Ruyan was the illegitimate daughter of the Du family, and one must consider the master when dealing with a dog. Wang Chen pulled Sikong Ruyan into the Extreme Lightning, while Okazaki Yamatsu got into a modified car, and they both drove to the starting line. Okazaki Yamatsu rolled down his window and made a downward gesture with his finger towards Wang Chen, expressing his disdain thoroughly. In the face of Okazaki Yamatsu's provocation, Wang Chen appeared completely unconcerned. Soon this guy wouldn't be able to laugh anymore. As a sultry girl waved the starting flag, the two cars immediately shot out like arrows released from a bow. Wang Chen had no intention of giving Okazaki Yamato any chance to show off, quickly ramping up his speed and leaving his opponent far behind. Seeing this, Okazaki Yamato felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, madly pressing the accelerator as if his foot could sink into the fuel tank. He had activated all auxiliary devices, while Wang Chen had only used 2 gas canisters. The gap between them did not narrow, instead, it only widened. After the second turn, Okazaki Yamato could no longer see the taillights of Wang Chen's car and fell into complete despair. He knew very well that he had caused Zhang Koan to lose a business deal, and his opponent would definitely not let it go easily. He thought that rather than suffer later, it would be better to end it all now. With a steely result, Okazaki Yamato drove straight into a deep ditch, hurtling down at breakneck speed, turning his car into a heap of scrap metal in an instant. His body was reduced to mush, absolutely dead beyond any doubt, leaving no chance for anyone to desecrate his remains. The Extreme Lightning, as a subsystem of Linger, was naturally extremely powerful, connecting to satellites in the sky, which could only be described as basic functionality. Wang Chen, through satellite imagery, saw Okazaki Yamato choose to commit suicide and couldn't help but sigh inwardly, realizing that the Yada were indeed a crazy people, each one incomprehensible. He showed no intention of slowing down. Instead, his speed increased, clearly wanting to practice on this track. Sikong Ruyan leaned tightly against the backrest, her small face pale with fear, yet her eyes were filled with excitement, feeling it was all too thrilling. Wang Chen executed a beautiful drift, navigating the last and most dangerous turn with grace, arriving at the finish line. As soon as he got out of the car, everyone erupted in cheers. This victory was truly spectacular. Luo Tian shouted excitedly, "Boss, you were amazing. You beat the previous best record on this track by a full 18 minutes. Even the most professional race car drivers couldn't reach this level. If you participated in professional competitions, you'd definitely be the world champion, leaving everyone else in the dust." Wang Chen rubbed his nose, somewhat dissatisfied, and said, "This track is too easy, lacking any challenge. I need to find a more thrilling track next time." Everyone thought he was being too pretentious, but as a victor, he could say whatever he wanted. Wang Chen made a victory gesture towards the ashen-faced Zhang Kuan, further igniting his fury. Sikong Ruyan added fuel to the fire. "What did I just say? The one who laughs last is the true victor. There's an old saying, it's not fat until the end, only then does it collapse the bed. Thanks to young Master Zhang for your generosity. Don't say we're being unreasonable. You have a week to prepare and hand over the Tianhe shopping mall completely to us. We are all people of stature. I believe you won't play any tricks here. Otherwise, how will you face this circle in the future?" As a true business elite, her negotiation skills were top-notch, directly targeting Zhang Kuan's soft spot while cutting off any chance for him to retaliate. Zhang Kuan gritted his teeth and said, "I think this bet shouldn't count. My driver had an accident halfway. Otherwise, how could we know he wouldn't have caught up later?" Wang Yingjie jumped up and shouted, "I've seen plenty of shameless people, but you're the first I've seen this shameless. When you went through the second turn, your driver couldn't even see the taillights of Tai Xiao's car, while Tai Xiao's speed was only increasing. How could he possibly catch up? Your driver committed suicide because he was utterly desperate, with no chance of winning, which is why he had to die. Only this way could he find relief. This mountain road is under full surveillance. If you refuse to acknowledge it, I'll post the footage online for everyone to see what kind of person young Master Zhang really is." Zhang Kuan's face turned ashen with anger, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Anyone who had been racing would understand what the video was about. Wang Chen coughed lightly, "Your tricks won't work on me. Go back and tell your father that I will be collecting the mall in 7 days. The mall must remain unchanged. If you want to play dirty, I'll play along to the end and see who's really afraid of whom." Zhang Kuan looked into Wang Chen's eyes, a chill running down his spine, and he involuntarily lowered his head, taking 2 steps back. "I'm not someone who can't afford to lose. I'll go back and prepare." Tai Xiao shouldn't be too pleased. "Be careful, fortunes change." Wang Chen snorted, "No matter how fortunes change, they won't turn in your favor. You don't need to worry about me. I'm not seeing you out." The young masters of Bin City watched as Zhang Kuan and his group fled like frightened dogs, all cheering with delight. Someone shouted, and everyone joined in, calling out for Tai Xiao, the cheers rising higher and higher. From that moment on, Wang Chen officially became the #1 young master of Bin City, the elder brother of all the young masters. With just a word from him, everyone would do their utmost. Wang Chen laughed heartily, "Since today is such a joyous occasion, let's go to Haishi Reef Club and have a drink to celebrate." The crowd cheered again, and the ensuing revelry was infectious. That night, inspired by the enthusiasm, Sikong Ruyan let loose at the villa. The next day, after receiving red envelopes, around noon, an unfamiliar call came in. Wang Chen, holding Sikong Ruyan, casually pressed the answer button, and a deep voice came through the speaker. "Let me introduce myself. I am Zhang Songkuan, the head of the Zhang family in Fengcheng. I apologize for the intrusion, Tai Xiao." Wang Chen replied indifferently, "So it's Mr. Zhang. I wonder what you want with me. It wouldn't be about the Tianhe Mall, would it? You truly are a perceptive person. The bet between you and my son seems to me like child's play and shouldn't be taken seriously. I won't let Tai Xiao suffer. I've selected 10 luxury supercars, worth over 100 million, as compensation for you." Zhang Songkuan spoke very naturally, as if this was the only way to handle the situation. Wang Chen's voice turned cold. "A mere Tianhe Mall was never on my mind. If your son came to plead with me, I might let him off the hook. But since your son lost and wants me to take the fall, that's simply not how things work, and it leaves a bad taste in my mouth. So, I'm set on that mall." Zhang Songkuan was taken aback by Wang Chen's words. Clearly, he had expected Wang Chen to comply without a word of opposition. "I advise Tai Xiao not to act impulsively. I know you have a strong background, but this world is full of people with backgrounds. Everyone has their own reputation. Causing a ruckus benefits no one, and I'm sure your family wouldn't want more enemies." His words were a blatant threat, as the Zhang family had the power to force others to comply. Wang Chen snorted again. Congratulations on your misunderstanding. What I fear the least is enemies. The more enemies I have, the more colorful life becomes. I have a contract with your son, and I know what you want to say. That contract is not worth mentioning. It's not something that can see the light of day. For me, this contract is just a sufficient reason. We are all civilized people, and we can't act without reason. How about we gamble again? When the time comes to collect, you will hand over the Tianhe Mall to me without a fuss. If I lose, I'll give you the Mail Mall. If you lose, you'll give me the Iwu wholesale market. These two things add up to just over 2 billion. For you, although it's not a drop in the bucket, it won't break your bones. Why am I being so merciful? Upon hearing this, Zhang Songkuan felt a surge of unnamed fury rise from his heels to the crown of his head, nearly exploding with anger. He laughed in rage and said, "It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like this. Tai Xiao truly has guts. Since that's the case, I'll be waiting for you in Fengqing to see how you take the Tianhe shopping mall from me, and make me compensate for the Iwu wholesale market." Wang Chen responded with a cold snort, hanging up the phone, leaving the conversation decidedly unpleasant. Sikong Ruyan nestled in Wang Chen's arms, worriedly said, "They say a strong dragon doesn't suppress a local snake. If we go to their territory, won't we be at a disadvantage?" Wang Chen, stroking Sikong Ruyan's jade-like back, confidently replied, "No matter where I go, I will definitely be a fierce dragon crossing the river. Those fish, turtles, shrimp, and crabs in the river that dare to provoke me will only meet a dead end, with no chance at all." Sikong Ruyan resolutely said, "I believe in your abilities, you can definitely do this. I want to go with you, or I won't be at ease." Wang Chen frowned and said, "You said it yourself, we're going to their territory. If something goes wrong and you get hurt, wouldn't that break my heart?" Sikong Ruyan thought about it and agreed, pouting, "Since you say so, I won't be a burden. I'll wait for you to come back in Binhai City. If you don't come back for a day, I'll wait a day. If you don't come back for a year, I'll wait a year. If you don't come back for a lifetime, I'll wait a lifetime. I was born yours, and in death, I will be your ghost. You are my everything. Aside from you, I don't want anyone else in this life." Wang Chen looked at Sikong Ruyan, who was full of deep affection, and held her tightly in his arms, further solidifying his thoughts. After sending Sikong Ruyan back to the company, Wang Chen first called Zhang Weideng to inquire about the Zhang family in Fengqing. Zhang Weideng immediately said, "On the surface, our Northeast's largest group company has already entered the national industry, the Dewan Group. In reality, if we talk about powerful families, the chairman of Dewan Group, Wang Xiaodong, doesn't even rank in the top 10, he falls far behind. Our Northeast Financial Group is the largest investment company and knows the most about this. The hidden giants in the Northeast are definitely not few. The Zhang family ranks among the top. Not only do they own a large number of industries in Fengqing, but they also have many connections with other large groups. Unless Tai Xiao can control all the big groups, it is absolutely impossible to strike at the Zhang family in this regard. I think Tai Xiao should consider other aspects. According to the internal information I have, the Zhang family's focus is on the darker side." He was indeed an excellent investor, guessing Wang Chen's intentions from his questions and directly pointing out the direction. Wang Chen nodded thoughtfully and smiled, "Thank you, President Zhang, for your guidance. I know what to do now." Zhang Weideng hurriedly offered a few humble words, and after hanging up the phone, he pondered for over an hour before ultimately deciding against tipping off the Zhang family. He didn't realize that from the moment he hung up, he was already completely under Linger's surveillance, and this decision would bring him significant benefits. Wang Chen arrived at the Dream Bar. It was still early, so it hadn't opened yet. He entered through the back door with ease. After meeting with Tang Yushan, Shui Xiaowei was immediately taken aback, having been pursuing Tang Yushan for a long time, but with slow progress. Tang Yushan was a very clever woman, knowing how to maximize her advantages and make it hard for men to extricate themselves. Wang Chen paid no attention to their intentions, letting them play it out themselves. As for how far they could go in the future, that was up to their fate. He had just stepped into the backyard when a sudden rush of wind brushed past his ear. Before his mind could react, his body instinctively took a step back. Wang Chen saw a young man with a fierce expression, glaring at him with a menacing intent to strike again. He could sense that the other party was also a peak master of Mingjin. Judging by the shape of his hands, he must have practiced a style akin to Eagle Claw. For the first time, Wang Chen felt that having martial skills was quite a good thing. Otherwise, that earlier attack would have definitely been enough to put him in a dire situation. Just as he was preparing to engage, a delicate voice called out from the room, and the young man immediately lowered his head and stepped aside. "He is my husband's younger brother, named Hai Dongqing. He just came to find me these past few days and hasn't met Xiao Tai. If he has offended you, please forgive him, Xiao Tai." Tang Yushan explained to Wang Chen with great trepidation. Her younger brother attacking Wang Chen could lead to serious consequences. If things went wrong, it could spell disaster. At the same time, she was very surprised. She knew exactly how strong Hai Dongqing was, and that earlier attack was a sneak attack that was absolutely unavoidable. In this situation, Wang Chen was still able to dodge calmly, indicating that his skills were completely above Hai Dongqing's, at the very least a capable fighter. When Wang Chen arrived, Tang Yushan had not sensed any martial energy from him, thinking he was just an ordinary person. Now, however, the implications of this situation were significant, sending chills down her spine. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became, scolding Hai Dongqing. What did I tell you before? Things are different now, you can't just attack others at will. Especially someone as esteemed as Xiao Tai, who is an incredibly noble existence. If you harm even a hair on him, it would be impossible to escape the consequences, even if you were torn to pieces. Hurry and apologize to Xiao Tai. If you can't earn his forgiveness, you might as well find somewhere else to make a living. Seeing Tang Yushan's fearful demeanor, Hai Dongqing realized he had truly caused trouble and that he was dealing with someone formidable. Gritting his teeth, he knelt down before Wang Chen, intending to apologize. Wang Chen stepped forward, hooking his foot around Hai Dongqing's knee, using a bit of skill to help him stand upright again. A man's knee is worth gold. One kneels to heaven, to the earth, and to one's parents in between. How can you kneel to others so easily? What happened just now is no big deal. It was my fault for entering the backyard without greeting you, so it's only natural that a misunderstanding occurred. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Hai Dongqing felt deeply moved, thinking he was undoubtedly a good person. They entered the house, and Tang Yushan smiled, asking, Xiao Tai hasn't come to see me for a while. I wonder what brings you here today. Wang Chen briefly recounted the previous events, emphasizing the bet with Zhang Songkuan. What do you think I should do to win this bet? As long as I can win, any means can be considered? He looked intently at Tang Yushan, seeking her opinion. This renowned elder sister-in-law must have some insights. Hai Dongqing, feeling angry, shouted from the side, my brother's death was indeed related to that bastard Jang. If Xiao Tai wants to deal with this scoundrel, he must make him feel pain, so he thoroughly understands fear, otherwise, that beast might do something reckless. Tang Yushan shot Hai Dongqing a glare before taking over the conversation. Although his words are rough, they do hold some truth. If Xiao Tai wants to make that old man afraid, he indeed needs to approach it from this angle, making him realize that you can take his life. That old fellow has 4 subordinates, known in the underworld as the 4 pillars. If you dismantle those 4 pillars, that old man will surely be afraid. Wang Chen nodded and said, that's a good idea, let's do it your way. Just wait for the news. He finished speaking, stood up, and swayed as he walked out, suddenly stopping at the back door. I won't interfere in the matter between you and Shui Xiaowei, regardless of whether you like him or not. He truly likes you. A forcibly twisted melon is indeed not sweet, such things cannot be forced. If the deal falls through, there should still be some decency left, don't let it cost you your life. After Wang Chen said this, he stepped out the back door, not giving Tang Yushan any chance to explain. Tang Yushan sighed inwardly, glanced at the sea eagle, and said nothing, returning to her room. As soon as Wang Chen sat in the car, a red envelope page popped up, giving him 108 random red envelopes, which he immediately chose to open. Congratulations, you have received a bottle of Pulse, enjoy your click. Congratulations, you have received 32 million in funds, enjoy your click. Congratulations, you have received a box of dental floss, enjoy your click. Congratulations, you have received 2 drops of Tiani Divine Water, enjoy your click. Congratulations, you have received 18 Yuan in cash, enjoy your click. This time, the total funds in cash received reached 80 million, along with many miscellaneous items, the best of which should be the Tiani Divine Water. Wang Chen took out the pulse and took a sip, pondering the use of the Tiani Divine Water, connecting the extreme lightning to the Dream Fairy to see what she thought. The Dream Fairy said in a beautiful voice, a couple of days ago, while chatting with someone, I heard that one of the 4 giants of the management, Huang Quan, seems to need special water for cultivation. At that time, I was too busy showing off the 2 cars my brother gave me and didn't listen carefully. Otherwise, I could go inquire about it now, and I would have news soon. She was referring to the McLaren P4S and BMW Mini that Wang Chen had equipped for her, which were standard for other girls as well. After discovering the existence of the black market errant runners, Wang Chen naturally wouldn't treat the Dream Fairy poorly, making her particularly happy. Wang Chen smiled and said, no need to check specifically, I haven't met Huang Quan yet. You can contact him for me, I happen to have something for him to do. The Dream Fairy happily agreed, and a little over a minute later, Huang Quan officially came online. Huang Quan had a rather androgynous appearance, making it hard to tell if he was male or female. Perhaps this was the disguise of an assassin. Nice to meet you, Supreme God. I wonder what you need from me. Wang Chen casually explained the situation and then said, I don't want Zhang Songkuan's life, it wouldn't be fun if he died. I heard he has 4 pillars, I don't want those 4 pillars to see the sun tomorrow. Get this done, and I'll give you a drop of Tanny Divine Water as a reward. Upon hearing the words Tanny Divine Water, Huang Quan's eyes immediately lit up, filled with a look of desire. He spoke urgently, Are you referring to the Tanny Divine Water from the Divine Water Palace? Wang Chen shrugged and replied, It's definitely Tanny Divine Water, but I haven't heard of the Divine Water Palace, so I don't know if it's theirs. If you don't believe me, I can use black coins as payment. As long as you do a good job, the price will definitely satisfy you. Huang Quan hurriedly said, Supreme God, please don't misunderstand, I absolutely do not doubt your intentions, I'm just too surprised. I didn't expect there was still Tanny Divine Water in existence. You can rest assured, there's no need to wait until tomorrow morning. Before dinner today, I will dismantle those 4 pillars, ensuring they die a miserable death, staring that old guy out of his wits. Wang Chen smiled slightly and said, I really appreciate your working style, I've decided to reward you with an extra drop. Work well, and I won't shortchange you. Upon hearing this, Huang Quan felt like kneeling down, immediately going to arrange the matter. Zhang Songkuan stood in the quiet room, looking at the corpses of the 4 pillars, his face turning extremely ugly, filled with endless fear in his heart. His secretary and lover, Hu Yanfang, said with lowered eyes, the 4 of them were assassinated one after another within an hour. The last 2 were prepared, yet they still couldn't escape, indicating that the attackers were professional killers, and there must be a powerful organization behind this. Zhang Songkuan gritted his teeth and asked, Who do you think did it, and what is their purpose? Just as Hu Yanfang was about to speak, the phone rang suddenly. She glanced at Zhang Songkuan and pressed the answer button seriously. Secretary Hu, something bad has happened. All the computers in our invested group have been hacked and are under control. The screen displays the words willing to bet, willing to lose. We have already found the best programmers who are doing their utmost to resolve this. According to these programmers, the other party is a top-tier hacker. And it's definitely not just one person, it must be a very powerful organization capable of organizing so many top hackers. Their influence is astonishing. Hu Yanfang looked at Zhang Songkuan again and pretended to be relaxed, saying, It must be someone else's prank. Tell everyone there's no need to be so nervous. Inform the heads of these groups that all employees will have a holiday tonight. I believe that with one night's time, everything can be resolved. After hanging up, Hu Yanfang saw Zhang Songkuan's face turn pale, and she dared not breathe, carefully standing to the side. Zhang Songkuan gritted his teeth and said, It must be that wine guy stirring up trouble behind the scenes. That damned kid is truly despicable, thinking he can scare me like this. It's simply a joke. Organize people immediately to go to Binhai City overnight and bring that bastard to me to offer to the spirits of the 4 pillars. Hu Yanfang hurriedly advised from the side, I know the deaths of those 4 have deeply saddened you, and you want to avenge them. But this matter is not ordinary, you need to think it over carefully before deciding what to do. Wang Chen was able to have 4 pillars killed in such a short time, which shows there are terrifying forces behind him. Even if our people go to Binhai City, they may not succeed and could make the situation even more unmanageable. Zhang Songkuan had been blinded by anger, but upon hearing Hu Yanfang's words, he quickly calmed down and realized the truth in her words. Since Wang Chen dared to do this, he must have made thorough preparations. If he acted rashly, he would surely face a devastating blow. The more Zhang Songkuan thought about it, the more fearful he became, and his gaze fell again on the corpses of the 4 pillars, causing him to shiver. Hu Yanfang observed everything and guessed Zhang Songkuan's thoughts, feeling a sense of disdain but still wanting to give him a way out. I think this matter should be considered carefully. Wang Chen said he would come to Fengcheng. We can wait for him to arrive and then make a decision. If he comes with many people, it shows his power is limited, and we can fight him to see who can bring whom down. If he comes alone, it indicates absolute confidence. As long as we dare to make any move, we will surely be completely destroyed before we can act. Zhang Songkuan nodded and said, What you said makes a lot of sense. Ultimately, this is all my prodigal son's fault. If I had known he would be so wasteful, I should have dealt with him back then. Hu Yanfang cautiously said, I think now is not the time to scold the young master, but for you to consider whether you are willing to bet and lose. Currently, we have 2 bets on our hands. If we acknowledge them, Tianhe Shopping Mall and Aiwu Wholesale Market will have to be handed over to Wang Chen. The economic loss is secondary, the main issue involves your reputation, especially with Aiwu Wholesale Market, which is even harder to speak of. Zhang Songkuan squinted and calculated in his heart, if Wang Chen dares to attend the meeting alone, just based on that courage, he deserves our respect. Hu Yanfang understood and knew what to do. Many things depend on how they are said. An embarrassing matter can be framed differently and become something else entirely. They thought their conversation would remain unknown to others, unaware that Linger was controlling the electronic devices here, eavesdropping with clarity. Linger played everything she heard back to Wang Chen, her small face in the 3D projection completely beaming with pride. Wang Chen smiled and said, "You adorable girl, you are truly my treasure. You handled this beautifully." Linger grinned and said, "I'm so happy to receive the master's praise. That damned bastard actually wanted to send someone to deal with the master. It's simply unforgivable. How about we create an accident for him tonight and electrocute him? I've already checked his house, there are plenty of usable smart devices, ensuring he won't have anywhere to run." Wang Chen rubbed his nose and said, "He was just talking, he hasn't taken any action. Why kill him? That would be so boring. Since this old guy wants to play like this, I'll play along with him and see what tricks he can come up with." Linger's ultimate command was obedience, so she had no objections and completely followed Wang Chen's arrangements. The Dream Fairy, aware of the situation, showed a worried expression and said, "Brother, going alone is too risky, isn't it? If you ask me, there's no need for such trouble. With just 2 drops of the heavenly water you gave to Huangquan, he would do anything for you. We've already taken down the pillar, we might as well destroy the house too. Let's see how this old guy will boast then." Wang Chen pretended to be serious and snorted, "What did I tell you before? I wanted you to be a cute loli, not a scheming, bloody loli. In the future, you can't say such violent things with the heavenly voice bestowed upon you, it's simply a mood killer." The Dream Fairy pouted, all right, I know I was wrong. I was just worried about your safety, I promise I won't do this again." Wang Chen, who always flattered and followed the strategy of giving a sweet reward after a slap, transferred 10,000 black coins to the Dream Fairy as compensation for his earlier harsh words. He fell asleep to the Dream Fairy's lullaby, only to be woken up on time by the sound of a red envelope notification, lazily choosing to claim it. "You have obtained the status of a special invited member of the Dragon Group. Enjoy your click. You have received a box of ice cream assassins. Enjoy your click. You have obtained the Tian Shield Security Company. Enjoy your click. You have received 12 million in funds. Enjoy your click." Upon hearing the contents of the red envelopes, information flashed in Wang Chen's mind, and he immediately woke up. He sat up abruptly, sweeping his hand across the table, revealing a small red booklet with a 5-clawed golden dragon drawn on it. He opened the booklet, which contained very simple content, a large headshot of himself, his name written beside it, and below that, a section indicating his identity as a special invited member of the Dragon Group. The photo didn't even have a steel seal, it looked fake at first glance, but under special instruments, the truth would be revealed. Such anti-counterfeiting technology was absolutely top-notch, it would be extremely difficult for anyone to forge it. From the information in his mind, Wang Chen learned that the Dragon Group was an organization specifically responsible for the inner world, directly accountable to the top authority of the court, wielding immense power. The status of a special invited member was specifically set up by the Dragon Clan to appease those ultra-top families, possessing super privileges that could override all rules. Since its establishment, the Dragon Group had issued only a handful of special member certificates, each belonging to extraordinarily powerful individuals. With this special invitation member certificate, Wang Chen could completely consider himself a crab, walking sideways however he pleased, and no one would bat an eye. He put away the special invitation member certificate, as he didn't need it for now. After all, given his current status, the people he encountered were not worthy of him using this certificate. Another gain from this time was the Tiandun Security Company, a security group that spans the entire world. It is also the only security company controlled by Chinese nationals. Alongside the famous Bai Shui Security Company, they are known as the 2 most powerful security companies in the world. The headquarters of Tiandun Security Company is in the capital, and every province and directly governed city in China has a branch, and Fengcheng is no exception. Wang Chen became the owner of Tiandun Security Company, which meant that in any province or directly governed city, he had half the home advantage, equally sharing power with the local strongmen. He was quite satisfied with this gain, chuckled, and fell headfirst onto the soft pillow for a nap. While Wang Chen was sleeping soundly, the headquarters of Tiandun Security Company in the capital was in an uproar. Executive President Zhou Jianhua summoned all the branch managers, pulling them out of bed for an emergency video conference. "I have gathered you all here to inform you of something very important. Our company's owner has changed." The branch managers, who were still yawning, instantly perked up, all wearing expressions of disbelief. Bai Yuzhao, the manager of the Magic City branch, was the only female manager and had risen through the ranks from the bottom, truly a modern-day Hua Mulan. Bai Yuzhao incredulously asked, "Today is an April Fool's Day, what kind of joke is this? How could our company's owner possibly change? Who could make our boss hand over the company?" Even those few hidden families we know of don't have that capability. Joe Janawa replied helplessly, "It's precisely because we know nothing about the new boss that I called you all here to discuss this matter. All we know is that our new boss is a special invited member of the Dragon Group, and is referred to as the Supreme God in the black market, having taken over the entire management of the black market. According to the insider information we received from the management, the new boss treats money as if it were nothing, absolutely someone whose wealth rivals that of the world. Moreover, the new boss can offer you unexpected things. It is said that when Huang Quan was asked to do something, he was given 2 drops of Tian-E divine water. All the managers gasped. They were all exceptionally capable individuals and understood what Tian-E divine water meant. Bai Yu Jiao immediately said, "With just these 2 identities, the new boss is already qualified to be our owner. When can we pay him a visit?" Joe Janawa said with frustration, "The more troublesome issue is this. The previous owner instructed that unless the new boss contacts us, we are not allowed to disturb him. I will send you the new boss's phone number shortly. In any case, you must be clever about it. If anyone provokes the new boss, they will definitely regret it." After everyone ended the video call, Joe Janawa specifically contacted by Yu Jiao and Fengcheng branch manager Shi Chunhua. "I contacted both of you because your locations are the most likely to intersect with the new boss. Yu Jiao, pay special attention to Sikong Chanxian. This woman is fortunate, having given birth to a good daughter, who might become the new boss's mother-in-law in the future. Chunhua, the matter you need to pay attention to is that the new boss will come to Fengcheng to handle something, and it is very likely that he will need your people, so you must ensure that nothing goes wrong for the new boss." Bai Yu Jiao and Shi Chunhua quickly nodded in agreement. Such a good opportunity must not be missed, and they needed to seize it well. It would be fine to hang up the video call again. Joe Janawa calculated in his heart and decided to have the company's chief instructor, Shi Changgang, organize an elite team to establish a security detail in Bincheng. As the executive president of the company, Joe Janawa had access to much more information than others, which gave him a distinct advantage. Thus, it could be said that there was no fairness in this world, no matter the time. Wang Chen woke up at noon, feeling refreshed, and glanced at the electronic calendar. Since returning from Fengcheng, he was just in time to attend the birthday celebration of Old Master Li. He had been immersed in the film crew these past 2 days, watching Shang Guanyang's film during the day and indulging in romance at a cozy little place at night, feeling particularly relaxed. On the day of departure, Wang Chen took the high-speed train to Fengcheng, appearing completely at ease. He booked a presidential suite at the most luxurious hotel in Fengcheng, and before he could even settle in, the phone rang. He casually pressed the answer button, and Zhang Songkuan's voice came through. "Young Master Tai indeed has great courage, coming alone to the meeting. I greatly admire you. I have prepared a welcome banquet for you at the Huaqing Grand Hotel. I wonder if you would honor me with your presence." Wang Chen replied nonchalantly, "Since it's an invitation from the head of the Zhang family, of course, I will give you this face. I will definitely attend on time and won't let you down." After hanging up, he thought for a moment and decided to call Shi Chunhua to have a few people ready for support. It was always better to be prepared. The reason Wang Chen didn't notify the people from the Black Network was that they specialized in killing and were the best offensive weapons, not to be used as shields. When Shi Chunhua received Wang Chen's call, he was extremely excited and assured that he would arrange everything properly, ensuring that Wang Chen wouldn't be harmed in the slightest. Zhang Kuan knew Wang Chen had arrived and was immediately filled with anger, but he also saw it as a good opportunity to let that bastard know who the real big shot was. At the appointed time, Wang Chen swaggered out. Wang Chen arrived at the Huaqing Grand Hotel, one of the top hotels in Fengcheng, owned by someone with a significant background, not to be trifled with. The fact that Zhang Songkuan was hosting a welcome banquet here showed he was quite sincere, but one must always be cautious and keep a hand in reserve. When the receptionist saw Wang Chen, she gestured for him to follow without waiting for him to speak, leading him to the top floor. The entire top floor had been booked by Zhang Songkuan, with 9 tables set up in total, the main table in the center surrounded by the other 8. Wang Chen glanced around. The other 8 tables were filled to capacity, and each person looked fierce and intimidating, clearly not good company. The central table, however, was quite empty, with only Zhang Songkuan and his son, along with Hu Yanfang, seated at the main positions, while the rest were vacant. Linger transmitted information through the earpiece, indicating that Zhang Songkuan's arrangement was very significant for those in the underworld. Following Linger's information, Wang Chen boldly sat down opposite Zhang Songkuan, symbolizing a direct confrontation, leaving no face to spare. The 8 tables surrounding them were filled with well-known big shots from Fengcheng's underworld, and seeing Wang Chen's arrogance, they all showed their anger. Wang Chen glanced at these people and casually remarked, "Today is the welcome banquet prepared by the head of the Zhang family for me, and it seems you all look quite dissatisfied. Jang Songkuan laughed heartily and said, "Young Master Tai must be mistaken. It is their honor to meet you. Who would be dissatisfied?" Wang Chen tapped the table and said, "Who is dissatisfied, they know in their hearts. I tend to speak frankly, so please don't take offense, head Zhang. I came to Fengcheng this time to see my spoils of war. We Chinese value the principle of betting and accepting losses. I trust the Zhang family of Fengcheng can afford to lose." Jang Songkuan never expected Wang Chen to be so direct, getting straight to the point without leaving any room for maneuver. He couldn't help but frown and said, "It's only natural to accept the consequences of a bet. I never said I wouldn't honor the wager, so why is young Master Tai being so aggressive? I've already had the transfer contracts for Tianhe Shopping Mall and Iwu Wholesale City prepared, and they can be signed at any time." Hu Yanfang took out 2 copies of the contracts from her briefcase, wearing a professional smile, and turned to Wang Chen. Wang Chen casually glanced at them, signed the contract, and tucked away his copy, raising an eyebrow at Zhang Kuan. "Young Master Zhang is truly a prodigal son. I always thought of myself as a spendthrift, but compared to you, the gap is quite significant. I will arrange for someone to manage these 2 places well, even if they incur losses year after year. I will ensure they don't go under. Otherwise, wouldn't young Master Zhang have nothing to look forward to?" His words were undoubtedly a stab at the heart. As long as Tianhe Shopping Mall and Iwu Wholesale City remained, Zhang Kuan would always remember today's humiliation. For someone like Zhang Kuan, once a psychological demon took root, his life would be utterly ruined, reduced to a mere breeding tool. Zhang Kuan shouted in anger, "You damned bastard, this is truly too much. I warn you not to be so arrogant, or you won't be able to walk out of here." The older brothers around them immediately stood up, glaring fiercely at Wang Chen, as if they wanted to tear him to shreds. Wang Chen smiled nonchalantly and said, "Young Master Zhang is truly like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize a good person. My purpose in doing this is to make you feel ashamed and strive for improvement. At the same time, I want you to be less impulsive in the future. Every time you see Tianhe Shopping Mall and Iwu Wholesale City, you'll think of our wager. You'll remember the significant losses your family suffered due to your recklessness, and you'll think twice before acting in the future. If I had lost, I would have definitely helped you keep the mail mall and would have even taken my friends there for a stroll. I'll let my friends know about this, so they can learn from it and avoid making the same mistakes, ultimately preventing them from getting hurt." His expression was very casual, but his words conveyed sincerity, making it seem like he genuinely thought this way and would act accordingly. Zhang Songkuan sighed inwardly. Just from the comparison in demeanor, his son was utterly outclassed, lacking even the qualification to carry someone else's shoes. Truly, he was worthy of being from a top-tier family. It was incredibly impressive, an absolute talent for dominance. Zhang Songkuan glanced at the others and said irritably, "What are you all doing? Young Master Tai is a guest. How can you not understand the basics of hospitality? Sit down." The older brothers, still fuming, sat down, their eyes never leaving Wang Chen, clearly unconvinced and thinking he was just a braggart. Zhang Songkuan cleared his throat and said, "Now that we've completed the wager, let's talk about something else. Does young Master Tai have anything to say about the deaths of the 4 pillars?" Wang Chen pinched his nose and replied, "I don't know what pillars or rods you're talking about. After I finished the call with your boss last time, I was in a bad mood. Coincidentally, I had something that a good friend needed, so I casually mentioned it and asked him to help me vent. If your boss hadn't brought it up today, I would have forgotten about it, even if I had done well." Zhang Kuan felt he had seized another opportunity and angrily slammed the table, shouting, "You damned bastard. You actually had someone kill 4 uncles. Today, I will make you pay in blood to appease the spirits of the 4 uncles." The older brothers stood up again, rolling up their sleeves, clearly ready to take action. Wang Chen remained unafraid, pouring himself a glass of water and said, "Why are you so agitated? I think the people from the underworld can leave from here now. Zhang Jiazhu should understand my meaning. If you don't, you might as well ask your master, the Zhang family in the Magic City, to see if there's any way to deal with me." Zhang Songkuan's face turned extremely ugly as he coldly glanced at the others. "I'm not dead yet, the Zhang family is still under my control. If you want to do something, those who don't want to stay here, get out." The faces of those big brothers changed, and they sat back down in their chairs. This time, their momentum was a stark contrast to before. Hu Yanfang saw the change in these big brothers and sighed inwardly. As the saying goes, one burst of energy leads to a decline, and then exhaustion. These people were just like that. Their momentum had already waned, and it was absolutely impossible to get them fired up again tonight. Wang Chen sighed and said, "I've been Iron Shao for less than 4 months. Before that, I was just a piece of mud trampled by everyone. I was content to be that mud, carefully experiencing its bitterness. In that process, I learned a lot of things that your son will never learn in his lifetime. He paused here and then added, causing the atmosphere to heat up again. Wang Chen's words caught everyone off guard. They exchanged glances, unsure of what he was getting at. According to the logic of the lower class, if you slap someone, you should give them a sweet date to balance things out, benefiting everyone. I had thought that since I took so much from you, I should at least give you a little rebate. After all, I'm well fed, and I should let you have a sip of soup. But your son has shown me too little respect, so there's no sweet date for you. I'm really sorry. Zhang Kuan was so enraged by this that he felt like a Buddha was born and another ascended to heaven, and he slammed the table angrily. This time, all the big brothers sat on their stools playing dead. Not a single one stood up, leaving Zhang Kuan in an awkward position. Zhang Songkuan took a deep breath and said, I genuinely want to be friends with Iron Shao, but it seems you have no such intention. Since that's the case, let it be. Our entanglement is over. I hope we meet again in the future, and I wish you continued glory, without ever falling into hard times. Wang Chen blew on his nails and said, I've always thought that the saying a tiger falls in the plains and is bullied by dogs is complete nonsense. The person who says this has never been a dog. A dog is a dog no matter what. Don't say it's a fallen tiger. Even if it encounters a lame old wolf, it still has to weigh its options carefully. During my time as a dog, I had to bow and scrape to everyone. Even a bankrupt boss wouldn't dare to be looked down upon. Who knows when they might make a comeback? Even if they have nothing, they at least have some connections. A dead camel is bigger than a horse. Besides, I'm not a tiger now, I'm a dragon soaring in the sky. If you expect me to come down and let wild dogs bully me, you'll have to wait. His words were particularly arrogant, and his expression was particularly provocative, but everyone present felt a chill in their hearts and didn't even dare to look him in the eye. Wang Chen stood up with a smile and said, the most disappointed people tonight are not you, but another group. They are counting on you to take action and then take credit with me. When one meets a confidant, 1,000 cups are too few. When conversation doesn't flow, even half a sentence is too much. Having wasted so much breath on you is already your honor. I'll take my leave now. After he finished speaking, the room fell silent, and everyone just watched him swagger out. Zhang Songkuan glanced at Hu Yanfang, who immediately made a phone call. Moments later, she received a reply. Hu Yanfang's face turned very ugly as she lowered her voice. Just now, the elite from Tiandun Security Company all gathered near the hotel. According to the scout's observation, these people were also armed with shotguns, which meant that in their hearts, Wang Chen was the top existence. If they had really acted just now, we would probably have been dead by now. The energy Wang Chen displayed was truly beyond imagination. Although her voice was low, it was so quiet here that the older brothers heard her clearly, collectively gasping in shock. In their minds, Wang Chen's status rapidly rose, and some quick-witted individuals were already pondering how to get close to him. Zhang Songkuan was considering another aspect. Someone of Wang Chen's status would certainly disdain to tell lies. This meant that the other party was actually considering giving them some benefits, and upon reflection, it became clear what was going on. After all, Wang Chen spent most of his time in Bin City, far removed from Feng City. If something were to happen, he could only retaliate afterward, not resolve it on the spot. In this situation, having a local snake as a partner was a relatively ideal choice, at least someone who could hold the fort when needed. There is an old saying that you don't know someone until you fight. Although they had a conflict, they had also gotten to know each other, and turning hostility into friendship was not uncommon. As a result, due to his son's foolishness, this matter was completely ruined. Repeated provocations would make anyone anxious. The more Zhang Songkuan thought about it, the angrier he became, feeling that he had lost a good opportunity. If he had seized this chance, perhaps he could have freed himself from the control of the Zhang family in Magic City. He glared at his son in anger and scolded, "We are all young people. Look at Tai Xiao, who can already stand on his own. When faced with issues, he has the demeanor to face them head-on and the confidence to speak freely, winning everyone's admiration. And you? You're just a failure, first causing such a mess and then ruining it further. If I had known you would turn out this way, I should have suffocated you at birth to save me the trouble of cleaning up after you, who has made such a mess." The older brothers around watched Zhang Kuan being scolded to the point of tears, and then thought of the impressive Wang Chen from earlier. They all sighed inwardly, wondering how the gap could be so vast among young people. Truly, comparing people makes one die, and comparing goods leads to being discarded. Zhang Kuan hung his head, filled with indignation, feeling that his father was being unreasonable, clearly believing he had good intentions. After Wang Chen left the hotel, he called Shi Chunhua. Although they hadn't been needed tonight, he was very satisfied with their performance. He instructed Shi Chunhua over the phone that in the future, the security work for Tianhe Shopping Mall and Iwu Small Wholesale City would be handed over to them, and not to fear any trouble. There was no one he couldn't handle. Shi Chunhua kept agreeing, and after hanging up, he reflected carefully, feeling that Wang Chen's implication was to let him know how strong his background was. Otherwise, what was so significant about a shopping mall or a small wholesale city that required their Tiandun security company to send someone to take over the security work? Wang Chen mainly expressed that they didn't need to take anyone to heart. There was no one he couldn't handle, allowing them to work confidently in the future. The more sure Chunhua thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed, and he immediately contacted Zhou Jianhua, relaying Wang Chen's words verbatim, then shared his speculation. Zhou Jianhua sighed and said, "Your speculation is completely correct. Our group's overseas business department has indeed encountered some problems. It seems that the former owner transferred the group to the new owner out of this consideration. The new owner has enough connections and strength to solve all the problems. The new owner cannot directly tell us this, so they set up this situation to convey the information to us, allowing us to figure it out ourselves. If we can't figure it out, we don't deserve to sit in this position. The new boss will definitely make a big fuss and have us give the good people a place." If Wang Chen knew their thoughts, he would surely shout in his heart, "What a load of nonsense! There's no need for so much thought. I just want to find a good security guard for my business." Wang Chen first took a stroll around Tianhe Mall. To be fair, it couldn't compare to Mail Mall. It was just that in the state capital, its reputation had been inflated. The overall situation at Tianhe Mall was decent, with no major issues. He called the management team for a meeting and then let things run their course. Wang Chen then went to Aiwu's small wholesale city. Although it was called a wholesale city, it was actually a very large wholesale market. Small vendors from all over northeast China came here to get their goods. It looked low-end, but in reality, it was more valuable than Tianhe Mall. As Wang Chen was looking around at the entrance, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Looking in that direction, he saw a young man who appeared much older than him. After hesitating for a few seconds, he recognized the person as his high school classmate, Feng Jianpain. They were about the same age, but Feng looked too worn out. "I knew it was you. You guys in college are different. You sit in an office every day, enjoying the air conditioning while making money. Look how young you are. Unlike me, I'm out in the sun every day, worrying about that little shop, looking old and haggard. If someone saw us together, they'd think I was your uncle," Feng Jianpain said enthusiastically. They had a good relationship in high school, mainly because they often worked together to earn some pocket money to help their families. Feng Jianpain's family was in a more difficult situation, so after the college entrance exam, he gave up the chance to go to university, which was a pity. When Du Lei went home for the new year, he heard his parents say that Feng Jianpain's family had moved away, and he didn't know where they had gone, thinking he would never see him again in this lifetime. Feng Jianpain warmly led Wang Chen into a small shop inside. Compared to other shops, this one was much smaller. Feng Jianpain's wife and child were busy in the shop. The child looked to be in middle school and quickly picked up a book to read during a busy moment. Wang Chen sighed and said, "Seeing your son reminds me of us back then. We were just like that, squeezing out every bit of time to study. Your grades were even a bit better than mine, but it's a pity you gave up the chance to go to university. I bet you must feel regret when you think about it." Feng Jianpain looked at his son with pride and said, "Don't be fooled by how little time my son spends studying. His efficiency is top-notch. He's always in the top 5 of his grade in exams. Not going to university was indeed my biggest regret, so I can't let my son have the same regret. Even if it kills me, I'll make sure he goes to college." As he spoke, his voice grew a bit somber. Life had too many difficulties that he could only keep bottled up inside. Wang Chen changed the subject, saying, "I see other shops are bigger than yours. What's going on?" Feng Jianpain's wife interjected, "Our shop in the small wholesale city is classified by levels. We are currently a level 3 shop, so it's only this big. In fact, with our sales volume, we could have upgraded to a level 2 shop long ago, but we offended Manager Bao, who manages this place, and he made things difficult for us, which is why we haven't been able to upgrade." Wang Chen frowned slightly and said, "In my memory, Jianpain has always believed that suffering is a blessing and never provoked others. Back when we were working in high school, when we were bullied, we all shouted to fight back, but he held us back. A nice guy like him wouldn't offend anyone. There must be something else going on." Feng Jianpain's son lowered his head and said, "It's all my fault. Manager Bao's son is a little tyrant at our school, bullying people all day long. Because many people in our school are doing business here, we don't dare to offend him. Once, he bullied a girl in my class, and I couldn't help but intervene. After this incident was reported to the school, that girl, fearing the power of the Bao family, turned around and pushed all the blame onto me. Later, when the school called our parents, my dad didn't want me to suffer this injustice, so he got into an argument with Manager Bao, and that's how things ended up like this." Feng Jianpain hurriedly said, "You can't blame yourself for this. Your mother and I have lived so humbly, we can't let you end up like this too. Besides, your teacher has already testified for you, it's not your responsibility at all, and the school doesn't intend to pursue this matter any further. It's all that Bao, insisting on marking a serious offense in your file. How can this be? I must get to the bottom of this. Wang Chen sighed inwardly at their family's situation. If it weren't for his system dad, he would surely end up like this too. Just as he was reflecting, two people walked in from outside, the leader sporting a prominent belly, exuding arrogance. Feng Jianpei's eyes filled with disgust upon seeing this person, but he had to greet him with a smile. Manager Bao, what brings you to my shop? If there's something, just give me a call, you don't need to come in person. Manager Bao snorted, seeing your face annoys me. I'm here to tell you that starting next month, you will be downgraded to a level 4 shop. This shop will belong to him from now on, so hurry up and vacate the place. If you haven't moved out by then, I'll have security throw all your things out. Feng Jianpei's wife immediately retorted, on what grounds do you downgrade us? Our sales have already exceeded the standards for a level 3 shop. How can there be a downgrade instead of a promotion? The guy next to Bao sneered, you ungrateful woman, this is Manager Bao's decision. If he says you get promoted, you get promoted. If he says you get downgraded, you get downgraded. What's with all the nonsense? Feng Jianpei, getting angrier, said, you can't bully people like this. You distribute level 1 and 2 shops to your relatives, and now you come to snatch our shop. This is simply outrageous. Manager Bao looked at Feng Jianpei with disdain. I am the law here. Do you know how much I pay to the higher-ups every year? You country bumpkins are nothing. I can step on you however I want. You really have a big mouth. Aren't you afraid of the wind blowing your tongue? You think you're something special, but you're just a nobody. Wang Chen coldly interjected, looking at Manager Bao with the same disdain. Manager Bao sized Wang Chen up and asked with a sneer, where did you pop up from? You've got some guts to meddle in my business. Wang Chen replied coldly, I'm a high school classmate of Feng Jianpei. I came to see him today, and when I encountered your arrogance, I had to step in. You're just a dog for others. What right do you have to shout here? You think you're something, but you're just a fart. Upon hearing this, Manager Bao jumped up, shouting and flailing his arms. I thought you were someone important, turns out you're just a little punk. Dare to act tough with me? I'll show you how I deal with you. Go call my relatives right now. Manager Bao shouted, and the guy next to him immediately ran out, yelling loudly. Soon, dozens of people rushed out from those big shops. With such a commotion, others naturally heard it. It must be said that Feng Jianpei had good connections. Many people from those small shops also came out. Seeing this situation, Manager Bao angrily shouted, you bastards, if you don't want to work here anymore, get the hell back. The people from the small shops hesitated for a moment, and most of them dispersed, leaving only 6 or 7 people still there. A woman shouted, Brother Feng always helps us, but this guy named Bao only knows how to bully us. Today, we're going to fight back. The others joined in, their eyes red with anger, completely ready to fight, which instead frightened Manager Bao's group. Feng Jianpei said to them, thank you all for your righteous support. This is a matter between my classmate and me. I don't want to involve everyone. Let us handle it ourselves. The few people shouted in unison, Brother Feng, what do you mean? If it comes to it, we'll just set up a stall outside. We can't let this bastard walk all over us. Seeing everyone like this, Feng Jianpei was deeply moved and could only shout a thank you. Wang Chen clapped his hands and said, thank you all for your help. I promise you won't have to set up stalls, and everyone will get a first-class shop. Let me introduce myself. I'm the new owner of Iwu Wholesale City. This is my territory, and no one else can act recklessly here. Before he could finish, Manager Bao interrupted him with a loud laugh. I was wondering why the weather has been so gloomy lately. Turns out you've been blowing your own horn. Who doesn't know that Iwu Wholesale City is the Zhang family's property? When did it fall into your hands? Wang Chen ignored him and called the general manager of the wholesale city, Chang Wenjin, in front of everyone. This is Wang Chen. Zhang Songkuan should have told you by now. I don't care what you're doing, get to lot 5 immediately. If I don't see you in 10 minutes, you can figure out the consequences. Don't worry, boss, I'll be there in 10 minutes. I won't let you down. Wang Chen was too lazy to waste words and hung up, looking at Manager Bao with a forced smile. Manager Bao, who often flattered Chang Wenjin, was very familiar with his voice and could easily tell the difference, so he was scared stiff. I didn't expect the boss to come. What happened just now was all a misunderstanding. Please don't hold it against me, I won't dare again. Manager Bao immediately turned into a sycophant, bowing and scraping to Wang Chen, hoping he would show mercy and let him off this time. He knew very well that Wang Chen could pry Iwu Wholesale City from the Zhang family's hands, and his power was terrifying. Dealing with him would be as easy as squashing an ant. Wang Chen smirked disdainfully, showing no intention of speaking. After 7 or 8 minutes, a middle-aged man rushed over with a group. Chang Wenjin was sweating profusely, bowing and scraping to Wang Chen, saying, "I didn't know the boss was coming. I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Wang Chen snorted, "If I had told you I was coming, how could I have seen such a good show? You really raised a good dog, daring to act like a tyrant here and claiming to be the law, treating me like I'm nothing." Chang Wenjin's shirt was instantly soaked with cold sweat. He knew more than others and understood that the person in front of him was a real Tyrannosaurus Rex. "It's all a misunderstanding, please let me explain." Wang Chen waved his hand to interrupt Chang Wenjin, patting Feng Jianpain on the shoulder, saying, "He's my big brother. Ask that guy named Bao what he did to my big brother. Just now, Bao said he sends a lot of money to the higher-ups every year, so he thinks he's the king here, doing whatever he wants, and no one can go against him. I've recorded it. Do you want to listen and see if I'm wronging you? I wonder who those bastards up there are." Chang Wenjin's legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground, while Manager Bao was already paralyzed with fear, having lost control of himself completely. Chang Wenjin hurriedly pleaded, "It's all my oversight, please give me a chance, I will definitely change my ways." Wang Chen smiled and said, "Why are you kneeling? If someone didn't know better, they might think I'm bullying you. Before today, this place wasn't mine, whatever happened here was none of my business, and I didn't want to hold Zhang's family accountable either. However, from today onwards, such situations are not allowed to happen again. If I find out about this again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Don't tell me you have no connections. Get rid of that Bao's surname and all those behind him. I don't want to see them here again, is that clear?" Chang Wenjin let out a long sigh of relief and quickly assured that there would be no problem, and he would handle the matter properly. Wang Chen touched his nose and said, "Do you see these people behind me? Give each of their families a first-tier store. As long as they are working here, they are not allowed to be downgraded. Also, connect those second-tier stores together and turn them into a super store. From now on, this store will belong to my big brother, is that okay?" Chang Wenjin agreed without hesitation, saying he would go back to prepare the contracts and renovations, ensuring that his big brother would be satisfied. From now on, his big brother would be the supervisor here. Wang Chen touched his nose again and said, "I still need to catch up with my big brother. I don't have time to deal with you. Remember my words, no matter when, don't make yourself look too bad. That benefits no one, so get to work." His final gaze was particularly fierce, exuding an extremely sharp dominance, absolutely looking down on the world. In Chang Wenjin's heart, Wang Chen left an indelible impression. He would never think of betraying him in his lifetime. After sending those people away, Wang Chen patted the little guy's head, looking somewhat emotional. "From now on, don't help out in the store, focus on your studies. Your dad's dream when he was in high school was to get into a good university. He actually could have, but fate closed all the doors and windows on him. Help your dad fulfill this dream, don't let him down." The little guy nodded vigorously, and Wang Chen smiled with satisfaction, then shifted the conversation to another topic. "Now, Uncle will teach you how to be a person. Tomorrow, when you get to school, find that girl you helped last time, who wronged you, and slap her hard. Then tell her that you will never forgive her. From the moment she wronged you, she no longer deserves to be a person." Feng Jianpain's son showed an incredulous expression upon hearing this, and those around him were equally stunned. Wang Chen said coldly, "What Uncle tells you is based on personal experience. Your dad's biggest weakness in this life is that he thinks too much for others. You must remember that what makes a person human is having a heart, and that heart should not be bound, especially not by the morals taught in school. Those things are only meant to bind the poor. People like Manager Bao cannot be bound by them, they only become more arrogant. The reason I can deal with him is not because my morals are so noble, but because I have enough strength. Otherwise, even if I were a saint, he would still slap me twice. To live well in this world, you can't think too much. Considering your own interests is not wrong, it's a natural thing. Just like when you helped that girl, and she wronged you for her own benefit. Do you know how much impact it would have on your life if a major offense was added to your record? So just giving her one slap is already lenient. 10 years from now, when you have greater abilities, you can step on her again." Feng Jianpain felt that what Wang Chen was teaching his son was wrong, but thinking about Wang Chen's current achievements, he believed that everything he said must be right, and for a moment, he fell into confusion. Wang Chen pressed the little guy's shoulder and said, "Pay attention to these few people, they are your good friends. If they encounter difficulties in the future, you must help them, even if it means selling everything you have. Because when your family is in trouble, they stood up against power without fear, and at that moment, they were willing to help you. You must remember this and repay them in the future. As for the rest of those people, your father's willingness to help them is just his character, which cannot be changed. You don't need to take them seriously. If they run into trouble in the future, not kicking them when they're down is your kindness. Think about how your father usually helps them and how they acted just now. The 6 or 7 people who had wanted to argue fell silent upon hearing this, increasingly feeling that it made sense, and perhaps they should tell their own children. Wang Chen patted the little guy's head again and smiled. I just taught you how to be a person. I will only teach you this once. How much you can understand depends on your fate. Remember, your dad is a good person, but he is also a pitiful one. You must not let your dad down, but there's no need to listen to all his nonsense. The little guy nodded thoughtfully, firmly remembering these words, and when he grew up, he relied on this reasoning to become a successful person. Wang Chen smiled at Feng Jianping and said, "You're not going to blame me for corrupting your nephew, are you? If you need anything in the future, just call me. We are good friends, and that will never change. I'm heading back to Bin City now." Feng Jianping nodded and said, "I didn't expect such a big change in you. I know I'm not ambitious and don't want to change anything, but I hope my son will be successful. Thank you for teaching him how to succeed. We will always be friends." Wang Chen waved his hand with a smile and swaggered away. At that moment, his state of mind underwent a significant change. Suddenly, a red envelope page popped up in front of his eyes, accompanied by a notification sound in his ear. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task, the first ring of spiritual transformation. You have received a special red envelope. A special red envelope and over 100 ordinary red envelopes appeared on the virtual interface, and Wang Chen immediately chose to open them. You have received a case of Huaxue beer. Enjoy your click. You have received a cultivation upgrade card, valid for use within 20 minutes. Enjoy your click. You have received 80 million in funds. Enjoy your click. You have received 56,400 yuan in cash. Enjoy your click. You have received the Heart of the Overlord. Enjoy your click. The biggest gain this time was the Heart of the Overlord from the special red envelope, which was a very mysterious thing that couldn't be clearly explained in words. After integrating the Heart of the Overlord, Wang Chen chose the path of dominance, also known as the so-called conquering the world. He thought all of this was nonsense. As someone who aspired to be a salted meat tycoon, why would he want to conquer the world? Wouldn't that just be asking for trouble? Another useful item was the cultivation upgrade card, which, when used within the limited time, would automatically raise his cultivation level by 1, reaching the peak level of dark energy. After entering this level, Wang Chen felt that his control over his body had further strengthened, and the effects of the previous body-strengthening pills were further realized. As for the remaining items, they were inconsequential. He casually took out a can of beer, drinking while strolling around. Wang Chen wandered around Feng City for another 2 days, and seeing that old Master Li's birthday banquet was approaching, he returned to Bin City. First, he went to see his sister. Last time, when his sister went to see an opera, she left him alone with Hu Qinxue, and the outcome was naturally predictable. Wang Xuanhua smiled and said, "Where have you been these past few days, brother? Not even a WeChat message." Some people were really worried. Hu Qinxue's pretty face turned crimson as she said, "You only know how to tease me, as if you're not worried at all. But speaking of which, where has GTA gone?" Wang Chen replied with a smile, "I went to Fengqing these past 2 days to negotiate a business deal, securing Tianhe Shopping Mall and Aiwu Small Wholesale City. Now I have a bit of a foundation over there. I plan to give Mimi the male shopping mall and Tianhe Shopping Mall as her dowry when she gets married, which is a double blessing." Wang Shuanghua's eyes widened in surprise as she counted on her fingers for a long time before realizing how substantial the dowry would be. She let out a wail, "With such a generous dowry prepared by my brother, how much bride price will the other side have to offer? I guess I won't be able to get married." Hu Qinxue laughed and teased, "But it can't be said like that. Anyone worthy of you, the young lady of the Wang family, must be from a wealthy family too. How could they not afford the dowry? Don't say I didn't give you a heads up. Our new female manager has been chasing after the prince. Knowing your relationship with him, who knows what kind of trouble she might stir up." Wang Shuanghua snorted, "I'm not afraid of that spoiled girl. If she dares to cause trouble, I won't be jealous, I'll make sure she regrets it." Wang Chen didn't take their words seriously, leaving potential trouble behind. Seeing his sister wanting to be a third wheel, he helplessly glanced at Hu Qinxue and returned to the villa alone, preparing for the birthday banquet tomorrow. He asked Linger to bring over the ginseng sorghum wine he had prepared earlier, touched the jar, and felt a cool sensation, which was quite interesting. Wang Chen casually found a pocket, stuffed the jar inside, and placed it aside without giving it much thought. As long as they were in the villa and there were no outsiders, the dream fairy would use lullabies to coax Wang Chen to sleep, which had become a necessary routine. The red envelope received the next morning contained just over 100 million in cash and funds, which completely failed to pique Wang Chen's interest. He took a glance in the garage and decided to drive the military Hummer, a vehicle he hadn't used yet and needed to break in. The military Hummer had a particularly imposing look, exuding a sense of dominance, and most importantly, it was sturdy enough to be used as a bumper car. Wang Chen arrived at the agreed hotel, where Zhang Huarong was waiting for him at the entrance. Upon seeing the military Hummer he drove, her expression changed slightly. "Our boss is at home with the old man and will only be able to come over later. He asked me to express his apologies and to take Xiao Tai upstairs first." Zhang Huarong spoke very politely. After all, given Wang Chen's status, Li Ziming should have personally welcomed him for the old man's birthday. Wang Chen laughed heartily and said, "With my friendship with Brother Li, there's no need for such formality. Just tell me which private room it is, and I can go up myself." Zhang Huarong hurriedly exchanged a few polite words and led Wang Chen to the top floor, arriving at the entrance of the largest Songha hall. Wang Chen glanced at the sign and smiled slightly. "This sign is quite fitting. I can go in by myself, you can go about your business." Zhang Huarong also felt it necessary to report the situation she had just learned to Li Ziming, to avoid any misunderstandings. She smiled and said a couple of words before turning to head downstairs, actually looking for a quiet place to make a phone call. Wang Chen casually walked into the dining hall, where quite a few people were already present, seemingly a mix of all walks of life. When everyone heard the door open, their gazes turned to the entrance, looking at Wang Chen as he walked in, their faces showing expressions of confusion. Judging by Wang Chen's attire, he seemed to have some wealth, but the bag he was carrying appeared out of place. The group pondered for a moment. Among the young figures in Binhai, many were somewhat familiar, but they had never seen this one before. To come and pay respects to the old man, he should not be a small character. Could he be a newcomer from outside or a scion sent by some family? Wang Chen ignored these people and noticed a seat in the corner that looked quite quiet. He swayed over casually, sat down without a care, and placed his bag at his feet. His nonchalant demeanor further fueled the speculation among the group, who whispered to each other, hoping to glean some information about him. Wang Chen couldn't be bothered with them and leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to rest, appearing completely detached from the situation. After about 10 minutes, the door opened again, and a well-dressed young man walked in with an apologetic expression. "I'm really sorry, there was a bit of traffic on the way, and I almost missed the time. I hope you all can forgive me." Wang Chen frowned slightly upon seeing this young man. He had little interaction with the second-generation students back in school, but this one happened to be one of them. His name was Sun Qingchun, who had some connections in the underworld and had been quite arrogant during their school days, never looking down on others. Wang Chen had taken a job organizing books in the library, and one day while sorting, he found Sun Qingchun and a girl intensely admiring the scenery. He had no interest in such lewd displays, but that couple had even propped up 2 books, which naturally got dirty, and he demanded compensation from them. Sun Qingchun refused to pay and even asked for a viewing fee, leading to a conflict between them. Fortunately, the librarian at the time was a veteran of the school, and the matter was eventually suppressed, leaving everything unresolved. Sun Qingchun had targeted Wang Chen twice during school, and each time Wang Chen had retaliated firmly, and that was that. After graduation, they went their separate ways, one soaring high and the other sinking low, not even crossing paths, let alone having any interaction. "It was unexpected to meet here." Sun Qingchun looked Wang Chen up and down, revealing a sneer as he said, "I didn't expect to see you here. Looks like you've made something of yourself, renting a suit and mingling around for free food and drinks." A heavily made-up woman curiously asked, "Young Master Chun, do you know this young man? Please introduce us." Sun Qingchun smiled insincerely and said, "Since Sister Hua has asked, let me introduce you. This is quite a remarkable person, the famous working-class prince of Binhai University. His parents run a large supermarket in a small mountain town, with a capital of tens of thousands, and a monthly revenue of several thousand. Our working-class prince has shown an incredible talent for working since the day he started school, juggling over 10 jobs a week and earning several $100 a month. It seems that after graduation, he finally gained some insight, realizing that just being a prince isn't enough, he must go to big events to mooch off food and drinks, and perhaps even network a bit." His words dripped with sarcasm, and the others, hearing this, looked at Wang Chen with disdain. No wonder this guy sat in the corner as soon as he arrived, he must be afraid of being recognized. Who says otherwise? He even pretended to be mysterious, making me think he was some kind of outsider, but he's just a local earthworm. Thank goodness young Master Chun recognized this little loser, otherwise, he would have tricked us. How can someone be so shameless? Wang Chen, hearing the comments from the people around him, appeared completely indifferent, merely looking at Sun Qingchun with the expression of someone watching a clown perform. Sun Qingchun was utterly disgusted by Wang Chen's gaze and shouted, "You ungrateful thing, thinking you can come here to mooch off food and drinks. Let me tell you, you've come to the wrong place. Get out of here immediately, or you'll regret it." Wang Chen ignored Sun Qingchun entirely, closing his eyes again, as if the person before him was just a wild dog barking incessantly. Sun Qingchun saw this situation and felt a surge of unnamed rage shoot from his heels straight to the top of his head, nearly exploding with anger. He roared furiously, "You damned bastard, this is too outrageous. I'm calling security to throw you out." Just as Sun Qingchun finished speaking, a loud roar came from the entrance. "Sun Qingchun, what are you doing? Who gave you the audacity to shout here?" The furious voice belonged to Li Jiming, who had just walked in with Li Guangjuan. Seeing Li Jiming's furious expression, Sun Qingchun thought the other party didn't understand what was happening. He hurriedly stepped forward to explain, "Greetings, Grandpa Li and Uncle Li. I came specifically to celebrate Grandpa Li's birthday. I just discovered a freeloader and was about to have security throw him out." Li Jiming, unable to contain his anger, shouted, "Shut your mouth, you bastard. The one who should be thrown out is you. How dare you speak to young Master Tai like that? You really have the guts of a bear." Sun Qingchun looked at Li Jiming in shock, completely bewildered, as if he were asking himself who he was, where he was, and what was happening. Li Guangjuan pushed Sun Qingchun aside and quickly approached Wang Chen, making a gesture as if to scare the kid into wetting his pants. Li Guangjuan clasped his hands together, looking apologetic, and said, "It is my honor that young Master Tai can attend my birthday banquet. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. I am truly sorry." As soon as the old man finished speaking, the entire restaurant fell silent, everyone wearing a look of shock, unable to believe their eyes. Sun Qingchun was so frightened that his legs went weak, not understanding how it could be like this. Clearly, he was just a nobody. Why would Grandpa Li take the initiative to apologize? He shouted frantically, "Grandpa Li, please don't let him deceive you. We are from the same school. I know what kind of person he is. He's really just a little nobody." Li Jiming was already furious beyond measure and without hesitation slapped Sun Qingchun, knocking out half of his teeth. "You damned bastard, how dare you speak nonsense here? Do you think you are something? I will make sure you can't leave." Wang Chen coughed and said, "What he said isn't entirely wrong. When I was in school, I was indeed a little nobody in his eyes. But 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, the situation is different now. In my eyes, he is even less than a little nobody. I have always believed that a family that cannot educate its children has no reason to exist." "Old man, do you think I am right?" Li Guangjuan nodded and said, "Young Master Tai is absolutely right. Such a family will eventually become a disaster. It is better to prevent it than to regret it later. I will definitely not let young Master Tai down." More than half of the people present were from the underworld and understood the implications of the words. Sun Qingchun had brought disaster to the Sun family. They gasped in shock, never expecting that the kid they had just looked down upon would hold such a high status in the old man's heart. It should be noted that the Sun family also had some power, and yet with just one word from Wang Chen, the old man agreed to eliminate the Sun family. Just thinking about it sent chills down their spines. The few people who had just spoken were filled with regret, wishing they could slap themselves for being so foolish. Sun Qingchun finally reacted and directly knelt before Wang Chen, pleading repeatedly, "It's all my fault, I looked down on others. I beg young Master Tai to spare me this time for the sake of our shared school." Wang Chen touched his nose and casually said, "Today is a good day for the old man's birthday. What kind of play is this?" Li Jiming understood and shouted to Zhong Huarong, who was standing at the door, "Those standing at the door are all pillars. Why don't you drag this dead dog out?" Huarong sent someone to carry out Tai Xiao's orders, and no one should take any pleas to heart. Anyone who dares to offend Tai Xiao will meet their deserved end. Zhong Huarong immediately entered from outside, kicking Sun Qingchun in the face, then grabbing him by the collar and lifting him out with one hand. Two waiters rushed in to quickly clean up the blood, and everyone took this opportunity to adjust their mindset. Li Guangjuan, as the main guest today, naturally sat at the center table, with his son Li Jiming on his left and the guest of honor, Wang Chen, on his right. Li Guangjuan smiled broadly and said, "I am very glad that everyone could come to my birthday banquet, especially Tai Xiao's presence, which truly adds luster to my celebration." Wang Chen smiled slightly and replied, "You are too polite, old man. I am good friends with Brother Li, so it is only natural for me to come and pay my respects to my elder." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, it was time for others to speak. A man with a prominent belly opened a box, revealing an old longevity star carved from Hutian jade. "It is my honor to come and celebrate your birthday, old man. I present this longevity star as a gift, wishing you a long life." Li Guangjuan smiled slightly and said, "You are truly thoughtful." The others followed suit, presenting gifts of various kinds, each one quite valuable. The woman who had asked questions earlier, Hua Jia, took out 2 bottles of Maotai liquor, in very rare purple clay bottles that clearly had some age to them. The old man, being a connoisseur of fine liquor, brightened at the sight of the 2 bottles and said, "I didn't expect these to be 1950s Jinluan Maotai. They are now priceless and hard to find. You have gone to great lengths." Hua Jia hurriedly replied, "Thank you for the compliment, old man. I exerted a great deal of effort to obtain these 2 bottles of Maotai, which are said to be out of print, just so you could have a taste." Just as Hua Jia finished speaking, a red envelope interface popped up, displaying a solitary red envelope. Wang Chen silently wished to open it, and to his surprise, it revealed a case of Jinluan Maotai, containing a full 30 bottles. He happened to hear the old man lament, "This kind of Maotai is indeed becoming rarer. These 2 bottles must be well preserved. I'll savor them when I feel like it." Wang Chen smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to like Maotai so much, old man. This 1957 Jinluan Maotai is indeed hard to find. I have a case of 1953 Jinluan Maotai at home, but I don't usually drink white liquor. Next time, I'll bring it to the gym and let Brotherly take it back for you. You don't need to save it, just drink some when you want. I'll ask around at home to see if there are any more stashed away, and I'll bring them all to you." Everyone gasped internally at this statement, thinking Wang Chen was being too ostentatious, wondering if they could still enjoy themselves. Hua Jie's eyes twitched, feeling that Wang Chen was retaliating against her. She had intended to take the spotlight this time but ended up becoming a joke. In a moment of impulsiveness, she blurted out, "I assume Tai Xiao wouldn't come empty-handed. I wonder what exquisite items he has prepared for us to see." After saying this, Hua Jie regretted it, realizing that offending such a formidable person was definitely not worth the trouble. Wang Chen smiled nonchalantly, opened the bag at his feet, and placed a jar on the table under everyone's watchful eyes. As everyone saw Wang Chen bring out a jar, they all displayed puzzled expressions, unsure of what he was up to. Wang Chen smiled and said, "My dad taught me from a young age that when giving gifts to elders, one must be sincere, only then can one show respect. So, I specially prepared a jar of ginseng liquor for you, old man. The liquor itself isn't anything special, just a 100-year-old sorghum liquor." A man nearby's eyes lit up, and he cautiously asked, "Did Tai Xiao mean the 100-year red sorghum?" It is said that this liquor is the first distillation of red sorghum liquor each year. It is directly stored in a specially made jar and buried in a designated place, and it can only be retrieved after 100 years, making it the king of liquors. Wang Chen knocked on the mouth of the jar and said, "This is the 100-year-old red sorghum you mentioned. If you don't believe me, you can come and see for yourself. This jar will satisfy you." The man hurried over, carefully examining the seal, then looked at the bottom, his eyes shining like light bulbs. It really is that specially made jar. The mouth seems to have been tampered with, but the method of resealing is very clever. It should have just been opened a little when something was added inside. As for what was added, let's not talk about that for now. Just this jar of 100-year-old red sorghum, if placed in the hands of someone who truly understands wine, could bankrupt many people. It must be worth at least a few million. The entire restaurant was filled with the sound of people swallowing. These individuals were well-traveled and knowledgeable, but a jar of wine worth millions was definitely an eye-opener for them. Everyone simultaneously thought of another question. With such a precious wine, what kind of ginseng did Wang Chen add? It couldn't be something that would waste heavenly treasures. Wang Chen chuckled and said, "I found a 600-year-old ginseng at home, thinking that since the old man is getting on in years, he should drink some medicinal wine to replenish himself. So I stuffed that ginseng into the jar, and it's only been soaking for a little over half a month. If the old man thinks it's not ready yet, he can take it back and soak it for another year or so to see the effects." This time, there was no sound of swallowing. The entire restaurant fell silent, so quiet that even a pin dropping on the floor could be clearly heard. Everyone was numb. A 600-year-old ginseng was undoubtedly something extraordinary, worthy of being a family heirloom. To think it was being used by this spendthrift to soak wine was simply a sign of heaven's blindness. Why didn't a thunderbolt strike this wasteful child? No one doubted that Wang Chen was lying. Given his previously displayed status and the wine worth millions, there was no need for him to fabricate anything. Moreover, with the wine in Li Guangjuan's hands, even if it were to be tasted after 3 to 5 years, the effects could still be judged. These big figures would never speak a lie that could be exposed. Li Guangjuan was even more shocked. He knew very well that with this 600-year-old ginseng, Wang Chen could already command the winds and rain in the underworld. The key was that he casually used such ginseng to soak wine, indicating that in his eyes, a 600-year-old ginseng was nothing at all. He must have even better treasures. Li Guangjuan made up his mind to build a good relationship with Wang Chen. As long as he could cling to the other party's thigh, there would definitely be continuous benefits in the future. As for the guests present, he needed to become familiar with them. If he caught the eye of a big figure, soaring to success would be just around the corner. Wang Chen saw through their thoughts, not taking it to heart at all, and, unlike before, appeared approachable, expanding his network. Overall, Wang Chen gained a lot from this birthday banquet, laying a solid foundation for further development in the future. As the banquet neared its end, most of the guests had left, leaving only a few loyal members of the Li family still here accompanying Wang Chen. Wang Chen smiled and said, "What Sun Xingchen said earlier is true. I have indeed gone through a tough time, so my experience is somewhat lacking. I hope everyone can help me more in the future." Upon hearing this, everyone was even more surprised, and their thoughts solidified. Wang Chen was indeed someone from a big family, and his previous experiences were merely training. Now that his wings were not yet fully grown, it was a good opportunity to seek support. Once he soared high, it would be a daydream to try to cling to him later. The atmosphere became even more enthusiastic, and Wang Chen handled it all with ease, displaying extraordinary composure. When Wang Chen returned to the villa, he reflected on the events of the day, a smile appearing on his face. This feeling of being the center of attention was indeed wonderful. He felt that he had been too busy these past few days and should take some time to relax. When he had no money, he had to toil and struggle, but now that he had money, he couldn't continue like this. Wang Chen calculated in his heart that among the several women, 3 were workaholics, 1 was inconvenient in the crew, and the only ones suitable for him to relax with were Hu Qinshui and Yang Mengting. He had spent more time with Yang Mengting before, somewhat neglecting Hu Qinshui, which was not good. He had to make it up to her properly. Wang Chen was always one to act on his thoughts, so he immediately contacted Hu Qinshui to ask if she was free recently to exercise together. Hu Qinshui seemed to be lost in thought and softly said that it was not convenient these days and suggested they do something together in a few days. Upon hearing Hu Qinshui's shy voice, Wang Chen's mind immediately conjured up the image of her blushing face, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted slightly. He comforted her gently for a while, then sweet-talked her with a bunch of romantic words, making Hu Qinshui very happy. Just as the two were enjoying their conversation, Hu Qinshui suddenly let out a couple of ouch sounds, startling Wang Chen, who immediately asked what was wrong. Hu Qinshui stammered that it was nothing, but Wang Chen naturally did not believe her and immediately rushed to find her, while also calling Wang Yingjie. Hu Qinshui was sitting at her desk, rubbing her stomach when Su Yiwa came over, showing a concerned expression. "I see you're not feeling well, so I've decided to grant you a week of paid leave to rest properly. Only when your health is good can you work well," she said. Hu Qinshui hurriedly replied, "Section Chief, there's no need for that. This is an old problem of mine. I have to deal with a few days of pain every month, and I've long since gotten used to it. I can hold on." Su Yiwa immediately said, "Then you should take a week of paid leave every month. Health is the foundation of revolution. We absolutely cannot be vague about this. This matter is settled. Pack up and prepare to get off work. Wang Shuanghua, take this report to the general manager, and then you don't need to come back." Hu Qinshui nodded helplessly, and Wang Shuanghua playfully stuck out her tongue, saying, "It must be my brother who called Yingjie, telling you to take leave. Don't say it's paid leave, even if they deduct your salary. What can you do?" Hu Qinshui once again showed a shy expression, just about to say a few words when the phone rang. Naturally it was Wang Chen calling. "You have received 24 million in funding, enjoy your click. You have received Shinong Hall Pharmaceutical Group, enjoy your click. You have received a set of acupuncture needles, enjoy your click. You have received a super doctor skill card, enjoy your click. You have received 3,625,871 yuan in cash, enjoy your click." While Wang Chen was waiting for Hu Qinshui to come out, a red envelope page suddenly popped up, giving 330 random red envelopes with a variety of items. The best among them was naturally the super doctor skill card, along with a Shinong Hall Pharmaceutical Group. The rest could only be described as trivial. Wang Chen chose to use the super doctor skill card, and his mind exploded with a loud sound. Countless streams of information surged in like the roaring Yangtze River. He had been through this several times, and his nerves had become increasingly resilient. He only felt a bit uncomfortable but did not experience any other issues. After absorbing and digesting this information, he had become a super doctor. He couldn't say he could compare to Bian Ke or Hua Tua, but he was definitely much more powerful than Shi Lai Lu. He was very satisfied with this harvest. No matter when, having skills was always good. As the saying goes, more skills do not weigh one down. When Wang Chen saw Hu Qinshui walking out of the building, he immediately noticed her problem with menstrual pain. No wonder she had been moaning in pain on the phone. Hu Qinshui sat in the passenger seat, looking at Wang Chen with a face full of happiness, saying, "I told you I was fine, why did you rush over? I've gotten used to it all these years." Wang Chen placed his hand on Hu Qinshue's lower abdomen, gently kneading it, and Hu Qinshu felt particularly comfortable, unable to help but let out a soft moan. Hu Qinshu felt that the pain had lessened, looking at Wang Chen in disbelief, not understanding what kind of magic his hands possessed to make it so. Wang Chen noticed the look in Hu Qinshue's eyes and guessed what she was thinking, explaining while he continued to massage her. I used a massage technique to help relieve your pain first. Later, when we return to where you're staying, I'll treat you with acupuncture, and it will be completely painless. During your period, I'll do acupuncture for you every day, and by the time your period is over, you should be almost completely fine. Then, I'll get some high-quality Chinese medicine for you to soak in for a few days, and you'll be completely cured, so it won't come back again. Hu Qinshu listened, dumbfounded, looking at Wang Chen in disbelief, never expecting that he was actually a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. Wang Chen lightly scraped her nose and said, "What kind of look is that? Are you doubting me? Just wait until I finish today's acupuncture, and you'll see how I punish you." Hu Qinshu showed a shy expression, mumbling softly a couple of times, but Wang Chen couldn't hear clearly what she said. They returned to the apartment and went straight to Hu Qinshue's bedroom, where she was instructed to remove her clothes and lie flat on the bed. Although Hu Qinshu had already been thoroughly taken by Wang Chen, she still felt extremely shy, her face as red as an apple, making one want to take a bite. Hu Qinshu awkwardly took off all her clothes and lay on the bed, her delicate figure fully displayed. Wang Chen felt a surge of heat and quickly took a deep breath to calm himself down before taking out the silver needles he had prepared. He first pressed a few times on Hu Qinshue's lower abdomen, asking a few questions carefully, then placed a silver needle at that spot, gently twisting it as it slowly pierced in. At first, Hu Qinshu felt a bit of pain, but soon she felt a warmth inside her lower abdomen, as if there was an electric heating pad, particularly comfortable. She couldn't help but moan softly, her voice incredibly seductive, causing Wang Chen's blood to rush, almost losing control. Wang Chen took another deep breath, completely calming his mind, and after inserting a few more needles, he finally stopped and sat beside her. After a few minutes, Wang Chen quickly pulled out the needles, noticing a few drops of dark blood oozing from the needle holes. He used a tissue to gently wipe away the dark blood, tenderly helped Hu Qinshu into her pajamas, and then held her in his arms. "How do you feel now? You didn't take care of yourself well when you first got your period, and as a result, you caught a chill, which left you with this problem. I used acupuncture to draw out the cold toxins while you were on your period, and then we'll reinforce it with a medicinal bath, and you won't have any issues in the future." He explained in more detail this time, and combined with his earlier performance, his persuasiveness was absolutely solid. Hu Qinshu, with a look of intoxication, said, "You truly are worthy of being the one I chose, you are incomparable in every way. My heart is all yours, unless you don't want me, I will always be yours. No matter what title you give me, I will never regret it." Wang Chen tightened his arms around her and whispered in her ear, "What are you talking about? You will always be mine. If you dare to leave me, even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will bring you back and punish you severely, just like last time. I will bully you for a lifetime." Thinking of the last time, Hu Qinshue's face turned even redder, and she buried her face in Wang Chen's chest, constantly acting spoiled. The two of them were entwined until nightfall, and Wang Chen noticed that his sister had not yet returned, causing him to frown slightly. Hu Qinshu prepared a couple of small dishes and shook her head with a smile, saying, "Xuanhua is also a young lady now. As her brother, you can't control everything. She's a very sensible girl and knows how to protect herself. Do you think everyone is as silly as I am, falling into the hands of a big pervert like you?" Wang Chen chuckled and pulled Hu Qinshu into his lap, playfully teasing her, which made her laugh uncontrollably. The two enjoyed a very indulgent meal together, but Wang Chen wanted to stay, while Hu Qinshu firmly refused, leaving him with no choice but to return to the villa. Shortly after Wang Chen left, Wang Xuanhua returned, beaming with joy, her hair slightly disheveled, clearly having done something out of line. Seeing Hu Qinshue's blissful expression, Wang Xuanhua curiously asked, "What's going on with you? You look like you're not in pain anymore." "I didn't expect my brother to be such a miracle worker." Hu Qinshu recounted how Wang Chen had treated her, leaving Wang Xuanhua dumbfounded, unable to believe it was true. "How is this possible? Our family hasn't had a doctor for 18 generations. How could my brother have such skills? Could it be a genetic mutation? But that doesn't make sense. A mutation might make someone a superhero, but I've never heard of anyone becoming a divine doctor. What on earth is going on?" Wang Xuanhua's imagination ran wild, even considering genetic mutations, but she couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation, so she decided not to think about it. After all, it was her own brother. If he had such abilities, that was even better, no need to go to the hospital anymore. In the following days, Wang Chen appeared punctually after his little sister left, first giving Hu Qinxue acupuncture, followed by various forms of teasing. Hu Qinxue, usually fiery and strong-willed, was extremely shy in this regard, needing Wang Chen to guide her. Every night when Wang Shuanghua returned home, she teased her brother for spending time with Hu Qinxue, then complained that he didn't care enough about her, not even waiting to see his sister. Hu Qinxue rolled her eyes and said, "Jitia actually wants to stay and ask you what's going on lately. Why you come back so late every day? I know you don't want to tell him, so I chased him away. If you want to face his interrogation, just let him stay tomorrow." Wang Shuanghua hurriedly bowed. "I was just joking. Sister-in-law, please don't let my brother stay. He'll ask all sorts of questions, and just thinking about it is annoying." Hu Qinxue deliberately huffed, "You're just a little flirt, but to be fair, whether I can become your legitimate sister-in-law is still uncertain. I'm sure your brother has other close friends besides me. I'm already content just to be by his side." As she spoke, her expression turned melancholic, but then she became resolute, determined not to back down. Wang Xuanhua widened her eyes and said, "I don't care about that. In my heart, I've already decided you're my sister-in-law, everyone else is irrelevant. If my brother doesn't let you be my sister-in-law, I won't talk to him anymore. I'll make sure he knows the consequences of his mistakes." With her sister-in-law's support, Hu Qinxue felt quite happy, but then she thought it through and realized this wouldn't do. She needed to guide her. "In the future, just talk to me about this, never say it in front of your brother, and definitely don't let the prince know, or your feelings will be in danger. People like your brother and the prince, do you think they can be faithful? Even I, a plain duckling, know that's impossible. One must have self-awareness. Given my family background, if I were to become your legitimate sister-in-law, it might not be a good thing. At the very least, your brother could embarrass himself out there. People nowadays are so realistic, often, they care about status and background. You're not that poor girl anymore, you're a true heiress now, and you don't have to think so much. I can't afford to." As a college student, Wang Shuanghua's thoughts were naturally less conservative. Many things, once considered, became clear to her. She couldn't help but think of Wang Yingjie, feeling that he also had to go out for socializing, and that it was inevitable to play along many times. It seemed she had to learn to be more magnanimous. Wang Shuanghua nodded and said, "What you said makes a lot of sense. In my heart, you are my sister-in-law. If my brother dares to treat you poorly, just watch how I deal with him." Her tone had already changed, but the meaning was about the same. Hu Qinxue felt satisfied with this support. Wang Chen was completely unaware of all this. If he knew, he would definitely find it strange. After all, women are inherently selfish, and it's not easy to be so open-minded. In fact, the changes in the women around him, aside from their own understanding and experience, were greatly influenced by the system dad. The acupuncture sessions had ended, and the next step was naturally to proceed with the medicinal bath. Wang Chen drove to the largest Shinong pharmacy in Binhai City. He had already spoken on the phone with Gong Lijun, the executive president of Shinong Pharmacy, casually encouraging him to proceed as before. The headquarters of the northeast region of Shinong Pharmacy was in Fengcheng, and the regional head, Shang Shenghui, wanted to come to meet him, but he directly refused. Wang Chen saw that there was no parking space in front of the pharmacy, so he parked a little further away and walked to the entrance. As soon as he entered, a sales assistant warmly approached him. "May I ask what you need, sir? We have a variety of supplements here, all absolutely genuine." Wang Chen smiled and shook his head, saying, "I don't need any supplements, I just want to buy a few Chinese herbs, just prepare them according to this list." As he spoke, he took out the prescription. The sales assistant glanced at it. It contained only the most common herbs, and the total cost was not much. The sales assistant felt she could still try harder, so she put on her most professional smile. "The herbs you want to buy are really too ordinary, they won't have any effect at all. The patient still needs to supplement. Look at our ginseng, all wild ginseng bought from Baishan. And our jiao is made from the skin of wild donkeys. The cordyceps are even more remarkable. They are picked by virgin girls at the top of the snow-capped mountains and kept close to their chests to ensure the efficacy of the cordyceps." Before the sales assistant could finish, Wang Chen directly interrupted her. "Do you think picking cordyceps is like picking tea leaves? What virgin girls picking them at the top of the snow-capped mountains and keeping them close to their chests? Do you know that this way, the cordyceps can't be eaten? Also, who told you that if you're sick, you don't need medication, just supplements? Do you know that this kind of statement can easily cost someone their life? Sick people are already weak. At this time, if they are not properly nourished and just take supplements, their bodies definitely won't be able to handle it, and minor illnesses can turn into major ones. Do you understand Chinese medicine? You think just because you sell medicine here, you're in the industry? That's a huge joke. If you don't understand, just keep your mouth shut." Wang Chen angrily reprimanded the sales assistant. After acquiring the skills of a super doctor, he developed a certain affection for Chinese medicine and naturally would not allow others to speak nonsense. The reason why Chinese medicine has been declining year by year is that there are too few knowledgeable people and too many fraudsters. Just thinking about it is infuriating. The sales assistant was scolded and felt extremely angry. If it were someone else, they might have endured it, but this woman had an unclear relationship with the store manager. The sales assistant's eyes turned, and she thought of a bad idea, glancing sideways and saying, "The herbs you want are all quite difficult to obtain. If you want to buy them, you must bundle them with our health products. The quantity of herbs on your list is quite large. You need at least 10 boxes of cordyceps and 10 boxes of ajiao, otherwise, you can go to another store." Wang Chen snorted through his nose. This is simply nonsense. The herbs I want to buy are the most ordinary ones. How could they possibly be ineffective? Who allowed you to bundle sales? Let me tell you, I don't need your supplements. Hurry up and get me these medicines. If you dare to keep babbling, don't blame me for being rude. The sales assistant saw Wang Chen's firm attitude and immediately shouted a few words to the back, and an extremely arrogant guy came out. This person strutted in and shouted, "Who is so bold as to cause trouble in our Shinnon Hall? Do you know we are a well-known quality store?" Wang Chen snorted from his nose, "I don't see how your store is of high quality, all I see is your bundling sales. It seems you are the manager here, so you must give me an explanation." The sales assistant leaned close to the manager, hugging his arm while embellishing the story. The manager's eyes widened, and he said loudly, "Our store has this rule. If you want to buy medicine here, you must meet the minimum purchase requirement. If you can't afford it, don't come in. Do you think we are those small shops on the street? We are a nationally renowned pharmaceutical group, serving high-end customers, not people like you who are broke." Wang Chen coldly looked at the manager and said, "As far as I know, Shinnon Pharmaceutical Group adheres to the principle of customer first. How did it become distorted here?" The sales assistant scoffed with his nostrils in the air, "Only those who can afford our store's products are customers. What are you? Just a broke loser?" Wang Chen's expression changed. "As far as I know, Shinnon Hall has a supervisory department. Aren't you afraid I will complain to them?" The manager smugly replied, "The manager of the Northeast Supervisory Department is my brother. If you have the guts, go ahead and complain, and see if anyone pays attention to you." Wang Chen nodded and dialed the complaint hotline for the supervisory department. As soon as the other party heard it was the largest store in Binchang, they hung up without a word. The manager, holding the sales assistant, looked at Wang Chen with disdain and mocked, "Now you know, don't think just because you know a little rule, you can act tough in front of me. These days, it's all about power. With my brother's connections, I can do whatever I want. You think you can complain to me? That's just laughable." Wang Chen revealed a cold smile and dialed Shang Xinghui's number. It rang twice before the other party's voice came through. "I don't know what Mr. Wang needs from me. Please feel free to instruct me, and I guarantee to handle it well." Wang Chen coldly snorted, "I just visited the largest Shinnon Hall pharmacy in Binchang, and I was shocked. How come I didn't know our Shinnon Hall has such a thing as bundling sales? Also, who allowed you to categorize customers into different classes, saying those who don't buy health products aren't high-end customers, and those who buy regular medicine are all broke losers? You are the person in charge of the Northeast region, and this is how you take responsibility? If you can't handle it, then get someone who can. Mr. Wang, please don't be angry. I don't know how this happened. It's all my fault for not strengthening the supervision of each pharmacy. I will definitely rectify the supervisory department and make them reflect deeply." Wang Chen interrupted him, "It seems I really need to replace the person in charge of the Northeast region. Don't tell me you didn't know that the manager of this store is the brother of your supervisory department manager." I just called the supervisory department, and as soon as they heard it was this store, they immediately hung up. What else do you have to say? Before dark today, replace everyone in the supervisory department. Not even one operator is allowed to stay. Withhold your bonuses and dividends for the next 5 years. If you want to work, then work. If you don't want to, leave. You have your position today because of Shinnon Pharmaceutical Group, not the other way around. In a moment, I will notify the inspection department of the headquarters to conduct a comprehensive check on your inspection department. If I can't find any evidence, that manager will be sent in to work on the sewing machine. Think about the consequences yourself. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Shang Shenghui was immediately furious and led all the senior executives to the branch's inspection department, directly announcing the order. The manager was dumbfounded and incredulously asked, "Our department has been with the company for so many years, we have no achievements but we have put in hard work. How can we just be replaced like this? What on earth is going on?" Shang Shenghui gritted his teeth and said, others are just being replaced, but you will definitely be sent in to work on the sewing machine. If you want to know what's going on, ask your brother. Who was the bastard operator that took the call just now? Who gave you the courage to hang up on the complaint call? Do you know that the person who complained is our new boss? I've been eating your shit for 5 years, and now I've lost all my dividends and bonuses. Do you know how much that is? I could just strangle you right now. Besides that bastard, get out of the company immediately. I will report you all to the entire industry and completely drive you bastards out. The people from the inspection department saw Shang Shenghui, who was going crazy, and their legs turned to jelly as they looked at the manager with eyes full of hatred. If looks could kill, the manager would already be 1,000 wounds and would surely die a miserable death. Meanwhile, in the pharmacy, the store manager scoffed and said, "You're acting, keep acting, and you're really good at it. You almost had me fooled, it's really laughable." Wang Chen said coldly, "You can laugh all you want now, but soon you won't be able to laugh anymore. Your brother is going in, and you won't escape either." The sales assistant said with a sideways glance, "You're too into the role, really think you're a big shot? Big shots wouldn't care about these small amounts of money." Before the sales assistant could finish, the store manager's phone rang. It was the manager's brother calling. "You damn bastard, you must have eaten the heart of a leopard to dare to act wild with our boss. I see you're tired of living. How did I end up with such a unlucky brother? I should have thrown you into a well to drown when you were a kid. Now that I'm going in, you're happy, aren't you?" After hearing his brother's roar, the store manager went into a daze, and it took him a while to realize that what Wang Chen said was not a lie. His legs went weak, and he knelt directly in front of Wang Chen, raising his hand to slap himself several times, hitting hard enough that blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. "I'm just a turtle bastard. I didn't know the boss was coming. Everything I said before was nonsense. I begged the boss for a chance. I won't dare again. Please spare me this time." Wang Chen looked at the store manager, who was pleading desperately, and then at the trembling sales assistant, suddenly intrigued. "I can not only spare you but also spare your brother, but it depends on what you do." Upon hearing this, the store manager's eyes immediately lit up with hope, and he hurriedly bowed and pleaded, "As long as the boss can spare me and my brother, I'll do anything you ask, even if it means going out to run errands right now." Wang Chen chuckled, indicating that he wasn't interested in the store manager's frog-like figure, but wanted him to do something else. "I can refrain from sending you and your brother in, but you have to show some sincerity. The root of all this trouble is that woman, you know what to do." Wang Chen looked at the store manager with amusement, planning to conduct a little test to see how far a person would go for themselves. The store manager immediately understood and delivered a heavy slap to the sales assistant's face, definitely with enough force to leave half of her face swollen. He then kicked her down to the ground and proceeded to beat her with fists and feet, the sales assistant screaming like a slaughtered pig. Wang Chen curled his lips and said, "It seems you brothers still want to go in and kick the sewing machine. This level of performance is simply unsatisfactory, it's too disappointing." Upon hearing this, the store manager steeled himself, grabbed the sales assistant by the hair, and slammed her head against the ground repeatedly, making the tiles clatter. The sales assistant's head was covered in blood, and she was beyond tears. If this continued for another 10 hits, she would likely lose her life. Seeing that the store manager showed no signs of stopping, Wang Chen revealed a cold smile. Indeed, a person would do anything for themselves. He coughed heavily, "This is about enough. I will inform Shang Shenghui that I will no longer pursue your brother's responsibility. You can take her and leave." The store manager kept bowing and apologizing, dragging the nearly lifeless sales assistant out of the store in a hurry. Passers-by outside witnessed the situation and naturally reported it to the security bureau. This guy had caused serious injury, and going in for a kick was a certainty. However, he ultimately saved his brother, which could be considered a good deed, though it ruined his brother's future. It was uncertain whether his brother would forgive him. Wang Chen instructed the other staff to prepare the medicine and casually appointed a temporary manager who looked agreeable. Whether this person could last would depend on their capability. Hu Qinxue was lying on the sofa, bored and watching TV, when she heard the door open and immediately jumped up, rushing over like a fledgling bird into his embrace. Wang Chen, naturally warm and affectionate, let one of his mischievous hands roam, causing the beauty in his arms to breathe heavily. Hu Qinxue noticed the package in his other hand and curiously asked, "What do you have there? Is it some snacks?" Wang Chen kissed her on the tip of her nose and teased, "I never noticed before, but you're quite the little foodie. This is the herbal medicine I prepared for you. Didn't I already tell you that after we're done, you need to soak in a medicinal bath for a few days to completely eliminate it? Now I'll teach you how to soak." Hearing that they were going to enter the bathroom together made Hu Qinxue blush deeply, yet she obediently nodded, her eyes becoming dreamy. Wang Chen half-dragged, half-carried Hu Qinxue into the bathroom, casually letting her sit on the toilet while he prepared the bathwater. Hu Qinxue watched as he tested the water temperature and added the herbal medicine, stirring it carefully, and felt he was full of charm. She thought she was the happiest woman in the world, having such a pampering man. What more could she ask for? The title of being together really didn't matter. As Wang Chen stirred, the herbal medicine mixed with the hot water, releasing a very peculiar medicinal fragrance that made anyone who inhaled it feel completely relaxed. Wang Chen smiled and said, "I've got it all ready for you, hurry up and soak." After saying this, he turned and walked out of the bathroom, leaving the door open, and sat on the sofa at the entrance, peering inside. Hu Qinxue's pretty face was flushed, and without any hesitation, she began to undress, her delicate figure becoming even more alluring in the mist. She stepped into the bathtub, feeling a special warmth, not just the temperature of the hot water, but a warmth that seeped into her body. Hu Qinxue soaked comfortably, drowsily falling asleep. After more than an hour, she felt a pair of strong arms gently lifting her out of the tub. Then she was wrapped in a particularly soft towel, followed by gentle drying, quickly making her body feel fresh and dry. Hu Qinxue lazily opened her eyes and saw Wang Chen's handsome smile. She wrapped her arms around his jade-like arms, and what followed was naturally a beautiful scene. Wang Chen looked at the beauty in his arms, a satisfied smile on his face. This kind of life must be cherished. He pinched her nose and said, "The remaining medicine is enough for you to soak 3 more times. I'll come every day to prepare it for you." Hu Qinxue arched her body and said, "I've already taken a week of paid leave. I can't stay like this any longer. I'll go back to the company tomorrow, and I'll handle things myself in the evening. After all, I'm yours, so there's no need to be so anxious." Wang Chen always respected his woman's opinions and smiled in agreement, leading to a warm time spent together. When Wang Chen returned to the villa that evening, he chatted casually with the Dream Fairy, who seemed to be busy with something these past few days. The Dream Fairy smiled and said, "I've been helping my brother with advertising these days. Now the entire dark web knows that the Supreme God is omnipotent. The management has already heard about the divine water given to Huang Quanqinshan by my brother, and those guys are envious to the point of losing their minds. Thanks to my brother, I've become the 5th major figure in the management, and my words carry as much weight as anyone else's." Wang Chen laughed and said, "I told you our fairy is the best. Just as I said, one day you'll be number 1. The Dream Fairy rolled her eyes playfully and pouted, "I think being the number 1 in the dark web isn't as good as being my brother's little wife. Brother, when can I come over and dedicate myself to you, letting you enjoy me completely, instead of just through this cold screen?" Wang Chen smiled slightly and said, "Haven't I already given you the address? You can come whenever you want. Speaking of which, I also want to see what the lovely little fairy looks like in full. With such a heavenly voice, it must be amazing." The Dream Fairy cheerfully agreed, saying she would handle some matters outside and come to Binhai City to accompany him, promising never to leave his side again. Wang Chen naturally wouldn't refuse, and everything proceeded in an orderly manner. He enjoyed the company of several women every day, absolutely relishing it. "You have received 2.8 million in funding, enjoy your clicks. You have received a udon flower, enjoy your clicks." Wang Chen looked at this latest harvest, his brow slightly furrowing. Including the udon flower, he had received heavenly materials for 10 consecutive days. He wondered what the system meant. Could it be that it wanted to completely enrich him so that he could always be prepared? That seemed to be the only explanation. Wang Chen spent the afternoon shopping with Yuan bingu, planning to stay at her place, but then the Dream Fairy sent him a message saying she had something to do that evening. He returned to the villa and connected to the Dream Fairy's video call. The girl had changed into a butterfly fairy hairpin, still hiding her eyes. According to the Dream Fairy, when they finally met in person, she would let Wang Chen see her full appearance, giving him all her firsts. The Dream Fairy smiled and said, "I've almost finished handling my matters here. In another month or 2, I can come find my brother. Just thinking about it makes me excited." Wang Chen responded with a smile, "I'm also filled with anticipation. You don't need to bring anything. I'll prepare everything for you here." The Dream Fairy showed a sweet smile and then sang a sweet song for Wang Chen, enchanting him completely. Wang Chen clapped and then curiously asked, "You said you had something to find me about tonight. I wonder what it is?" The Dream Fairy shook her head, putting on an extremely cute expression and said, "I knew my brother wouldn't be able to resist. I was wondering how long you could hold out, and it turned out to be much shorter than I expected." There was some ambiguity in her words, and Wang Chen widened his eyes, indicating that when the girl came and they enjoyed the scenery together, he would know how long he could hold out. After joking for a while, the Dream Fairy suddenly became serious and said, "Tonight, it's not that I'm looking for my brother because I have something. It's that the general has a request for my brother. I just deliberately joked with my brother to buy some time. Now that the general is seeking our help, we naturally have to put on a show. I first sent my brother the general's information so he can take a good look and understand the general a bit before considering how to respond to him. In the midst of her speech, she had already sent the information over. Linger projected the data onto the screen, and the first thing that appeared was the general's photo. The general was a man in his 50s, wearing a military uniform somewhat similar to that of the group from back in the day, though it had changed somewhat. The general's gaze was particularly sharp. Even just in the photo, it gave off a sense of pressure that made one feel uneasy. According to the information, the general's family was one of the pioneers in the Triangular region, and their family had inherited the title of general. The general's family was the absolute ruler of the Triangular region, and even if the other major forces joined hands, they would still be no match for this family. Wang Chen frowned slightly and said, I have always been very opposed to chasing dragons. I didn't expect the general to be involved in that. The dream fairy interrupted Wang Chen, brother, you can't think like that. Many things will still be done by others even if the general doesn't do them. Besides, you are already an adult. In the adult world, there is not just right and wrong, but also compromise. It's not that what is right must be done, and what is wrong must not be done. Only in the world of children can one do what they like without considering right or wrong. With your current status, you can change many things, turning what you dislike into what you like. It's not all smooth sailing and joy. Wang Chen looked at the dream fairy, who was speaking so eloquently, and shook his head with a smile. You mischievous girl, I didn't expect you to have such a well-reasoned argument. I was just expressing a sentiment, not saying anything else. I am very clear about many things. Life will not always go according to one's wishes. The highest realm of life is to be rarely confused. When I was in college, an old professor once said something that has stuck with me and I regard as a profound truth. He said society is like a bus. If you don't want to get involved with everyone else, you can choose to stand a little further away and look at the scenery outside the window. But you must never stand in front of the bus. That would be like a mantis trying to stop a car, and in the end, you would not only be crushed but also scorned by everyone. He said, what is psychological perversion? It is simply being out of sync with the mainstream of society. If the whole society is evil, and you insist on being a good person, then there is something wrong with your mind, and you are destined to be abandoned. This old professor also told us that since society has become what it is now, if you still can't become a wealthy person, it just means you are a big waste. The dream fairy kept blinking her eyes, then gave a thumbs up and said, this old professor sees things too clearly. If he were to hold classes on the dark web, he would definitely make a lot of money. Wang Chen shook his head and said, the reason the old professor had such deep insights is that his son was a good person who worked hard for the people, a good person who ended up in a particularly tragic situation. I heard the old professor passed away 2 years ago, suffering greatly and feeling particularly unwilling. The lesson he taught us was that good people do not receive good rewards. After sharing their sentiments, he checked the time and realized it was almost time to connect with the general via video. The general appeared even more imposing in person than in the photo. Even through the screen, one could feel the immense pressure. To dominate a region was indeed not that simple. The general had a stern expression and slightly bowed, saying, I have met the Supreme Divine Lord. I have never smiled since I was a child. I hope the Lord will forgive me. Wang Chen smiled and replied, General, there's no need to be so polite. Everyone has their own personality, and there's no need to change for others. Moreover, the way you are now is already quite pressuring. If you were to smile, I might be too scared to speak. The general nodded and said, I apologize for being so forward in contacting you, but there is a matter I would like to ask for your assistance with. Wang Chen thought about the gains from the red envelopes over the past few days and had a rough idea, showing a nonchalant demeanor. I wonder what the general needs, please tell me. There aren't many things in this world that I can't accomplish. If it truly is such a matter, I think the general should reflect on himself and consider why his character has become so poor. The general paid no mind to Wang Chen's teasing. As long as he could get what he wanted, it didn't matter if he was mocked or even scolded. Clearing his throat, the general said, Your Excellency, you jest. I've encountered some issues recently and need some rare materials. I heard from Kong Qingzong and Huangquan that you have such treasures, and I hope you can grant me some. In the future, as long as it is your command, I will do my utmost. Wang Chen touched his nose and said, I thought you had something serious. Turns out you just want rare materials. How much do you want? Upon hearing this, the general's eyes lit up, and he cautiously stated a number. At least 3 types of rare materials are needed to ensure this matter proceeds. If you think that's too much, 2 types would suffice, and then I can find a way. The general expressed his hopes, only to find Wang Chen yawning. From what the general said, having 3 types of rare materials doesn't guarantee success. Does that mean the more rare materials there are, the higher the chance of success? The general quickly nodded. Indeed, if we have 6 types of rare materials, the success rate could reach around 90%, but that's really difficult. Wang Chen stroked his chin and said, 90% still means there's a chance of failure. I dislike failure the most, so anything I participate in absolutely cannot fail. We must find a way to ensure success. The general swallowed hard and said, if we could use the udon flour as the main ingredient, we would definitely succeed, but the udon flour has already. Wang Chen interrupted him directly, in the future, when you speak to me, just get to the main point. No need for all that unnecessary talk. I'll give you 1 udon flour along with 6 types of rare materials. If it fails, you should kill everyone involved. What's the point of keeping such useless people? The general, hearing Wang Chen's words, was unfazed by his attitude, as he was already in a daze, completely bewildered. The dream fairy was equally startled, licking her lips and saying, this isn't a joke. Can you really produce 7 types of rare materials at once, including the already extinct udon flour? Wang Chen snorted, how dare you doubt my abilities? That's very naughty of you. When you come, I will definitely spank you as punishment. But it's just rare materials, what's the big deal? They're good for you, but for me, it's just whatever. He spoke lightly, and the reality was indeed so. While the general and his group sought rare materials in vain, for him, it was merely a matter of opening a red envelope, nothing significant at all. The general finally came to his senses and, with tears of gratitude, said, thank you, Your Excellency. From now on, as long as it is your command, our family will go to any lengths to fulfill it. Wang Chen touched his nose and said, you say that, but I'm just a wealthy young master, enjoying beautiful cars and women every day, completely lost in pleasure. How could there be so many life and death matters? But on the other hand, I don't really like seeing others sell out. I'm not demanding anything from you, just a suggestion, sell less soil to Huagua. The general quickly nodded in agreement, expressing that he would do his utmost to ensure that no one sold soldiers to Huagua, since the world market is so vast and can easily accommodate them. So it's settled. Do you want the black market courier to deliver it to you, or will you send someone to pick it up? Wang Chen casually asked. After all, the black market courier was under Kong Qingzhong, and who knew if the general would trust him? The general immediately stated that using the black market courier would be fine. If Kong Qingzhong dared to intercept his goods, he would fight that damned bastard. Wang Chen was too lazy to waste words with the general, so he hung up the video call and continued chatting with the dream fairy. There's no wall that doesn't let the wind through. After the general received these items, the matter became known to everyone. Everyone was astonished. They never dreamed that Wang Chen would make such a bold move, completely overturning their understanding. People had a new recognition of Wang Chen's wealth and influence in the black market, which had grown to an unparalleled level. At the same time, everyone felt that what Wang Chen said, that he would never allow failure, was a requirement he imposed on everyone, and it was the only principle. This principle was understandable. After all, he had put forth so many good things for them to work with, and they still failed. Even if Wang Chen said nothing, they would have to dig a pit to bury themselves. They simply couldn't afford to lose face, nor could they show their faces to others. Wang Chen was actually feeling pressure from the general, wanting to put on a good show to let the other party know he was capable too, without considering so much. Many times, it's like this: when you intend to plant flowers, they don't bloom. When you casually plant willows, they flourish, and before you know it, great things have been accomplished. To make it up to Yuan Bingu, Wang Chen stayed with her for the next few days, absolutely inseparable. He was playing games in Yuan Bingu's office when suddenly a red envelope page popped up, giving him over 400 red envelopes at once. Congratulations, you have received funds of 8.32 million, enjoy your clicks. Congratulations, you have received funds of 7.96 million, enjoy your clicks. Congratulations, you have received funds of 12.83 million, enjoy your clicks. Wang Chen was bewildered by the contents of these red envelopes. It was the first time he had opened envelopes filled entirely with funds, each ranging from hundreds of thousands to tens of millions. In total, it accumulated to over 9 billion, plus his existing cash flow and various earnings, directly heading towards 30 billion. Wang Chen had no idea what his system father was up to, giving him so much money. What exactly did it want him to do? Was it planning a money-splashing operation? Just as he was puzzled, the phone rang suddenly. It was his financial manager at Binshang Bank, Lin Xiaolin, calling. Lin Xiaolin had officially become his financial manager due to his previous tip-off, but most of the time, he was in contact with Yuan Bingu. Wang Chen firmly believed that to make the horse run, it must be well-fed, so he gave 1% of the investment company's shares to Lin Xiaolin, which made the guy extremely grateful and now a staunch loyalist. I'm really sorry to disturb you, Mr. Tai. This time I have something very important to report. Didn't you say last time that you wanted to get a manor but didn't want it to be too remote? Now the opportunity has come. At the junction of our development zone in Jojin, there's a plan to develop a tourist area and build a super luxurious villa complex. It is said that there are villas of every style inside, and the entire villa complex forms a vast estate. However, shortly after the villas were completed, the well-known incident occurred. The status of Binhai City plummeted, and it was completely finished there. The developer held on for several years, but ultimately could not sustain it any longer, so they decided to sell the entire villa area. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen finally understood the purpose of the system's father. It was clearly to give him money to buy the villa complex and then properly tidy up the backyard. Of course, it could also be understood as the system's father wanting to see the excitement, as the backyard was not so easy to manage, and if not handled well, it could turn into a hellish scene. Wang Chen took a deep breath and decided to take a look at the villa complex first. Following the address shared by Lin Xiaolin, Wang Chen arrived at the mentioned location and immediately saw a red wall enclosing the villa complex. This red wall was in a classical architectural style, with a mythical beast at intervals, looking particularly spectacular. Wang Chen arrived at the main entrance, which featured a magnificent gatehouse, with 2 large stone lions at the entrance, exuding absolute majesty. The 2 large doors were made of solid wood, painted in vermilion, with fist-sized brass nails that sparkled in the sunlight. A blank plaque hung on the gate, clearly newly replaced, as the name of the villa complex was to be determined by its owner. Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction. From these details, it was evident that the developer had indeed put in effort, and he could give them a thumbs up. He felt that just this gate alone was already high-end, elegant, and sophisticated, and he believed the villas inside would surely be even more to his liking. Wang Chen noticed that several luxury cars were already parked in the spaces on either side of the entrance, clearly indicating that this villa complex had attracted many people's interest. He recalled what Zhang Weidang had said before, that there were many hidden wealthy individuals in the northeast, who usually kept a low profile but were extremely affluent. It seemed that among the visitors this time, there must be such hidden wealthy individuals, otherwise, where would all these luxury cars come from? Of course, it was also possible that there were some outsiders. Thinking of this, Wang Chen's lips curled up slightly. The idea of directly competing with such wealthy individuals was exhilarating and incredibly interesting. He swaggered up to the entrance, only to be stopped by a security guard, who said that during the upcoming auction, casual visits were not allowed. Wang Chen pulled out his phone, displayed the electronic invitation card inside, and indicated that he was a buyer permitted to enter. The security guard immediately stepped aside, respectfully gesturing for him to enter, as those who could afford to buy here were not someone he could offend. Wang Chen was very satisfied with the guard's attitude and casually took out a dozen old man bills, stuffing them into the guard's hand. "I appreciate your diligence. This is a reward for you. Once I buy this place, I'll let you continue working as a security guard here." The guard quickly thanked him. Many people had come before, but few had tipped, and only Wang Chen had been so generous. Wang Chen walked through the gate and immediately felt that this place was very upscale. It was not a concrete surface but rather a cobblestone path. He lightly tapped the tip of his foot, and the stones were connected very solidly, with excellent load-bearing capacity, so vehicles would definitely have no problem driving on it. Wang Chen then glanced around. The entire villa complex was divided into several areas, each with its own distinct style. Almost every conceivable style could be found here, including a villa that was even in a fairy tale style. Looking at the fairy tale style villa, Wang Chen immediately thought of Dreamy Elf. This villa seemed tailor-made for her. He first walked into the ancient style area, where everything was connected by long corridors, featuring exquisitely carved jade structures that looked particularly noble and grand. Upon entering the core villa, it felt as if he had stepped into a palace, with opulent decorations, and paintings hanging on the walls that were exceptionally beautiful. The quality of the calligraphy and paintings was simply too poor. It was probably the kind of stuff you could get for $9.99 with free shipping. On second thought, it made sense who would put real goods here. Wang Chen felt that Lan Menjing and Yang Mengting would like this kind of thing, so he arranged for 3 of them to be taken out, then decided to wander around other areas to arrange for the remaining 4 as well. He arrived at a villa with a normal style, which felt very approachable, completely suitable for ordinary people to live in. It was likely intended for those silver-collar workers. Wang Chen thought that Yuan Bingyue and Hu Qinxue would fit perfectly living here. After all, they came from ordinary backgrounds, and this style was more suitable for them. Next, he went to look at the European-style villa area, thinking that the style there would be very suitable for Xikong Ruyan and Shangguan Yanxue, as their tastes were a bit more refined. As for the last area with the Yatsukami-style villas, Wang Chen had no interest at all, believing that such places were only suitable for servants to live in. With this thought, his mind began to wander, contemplating whether to hire a butler from the land of the rising sun and find some Yatsukami maids. He couldn't help but picture Yatsukami women in maid outfits surrounding him, massaging his shoulders and legs. It would definitely be a delightful experience. Just as this image took shape, the figures of 7 women appeared, like a storm, shattering the scene and kicking at Wang Chen in a circle. Wang Chen shook his head, realizing that there would be 7 tigresses here in the future, and it was better not to think about touching a tiger's tail, or he would definitely get into big trouble. While he was pondering this, he saw a group of people walking out of the Yatsukami villa area, led by a young woman. This woman was dressed in a moonflower kimono, clearly a Yatsukami person, with a proud expression on her face as if she were something special. A slick-haired, made-up man with a side part, clearly a sycophant, was nodding and bowing beside her like a lapdog. "Miss, please rest assured, I will arrange for the best designer to make this place as elegant as your hometown. I will definitely make you satisfied." The woman scoffed disdainfully, "You lowly creatures, how could you possibly make this shabby place as noble as my hometown? It's simply a joke." The man immediately slapped himself twice, showing an extremely servile demeanor that made one want to kick him in the face. What the miss says is true, such a despicable place cannot compare to the nobility of the miss's hometown. I was just talking nonsense. Wang Chen frowned upon hearing their conversation. It seemed this Yatsukami woman also wanted to buy this villa complex. She was a potential competitor, which wouldn't have been a problem, but her blatant disdain for the place was infuriating. That dog-like man was clearly a Huagua person. It was such servile creatures that tarnished the reputation of Huagua people. Wang Chen had no intention of looking at the Yatsukami villa area anyway, so he simply walked toward the garden in the middle. He didn't want to deal with these people, but unexpectedly, they approached him, especially the dog-like creature, who barked like a mad dog. "Where did you pop up from? Who allowed you to come here? Do you know this is the place of the noble Miss Chankagawa Ryui? How could a lowly creature like you have the right to be here?" Wang Chen looked coldly at this guy, his icy gaze making the man feel a chill run down his spine, causing him to unconsciously take 2 steps back. The woman saw this and huffed angrily. "You rude Huagua people, you don't even understand a bit of etiquette, barging into someone else's place, it's simply disgraceful." The woman looked at Wang Chen with disdain, her eyes filled with contempt. Wang Chen coldly smiled and said, "I think you're daydreaming. Someone like you, hoping for a pie to fall from the sky, can only be a second-rate here. This villa area hasn't been auctioned yet. How do you know it's definitely yours? I could just as easily say this is my place and tell you all to get out right now." The dog man jumped up again, barking with his teeth bared. "This is Miss Hasegawa Rue from Sakura Corporation, and I am her translator, Shu Sinwei. Sakura Corporation is a well-known large group in Yagami, comparable to a giant in your Huagua. Whatever our lady desires, who would dare to compete with her?" Wang Chen looked at this dog-like man and said with disgust, "From what you're saying, it sounds like you're not even Huagua." Shu Sinwei proudly raised his head and said, "You hit the nail on the head. Starting next week, I will no longer be a lowly Huagua person, but a noble Yagami person. The lady even graciously bestowed upon me a surname, so I will be called Inyanai Sinwei from now on. To become a noble Yagami person is a blessing from my ancestors." Wang Chen mocked, "I think your ancestors aren't blessing you, they must have been struck by lightning, blowing the coffin boards out and setting them ablaze, creating a thick cloud of smoke. For your family to produce someone like you, your ancestors must have committed great sins. That said, the upper beam is not straight, so the lower beam is crooked. Your ancestors can't be good people either." Shu Sinwei scratched his head and said, "How do you know that our ancestors for 8 generations have been treated like dogs? My grandfather was a translator for the Yagami people, and my father was a guide. Our family can benefit from being dogs. In this day and age, as long as there are benefits, I would even call a dog father. Who are you to control that?" Wang Chen sneered, "It seems the name this woman gave you is quite fitting. You are indeed a dog raised by others. Getting rid of scum like you is a blessing for Huagua. Don't think it's still the same as before. In my eyes, Yagami people are nothing. Let me tell you, this villa area is mine, and no one can take it from me." Hasegawa Rue huffed arrogantly, "You Huagua people are just stubborn donkeys trying to pull hard dung. I want to see how you plan to take this villa area. When the auction comes, you'll realize how insignificant you are, daring to compete with our great Yagami people. You really don't know the heights of heaven or depths of earth." Just as Wang Chen was about to speak, a system prompt suddenly rang in his ear. "If uncle can endure, and cannot, you must make this despicable person kneel and sing conquer. Task issued to punish the despicable person, do you accept?" Wang Chen chose to accept without hesitation. Even if the system didn't have this task, he had to let this scum know the consequences of provoking Huagua people. "Since you're so confident, why don't we make a bet? If you can take this villa area, I will run naked in front of everyone. If I take this villa area, you will kneel at the auction site and loudly sing Conquer 1,000 times in front of everyone. Wang Chen provocatively looked at Hasegawa Rue, and this gaze made her furious. Hasegawa Rue roared, "You ungrateful guy, how dare you provoke Sakura Corporation? You really don't know how to write the word death. I accept your bet today. Let's see how you, an ungrateful brat, will run naked in front of everyone and how you'll face people afterward." Shu Xinwei chimed in, "I will definitely record it and post the video online, letting this idiot experience social death." Wang Chen coldly smiled and said, "Let's see who dies then. Listen well, woman, if you lose, don't think about going back on your word, the consequences are something you can't afford." After saying that, he turned and left without any hesitation. His confident demeanor made Hasegawa Rue's heart race. Hasegawa Rue thought to herself, with Sakura Corporation's financial power, it was impossible to lose, there was no need to worry unnecessarily. Wang Chen returned to the villa, and Linger had already gathered all the information about Sakura Corporation, displaying it directly on the rear projection. Sakura Corporation is composed of several families, with the Hasegawa family being one of them. Nominally, they are the leaders of the corporation, but in reality, they are merely representatives pushed to the forefront. Sakura Corporation has substantial financial resources and is one of the 4 major corporations of Yaguri, but the funds they can muster will definitely not exceed 10 billion huabi. So, brother, wanting to defeat them at the auction is not a difficult task. The only question is whether this woman will keep her promise. Wang Chen tapped his nose and then connected with the Dream Fairy, who was lazily yawning. "Why are you looking for me so early today, brother? Haven't you gone to accompany those sisters? You didn't leave them outside, did you?" Wang Chen smiled and shook his head, saying, "You mischievous girl, it's already afternoon, and you're still saying early. How much do you know about the situation in the Yaguri world?" The Dream Fairy's eyes lit up as she said, "Why is brother suddenly inquiring about the Yaguri world? Give me a few minutes, and I'll have those people gather intelligence immediately." Wang Chen nodded and recounted what had happened in the villa area, causing the Dream Fairy to explode with anger. "It's just a despicable woman, daring to challenge brother. She really doesn't know her place. I'll contact Huangquan right away and have this woman torn to pieces." Wang Chen waved his finger and said, "Killing her is too boring. Making her kneel and sing Conquer in front of everyone would be much more interesting. I'm worried this woman might play tricks. Do you have any way to make her think twice?" The Dream Fairy's eyes twinkled as she replied, "This is easy. Brother, give me the video we shot earlier, and I'll have those streamers broadcast it. Then, we'll set up a betting game on the dark web, letting everyone wager on the outcome. If this woman dares to play tricks, she'll be against the entire dark web. The people on the dark web don't have much reason to discuss. It will definitely affect the entire Sakura Corporation. No matter how strong their backing is, they won't dare to confront the dark web directly. However, doing this will definitely attract Sakura Corporation's attention, and they will mobilize more funds, making brother spend even more money." Wang Chen shrugged dismissively, saying, "What does money matter? Even a donkey won't eat it. Let's do everything as you say. We must make this woman pay for her foolishness." The Dream Fairy nodded in agreement, and at that moment, the necessary information was also collected. The Dream Fairy came up with a good idea for Wang Chen and then received information from other streamers, indicating that their investigation was nearly complete. According to the intelligence I've gathered, the most active groups in the Yaguri world are the Black Snake Society and their advanced version, the Black Python Society. The Black Snake Society is equivalent to the martial arts community in Huagua, while the Black Python Society corresponds to the martial world in Huagua, targeting the same objectives. Additionally, above the Black Snake and Black Python, there is an ultimate version called the Black Flood Dragon Society, which corresponds to the cultivators of Huaxia. It is said that the Black Flood Dragon Society is composed entirely of female onmyoji and male sorcerers. Furthermore, there are the legendary Rikeoya monks, said to be from the Joyous Zen lineage, with exceptionally strong combat abilities. As the external manifestations of the 3 societies, namely the 4 major corporations, the Sakura Corporation that brother has to deal with is at the bottom among the 4. The Dream Fairy organized the intelligence and shared the main points with Wang Chen, her tone filled with disdain, clearly not taking the opponent seriously. Wang Chen tapped his temple and said, "Yaguri is still a nation. What kind of power do they have within the dark web?" The Dream Fairy immediately replied, "The main thing about Yaki in the black market is the Inahodo Association, which primarily involves the entertainment industry, specifically the kind of movies and live streams that everyone enjoys. However, there are Yaki people in many organizations, mainly used as cannon fodder warriors and ninjas for reconnaissance and assassination. Yaki people inherently possess a peculiar submissiveness. Once they join an organization, everything revolves around it. There was once an organization that, for a hefty bounty, directly targeted the Yaqui homeland, resulting in the deaths of tens of thousands, with an enormous impact. Those responsible for the attack were all Yaqui people from the organization, and these individuals showed no hesitation, as if they were dealing with not their own kind, but their greatest enemies. For this reason, in the trade of female slaves in the black market, over 90% of the female slaves are Yaqui women, and they are particularly obedient. If you're interested in Yaqui female slaves, I can buy a batch for you, guaranteed to be well-educated and absolutely loyal. They will never betray you. Wang Chen shook his head helplessly at the mischievous demeanor of the dream fairy. This playful girl needed a good scolding when they met. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm already very content with you all around me. Why would I need so many female slaves? The dream fairy interrupted him. Why do you have such filthy thoughts? Buying female slaves is obviously to serve us. Are you suggesting they should help you do bad things? Yaqui female slaves have a very good reputation in the black market. No matter what they do, they are skilled. With such a large villa complex, are we really expected to clean it ourselves? Wang Chen thought about it and realized it was true. With 7 women, if they had to clean it themselves, they wouldn't have time for anything else. Don't you know there's a profession called hourly workers? You can hire them to come and clean. It seems we're missing that. Are there really no other female slaves? Wang Chen first countered with this point, then went along with the conversation, asking about the situation with the female slaves. The dream fairy smiled and said, I knew it. Men are all big pigs. I've figured out your thoughts. The best in the slave market are Yaqui female slaves. Besides them, there are also barbarian female slaves, who are more suited for heavy work, so we should keep some at home. As for the remaining female slaves, they are really too inferior. Buying 2 or 3 for variety is fine, but don't expect them to be useful. For example, we could buy some Korean female slaves, have them form a dance troupe, and when there's nothing to do, they can perform for you to relieve your boredom. Wang Chen felt a bit tempted by the dream fairy's words but changed the subject. Let's not think about these for now. Once we secure the villa complex, we can consider these things. By the way, inform Huang Quan that if this method doesn't work, we'll have to resort to violence to force this woman to keep her promise. I don't like failure. The task given by the system had to be completed by Wang Chen, especially since doing something extreme against Yaqui people wouldn't weigh on his conscience. The dream fairy nodded in agreement and then went to handle the matter, which sparked everyone's interest as expected. Not telling everyone that Wang Chen was the supreme god, otherwise, there would be no need for a gamble, it would be a crushing victory. After the information was leaked, everyone felt that Sakura Corporation had a better chance of winning, so more people bet on them. However, many others thought differently, believing that since Wang Chen dared to call out like that, he must have some backing, and it was worth taking a risk. This matter quickly spread in the black market, naturally catching the attention of the Yaqui side, and Sakura Corporation was directly pushed to the forefront of the storm. Sha Ichiro urgently came from Yagajima to Binhai City and immediately slapped Hasegawa Ryui, knocking her to the ground. You ungrateful bitch, you really have some nerve to cause such a big mess. I see you want to die. Don't be fooled by Hasegawa Ryui's previous arrogance, that was only in front of outsiders. Within the Yagajima power structure, a woman's status is very low, essentially just a plaything for men. Hasegawa Ryui struggled to crawl forward a couple of steps, clutching Sha Ichiro's calf, her face rubbing against his leg like a pitiful dog. Sha Ichiro said sternly, this incident has caused quite a stir and has already affected the reputation of Yagajima. We cannot afford to lose face. If we fail, you must fulfill the bet and kneel in front of everyone, singing Conquer 1,000 times. Don't think about playing tricks or running away. The Black Network will absolutely not allow such things to happen, and the consequences are something we cannot bear. According to the internal information we have received, this matter has already piqued the interest of the Supreme God. We absolutely cannot disappoint this esteemed individual. So if you succeed, that's fine, but if you fail and fulfill the bet, you will directly become a slave girl, dealt with by the Black Network. At the same time, your Hasegawa family will fall to a third-rate family, with men becoming cannon fodder for generations and women becoming slaves for generations. Upon hearing this, Hasegawa Ryui felt regret deep in her gut. Had she known things would turn out this way, she wouldn't have been so arrogant in the first place. Now, with no way out, she could only brace herself and hope for victory.